Cisco
to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Trying to conjure up like the sound of a disappointed chuckle. One of those ones where you're like totally at the end, where it's like I'm trying to. I can't do it. I can't. I'm just trying to come up with the right disgusted, dismayed, surrendering, tapping out, puking chuckle that can sum up how I feel about my baseball team right now. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. At least it's Thursday. We got that.
It's a baby Friday, Murph, and maybe this is the chuckle you're looking for, a chuckle you can hear every afternoon, every Thursday or Friday with Tolbert and Copes.
That's not the chuckle.
Oh, is that not the chuckle you're looking for?
Not the one. It's not the one.
I can hit you with a Copes
Buddy,
chuckle.
That's pretty good. Is that guy ready? That first chuckle, is that guy ready for the collapse? I'm just throwing this out there right now. And by the way, don't look.
I know, I'm trying not to look at Murph this morning.
Don't look at me.
Don't even look at him.
Don't look at me. If you don't sweep the White Sox, don't look at me. I don't want anybody looking at me today. I don't want the Giants looking at me today.
No Giants.
I don't want
No Waterboy. No KNBR live stream. If you're tuned in right now on the Sports Leader, the app, the YouTube, or on Twitch, you cannot see Brian Murphy.
Yeah. We're going to go that way the whole show?
Shout out to Murph. Where you see?
I kind of miss seeing I always get a good chance to check out my my angle.
Not today. You're not even
What's your
allowed to look at yourself.
What's your angle? That was very funny, Tony. Very funny. It was really specifically talking to the Giants. Don't look at me. Because if you don't sweep the White Sox, forget it. You're done. So now, now the gauntlet begins. You know that, right? This was their only chance to build a little cushion that would give them any kind of hope, and that cushion is gone. You ever sit on a chair where the cushion's gone?
Ooh, not comfortable.
It's very uncomfortable. That's the Giants right now. The cushion is gone. Just sat down and said, ooh, my ass hurts. That's because the cushion's gone.
Ouch.
So up to Seattle tomorrow against a team with the best rotation. That's the best rotation in baseball.
Yeah, without question.
Although they're not playing well.
They're not the best offense in baseball.
No, they're not hitting at all.
They're pretty similar to the Giants.
Yes.
With great pitching and not a lot of hitting.
Yeah. And you say great pitching. We need to talk about that.
Oh, here we go.
We need to talk about our guy Bob Melvin taking some heat because
wearing some egg on his face.
Logan Webb doing his thing yesterday. Of course, gives up a run early, which was discouraging, right? But eventually carves out 8 innings, a 2-run ball, which should win you a game. Should win you a game. 8 innings, a 2-run ball. And instead, it's the 9th inning, it's a 2-2 ball game. So this Giants offense is absolutely atrocious, right? It's atrocious. But still, okay, somehow, some way, they're just going to fight their way through it. So here's the fork in the road. Logan Webb's thrown 93 pitches. Do you take him out or do you leave him in? And they took him out. Now, they tell us they took him out because he has a respiratory illness. By the way, it's a hard word to spell, respiratory. A respiratory illness. That's what they say. They tell us after the game that he was only planned to go 7 because he wasn't feeling great. But he wanted to go out in the 8th and had a 5-pitch inning?
5-pitch inning.
So at that point, does the respiratory illness prevent you from going back out for one more inning? I'm going to say this. I don't know if it's Melvin. I don't know if it's Dave Greshner. I don't know if it's Brian Price. I don't know if it was Webb himself. But at that point in time, you got to go back out for the 9th.
I would agree with that take. And my biggest problem is that it was kind of predetermined that he was only going to go 7. Then they changed their mind and said, okay, maybe he's going to go 8. I mean, me and young Tony were sitting at the game yesterday debating about whether or not we were going to see a Maddox from Logan Webb. Like, he was cruising through the game. His pitch count was down. And after the 5-pitch inning, what if he would have had a 13 to 15 pitch 8th inning? Or, like, if that's what you were planning on doing, then he still would have had 7 or 8 pitches left for the 9th inning. Like, in that moment, I get it was a tie game, 2-2. But you got to stick with your guns. You got to go with your ace, right?
Yeah, except for somehow, some way, there was a belief that he couldn't do it because of this respiratory illness. Now, I don't know. Is the guy hacking up? Is he dying out there? Is he literally, Coach, I can't do it. Skip, I can't go. I don't know. I'm not in the dugout. I just do know that they had talked about 7. They admitted that. That 8 was a bonus because he was feeling good, but that 5 pitches in the 8th put him over the edge. At that point in time, now you got a situation where the season-long use of Tyler Rogers and Ryan Walker's caught up to you. They say neither guy's available, even though there's an off day today. Excuse me, pardon me, got emotional. And so now Camilo Duvall is in wherever.
Yeah, it's in
I don't
Sacramento
know,
somewhere.
Albuquerque, somewhere. Now your options are, and oh, by the way, Jordan Hicks is an option.
Which was curiously not the option. They
No.
went with Spencer Bivens instead.
No, they went with Eric Miller first.
Correct.
To face lefties.
Mhm.
And he walked them.
No free 90s, Murph.
Well, that's it right there. The walks. So he loads the bases with 2 outs, and you bring in Spencer Bivens. How you feeling at the game when Bivens is coming in? Because it's not Tyler Rogers. It's not Ryan Walker. It's not Jordan Hicks. You're bringing in Bivens.
I was not extremely comfortable, to be honest with you, because Spencer Bivens is not a huge strikeout pitcher. That's why I thought even in that situation,
Well, there's 2 outs and the bases loaded. All you need is a ground ball, right?
that is
Or anything.
That's
Just
true.
any
That's
out,
true.
really.
But to me, like bases loaded situation, you're always looking for a strikeout. Just get out of there because stuff can go wrong. Spencer Bivens got into an 0-2 count, threw 2 sliders, and then left a 2-seamer too far over the middle of the plate. Next thing you know, it's a base knock, and the White Sox are scoring 2 runs. So I thought in that situation, my thought process was, A, the Giants needed to score a run in that 8th inning to put Logan Webb back out there in the 9th. Eric Miller worked himself into trouble, but then was looking like he was starting to settle in and work out of it. And to me, Eric Miller's more of a strikeout pitcher than Spencer Bivens. So I thought the argument could have been there to left in Eric Miller. Of course, you're looking at lefty-righty matchups. Then my next option was, all right, if Ryan Walker is unavailable, give me Jordan Hicks. This is a guy that can throw near 100 miles per hour, can get you the strikeout when needed. But they talked about after the game how they did not want to bring him in mid-inning.
Yeah.
So my thought process was, all right, if it's not Miller, it's going to be Hicks. All right, if it's not Hicks, are we going to get a Tyler Rogers? I don't know. So, like, going through that process and that thought process.
Taylor.
Yeah, but again, I think they wanted to go righty-righty in that situation, so that's why they went Bivens instead. But to me, honestly, Bivens should have been like your 3rd or 4th option in that situation.
Everything we talk about pressing buttons and like it gets determined by the final score. It gets determined by what's happened, and obviously Bob Melvin's got to wear this one, man. And now you're talking about like, I don't want to say, well, listen, I've given up on the season 7 different times, and I still have firmly believed that even if they swept the White Sox, it was just basically to kind of entertain us down the stretch because they're not going to the playoffs. Like I just read, Susan Slusser had a story today about Elias Diaz, the Rockies catcher, is available.
Former All-Star.
Right, All-Star game MVP.
That's right.
MVP, brother. In that he's available, and she wrote in the story, she said, with a playoff berth in sight, comma. I was like, whoa. What? What do you mean with a playoff berth in sight? It's like, that's like when you're on the ship, those old days on the ship, and they had the guy in the crow's nest, and he's like, land ho, and the land's like, 50 miles away, whatever. It's like, bro, there's no playoff berth in sight. The Braves did lose last night to the Phillies. So they remain 5 games back in the loss column from the Braves. And the Mets are in front of them, too. The Mets are only 2 back in the loss column from the Braves. And right now, I just said it to you, the gauntlet begins, brother. This schedule, the rest of the way, if you just went 3-2 against the A's and the White Sox, you're not going to go play nothing but playoff teams the rest of the way, except for a brief respite against the Marlins.
I mean, think about how we broke down the schedule post-All-Star break. We were looking at the Rockies, the White Sox, the A's, and all these teams that were, quote-unquote, the easy, soft part of the schedule, and here are the Giants, 1 game above 500.
Once again, have we considered the fact that those other teams are saying, oh, we're playing the Giants? It's the soft part of our schedule.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to throw this out there, and I don't mean to be a total bummer here on a Thursday because I love Baby Fridays, and, I'm generally in a good mood because life is beautiful, is that this thing could go sideways fast, buddy. This thing could go sideways. That September could get ugly.
It can go sideways or it can go straight downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sideways / downhill.
Mm-hmm.
So sideways being a turn of phrase to mean downhill.
Yeah.
They could get beat up in September, and they could end with a really bad record. And with that, then change the Farhan narrative.
And it's something I want to look up. We probably should have done this like pre-show research. I'm pretty sure it's a pretty similar record to where the Gabe Kapler Giants were last year.
Right around now?
And we saw what happened down the final stretch when things went sideways / downhill last year for Gabe Kapler.
Sideways / downhill. It's the name of my next album.
Mm-hmm.
But Farhan's ID Experience.
But I guess that's probably our main takeaway and something that we can talk about throughout the show today is the difference that we thought we were getting with Bob Melvin with these gut decisions in games.
Yeah.
it doesn't matter who's pressing the buttons, whether it's Kapler or Melvin. Everybody's pressing the wrong buttons now.
One of the things that has annoyed me on social media is the people somehow turning this into a referendum that Gabe was frickin' Casey Stengel and Sparky Anderson's love child. Bro, did you watch the last couple of years? Oh, Gabe wouldn't do this. Oh, Gabe. I'm saying, stop. Don't press send on that nonsense. All right? They're all mediocre. The whole frickin' thing is mediocre. Don't act like Gabe was frickin' Miller Huggins.
Yeah.
All right, brother?
And there seems to be a common theme with whoever's coaching the squad.
Aha! But it is a Baby Friday, and it is a Thursday, and we do have a guest list coming your way, and we still have the 49ers Season Pass giveaway, and we're here, so let's enjoy it. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center. Ooh, my ass hurts. That's because the cushion's gone.
Ouch.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to share any new updates on Brandon Ayuk and or Trent Williams and to provide his contingency plans if either of those players aren't available for week 1. You can hear that full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com, and as well, stay tuned. John Lynch at 7:45 this morning.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's a swing and a miss, a fastball for strike 3. So he gets Lopez anyway. 1 pitch later, 3 strikeouts.
Swing and a miss. 4th strikeout for Logan Webb. Twice he's gotten Lopez. Benintendi knocked in a run from 3rd with a ground out to 2nd in the 1st inning. 2-2 the count with 2 down and nobody on, and there's a swinging strike 3.
Sheets will limp his way to home plate. Here's a swing and a foul tip into the mid of Casale. Strike 3.
Obviously, I mean, we're to the point of the season where you can't let games slip away, and it was a much needed win today to get the sweep, and we came out flat. It's plain and simple.
Damn, Logan Webb's been dropping bombs of truth all year. Remember back in May? Dog S, remember that? We have the Dog S in May, and now we have we came out flat, plain and simple, which is an indictment on everybody. For Bob Melvin, and it's an indictment on his teammates, and he's saying we're not a championship. We know they're not a championship team, but we're not even like a contending team. If in a game like this we're going to come out flat. He later on went on to say, there are games you have to win, plain and simple, and this is one of them. I mean, his quotes were very stark. And now he did his job. He tried to blame himself. He said, hey, I gave up a leadoff triple. That includes me, et cetera. So he did include himself in the quote. But for him, Marcus, are you surprised to hear him say we came out flat, plain and simple, basically calling out, I don't know, the entire sort of 2024 roster. Like this team doesn't know how to go out and win a game it's supposed to win.
Absolutely. I'm shocked that he said this because you're looking at a team that is playing one of the worst teams, not just in baseball this season, but a team that's on pace to be one of the worst teams in MLB history.
No, bro, on pace to be the worst team in baseball history.
A team that had 30 wins going into the game yesterday. And I threw out the stat yesterday that the White Sox are 0-74 when trailing after 7 innings. I know yesterday was a tie ball game, 2-2, so they still didn't break that streak. But that shows you everything you need to know about the White Sox not getting it done in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning. Something that the Giants have able to squeeze out a couple times this year. But it's just a terrible situation when you have a chance to sweep one of the worst teams in MLB history and you come out flat.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable.
Unacceptable. That's the word. How much you blaming Melvin? That's the question. How much you blaming Bob Melvin? A lot of people, 415-808-5627, a lot of people say this is on Melvin and his decisions to A, remove Logan Webb from the game, B, start the 9th with Eric Miller, and then C, finish the 9th with Spencer Bivens. I mean, it's on him right there.
I
yes?
think Bob Melvin deserves a lot of blame, and it's something that stood out to me yesterday being at the ballpark. Shout out Maria Lopez, hooked up me and young Tony with great seats behind home plate. Which, man.
In fact, young Tone, time for you to hop on right now. Tell us, how good were your seats, buddy? First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
How good were your seats, buddy?
Unreal.
Yeah. So we
Section
could see,
115.
So we're sitting right behind home plate, so you can see into the dugout. And as soon as Logan Webb finished that 8th inning on 5 pitches, me and Tony are talking like, oh, he's got to come back out for the 9th inning. They got to go score one more run for Webby so that they can win this game. But I look over at the dugout, and Bob Melvin was itching to get to that top step with the handshake hanging out there, telling Logan Webb that his day was done. And again, it's something that we mentioned in the first segment. It's the fact that it was predetermined that kind of bothered me. When we thought Bob Melvin was going to be a different type of manager to manage with his gut and make his decisions.
Yeah.
It's why I hate analytics so much, because analytics can tell you everything that happened prior to that game. They can't tell you what's happening in the game. You have to have that gut moment to see Logan Webb went out there and just escaped in a 5-pitch inning and is looking pretty damn good doing it. That's when you got to stick with your gut and make that decision to leave him in. That's the type of decisions I thought we were getting with Bob Melvin.
Yep, you're right. And here's Bob Melvin after the game asked, short answer, about taking Webb out of the game.
Any consideration to keeping Webb out for the ninth?
No, I think that was it.
Was there a conversation, or was he willing, or was it just...
Yeah, well, after the 7th, we were considering taking him out, and we said one more, so he knew that was it.
That's it. He just said no. That was it. I mean, again, wait, what?
And Webby spoke after the game talking about how they knew there was going to be a pitch count, how this was kind of the idea. But again, Michael Jordan went out there and scored how many points in the flu game?
Yeah,
we've seen athletes perform under these circumstances, and when I don't want to get over dramatic and say the season's on the line, but it seems like every single day it's life or death with this team because you got to put together a streak. I'm sure Webby would have been fine going out there, at least starting the 9th inning and seeing what happened, because what happened in the 9th anyways? Eric Miller started off the inning with 2 free 90s.
Yeah, at this point in time, you got to, I mean, I don't want to say toughen up Buttercup, or I'm not calling out Logan Webb.
No.
We know who he is, but we're just calling out basically the whole plan of like, yeah, we got to take you out. You got to keep going. You got two off days too. You can buy him another off day. So here's Melvin on the use of his relievers today. Cut K, Tony.
Yeah, the lefties at the first pocket, and then he was having a little trouble with the righties, and Bivens has been really good for us. We had 2 guys were dead. Tyler and Walk weren't pitching today, and we were probably going to use Jordan if we got to the next inning in a clean inning. We haven't brought him in a game in the middle of the inning yet.
Okay. Again, just, Eric Miller, Spencer Bivens, not the guys. Bob Melvin, did you expect to sweep the White Sox? Because we did. Because don't look at me if you're not sweeping them. Don't look. What do you got, Bob?
For sure, yeah. I mean, this was an opportunity for us to get 3 above. It's a big swing from, potentially 3 to back to 1 again, and now we're going on the road. So we really would have, we really thought we'd end up this homestand more than 1 game above 500.
Yeah, that's the other thing is if you include Oakland as a homestand, they just had 12 games in the Bay Area. They went 6-6. Yeah, they went 6-6, and that included 3 against Detroit, 4 against Atlanta, 2 against Oakland, and 3 against the White Sox. I remember saying at the start of the White Sox series, or the start of the this weekend, I said, you got 5 with the A's and the White Sox. I said minimum 4-1, and they went 3-2, and every one matters now. The difference between 4-1 and 3-2 is huge. If you're 3 games over, you're like, okay, there's a little tiny thin cushion before you go on this road trip to Seattle and Milwaukee. Now, as we said in the first segment, the cushion's gone, and Young Tone, my ass hurts. All right? Because you sit on a chair without a cushion, your ass hurts.
And usually when you sit on that chair, Murph, you have some urgency to get the hell off the chair and find a different seat. Where's the urgency with this ball club?
Yeah.
It's starting to get late early.
Yeah. I'm with you, buddy. Hey, here's another one from Bob Melvin on what's going on with this bullpen. And so why you have Tyler Rogers. Hey, what's up, Tyler Walker?
Hey.
Tyler Rogers and Ryan Walker not available. Cut N, Tony.
Yeah, it certainly is a product of that. It feels like every game's kind of close for us. So, it would be nice to be able to score a bunch of runs and not have to use some of these guys. I mean, the 2 of them are, tops in the league in appearances. So there are going to be days that they're not available. But we felt like we were in a good spot today to get through it. I felt good about Bivens. He's come in and done a nice job for us. He gets 0-2 and, just couldn't get the final strike on him. I guess the last pitch was probably a little bit more middle than he wanted it.
There it is. I mean, listen, not blaming Spencer Bivens has been a great story, but when you are pitching a guy in a critical game who was last seen hurling in some vineyard in France, that's a tough deal. You know what I mean, dude? Now he said something in that answer that's the real thing. We've been talking about the pitching and his decision. The real thing is the freaking offense. Yeah. That's the real thing, brother.
He scored 2 runs against the Chicago White Sox.
That's the real thing.
And look, Garrett Crochet is an all-star pitcher. He got pulled after 57 pitches in 4 innings yesterday, which absolutely peeved me and Young Tony.
They actually scored 2 off of him.
Exactly. And so you're going against one of the worst bullpens in baseball, and you can't scratch across a run.
I think it is the worst bullpen in baseball. Yeah. Why were you guys peeved Crochet was out? You guys were enjoying his...
We had some money on Prize Picks on Crochet over 4.5 strikeouts.
Oh,
he got 4.
Hey, at least you guys had a little juice going.
Yeah, we had some juice on the game.
A little adrenaline.
Yeah, but we were not happy in that situation.
So
and then we're even worse. We're even more pissed off that the Giants lose.
So wait a minute. You guys were like rooting for Giants to strike out.
Oh, Murph, I do this almost every night. I always pair up whoever's pitching for the Giants. We took Logan Webb yesterday and we paired him with Garrett Crochet. Because this Giants lineup strikes out more than anybody else. Let's just be honest with you. And so being at the game, it's like, all right, whether or not I bet on this or not, Garrett Crochet's going to strike some fools out.
Well, Giants struck out 12 times yesterday.
4 strikeouts in 4 innings, 57 pitch. I'm like, what are we doing taking them out? It's like a little league game, Murph. So I was not happy with that situation.
I've been haunted by that too. So, all right, let's get the guest list going on a Thursday, August 22, 8, 22, 24. Got some excitement here in the guest list. Sort of a symbolic change because the 49ers, baby, they come more and more into focus with every Giants loss. And tomorrow night at Vegas, 7 o'clock. You're not winging down for the game, huh?
No, I won't make it up to the Death Star for a preseason game.
Maybe you can figure it out. You're kind of a Vegas guy.
Yeah, I thought about it. If they would have done joint practices like they did last year when I went out to Henderson, I probably would have done it. But for a Friday night quick trip, no, I'm going to go see Slightly Stupid down at Shoreline instead.
Oh, nice. Very good. Swingers, of course. I told you we watched it last weekend. Vegas, baby, Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas.
You think we'll be there by midnight? Baby, we'll be up 500 by midnight. All right, what do we got?
Will the Giants be above 500 by midnight?
Baby, we'll be below 500 by Saturday. How's that? Vince, that's the new Vince Vaughn line. Baby, we're gonna be under 500 at midnight. Baby, we're gonna be under 500 by Saturday. What do we got, Young Tone?
All right, well, coming up at 7:15, we will talk to Susan Slusser, get her take on the Giants season. By the way, they were 65 and 60 on the same day as today last season.
Interesting, they played 4 fewer games, but Giants do have 2 off days coming up, and it all evens out. Again, I don't want to hear like, oh, you should have kept Kapler because of stop. Stop with the freaking ain't Tony La Russa in his prime.
Yeah, that same team that was 65 and 60 on this date last year finished 79 and 83, and Kapler got the Ziggy.
They were the portrait of mediocrity under Kapler, just like they are under Melvin. Like you said, there's only one common denominator. All right, so we got Sluss at 7:15.
That's crazy.
Yes,
the big hit is going to be John Lynch today at 7:45, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you say that? Niner GM John Lynch?
Big interview, 7:45.
Last time we got tons of run, man. Tons of run. We'll see what happens this year. You know what the tragic thing is? We talked to him last Friday. There was urgency. There was all. He's still not signed. It's now August 22nd, brother. Mm-hmm. I told you I was worried on August 20th.
Not much has changed.
Anyway, all right, but I'll be looking forward to talking to John Lynch.
We will get the latest on Ayuk. Cooler content at 8:15. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko at 8:50. And then a couple guys who played for the great Al Attles, Rick Barry at 9:15 and Clifford Ray at 9:30.
Now, that's awesome that you mentioned Al Attles. Now, that news broke at the very end of our show yesterday. So let's take a moment right now to reflect, too, on all the things people said and talk about the Warriors and the great Al Attles next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Bright and early on a Thursday morning, we have Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, you want to talk to us? Never too early to talk about what to do when you can't pay your taxes.
That's right, because some people were up all night last night staring at the ceiling, worried about what are they going to do when that IRS agent comes calling. Look, if you can't pay your taxes, you have a lot of company, but you have a lot of options, and we want to do everything for you. Now, first of all, that bill you got might be wrong. Lots of times the bills the IRS sends out is wrong. It's the first thing we do is check it. Is the bill right or wrong? If it's wrong, we fix it. But what if it's not wrong? What if you really owe the money? There's a lot of good options, whether we just pay part and they forgive the rest, or they forgive the penalties. That can save you a lot of money. Or if we get you monthly payments that you can afford. Now, this is a big one. Not what the IRS says you can afford, but what you say you can afford. Or they leave you alone till you're back on your feet financially. There's so many good options. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Perfect. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Now hold on, Attles has come out at Worden. Coach Al Attles wants Worden. Unsel's got Attles. He's pushing him back. Attles one on him. Worden was all over Rick Berry. Attles is furious. Now Bill Bridges has a hold of Unseld. He's trying to push West back. Joe Roberts grabs Attles, yanks him back out of the way.
Well, I tell you, this is a man's game out here. They're down 3-0. This way it's getting a little rough out there.
Coach Al Attles came right out after Reardon. Let's take a look at it. You'll see Reardon jump Rick Berry.
Yes, he will.
So good, man. God, it makes me smile. Hearing Brent Musburger in the 1975 NBA Finals there. Dude, I mean, Al Attles was such a badass that when he saw his star player getting roughed up, he took matters into his own hands. Dude, he stormed the court and fought Mike Reardon to defend his guy.
They say that people either have the fight or the flight instinct. Al was about that action.
There was no flight.
He was flying in to fight and to throw hands.
Zero flight on Al Attles, man. All fight. And we remember him. He died at the age of 87, late Tuesday night. We mourned him Wednesday morning, and it's well worth remembering because this is such a tough summer. Willie Mays, Orlando Cepeda. I mean, this is what happens. Obviously, this is life. But when there's moments you have to reflect and you have to pause on guys who made a difference. And Al Attles was a huge part of Bay Area sports history. He's in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, of course. And that 1975 title was for, a long time all the Warriors had until a guy named Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and those guys came along. And Al was around for that. Al's been part of the teams until the day he died Tuesday night. 64 years with the Warriors. And what was so great about Al was, number one, the fight. Like, you just love fighters, right? You always want a guy, like we're talking about the Giants. They don't have any fight in them, right? We need Al Attles in the Giants dugout. You know what I mean? Go out there and fight somebody. And if you ever dealt with the man, number one, his voice. I mean, if we could just dial up some interviews with the guy, sometimes, a voice can go a long way. Like John Miller's got a great voice, right? Dodger fans thought Vin Scully had a great voice. Mm-hmm. Al Attles had this, it was somebody described it as 3 octaves lower. It was Tom Meschery described it as 3 octaves lower than basso profundo. I don't know where it came from. It came from the well, like a deep well voice. So that was fun just to listen to him talk. You knew how tough he was. And then just the way he carried himself post-career. There was just, certain guys walk into a room and they class up the joint. There's just certain, it's almost indefinable. Like you either got it or you don't. Certain guys walk into a room, you don't even notice them, right? Other guys walk into the room, you're like, damn, that guy's got some, or as the kids would say, as my son would say, aura.
Yeah.
Al Attles had aura. He did. He had aura. Man, first of all, in style in the 70s, dude, give me the plaids, give me the open collars. I mean, a lot of people were wearing them, but when Al wore it, he looked that much cooler because if you didn't like it, he'd kick your ass.
Yeah, he'd say something about it. But, think about the fact that he could walk into any room and be able to relate with essentially everybody. Like, how big of a part it was for him to still be a part of this organization as someone who was a player for the organization, a coach, worked in the front office. Like, you want to talk about, connecting the dots and building the bridges between players and coaches in the front office. Al was the perfect guy because he's done it all.
I mean, honestly, he's the kind of guy you should have something named after him, whether it's a court or, the building, the Al Attles, practice facility or Al Attles Arena. Statue would certainly be well worthy of a statue, particularly because he was the coach of the championship team in 1975. And what's interesting is that team wasn't even as good as the next year's team. The next year's team won 59 games and lost in a crushing 7-game series to the Phoenix Suns. The previous year, when they won it all, they won in the 40s. I don't have it right in front of me. Was it 46 games, something like that? It was almost the same amount of wins the Warriors had this year. Wow. And they went on one of those runs, and they beat a great Chicago Bulls team and then swept the Bullets. By the way, don't forget, Warriors had to play those home games. Young Tullen, the Warriors had to play NBA Finals home games at the Cow Palace, brother, okay?
Tony's favorite venue for concerts.
Do you know why they had to? You ready for this? Because the frickin' Ice Capades were at the Oakland Arena.
The Ice Capades?
The Ice Capades.
Who the hell are the Ice Capades?
You guys down with the Ice Capades?
Absolutely not.
All right, young Tony, there we go.
Is this some Disney on Ice show?
Would you well, that's what you would call it, Disney on Ice. Yeah. But there was a time in American history where a touring ice skating show would sell out arenas, and you would just go. I think was part of the Ice Capades. Go ahead. Old heads, check me on this. With JoJo Starbuck, and she wound up marrying Terry Bradshaw. You know, like figure skaters were like America's darlings. Peggy Fleming out of Santa Clara. She was America's darling. Dorothy Hamill, she was America's darling. Christy Yamaguchi, who you and I hung with in Vegas.
Our Super Bowl friend,
Yes.
Christy Yamaguchi.
Remember that? We had a good chat with her on the Grand Prix or the Formula One track.
Yeah. What about Tanya Harding? Was she America's darling?
Dude, you don't, the young kid didn't know Harding and all that?
He did not know the background story.
Well, you should see the movie I, Tonya.
Yeah.
It's a really good movie with Allison Janney. But anyway, we digress. Here's Al Attles. He got inducted twice. He got a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Hall of Fame, which isn't the same as getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. And then later on, he got inducted as an all-time lifetime contributor. So he's had 2 ceremonies at Springfield, Massachusetts. That's how great his career has been. But here he was in his acceptance video all those years ago.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the Hall of Fame for this terrific honor. As a kid, I was given the nickname Brother because I was overly protective of my family. Later on, someone began calling me the Destroyer. The nickname stuck, but I have no idea why. But after graduation in 1960, I expected to become a school teacher. Yet I got drafted in the 6th round by the Philadelphia Warriors. I only took 1 pair of shorts because I thought the team would release me, but God had other plans. I never imagined my name would become synonymous with the Warriors throughout my 60-year odyssey.
Yeah, man, it's so awesome. Yeah, he went 5th rounder out of North Carolina A&T. Didn't think he had a chance. Said he went to the tryout, and he said after the first practice with like Wilt and all those guys, he goes, yeah, I can play with these guys. And then the Destroyer, because he would take you out on the court. 2 famous ones. There was one with a guy in Madison Square Garden, and I guess the New York Post captured a picture of Attles maniacally coming in on the guy. And I guess his mom, he grew up in Newark, not far from New York, and I guess his mom was at the game. She's like, I didn't raise you like that. And he said, Mom, I know. He said, I don't start him. I just have to finish him. You know?
Yeah, and like I think that was my favorite part of that clip is him saying, yeah, they called me the Destroyer. I don't know why they called me that. Like to Al was just being Al. He was just going out there and playing ball. He wasn't trying to destroy anybody, but he did.
Chris Mullen came on yesterday with Papa and Lund. You love to hear from Mully anytime. And so here is Cut A, Tony, his initial thoughts when the great Al Attles died.
You know, obviously sad news, but like you said, John, just I think it's a time to celebrate Al Attles, the man, the impact that he's had on so many people over, so many decades. And to me, I can't think of a more genuine, consistent, graceful, humble person I ever met in my life. And we're talking about, an incredible basketball player, very aggressive. You mentioned the Destroyer. But then, a championship coach, a player coach, a GM. You talk about, you said piloted. He did more than that. He made that transition from Philadelphia to the Bay Area, and then played every single role with the Warriors organization. And each and every day I watched him, each and every day do with class and humility, never once putting himself above anybody else, never judging anyone, always trying to make the situation better than it was, even when it was really not good. But he had this positive attitude. So just an amazing person. I look back on my life and, besides my parents and my siblings and, my close friends and things like that, Coach Carnesecca and Al Attles, 2 people that had the biggest impact on my life.
Yeah, look at that. Chris Mullen talking about and he's right, the dignity, he says it's lost. I don't know if social media is the problem or too much media or whatever, but like guys like Al Attles, he would have no use for any of that stuff. He was just too busy, as he said, carrying himself with grace and class and humility. And so it was just anytime you were around him, it was kind of a thrill. It was kind of a thrill. I mean, especially for those of us who were old enough. I mean, that's really my first online memory. 75, the Warriors winning that championship. Having 2 older siblings for me, you have 2 older siblings. It kind of accelerates you when you're a child. You kind of pick up on stuff faster. So the whole family was into the 75 Warriors. I was only 7 going on 8. Because I turned 7 later that year, or 8 later that year. But I remember it very well. We had an Al Attles poster in our downstairs TV room.
I was going to say, was your big brother a big fan of him?
Oh, huge. Yeah. I was texting with my brother and sister yesterday. We were talking about that poster. And we were trying to decide how that poster got there. And none of us could ever figure out the origin story. But my brother said my mom and dad, back before I was born or right when I was born, used to take him to games at the Civic Center. So the Warriors played in Young Tone. The Warriors played at what you now know as the Bill Graham Civic Center. You've probably seen some house music there.
Oh, he was just at like an
Probably
EDM
an
concert
EDM
outside
show.
of
Have
it.
you ever
Like,
gone to an EDM show there?
Inside and outside, yes.
inside and out.
Well, that's where the Warriors used to play. That's why when everybody was making a big deal about leaving Oakland, I was like, well, they were here first, right? Don't know that. But anyway, my brother said my mom and dad used to take me to back then it was just called the Civic Center or the Civic Arena. Bill Graham name came later. And he said, he says, maybe we got that poster there. He said, I'm not sure. He goes, but we certainly used to go watch The Destroyer. Nice. And for some reason, my mom, who's a very demure lady and sweet little Italian lady, I don't know why she liked Al. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe she thought he was sexy.
She liked The Destroyer.
She liked the little Destroyer.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Hey, you got to let mom like The Destroyer, right?
Yeah, let mom be mom.
Somebody wrote in and said, 707 said, is Draymond the new Al? And this is not a knock. I don't want to rip Draymond here, but the answer is no. Because Draymond is out of control, right? There's time. Al was never out of control. Al did what he had to do. He chose his moments. He didn't, get suspended for 25, 30 games.
It wasn't stomping on chest or putting people in chokeholds.
Guys would get into fights and not get suspended too. So, but anyway, I just wanted to remember some of that. Al Attles is just such a great Bay Area figure. And like I said, anytime you were around him was a real thrill. It was exciting, you were like, God damn, that's Al Attles. And he carried himself so well. Just, again, it's that certain generation. That generation was different. They were more composed. They were more together. They were more gentlemanly. They really were. But if they had to kick your ass, they'd kick your ass. And that's what he did. So anyway, wanted to get some of that in. Later on, Rick Barry and Clifford Ray will join us in the 9 o'clock hour. Nice. That'll be awesome. All right. After that nice tribute to Al Attles, we're going to get pissed again. At the Giants. All right. Logan Webb, Bob Melvin. So I guess our question is this. Are you guys really blaming Bob Melvin? Is he really the problem at 808 KNBR and 415-808-5627 at the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials? Is that honestly where you're at right now? Or no? Let's get real. It goes deeper than that. Next on The Sports Leader.
Later on, someone began calling me the Destroyer. The nickname stuck, but I have no idea why.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. We've already told you how awesome that new Pier 39 location is, but now we talk about getting back to school. So yesterday, our high school went back. Today, the middle schooler goes back, and now schedules get crazy. So Amici's can help because on the busy schedule, you're picking up here, you're dropping off there, you got practice, you don't have practice, do your homework, get a half-baked pizza. Because as well as getting Amici's pizzas fully cooked, you can get them half-baked, and that solves the calendar problem because you can slide it into your oven whenever you're ready. It's finished cooking in less than 5 minutes. So, to celebrate the wacky schedules of back to school, for the rest of August, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's gives you 20% off that pizza. I'll say it again. Any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, 20% off that pizza. So, the ultimate, ready when you want it, back-to-school meal for your family. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Any consideration to keeping Webb out for the ninth?
No, I think that was it.
Was there a conversation, or was he willing, or was it just...
Yeah, well, after the 7th, we were considering taking him out, and we said one more, so he knew that was it.
There was already a question mark on me going out for the 8th anyways. I think there was stuff going on throughout this week, but I'm fine. But, yeah, I mean, kind of jokingly said if we score a couple, I'll go back out there. But I was kidding, and, you know, obviously I want to go out there as many innings as I can, but I think it was kind of predetermined, honestly, before the game that there was going to be some sort of pitch count. And
there it is, man. The anatomy of a disastrous loss to the Chicago White Sox yesterday, 6-2. I mean, I don't even think did the White Sox show up yesterday looking to win? I think the White Sox are just, they're 1-2-3 Cancun, right?
I mean, have they been looking to win all season long? Me and Tony were trying to figure out why Garrett Crochet is only throwing 4 or 5 innings every outing. I think it's because he gives them such a good chance to win that they got to pull him after 4 innings because they're trying to tank so badly.
It's so bad. Talk about it's a getaway day. It's a day game after a night game. They're done. They don't care. The Giants are playing for their very lives. I mean, there's every single reason in the world to handle your business in this game. And for some reason, here we are at 6:54 on a Thursday morning. And good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Young Tony behind the glass. You can see everybody on YouTube and Twitch. How do they find everybody on YouTube and Twitch? They go to YouTube at KNBR 1045. Is that it? And KNBR.com and the KNBR app. There, we've checked all those boxes.
Yeah, but we want to remind people that you're not allowed to look at Murph today because the Giants did not sweep the White Sox.
Don't freaking look at me, man.
Turn his camera off, Tony. Turn it off. I don't want anybody looking at Murph this morning.
Specifically for the Giants. But, yeah, no.
There it goes.
I said on Monday morning after they had lost they won Sunday, didn't they? Did they win Sunday's game? I forget.
Good question.
Yeah, because they won because they won. They had a little win streak going.
They had something going. Yeah,
a little 3-game win streak going. And I said, listen, if you don't sweep the White Sox, don't look at me.
Yeah, and that's why we should update the audience. If you are watching on YouTube, Twitch, or the KNBR app, Murph's screen has gone completely pitch black. He is doing the rest of this broadcast in an Aaron Rodgers darkness retreat.
Can you get a font up that says "Don't look at me"? Can you get that?
Can we get
spell a font
Don't
at
even
him?
think about Murph.
Anyway, that black part of the screen is going to tell you that through tomorrow, we still are doing our 49ers season pass giveaway contest. Still have a chance to qualify to win 2 tickets to every 2024 regular season Niner home games. At least that's a team trying to win a championship. All right? Every person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the 49er team store, and then your name goes in the drawing for the grand prize. How do you do it? You hear the Tim Ryan cue to call. You can't mistake it. You know the deal. And then be caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. So what's today's hour? 9 a.m. 9 a.m. So plan accordingly.
9 a.m. for the Niners.
Well, after they follow your advice and rip off the knob, then there's no reason they can't win.
Yeah,
right?
the knob should have already been ripped off. Your car should always be locked in on 680 and 104.5 FM.
There you go. So anyway, back to this don't look at me of this stupid loss. So the White Sox are playing for nothing. Logan Webb's on the mound going for 8. And yet here we are at 6:56 in the morning saying Bob Melvin is the problem. That's what I saw a lot. So I've seen to. So I'm asking you guys at 808 KNBR, sort of our mini big hit here. Are you really blaming Bob Melvin for a 65-64 season right now?
I don't think he deserves all the blame. Now, he definitely deserves some blame. At the end of the day, he's not the one who went 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position yesterday. He's not the one stepping in the box and not producing with runners in scoring position throughout the entire season. but there has been some mismanagement of the bullpen. I mean, we can dive into 2 or 3 different threads, whether it's not letting Logan Webb pitch the 9th yesterday, going with Eric Miller and Spencer Bivens instead of a guy like Jordan Hicks.
So you would have started the 9th with Hicks?
I would have started the 9th with
Even
Hicks.
with lefties coming up?
I mean, we get so obsessed with the lefty-righty matchup. Jordan Hicks showed you the other night. Well, he did close the game, got a little wild, but was able to close it out. If you're not going to use Ryan Walker, I would say right behind him, you'd be using Jordan Hicks. Hell, in that situation, I would have loved to see a Camilo Duvall, but now he's sitting down in AAA down with the Sacramento Rivercats.
Actually, I'm not sure I would have wanted to see Camilo Duvall.
In a strikeout situation.
He could have easily spit the bit there, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, this is Monday morning quarterback, but like to get to Spencer Bivens in that situation, to me, was the 3rd or 4th option. And again, I'm just so sick and tired of looking at the lefty-righty matchups. Like, we have even talked about the lineup yesterday and like playing someone like Casey Schmidt at DH instead of Michael Conforto because there's a lefty on the mound, but only for the first 4 innings.
Yeah, Casey Schmidt is rocking. Oh, he got it up over 200. He's at 214
Well, congratulations. And I get it. Everybody will say, well, Marcus, the analytics say you got to play Casey Schmidt. It's a righty-lefty matchup. Really? Do we? When Casey Schmidt's hitting 214 this year.
Well, he just got it up to 214.
Yeah, congratulations, Katie. I just looked at his numbers. His splits this year, 178 versus righties. We know he can't hit a slider. 256 against lefties.
Okay.
So maybe that's the reason why they went with him instead of Michael Conforto. But let's look at the splits this year of Michael Conforto, who actually has better numbers against lefties than righties. He's batting 237 on the year, has a 215 average against righties, has a 312 average this year against lefties.
Are you serious?
I'm looking right at the numbers.
Great digging there, buddy.
He's hit 13 home runs this year. 8 off of righties, 5 off of lefties.
Interesting.
And you don't have him in the lineup yesterday. Instead, you have Casey Schmidt and you have Encarnacion out in right field.
Is there a Crochet? Perhaps is there any history between Crochet and Conforto that's bad? I don't know.
And I get it. Garrett Crochet is one of the best young upcoming lefties in the game. But when Bob Melvin is sitting there postgame saying, look, we did our scouting report on Garrett Crochet. He's only going to throw 4 innings. You know who the first 2 relievers who came in after Crochet? 2 right-handed pitchers that would have lined up perfectly for Michael Conforto.
I'm with you 100%. Well, we can ask Bob Melvin. I believe he's joining us tomorrow morning from Seattle, his old town where he managed up in Seattle. The Mariners, by the way, having their own problems.
Yeah.
They can't hit. They got smoked by the Dodgers. I follow enough people in enough different cities that some of my Seahawks follows are really upset about the Mariners right now. Like Brock Heward, Mina Kimes, people like that. They're really upset about the Mariners.
They can't hit, yeah.
Yeah, they can't hit.
Kind of like the Giants. They got pitching, but no offense.
Okay, there's a lot of texts in on this topic here right now, so I'm going to see what you guys are saying right here. It's at 858 starts by saying, I'm a Padres fan. All right, there's a Padres fan. Just like QB. Did you ever know QB1 Lucas here when he was here?
Yeah, shout out QB1.
He was the Padre fan.
I ran into him a couple times.
He was a Padre fan. I was like, bro, really? I'll tell you what. Maybe one of the most remarkable things in baseball in the last X number of years has been the revival of Petco Park. Like that place for 20 years was the sleepiest, nice park. Make no mistake. Wonderful park. Love it. Really do. Have a good time down there, the whole deal. But that was a nice, sleepy place to go in there and just run the Giants shop. You can just run shop down there. Now, bro, the revival of Petco is one of the biggest stories in baseball in the last several years. You don't go in there looking at Petco's popping now, bro. The mariachi band, when they break up the mariachi band, it's over. You got no shot.
I mean, we joked about this a bunch, whether it's the mariachi band, whether it's the Friday night in those ice cream uniforms, whether it's the fan fest that looks like Day on the Green out there with hundreds of thousands of fans. Padres fans have bought in because of what the franchise has done, signing superstars in the offseason.
Talk about going for it, right? The ultimate non-Farhan thing, like Farhan with these marginal move after marginal move after marginal move, and the Padres are like, blank that, go big or go home.
Yeah, we'll sell the farm system for Juan Soto.
The Padres are literally that old shirt, you can't run with the big dogs if you pee like a puppy, right? They're that old weightlifter shirt, you know what I mean, dude? No pain, no gain, all those cliches we used to have. That's the Padres, God bless them. Now, has it brought them a World Series? No, but it certainly has revived the community down there.
Absolutely.
They're excited. Like, they wake up every morning excited to go to the yard. We wake up, you're going because Maria Lopez gave you good seats.
Absolutely. I'm excited that I know Maria Lopez.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Hey, and John Lynch, Niner GM at 7:45 today.
Let's go.
Mark your calendars. Rip off that knob. Okay, so anyway, 858 says, I'm a Padre fan. I generally like Bomel as a manager, but the runner in scoring position problem is exactly what the Padres experienced under him last year. I'm not sure it's all him, but something's going on there. Okay, all right. Now, 408 says, Bomel cannot be evaluated with this team They cannot hit. Farhan Zaidi, now that's a different story. 214 says, I said it before and I'll say it again. Melvin could not win with an all-star team in San Diego. What makes anyone think he can win here with a mediocre roster? Well, that's an interesting take. Now, 2 years ago, they were in the NLCS. So, I mean, that's by any measure, that's a pretty successful season.
Yeah, and I saw a text earlier this morning. It was like, don't you guys remember the collapse that Bob Melvin had last year with the Padres? It's like, no, the Padres actually got hot last year and ended with a better record than the Giants down the stretch.
That is correct. And Bob Melvin's record in Oakland, he's won a lot of games. Now, again, I'm not saying the guy's Bruce Bochy or anything, but...
Yeah, but to the texter's points about how could he win with a mediocre roster, he did it with the Oakland A's. Yeah. So that's why we thought him coming over with this talent, with this roster that I think we all agree is better than last year's roster, that they would be more successful.
650 says, unfortunately, as long as Farhan is in the building, common sense baseball will not be back. It will always be analytics. That's 650 Joe. 707 says, you asked for blame. I blame everyone. Ownership, Farhan, the coaching staff, the players. They've embraced mediocrity for too long. Players have to produce, coaches have to coach and make the right moves. 408 says, Bob Melvin is part of the problem with the Giants, but he's not the only problem. Can you please cue the Farhan chuckle? 214 says, let's see what happens with Melvin. Give it a couple more years. Boch's 07 Giants were not good. That's very true. No, his 08 team was profoundly depressing. Boch's first 2 years here were tough. Oh. They were really bad. Mm-hmm. It's a good little history lesson because they were not good in 07 and 08. They were really bad. And somebody else brought up on the text line, and so many texts have come in, I've lost it, but it was way down there and said, don't forget, Bruce Bochy got run out of San Diego. Padres fans hated him. They ran him out. And his first 2 years here were bad. So, I mean, apples to apples, oranges, whatever. It's not. Every situation's different. But the fact of the matter is, Bochy did not succeed when he first got here.
Yeah, but I would say that Bob Melvin, I think, is more highly touted at this point in his career than when Bruce Bochy joined the San Francisco Giants.
Bochy had gone to a series in 98.
98, yeah, true. But, I mean, Bob Melvin, by the time he got here, he's already got a couple Manager of the Year awards.
209 says, Melvin challenged the team and protected his ace. His team failed him. The runners in scoring position situation is pathetic. You can't score more than 2 runs and rise to the challenge to beat the worst team in baseball. I mean, really, honestly, it is the offense.
Yeah.
They are, since in the last 12 games when they went, they are the 29th. They've scored 3 runs per game, which is 29th in baseball. And their runners in scoring position is 29th in baseball.
They scored 2 runs yesterday after their ace, Garrett Crochet, came out in the 4th or 5th inning. Like, to not score any runs against his bullpen, that's the bigger problem. And I truly actually believe if the Giants did have a 3-2 lead or even maybe a 4-2 lead going to that 9th inning, that Logan Webb would have came out and pitched the 9th inning.
It's interesting.
Now, again, I don't know. That's just my speculation. They said after the game yesterday it was predetermined, but I think after that 5-pitch inning, if you have the lead, you send Logan back out there.
Yeah, I sent him back at 93 pitches. Why? I mean, I guess they say he's got a respiratory illness. He's fighting something in his chest. But it's kind of like you got to kind of play. I'm not calling out Logan Webb. He's one of the great Giants of the last 10 years. But you kind of got to go gut it out, right? And why do Bob Melvin and Brian Price protect him like that? 619 says, I said it back in May when Bob blew the game with bullpen mismanagement in Boston, Philly, and Pittsburgh. We will lose crucial games down the stretch because Bob Melvin does not know how to use a bullpen. 707 says, well, someone's to blame, and if Kapler was the reason and took the blame last year, then that Melvin can this year. 707 says, Zaidi is the problem. Leave Melvin alone. All right. 747 says, Bomel is not on the top of my list of complaints, but I have come to realize that Gabe Kapler runs a bullpen better than Bob Melvin does. Do you agree with that?
Are we sure about that?
I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, but I got to say, I'm disappointed with how Bob has managed the bullpen this year. Like, I thought that was going to be one of the bigger upgrades.
It's been pretty. My general take on the bullpen is it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but also they have like the most appearances in baseball. Like maybe you're relying on overusing them a little bit, which is catching up. I mean, first half of the season, Luke Jackson kept on being thrown out there. I know people weren't happy with those decisions. Yesterday was an obviously like a blister on the resume of Bob late in games. I just thought it was going to be different versus what we saw last year that felt so like predetermined with the scripts and the lefty-righty matchups. But again, here we are this morning talking lefty-righty matchups and more analytics.
I mean, let's be honest, guys. It goes beyond Kapler. It goes beyond Melvin. Mm-hmm. It's the way Farhan Zaidi runs the team. That's it. That's the answer. It's not, I mean, yeah, you can place individual games Bob Melvin you can get mad at. Individual games Bob Melvin you can praise. He's probably won some games. He's probably lost some games. There's a general level of mediocrity, whether it is and again, I'm going to just two guys come to mind who I like. I like them. Lamont Wade and Mike Yastrzemski. I like these guys, but these are like cornerstone positions where you need more production. You need big stuff. There's just across the board. They've never if the Giants came to town and you were visiting, if you were living in Cincinnati and the Giants were in town, who would you go see? There's nobody to go see. Matt Chapman to play third base?
Yeah, to me, you're looking at pitcher matchups. You're trying to see Webby. You're trying to see Blake Snell.
Obviously.
That's who you want to see.
And Farhan there are times he's done things like, I'm glad he signed Blake Snell. I liked the trade for Robbie Ray. I liked a couple of trades, like dumping Mitch Haniger for Robbie Ray was a nice move, a really nice move. So he's not, it's not like the guy's atrocious across the board, but in general, I'll go back to what I was saying. He's a number 2, not a number 1. There needs to be, we talked about Alex Anthopoulos in Atlanta and the guy Preller down in San Diego. These are big picture macro guys who are there to build a winner. And their number 2 guy, Farhan, will find you little marginal guys on the side.
To your point, he'll find you a Mike Yastrzemski sitting in the Baltimore Orioles system at 27 years old.
To be your number 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's the thing. He'll find you a Lamont Wade Jr. in a trade for Sean Anderson. Those are moves that are good moves. But it's also moves that I think Farhan holds a little bit too close to his chest, saying, look, I found these guys. I'm never going to give up on these guys. Yeah. And that's where he's kind of been reluctant to go out and get a bigger name, a bigger bat to fill in those positions.
650 says, Giants haven't traded for a slugger since Kevin Mitchell, which goes back to my guy Al Rosen. Nobody talks about Al Rosen enough. Freaking love Al Rosen. That guy had balls. He had cojones. Remember, I was playing golf yesterday and talking to two guys about Sergio Romo, Coach Jim and Coach Eric, and they were like, man, what's Romo like? I'm like, he's a trip. I'm like, if you ever met Sergio Romo, you would be blown away by how tiny he is. And I was like, and to think what he accomplished in the big leagues, I said, well, it's like Bochy told us on the show. Yeah, it's amazing what you can do when you have cojones. Remember when he said that too? Well, that's what I think Farhan lacks in his building of a team.
Yeah, and it feels like, again, there's not really that killer mentality. There's not a sense of urgency. Again, you're telling us you want to be a playoff team, but then you're dumping Jorge Soler at the trade deadline, and you're having problems scoring runs offensively.
Now, if he was here, he might say, I tried to sign Aaron Judge. I tried to sign Bryce Harper. I tried to sign who was the other one? Who am I forgetting? Who's the third one, the big one?
Where you going?
Giancarlo.
Harper,
no, there's another
Stain,
one, too. There's another one.
Carlos Correa, the failed physical.
But anyway.
Shohei Ohtani.
The
list goes on and on and on. I mean, that's great, Murph, but I tell my mom all the time, I'm trying to get married. I'm trying to get you some grandkids. Guess what? I'm still single.
Wait a minute. You're trying to get married and give her grandkids?
Oh, come on. Go with the bit, Murph. Go with the biff. All right? I'm not really trying to get married and have kids. Come on. I'm riffing here. I'm riffing.
Theater of the mind.
Yeah,
Theater of the mind.
I'm trying to marry Jessica Alba. I can say I tried.
Is she taken?
I don't know if she's taken. I'm still trying, though.
Is she with...
Soccer's got a goalie. You can still score, Murph.
Is she with Timberlake?
Is she?
Isn't that right?
I don't even know.
Isn't that right? Alba, Timberlake?
We'll have to look that up.
Anyway. All right, guys. Everybody's pissed. Happy Thursday. John Lynch at 7:45, but Susan Slusser, the soothing sounds of Susan Slusser, and she wrote about the Giants trying to go get Elias Diaz, and she said, with a playoff berth in sight. I was like, really? Really? All right, Susan, we're going to wake you up with our anger next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, if you get those cojones, it's amazing what you can accomplish.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
Really, the only thing about the Giants right now is we get to talk to Sluss every week and get the Style Council. Perk up our Thursday morning. Susan's brought to us by River Islands. Of course, the good people at River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Bright and early, Sluss. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
You're great. You're better than the 65 and 64 Giants.
Hey, I get to head to Seattle. What's not to like about weekend in Seattle, right? A couple day games, some dinners out. Is there baseball involved? Oh, wait.
You've come to that point in the season where you're just talking quality of road trip city, right? Forget the baseball. Yeah.
Yeah, you said it.
And it's a beautiful time of year up there too, so you'll enjoy that very, very much. Susan, the Giants aren't going to make the playoffs, right?
I don't think so. I mean, this was a stretch where they really had to do a lot of damage, and they did minimal damage, let a couple slip away. It was not a great homestand, and now they really start to head into some of the nitty-gritty. It's disappointing, but this is what they are, right? They have been unable to move more than a game or two above or below 500 for so long here. This is what they are. Everybody's like, do they have an identity? I think this is their identity. They're a 500 team. You know what? In the modern age, maybe you make the playoffs as a 500 team. It's going to happen, but it's not. Is it what you want? No, definitely not.
Yeah, and it feels like yesterday was another wasted Logan Webb performance. Susan, if you could peel back the curtain a little bit and tell us what Logan Webb is dealing with physically, and then also give us your thoughts on the decision to not send him back out there for the ninth inning.
Yeah, he was dealing with a little bit of illness, and I think that they just don't want to, he's got it. The one thing you can say about this Giants team is that they have one of the best workhorses in the modern era of baseball. Logan Webb will take the ball anytime, anywhere, and he wants to go deep, but they have to keep him healthy. And when you're sick, you're going to be more prone to potentially injure yourself, and why push it? So I'm fine with that. You can never fault. If you're going to be careful with anybody, it should be Logan Webb, 100%. And if he's not quite right, that's the day to be a little extra cautious. I got no problem with that. And, bullpen usage, everybody's always, it's so much second guessing, but you also have to manage your bullpen. And, it doesn't always work out right. At some point, the relievers also have to do their jobs. And Eric Miller's been very good all year. Going to Spencer Bivens, I don't know necessarily if that's the right call, but that's hindsight, right? It's not necessarily the easiest part of the job.
In general, could you compare Gabe Kapler's use of a bullpen to Bob Melvin's use of a bullpen? A lot of our listeners are checking in on that.
Well, I think that certainly the communication is maybe a little bit better. Guys seem to be in the bullpen, seem to have a better understanding of when and where they're going to be used. And I do think when a guy is down, like Ryan Walker was yesterday, they know ahead of time. And I think the fact that Bob Melvin does not move off of that, I think is a good thing. It's very disciplined. If a guy's been told like, hey, okay, you've been pitching a ton, you're not feeling your best. These are conversations that happen before every game, and not suddenly going like, okay, we need you in there. I think that's probably overall a good thing. Are they Giants in a situation where they have the luxury necessarily of doing that often? No, but it sounds like Doval is going to be back soon. The bullpen is an area of strength for this team. I hate to bash the bullpen. I think the bullpen usage, just look at the numbers, by and large this year has been pretty good, and they've been very good. And there's an awful lot of talent out there. When you see a guy go in and you go, okay, I get what you're doing, and then it goes south, I don't have a problem with that. It's when you're like, wait, what? This doesn't make any sense. And there might have been a little bit of that yesterday for some Giants fans, but at the same time, just look at the numbers for both Walker and Tyler Rogers, and then they're off the charts. These guys, it's a little bit like Logan Webb, right? These guys have been doing the job, and their workload has been extreme. So, sometimes caution is really the smart way to go. Just tough when it's a team that is really clinging to try to stay on in the race and not really doing it.
You mentioned Camilo Doval's name. I was just looking at his game log. He's gone 4 straight scoreless outings with the Sacramento River Cats. Are there any updates on his return, and do you think that he will return to that closer role?
I think he'll return. I think Ryan Walker is the closer probably for the time being, and it wouldn't surprise me certainly the rest of the way this year, assuming full health, et cetera, and decent performance, which I think we expect. Next spring, maybe it's a horse race. Maybe, they kind of throw it open, or maybe they move Doval in a deal this winter. Ryan Walker, for me, really is a very nice fit there, and he's done the job. Camilo was not getting it done, so he's got to earn his way back into it, but I think he's done enough, certainly, to come back to the team. The question isn't necessarily the results. It's, is he throwing quality strikes? Is his pitch mix what they are looking for, or is he, kind of veering off the plan? These are the things that, we're not seeing necessarily in the box score, but Melvin's saying, look, it's looking good. He's going to be back here very soon. So I assume that they're very happy with what they're seeing with what he's done.
Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle on her way to Seattle. Giants off today, take on the Mariners, who have their own offensive issues, but a great pitching staff. Should be a low-scoring tilt up there, a low-scoring weekend up there in the Emerald City. But, Susan, the big picture, macro, the Giants fired Gabe Kapler at the end of the year because 500 baseball 2 years in a row wasn't good enough. Here we are a year later, almost exactly the same. It's like everything about it feels the same. They can't hit with runners in scoring position. They're around 500. Some of their pitching's pretty good. Some of it isn't. It's like same song, same, what is the old thing? Same verse, second verse, same as the first, whatever I'm trying to say. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss, whatever I'm trying to say. My point is are you seeing this? And does that mean that really it's ultimately how Farhan builds his teams? Because we're seeing the same thing 3 years in a row here?
Well, I do really think that they needed to go out and get a big bat of some sort at the trade deadline. I think the trade deadlines these last 2 years are areas you can point to and say probably not quite enough. I mean, Giants players last year were saying we really needed, more of a boost. I think they probably could say that this year too. They needed a bat. Clearly the offense has been the biggest issue consistently throughout the year, and the inability to hit with runners in scoring position, which that's no guarantees, right? You bring in anybody and it could wind up being just more of the same. But sometimes when you bring in a big bat, it just lifts everybody, and the entire lineup gets better, and guys see better pitches because a couple guys start hitting, and then it starts to roll. They've never gotten on a roll. There's really just never been a stretch of the season where you feel like more than one or two guys in the lineup is doing much of anything. So for me, they really needed to add. And I love Mark Canha. He's a nice piece, but they needed an impact bat, a real impact bat, an everyday type guy. Those aren't easy to get, sure, but that's what they needed.
Yeah, and Susan, to me, it kind of seems like it doesn't matter who the manager is. You're still going to see that style of almost platoon-based lineups from the San Francisco Giants over the last couple of years. And yesterday was a heavy right-handed bat lineup. Now, obviously, they're facing Garrett Crochet, one of the best lefties in the league. But to go with the decision to have Casey Schmidt at DH over someone like Michael Conforto, again, I understand the lefty-righty matchups, but you look at the splits from Conforto this year, he's got a .312 batting average against lefties, and 5 of his 13 home runs are against left-handed pitching. So how does that decision happen to go with someone like Casey Schmidt over Michael Conforto?
Well, some of that I think had to do with particularly Crochet's pitch mix, which I think was really a bad fit for Conforto. I mean, there's some really you can get pretty deep in the weeds if you start looking at trends and how guys do against certain pitchers and all of that. I'm not sure that was the best match for Conforto. And Schmidt has been inconsistent, but he is a guy who at times has hit the ball pretty well. Conforto, honestly, has been as erratic as just about everybody else in the lineup. So look, I'm not making excuses for anybody. I think the entire roster is a little lacking when it comes to offense. So it's almost splitting hairs some days when you go why is this guy in instead of that guy? Well, you look at the overall numbers, there's not really that much of a difference on some days. And most teams are going to platoon unless you're, say, a Dodgers or Yankees where you've got such a stacked roster of position players where you can run out guys every day. When you've got guys who are either not performing that well or who are sort of utility guys, you're going to have a lot of days where you're really heavily platooning. The Giants are not at the place where they have a bunch of – they're trying. They keep saying they're trying. We want a full lineup of everyday guys. This is what the goal is. They're yet to get there.
Last one, Susan, last minute here. I'm just looking. I just looked it up. Jorge Soler's hot. His last 15 games, his OPS is over 900. His last 7 games, he's on a major heater. He's hitting 353, OPS over 1,000. So the trade obviously will be scrutinized, but it was for Marco Luciano, and now he's obviously gone, and we know his stats and everything. I guess this is a long way of saying, what do you think Marco Luciano's future is at this point?
Yeah, the problem, is really he just doesn't quite have a position. He's not quite a fit at shortstop. Like you see him and you go like, maybe he's probably a second baseman. They have a second baseman, at least for now. I'd love to see him play there more and maybe sort of be the Estrada heir apparent or a utility type guy. I do think, and look, hey, the media's a little complicit in this, right? You love it when GMs, execs, anybody make big sweeping statements about this is why we're doing this, this is why we're doing that. But it has not worked out several times here in pretty high-profile cases with young Giants players. They hand the third base job to David Villar, and that went south pretty fast. Joey Bart's the heir apparent to Buster Posey. That doesn't work out. I don't think it's all that helpful for these young players to put things like that on them. And we're kind of seeing that with Luciano. This one, you go like, well, okay. They also acquire Canna right after that. And then Gerard Encarnacion comes up and has a really nice week, some very good at-bats, and looks like he's useful. That's what it was about. It was less, anything to do with Luciano really than these two other pieces then were added who were doing better. I would have sent Luciano back down earlier, in fact, were I them, to have him ready in case of I think Luciano is going to hit in the big leagues. I just don't know where he plays.
And then ultimately it ends with you in Seattle, dining at a fabulous restaurant after a beautiful day game. That's what it ends with.
Yeah, I mean, in my world, sure.
No, I just wanted it on a positive note. All right, have a great trip. I know you love it up there, and it is beautiful. So have a wonderful trip. Thanks for the time, Susan.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fabulous. Thanks, guys.
There she is, Susan Slusser, and it's dead ends everywhere you turn, guys. Okay, enough belly aching about the Giants. John Lynch, Niner GM at 7:45. Don't go anywhere on the Sports Leader. Bigelow tea. You know you love it. Soothing, beautiful Bigelow tea. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. You know the deal. We grab it here in our little break room. A stack of Bigelow tea. I get the English breakfast, get me going. I love all the different flavors, though, because it's soothing, tastes so good, and takes care of those vocal cords for somebody who lives behind the mic. So look no further than my cup of Bigelow tea next to me in the studio. Grab a mug full of your big favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Let's start off with the obligatory. Anything changed in the Ayuk situation?
Oh, so much has changed. No, I'm just joking. No new updates. I'm sorry to keep being boring with that, but I wish I was saying something different, but nothing's changed yet.
How's his back?
From what I hear, he's still working through it.
Man, oh man, August 22. No Brandon Ayuk. So he will not be out there tomorrow as this bummer summer continues. I mean, trying to just bring this thing to an end and get ready for the Jets. Grant Cohn, everybody's favorite. I love Grant. You know, he's like a little brother to me, man. He had a great tweet yesterday where he just kind of wrote down what we've all been thinking, and that is the amount of people, the amount of Niners that have not played this summer. And it was just like seeing it in written form was crazy. It was like, here it is. When the Niners play their season opener, the following players either won't be on the field or won't be in football shape. This is their season opener. Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, and Ricky Pearsall. I mean, that's real. Those are key players who have not been on the field or will, if they do play, will have not been in any kind of training camp rep situation.
Yeah.
Other than that, go team.
Yeah.
Right?
Other than that, it hasn't been a summer bummer at all, or a bummer summer, as we've been saying.
I mean, man, oh, man. It's so you heard Kyle right there. There's no progress on Ayuk, none. So this is going to be one of these things where he signs at the last second. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to deal with a season where he's – and then next summer, we're going to be going through the situation where he talks about, 2024 was a tough year for me. I wasn't in good shape. Because he'll come to camp and say, no, I'm in good shape. I've been working out. But we all know from experience that it doesn't work that way.
Yep.
You can't just step on the
We've been down
field.
this road with Debo. We've been down this road last year with Nick Bosa. Both guys were very vocal about how they did not show up in shape, and it took 4 or 5 weeks of the season for them to really get going. It feels like we're going down that same path, not only with Brandon Ayuk, but also Trent Williams. But it is a fair question to ask. How many reps would Trent Williams be getting right now? But still, you want to get some reps in before the season starts.
Good question from Tolbert to Shanahan about, what's the backup plan? And he just goes ahead and says, Jawan Jennings, although Jawan, I think, has missed some time with a little bit banged up, and then mentions Chris Conley and mentions Jacob Cowing. I saw Nick Wagner had a report yesterday that Jacob Cowing had a really good practice. I mean, you start planning, like, what's the eventuality if you don't have Brandon Ayuk? So here's Shanahan cut Q, Tony, on what would happen if he's not available.
Well, that's what we got everyone competing for right now. We have Juwan, who's done a lot of good stuff for us here over the years. He's kind of, when guys are healthy, he's always majored as our slot receiver. But we've used him outside too. He's always been capable of being outside, and he's a guy that we'd like to, he's probably the first we would look to because, he has been our number 3 receiver since we've been here. And at times in some big moments, we've used him like a number 1 guy. Juwan's had, he's battling some, hip soreness and some ankle soreness right now, so he wasn't able to go last week. Chris Conley's had a hell of a camp. He came on strong for us last year, did a hell of a job for last year, and made a number of plays going into the playoffs, and in the Super Bowl. And he's been on a lot of teams too where he's done it for a while. And then we got these rookies who are all pushing that I know will be there eventually, but they're a little behind the 8 ball with their injuries, but they're guys we believe in, guys who are made of the right stuff. And then we got a lot of depth here with just guys we brought in from other teams who have made other teams before. We have guys that have been on the back part of our roster that are trying still to do that again with Danny and Ronnie Bell and things like that. So we'll see how it plays out. We usually get 5 up for game day, and if BA's not there, we'll plan on using all of them.
Man, oh man, if BA's not there, it could go into the season. I mean, Chris Jones did that last year with Kansas City, but Chris Jones is Chris Jones.
Yeah,
he's a little better than Brandon Ayuk. So that's what we'll ask John Lynch about. Like, are you getting to the point now where he wouldn't play week 1?
Mm-hmm. Which is a possibility. Then we start talking about Jacob Cowing or Chris Conley.
Or Jawan. But he said Jawan
Jennings
is banged up a little bit too, though. Man, oh man.
I mean, it's a decision they got to make. We were talking about that wide receiver room the other day, whether that 6 spot's going to go someone like Chris Conley, Ronnie Bell. I mean, he's a guy that's still out there. I mean, there's a bunch of question marks about this roster.
Yeah, and by the way, reading one of the updates, just kind of reading the tea leaves, like Danny Gray, 3rd-round pick, this might be the end of the road for him.
Yeah, I think when you saw the 49ers invest not 1 but 2 different draft picks on 2 wide receivers who have 4.3 speed, that essentially shows me that they're showing Danny Gray the door.
All right, all stuff to talk about with our buddy John Lynch, who will be joining us at 7:45 sharp. So we want to get on the clock, get right, and spend a good conversation with 49er General Manager John Lynch before the Niners play their final preseason game tomorrow night in Vegas at 7 o'clock and then the Monday, September 9 opener at Levi's against the New York Jets. John Lynch next on The Sports Leader. River Islands. All right, let's get out to Lathrop. I go out there, hung out at the boathouse, ice cold beer, watched a game. You go around, you see everything good. What's new out at River Islands? Northern California's best-selling master plan community. The answer is everything. We got to brag about River Islands High School, man. Come on, be true to your school now, said the Beach Boys. The fourth charter school within the River Islands community. The campus is large. The classrooms are modern. Great technology, new tech. And how about the high school baseball team playing at Islanders Field, beautiful Islanders Field. 6 new home neighborhoods, celebrating grand openings in August and September. Wide array of home design sizes, huge kitchens and home offices, and lots of bedrooms and luxurious baths. And best of all, the pricing starts in the low 600,000s, tops out at just over $1 million. An enormous new park is opening this month with playing fields, picnic areas, and amazing playground design for all kids. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? It is. Start your tour at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, we always enjoy our weekly hits with 49er GM John Lynch. Is proudly sponsored by Fieldwork Brewing Company. With 8 locations around Northern California, fresh beer is always right around the corner. Man, 7:45 too early for a Fieldwork pint?
It's never too early for a beer, Murph.
Take one, too. Given the Ayuk negotiations, you might want to get one for John, too.
Yeah, we'll grab a couple. I'll get a round. First round's on me, John.
All right, we're jumping in. We got to get right to it. Uma guest line. John, first of all, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, John.
What's up, fellas?
Well,
hey,
yeah.
And thanks to the folks at Fieldwork. I got a nice delivery yesterday. I got a nice card right in front of me. I haven't seen the beer yet, but I guess it's down with Corey Rush and his crew if they haven't drank it all yet. And very responsive by our guys at Fieldwork. I'm excited to taste the sponsor.
Yeah, you will enjoy. And hopefully soon you'll be celebrating a signing of Brandon Ayuk. So, we're going to get this out of the way early, and then we'll move on to the team. Just right now, we talked to you last Friday. What's the status this morning, Thursday, August 22?
Yeah, I'd love to make some good radio, but unfortunately, guys, it's, I think Kyle said it yesterday. There's really not a lot of updates. I can tell you that we've continued to be in communication, just haven't nothing to report there. So just going to leave it at that, and we'll continue to work on it. And the same thing with Trent Williams. No updates there. Good communication with both the players and their representatives, but just haven't made any breakthroughs, and so we'll leave it at that and focus on the other 90 guys that are here and doing really great things on the field.
John, in terms of Brandon Ayuk, can you guys say to him, we want you to play on your 5th-year option?
I'm not going to get in all the details. I think we're in a tenuous and time where everything that is said can be examined and all that. So we're just going to leave it at that. No updates and continue to work. I know fans are eagerly awaiting, and the season's right around the corner. I can tell everybody this. We feel the urgency to get all our players back. We're very excited about our team, and those are 2 guys that have been a big part of us, a huge part of our success. So we'd like to have them both back in the fold.
Do you guys have a deadline date of when you like to get these contracts worked out with both Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams?
Last month, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is.
So is week 1 now in question for both guys, particularly Ayuk? We know Trent's a veteran and that position is different. But would you say that you've gotten to the point now where it's gone so long that week 1 availability would be in question?
No, we're not there yet, but we're getting close. I mean, it's right around the corner. So we're going to continue to try to work things out, and, we'll see where these things go.
Yeah, last question about BA for me, John. We saw the wide receiver market explode this offseason with guys like Justin Jefferson resetting the market. Is it possible that the situation in Dallas with CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys is factoring into the negotiations with Brandon Ayuk?
Well, I think everything factors into the situation, and so that's the market in general. That's the market at his specific position, and so it's fluid, and that's what sometimes makes these things difficult. And our own constraints, because we've rewarded so many of our players, what we can do, how we value people and things of that nature. So everything is a factor, and that's what makes it a difficult solve, is that there's so many variables. But we've done a great job of that in the past, and we'll continue to. And it's frustrating that we haven't had that breakthrough yet, but we'll remain encouraged and remain focused on our players that are here and doing really, really good things.
And then the last one for me is, last week you did use the phrase ample time. Is that no longer applicable? It's not ample time left?
I mean, everyone knows when the kickoff date is, and we feel good about our team. Said it many times. We'd love to have those 2 in the fold, but we like our group, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, on to another receiver who's in the news, and that's Ricky Pearsall. How would you characterize are you guys frustrated or impatient or patient and not frustrated with his injury status?
We're patient and really, really excited about Ricky and his development. And rookie at any position coming in is a tough leap. And then at wide receiver in this offense, it's a lot. But Ricky can handle a lot. It's not ideal, to say the least, that he's been off to the side. The good news is Ricky's been able to run and do all these things, but with the type of injury he had, the time up front was critical to allowing for the best result. And so we've been giving him that time. He's been deep in the playbook. He's been in all the meetings. He's been doing his rehab vigorously. Ricky's a worker, and he's a very talented football player. So we've been doing the best we can given the circumstances. Ricky's been excellent in doing his part, and I think it's going to be soon where we can get him back out there on the field and really try to accelerate the process. He's going to be a big part of what we do, and we're as high on him as we were when we were drafted or higher. And when he's been out there, it's been really good. Unfortunately, he's ran into a couple of injuries, and those things happen, and you have to have the patience. It'd be foolish just to rush him saying, hey, we have to have him ready. He's a rookie. Well, that's not real smart if he's not going to be healthy. And so I appreciate Kyle and his staff allowing us the patience for the health and performance staff to give kind of the markers as to when he's ready to get back out there. And I know he's getting close to being back out there on the field.
Jacob Cowing is another rookie wide receiver that I want to ask you about, John. Showed some flashes this past weekend in the second preseason game of the year. What do you think about his skill set? How does he factor into the return game possibly? And where do you think he ends up in this wide receiver room?
Cowing's explosive. We knew that coming out of Arizona. He's a really good football player. I think he can add a dimension to this team. He's got a long way to go. Some health with some hamstring issues early in camp. But now he's stacking days, and you're starting to see the talent. I mean, I thought we saw it really illustrated well in a game versus the Saints, catching punts and doing really well fielding the punts. I know talking to Brian Schneider, our special teams coach, he was loving the fact that we were playing the Saints, who had an Aussie right foot punter, so you're going to get every type of spin. You got a left foot punter, and then you had swirling wind, and Jacob, passed that test with flying colors. That's a way he can contribute right away. But we saw him, running routes, on the short, intermediate, and then we saw the deep ball that he caught. We saw jet sweeps. We saw him in there blocking. We require that at our receivers, and he's not the biggest guy, but he's got a lot of fight to him. And so it was a really good debut, preseason game for Jacob, and he's got a long way to go. But, man, I think everyone saw how explosive he can be, and he can help us right away.
Talking to John Lynch, 49ers general manager, president of football ops, as the Niners get ready to take on the Vegas Raiders down in Vegas Friday night, and then the Monday night, September 9 opener. We discussed Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall. This rookie class seems to be getting some buzz amongst everybody's down at practice every day. Obviously, the Pearsall injury is a bit of a bummer. But the DBs I wanted to ask you about, and it's so important now, that third corner, that slot corner is so important in today's day and age. Basketball on grass, so many receivers. So is Renardo Green in the mix there? How would you characterize your cornerback depth chart?
I think it's as good as it's been since we've been here. Obviously, the two studs that we roll out there with Charvarius Mooney Ward and Diamador Lenore, those guys have been tremendous in camp. I think even raised their games to a different level. We really saw Mooney Ward take a big leap. Diamador's been solid since he's been here, but his offseason has just been tremendous, playing at a really high level. Darrell Luter's a guy we drafted last year, really doing well. Renardo, we drafted in the second round, and, man, his competition, that's what we saw on film. He likes getting up in people's faces and competing, and that's what he's done since he's arrived here. We've put a lot on him, asking him to play inside in the slot and outside, and that we knew that might slow him down early, but we thought we put the work in, and then he has that versatility during the year, and he's been awesome handling all that. He's a very talented football player. We still have Ambry Thomas, who's going to start the year on IR with the broken forearm. Sammy Womack, and Rock Yassine's a veteran who's played football. So we've got a deep, really strong group man, it's going to be a great asset for our team. But the rookie class you mentioned, we're loving this rookie class. They got to go do it. They haven't played a game yet. I think when you look all the way from Ricky Pearsall down to Tatum Bethune, our 7th-round pick, and everybody in between with Mustafa and Cowing and Pooney, obviously, Evan Anderson, a free agent. I mean, guys are really – this class is going to be something special, I think, for a long time, and have a really good feeling about the group.
John, it's felt like the last couple of seasons there's been a lot of attention on the backup quarterbacks with the San Francisco 49ers. Not as much attention this offseason, but there is a QB2 battle going on right now between Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen. I thought Tanner Mordecai showed some good flashes on Saturday, too, or last Sunday, excuse me. How would you break down the backup options behind Brock Purdy in that QB2 battle?
It's been interesting to watch, Marcus. It's been really good competition, and it's funny. It's like a horse race. One pulls ahead, and then the other comes. And Dobbs has been really good in these preseason games. I think everyone's seen that, and probably better than he's been out on the practice field. And hopefully now that starts translating in the practice field because the confidence he's gained and the time on task in our system. He's bounced around a lot from team to team in the last calendar year. So I think now settling in, he's done really well. Brandon Allen's a guy we have a lot of belief in. Mordecai, at the end of practice yesterday, there was a ball thrown to Jacob Cowing. I thought it was Purdy. It was such a beautiful ball. I look over, and it was Tanner Mordecai. So we got 4 strong options there, and we like them all. So I'll leave that to Kyle and his group. And I think this preseason game, everything is evaluated, every practice is. This last preseason game is going to allow that to sort out even more. And it's really exciting. It's a good development for our team.
John, the only thing that kind of caused people to have a little lump in their throat with Brock Purdy was him playing behind the non-starting offensive line for the most part and getting chased around a little bit. Do you guys do you have a little regret about putting him out there in that situation? How did you evaluate it?
Yeah, I didn't. I think first of all the motivation came from Brock. He wanted to get out there. He wanted to be a part of the operation. I think probably from last year, not having an opportunity to play in the preseason, you want to knock off that rust. And there at some point, guys, you got to get ready. It's a challenge to play in the NFL, and you can't play scared. You gotta go. And I think back to my day, we used to play a lot of preseason. I remember my first preseason game lining up, and there was John Elway, probably at 34 years old, he's out there. And Dan Marino was in the second, and Jim Kelly in the third. So, I think everybody is so, and I get it, everybody is so concerned. And Brock was behind our starting. Colton McKivitz was lining up. Pooney, who has really earned that role to this point. Brindell was in there. Zakels was at left guard because Banks is out. And then Jalen Moore has really acquitted himself well. So it was a bummer as the game got closer. Some of the skilled guys kind of got nicked up, and so he was out there. But Brock wanted to be out there. We felt safe with him out there with the offensive line, and I think he got great value out of it. So I know a lot of people examine that, but we'll never play scared. We always try to play smart, and we made a calculated decision, and he got better from it.
All right, John, we know you got to go, but I know you come on the radio, and it's more fun to just kind of shoot the breeze and talk, and we have to grill you about this Ayuk stuff. It's not that much fun. Are you having any fun?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got a blessed life. Every time I walk in this building, I feel blessed that I have the opportunity to be a part of this organization. We've done a lot of really good things. I want to do great things. I want to win championships, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to put the foundation in place. The guys are putting the work. I'm so proud of the type of people we have in this building, on this roster. And, I keep saying it, but I'll talk to my counterparts throughout the league, and they say, man, we'd love to have the problems you guys have. You guys have a lot of great players, and we know that. We're cognizant. We also have a lot of great people, and these things will sort themselves out. And, I have to remind myself of that every now and then. I have to have a field work brew every now and then to remind myself that it's all good, and it is all good around here, and we're going to have an outstanding year. I'm confident in that. And I appreciate that you guys have a job to do, that everyone has this much interest in the Niners, and it's time to roll.
Yeah, everybody wants to get done. Everybody wants to watch the best football players out there. I know you got to go, but did you ever meet Al Attles?
No, I didn't, man. But I watch a lot of Warriors when I can, and I just hear the reverence that people talk about him with. So I know when people whom I have great respect for talk about a guy like that with that kind of reverence. Seems like he was a special guy, and I did see that he passed yesterday. So, say some prayers for him.
Yeah, he was. You would have loved him. Pure class, pure dignity, and oh, by the way, a lot like you, very classy, very dignified. But if you need to go hit somebody, he'll go hit somebody.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, John. We sure do appreciate it. We'll look forward to the next one because then it'll get real. So enjoy your trip to Vegas, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, John Lynch. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, well, let's discuss here. To me, so what I took away from that right away was not the part about no update, and you could tell young Austin, who's out there tweeting, it was the part about the timeline. You could sense now when you asked him about the deadline, it's a good question, and he was like, yeah, we're getting to that point right now. And he said, week 1, we're not there yet, but we're getting close.
I asked him about the deadline, and he said, yeah, last month.
Yeah.
To me, that tells you everything you need to know about how stressed out that John Lynch is over the situation. Or maybe stressed out is not the right way to put it, but the fact that they've been wanting to get this done. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just lingering on, and now we're getting to the point where this could linger into the regular season.
Yeah, and he brought up that fact. He said we're getting to that point. Remember last week he said both things. He said there was an urgency, and he said there was ample time. He kind of said both, but now it said, because that was August 16th. It's now August 22, and nothing's changed.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ayuk will be ready to play week 1, and I don't know how long this is going to go. So you could hear that right there, that's now the situation. And also, I think you got something there when you asked him about the CeeDee Lamb situation. I think his answer was yes. He was a long way. He goes, well, everything factors in. Yeah. And that, to me, spending years in studying GM speak and coach speak, that's him saying, yeah, the Lamb situation. That's my interpretation.
Yeah, that's the way that I kind of looked into it as well, because for the last couple of weeks, since the trade report came out last Monday where they said there was something in place between the Steelers and the 49ers, obviously it seems like that trade is not going through now. So we've been asking the question, what's the holdup? Is it the price tag? Is it the length of contract? And I've thrown out this idea for a couple of weeks now. I think Brandon Ayuk is waiting for one last Hail Mary for CeeDee Lamb to reset the market. That way, him and his agent can sit down with John and the 49ers and go, look, the market's moving up. Once again, yesterday's price is not today's price, and maybe trying to get a couple extra $1 million.
I think that's a plausible possibility for sure. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. How you guys feeling? I know I've been saying it all summer. It's a bummer summer. Ayuk's out. Trent Williams is out. Ricky Pearsall's been hurt. It's interesting that the writers keep talking about this really strong rookie class, and I think they mean after Pearsall, because second-rounder Renardo Green is showing well. He might be on the field. Who knows soon? Third-rounder Dominic Pooney sounds like he's going to be the starting guard. Kyle referred to him as the starting right guard.
Yeah, it was interesting listening to Kyle's conversation yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, which is available on KNBR.com if you missed the full podcast, and him talking about Brock Purdy playing behind the backups. And he goes, yeah, well, our starting right tackle's out there. Our starting center is out there. Our starting right guard. And I was like, whoa, starting right guard. Did he just drop a nugget about Dominic Pooney getting that starting job?
Well, it makes sense. Feliciano just had knee surgery, right? And Burford's a guy that I don't know if they've lost faith in him, but they've been looking for a replacement.
Tacos didn't come.
Right. And so it sounds like Pooney's the guy. And then he got all that love. On the film was lauded coast to coast by those who go on Twitter and study film.
Yeah, I mean, last weekend alone, he handled 30 pressures and didn't allow one pressure in 30 pass blocking snaps last week alone.
Yeah, so that's real good. And then fourth rounder Jacob Cowing, he's been showing. So boom, 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 second, third, and fourth. And then obviously Ricky Pearsall, if you think. Now, he was still, somebody wrote in and said, I'm getting Jalen Hurd 2.0 vibes. Somebody texted that in. Like, don't put that out there, buddy.
No, I don't want to go down that road.
Don't put that out. That was a guy who never got on the field.
Never. And a guy that they had big plans for maybe being in a Debo-type role.
So I'm thinking about that opener against the Jets, buddy. And I mean, I remember the schedule came out. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's a win. Dude, I'm feeling differently right now. I mean, the Jets are coming in. They had their own situation, though, with Hassan Reddick, right?
Yeah.
And they haven't traded him.
They got some contract issues. Yeah, he still hasn't stepped on the field yet.
See the footage yesterday of Aaron Rodgers throwing a 50-yard dime to Garrett Wilson?
No, I did not see that. Actually, I did, and I also saw a photo of our good friend Mike Silver sitting down with Aaron Rodgers. Sounds like he's cooking up an interview ahead of that Monday night matchup.
Doing their Cal Golden Bear connection there, too. Just like Mikey took a picture with Tom Brady. Mikey will do that. Mikey will sidle up to an A-lister and take a picture. Heck, I think his avatar is him with Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend of The Who.
Mike Silver's a superstar.
He really is fun. He's always been very brash. He'll make sure to insert himself into any situation. I think he had one with Lady Gaga for a while there, too.
Man.
All right, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 808-5627. 650 says maybe CD is waiting for Ayuk.
Ooh, a little showdown, a little standoff, man.
I don't think so, man. 925 checks in and says, I'm more concerned with how we thought Purdy was as playing behind a backup line. He made it seem like those were the starters. Well, like we said, there were 3 starters out there, right? McKivitz, Brendel, and Pooney.
Yeah, but also the quote that kind of shocked me hearing that same kind of speech from Kyle Shanahan yesterday. He said, yeah, maybe our left and right tackles will be our starting tackles this season. Jalen Moore should not be your starting left tackle. Of course, that's worst case scenario if Trent Williams doesn't show up week 1. But him just dropping the fact that Moore might be your starting left tackle is not a good sign.
Well, he's been out there. He has played in some games, and he's acquitted himself okay. But, yes, no, it's not ideal.
Okay, yeah.
510 says, thank God Juwan Jennings became what Jalen Hurd was supposed to be. Listen, Juwan Jennings is rising up. The longer we go on this whole situation, even if Ayuk does sign at a certain point and he isn't as effective or isn't in game shape to get out there, Juwan Jennings, now he's got a hip soreness. I don't know if he's going to play tomorrow. Kyle said yesterday on Tolbert and Copes, I think the starters are going to play a fair amount.
Yeah, I wonder which specific starters, because I would not expect to see Christian McCaffrey out there. They essentially ruled him out for the entire preseason. We know that Ricky Pearsall's not playing tonight. Kittle, Debo, do those guys get back on the field? I mean, I guess there's question marks. I mean, we really haven't seen any of the starters all preseason.
Yeah, for sure, man. 925 says the vibes around 49er camp is weird and a bummer. And this is a guy's a Packers fan. Meanwhile, up in Green Bay, the boys are hungry. He's a Packers fan. He texts us on occasion.
Hey, the Packers are going to be good this year. Man.
Just a little bit. Yeah, they should be. They should. The whole NFC North is actually quite fascinating. It wasn't until J.J. McCarthy went down. Just quickly, just to recap, if you just got in your car, good morning. We just had John Lynch on. He came on Thursday this week because they're traveling Friday, or they have a game Friday in Vegas. So we asked him a couple questions about Ayuk, and I asked him about playing on a 5th-year option. You know, that's been something people have said. Can you just play? Why not just tell him to play on a 5th-year option?
Yeah, I'm not going to get in all the details. I think we're in a tenuous and time where everything that is said can be examined and all that. So we're just going to leave it at that. No updates and continue to work. I know fans are eagerly awaiting, and the season's right around the corner. I can tell everybody this. We feel the urgency to get all our players back. We're very excited about our team, and those are 2 guys that have been a big part of us, a huge part of our success. So we'd like to have them both back in the fold.
Okay, and then Waterboy asked him, is there a deadline? Is there a deadline, John Lynch?
Do you guys have a deadline date of when you like to get these contracts worked out with both Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams?
Last month, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is.
It's pretty funny. There's a little frustration in
Almost
that.
Almost hit us with it is what it is.
Yeah, right. And then we asked him, is week 1 in jeopardy for Ayuk or Trent Williams?
No, we're not there yet, but we're getting close. I mean, it's right around the corner. So we're going to continue to try to work things out, and, we'll see where these things go.
We're not there yet, but we're getting close. And then finally, Marcus asked him about, is the CeeDee Lamb holdout affecting Ayuk and his weight for CeeDee Lamb's contract?
Well, I think everything factors into the situation. And so that's the market in general. That's the market at his specific position, and so it's fluid, and that's what sometimes makes these things difficult. And our own constraints, because we've rewarded so many of our players, what we can do, how we value people, and things of that nature. So everything is a factor, and that's what makes it a difficult solve, is that there's so many variables. But we've done a great job of that in the past, and we'll continue to. And it's frustrating that we haven't had that breakthrough yet, but we'll remain encouraged and remain focused on our players that are here and doing really, really good things.
There it is, man. John Lynch. All right, everybody. Well, we'll continue to do that later on today with Maddie Mayoko at 8:50. How about that? So, but Cool Earth content always provides us, including, speaking of football, I think Marcus has found his favorite Raiders fan out there. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Are you having any fun?
Yes. I have to have a field work brew every now and then.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to qualify for the 49ers Season Pass contest. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring our guy Tim Ryan. There are only 2 more days left, so tune in today during the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to qualify.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Do you guys have a deadline date of when you like to get these contracts worked out with both Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams?
Last month, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is.
Great answer, too. Yeah. Last month.
I think he heard me chuckle a little bit. He's like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Incredible. So there you go. John Lynch joined us, 49ers, Raiders tomorrow night. You excited for that one, by the way?
I'll be tuned in. I'm actually going to record it and watch it on Saturday because I'm going down to a concert Friday night.
Nice. Very good. Enjoy that. The 49ers and Raiders, to me, I still get a tiny little charge of seeing those two uniforms on the same field.
It's the Battle of the Bay all over again, Murph.
Well, before we called it that nonsense stuff, it was just the 70s.
Yeah.
Like every preseason game was the Niners and the Raiders. Every preseason, I'd be like, yeah, there's the Niners and the Reds. What you do? Then we had an unfortunate incident at Candlestick that canceled it for a while, but it's back. And it's even with the Raiders in Vegas, having been in L.A. and Oakland and Vegas, it's a good-looking game.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking game.
And it's always, interesting to look at it through this scope, especially after last weekend and the Giants and the A's having their last Bay Bridge series. But even to this point, to this day, the Raiders have been in Vegas for 4 or 5 years now, and there's still beef between Raiders and 49er fans. That's why I still think there's going to be a friendly rivalry between A's fans and Giants fans.
It's been 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, they played the first season 2020.
God bless it.
Pandemic season, that empty stadium.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to do you have the Death Star soundbite on your board?
It's not on my board. It's in the system. Tony can find it, though.
Welcome to the Death Star. Yeah.
Where our opponents come to die.
All right. So listen, we're going to play more John Lynch for you guys because it is time to get into the Niners. Matt Mayoko at 8:50. And so, yes, of course, Ayuk. Yes, of course, Trent. And yes, of course, no updates. Nothing's happened. He wouldn't bite on anything, whether it was the CeeDee Lamb holdout. Although he did I interpreted his answer to CeeDee Lamb holdout affecting the market for Ayuk as a yes. That's what I interpreted. And it makes sense, too. But the other thing is the other players, like, for example, Brock Purdy playing behind what we perceive to be a makeshift O-line, but he said no, and Kyle Shanahan said this yesterday too. No, they had 3/5 of their O-line starting. Colton McKivitz, Jake Brendel, and Dominic Pooney. So Shanahan yesterday called Pooney the starting right guard, which makes sense. I mean, Feliciano had surgery, and Burford hasn't been getting the reps. Pooney's the guy getting the reps. 77. Number 77 in your scorecard, number 1 in your heart. So here was John Lynch's answer, fairly long answer, about were you concerned playing Brock Purdy behind a line that seemed makeshift? And like Kyle, he said no.
I didn't. I think, first of all, the motivation came from Brock. He wanted to get out there. He wanted to be a part of the operation. I think probably from last year, not having an opportunity to play in the preseason. You want to knock off that rust. And there at some point, guys, you got to get ready. It's a challenge to play in the NFL, and you can't play scared. You gotta go. And I think back to my day, we used to play a lot of preseason. I remember my first preseason game lining up, and there was John Elway, probably at 34 years old. He's out there, and Dan Marino was in the second, and Jim Kelly in the third. So I think everybody is so, and I get it. Everybody is so concerned. And Brock was behind our starting. Colton McKivitz was lining up. Pooney, who has really earned that role to this point. Brendel was in there. Zakels was at left guard because Banks is out. And then Jalen Moore has really acquitted himself well. So it was a bummer as the game got closer. Some of the skill guys kind of got nicked up, and so he was out there. But Brock wanted to be out there. We felt safe with him out there with the offensive line, and I think he got great value out of it. So I know a lot of people examine that, but we'll never play scared. We always try to play smart, and we made a calculated decision, and he got better from it.
It's funny to say that back in the day, every starter's playing preseason games, and that has changed dramatically, obviously. It's almost like the same way baseball analytics have changed. NFL preseasons have changed so much, where the Sean McVay rule, where he just didn't play anybody.
Yeah, but it's also the approach that other teams are taking against you. Like, you might be playing some of your backups, especially on the left side of the line, but the New Orleans Saints had starters out there. They had Chase Young going one-on-one against Jalen Moore, which to me is not a good situation to put Brock Purdy in.
Lynch says Jalen Moore, quote, acquitted himself well. Well, I mean, up for debate.
Yeah, and we all know he's a downgrade from Trent Williams. I mean, almost every tackle in the league is a downgrade from Trent Williams.
He said on Pooney, he has earned that spot. He said at this point, he kind of left a little wiggle room on that. But we anticipate this guy to be out there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be your starting right guard. And then also my second takeaway from that clip is him saying, at some point, these guys need to play. Well, to our point earlier, Christian McCaffrey has not played. Ricky Pearsall has not played. Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk has not played. The list goes on and on and on with guys who have not played yet. Now, of course, some of the starters could be on the field tomorrow night against the Raiders. But he's talking about getting these guys reps and needing to play. They skipped out on joint practice, and most of their starters haven't played this preseason.
And Bosa hasn't played, right?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No Fred Warner.
Hargrave has not?
Off the top of my head, I would say the answer is no. It feels like there's been just backups out there.
Yeah. Or Warner, you're saying.
Yeah, I haven't seen Fred Warner out there.
Right. So I'm curious about the linebacking situation. We can ask him about that next week. But we did ask him about Ricky Pearsall. Now, to me, this is a problem. I told you guys I'm doing my little boomer bust needle here, and I'm starting to lean a smidge towards bust.
The needle's moving.
I'm not calling him a bust. He hasn't played any games yet. But what I'm saying is
preseason.
First summer stinks. It hasn't been a good summer for this guy right out of the gate.
You can never make a second first impression. And Ricky Pearsall so far is not making the greatest impression because he's injured and not on the field.
Can't make a second first impression, and you can't make the club in the tub. One of our favorites, right?
That's the key.
Well, here he defends Ricky Pearsall. Now, of course, but he could be frustrated, but he didn't. In fact, he almost stridently said he thinks things are going well with Ricky Pearsall. Cut G, Tony.
We're patient and really, really excited about Ricky and his development. And rookie at any position coming in is a tough leap. And then at wide receiver in this offense, it's a lot. But Ricky can handle a lot. It's not ideal, to say the least, that he's been off to the side. The good news is Ricky's been able to run and do all these things. But with the type of injury he had, the time up front was critical to allowing for the best result. And so we've been giving him that time. He's been deep in the playbook. He's been in all the meetings. He's been doing his rehab vigorously. Ricky's a worker, and he's a very talented football player. So we've been doing the best we can given the circumstances. Ricky's been excellent in doing his part, and I think it's going to be soon where we can get him back out there on the field and really try to accelerate the process. He's going to be a big part of what we do, and we're as high on him as we were when we were drafted or higher. And when he's been out there, it's been really good. Unfortunately, he's ran into a couple of injuries, and those things happen, and you have to have the patience. It'd be foolish just to rush him saying, hey, we have to have him ready. He's a rookie. Well, that's not real smart if he's not going to be healthy. And so I appreciate Kyle and his staff allowing us the patience for the health and performance staff to give kind of the markers as to when he's ready to get back out there. And I know he's getting close to being back out there on the field.
I keep saying close. He said that a couple times, but he's not playing tomorrow night. No way, no how. So he will go into his first NFL week 1 with 0 preseason reps. I don't even know if he'll be up week 1.
I mean, it's a good question to ask. I mean, we can follow up with John Lynch in a week or two, but it goes without saying. He's missing valuable reps, especially in the absence of Brandon Ayuk. This is when you build that bond in chemistry with Brock Purdy. But out there, Brock Purdy last weekend didn't have any starting wide receivers unless Jacob Cowing somehow sneaks his way into the conversation. And John Lynch did have some good words to say about Jacob Cowing.
Yeah, it's true. And well, listen, Cowing plus. He's got on the field, made plays. You've seen it, right? And even the punt return game too. Yeah. God, how long has it been since the Niners had a good punt returner? It's been a while. I know a lot of people go back to Kyle Williams, unfortunately, against the New York Giants all these years later. But I don't know, man. I'm a little more concerned about Pearsall than John Lynch's quote. Now, one guy's the GM who's in the building, another guy's a radio idiot who's sitting, 45 miles away. But the macro is we haven't seen the guy, and he's not even practicing. So
yeah,
no
I wouldn't
bueno.
say I'm overly concerned, but it's obviously a bit of a red flag when your first-round draft pick isn't healthy enough to get on the field when we're now days away from the start of the NFL season.
510 checks in and says the Niners might start the season 0-1 SMH. Yeah, they very well might. Do we have a spread on that game now still?
Ooh, last I saw was 49ers -4.5, -5.
It opened at 6.5, right?
It did. And shout out to everybody who jumped on that line early.
Am I talking to someone who jumped on that line
You're
early?
talking to a guy that's been talking a lot with the guy down the hallway about throwing action on that game, yeah.
All right, so anyway, more John Lynch coming your way later in the show, but we do have Matt Mayoko at 8:50, and of course, I promise you guys the cooler of content stuff coming your way, including Raider fans, some funny stuff there, but also Al Attles remembrances with legends, Rick Barry and Clifford Ray, 9:15 and 9:30. That's pretty awesome. Those are some big names. So thanks to John Lynch for hopping on. Boy, Fieldworks getting their money's worth, huh?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Sending some field works to us, too.
Sounds pretty good to
Where's
me.
that beer at? Did Mike Holder get a hold of it?
What's the earliest you've ever cracked a brew? And that doesn't count staying up all night. I mean, from throwing your feet on the floor, from waking up in bed, throwing the blanket off you, then putting your feet on the floor. How fast?
Oh, I was going to say, like on camping trips, I wake up, I pop out of the tent, and I go straight to the cooler. But like in a real-life environment,
no, that counts.
I would say maybe earlier this year at 58 Social, where we had a blind pig at about 7:25 in the morning.
But on camping trips, you go to the cooler right out of the gate?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You wake up and you start drinking.
So my buddies and I, we go on what we used to call Dream Trips, started in 1994, and we used to rent an RV early days when we were all in our 20s with no responsibilities, rent an RV and cram in there. And so you would wake up, the first stirring, when you first kind of start, the person who was up had their hand in the cooler and literally was rifling a Coors Light at you while you were still in the rack. So you kind of had to catch it midair and crack it still in the rack.
It's one of the best ways to get over a hangover. Just keep drinking the next day.
Susan Slusser joined us earlier today, and she was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Cooler and content always has fun. Yesterday it spurred an hour-long discussion on coaching, so you never know. Next on the Sports Center.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, on a Thursday morning. And shout out to my P1 listeners from the leadoff spot who know on Thursdays we start drinking at noon. But not right now because I'm on a diet. So that means no blind pigs at 7:30 a.m. because I'm sticking to the plan, the Abundant Life Weight Loss Plan. So, if you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program about a month ago, and guess what? I'm down 17 pounds, only 3 pounds away from my goal of losing 20 pounds this summer. There's no counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So, if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. The Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We got young Tony here. Can we reveal you guys got an exciting afternoon planned? So we get all these emails for I get so many emails. You know, interview this guy, pitching a guest, whatever. Like, no. And for some reason, we got invited to like an artificial intelligence Salesforce mixer atop the Salesforce tower. I was like, ooh, atop the Salesforce tower. And they said, the woman specifically says in the email, you do not have to be a tech reporter to attend.
Because we are not.
Yeah, and you guys are going, which I think is freaking awesome, and I need a full report.
Yeah, me and Tony are on the search for the AI that can replace Farhan's ID. We're trying to get some more advanced analytics.
Can I get a Marcus Boucher Instagram story of the video up there?
Oh, you want a rooftop riff?
I do.
From the top of the sales tower?
I want a rooftop riff.
Maybe, stand by.
Very good. And then, by the way, somebody wrote in 209. Are you really drinking if you're grabbing a Coors Light? Come on, Murph. How about this beer snobbery?
Wow.
I'm not going to stand for it.
Coors
There's
Light
room
is a beer.
there is a place in life for the Coors Light.
If the mountains are blue, I'll drink it.
There's a place, yeah. By the way, Burnsy sends out his daily email, Eric Burns. Today's the anniversary of his 24th anniversary of his Major League debut, in which your boy was there. I was covering the A's in Cleveland when this kid came up. I remember Billy Bean was on the trip, and he told us, he goes, they say the kid plays like his hair's on fire. That was the quote we used. But Burnsy tells a story, which I did not know if I was a better reporter, that Matt Stairs called him in his room and said, Burnsy, get your A down here after the game was over at night. And he came down. There was a shot of Jägermeister and a Coors Light. And then he did it. And then Stairs said, let's go. And they went to a local cabaret where he said countless Coors Lights and other things were brought to the table.
Yeah. Drink what the hell you want to drink.
So if it's good enough for Burnsy on his debut, 209, it's good enough for me. And yes, there is a place for an ice-cold Silver Bullet.
Yeah, I'm a hazy IPA guy, but my dad loves his Coors Lights. Go ahead. We can drink both.
And if it's the only thing in the fridge, grab it.
Yeah.
You know?
If it's cold and it's in the cooler, I'll drink it.
Or if you're with John Lynch, you'll drink Fieldwork. All right, guys, the little Raiders kid. This is incredible. So a sports reporter for KTNV television in Las Vegas, Nick Waters is his name, and he's out walking the malls. And I don't know what he's doing. He's doing a Raiders hype sort of season interview or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like a man on the street type of interview where he's just like interviewing Raider fans.
So he interviews this kid who's probably, by my estimation, 11 or 12. Take a listen.
You're so into the NFL. You know your Raiders, I can tell right here. How are you feeling with the team this year? We're not going to the Super Bowl. I already know it. I already know it.
We got a realistic Raiders fan here. This is odd. This is the first interview I've ever had like this. The Super Bowl chances are not good, but what is it going to take for the Raiders to have a successful season, you think?
Not to get arrested.
Okay, that's definitely an interesting one. I would agree with that. Yeah, getting someone in prison, that's going to hurt the chances.
This kid rules.
Dude, this kid is my spirit animal, Murph.
But cut those two and keep them around, baby. Cut those two. We're not going to the Super Bowl and not to get arrested.
I mean, the kid's got good takes.
Incredible. And he completely flummoxed the reporter. The reporter's like,
Yeah.
okay.
And by the way, who the hell is Nick Waters? I got a problem with him. Saying, I'm not used to speaking to realistic Raider fans. What the hell are you talking about, bud? Are you calling all Raider fans unrealistic?
Pretty much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's saying something, Murph.
Yeah, it's been a while since you guys were good, buddy.
Wow, but that's not saying I wasn't realistic about the Raiders. I mean, you're the guy that thought Jimmy Garoppolo would win 10 games with the Raiders last year. I told you that he wouldn't make the playoffs and he'd get benched for Aiden O'Connell. Who was right on that one?
Well, you got that one right.
Well, that's a little realistic.
Yeah, but you were wrong about Jimmy G with the Niners because he won a lot of games.
Yeah, but he's not that great of a quarterback. And for years, I was called a Jimmy Garoppolo hater, like I had some personal vendetta. No, he just wasn't that great of a quarterback.
What did Kyle Shanahan say about Jimmy?
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
That's it. Right there. There it is.
Also asked about Jimmy's future with the 49ers.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
I usually step on that one because there's a natural end and then he tags on the end. I didn't step on it that time.
Good for you, Murph.
Caleb Williams went on Pardon My Take with Barstool guys and said this. Caleb Williams is, of course, the number one draft pick for the Chicago Bears, quarterback. He's looked pretty good. A couple highlight throws early in the preseason. So he's a guy who, these Gen Z kids, I guess, right, paints his nails.
Yeah.
Like, I don't paint. Do you paint your nails?
I don't think I've ever painted my nails, Murph.
Show me your nails right there, buddy.
My nails are clean.
You ever paint your nails there, Young Tone?
Never.
No?
Like maybe I was a counselor at summer camp. Maybe some kids doing it for me.
Really? Oh, wow.
Like it's like art class.
I didn't know Tony was a summer camp counselor.
Where were you a summer camp counselor?
I was a camper at Adventure Day Camp, then became a junior counselor, then a director.
Wow.
No flex.
Director.
Now, where was Kentucky?
No, this is Walnut Creek, California.
Wow.
Absolutely.
So now here we go with the old Murph asks young Tony, meatballs, Bill Murray?
Got nothing on that. Nothing.
Man, oh, man.
Damn. Sorry.
Well, if there was ever a movie about summer camp, it's the number one movie about summer camp, Meatballs with Bill Murray. All right, we'll have to get into it.
You ever see the movie Camp Nowhere?
No.
It was about kids who started their own summer camp that lied to their parents because they didn't want to go to the camps they were trying to send them to, and they just start their own camp called Camp Nowhere.
Was it a cult favorite or?
To me, it was. I don't know. I found it on the shelf at like a Blockbuster or a Hollywood Video, and I watched it as a kid, and I liked
Nowhere.
it. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Underrated film.
808 KNBR, if you know Camp Nowhere. Of course, there's also I believe, Friday the 13th. Or no, is it Friday the 13th? And there's some of the serial killing go down at the summer camp. Doesn't he come with that?
I think you're right. Yeah.
I think the slang goes down in a camp.
Kind of guy.
Anyway, Meatballs is the ultimate summer camp movie. It defined summer camps for probably two generations. But anyway.
Yeah, but back to getting to painting nails.
Yes,
you
back
got
to Caleb
kids who are Gen Z.
Yeah,
you have a 16-year-old. He doesn't paint his nails.
They haven't done it yet. Not yet. We'll see. Now, catchers.
Well,
Like a
catchers
catcher
used
does
to
it?
paint their nails so that pitchers could see their fingers and see the signs of
Jake
throwing down.
Peavy with the bad eyesight, they had to do it.
Yeah, but now they got pitch comps. So I don't think anybody's painting their nails anymore.
Anyway, Caleb gave a good answer here to the Barstool boys.
Yeah, I'm going to do it this year. So
Yeah. You are?
Yeah, I just haven't done it for. I try to do it for games, all of regular season things like that, playoffs. Also, because I've been doing it for so long now, I'm trying to make sure I can do it for games because I'll run out of ideas.
So what should I say to people? Just being like, mind your own business?
I mean,
should I do it for games?
I mean, I think Prince painted his nails, right?
Yeah, that's facts. Okay.
Are you
gonna
put the F word on there? I will not be doing that.
Roger Goodell would have. He would have some things to say.
Yeah, he'd have some things to say. I'm trying to keep good spirited things on my nails.
But it fires you up, right?
It does fire me up.
All right, so that's the answer I'm gonna say. It fires you up.
I can use other stuff that'll fire me up.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I can.
Yeah.
There's other things that.
What about
code
words?
Maybe some acronyms. Maybe
SMDGB. Oh yeah, I like that.
I don't know what that means. I don't know
came
what
up
it
with
means
those letters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Pretty good, I got to say. It's pretty clever. 5 fingers, 5 letters.
Mm-hmm.
SMDGB. So GB would be Green Bay.
Yes.
And second word of the M is my.
Yeah.
So we'll just leave it at that.
You can figure out the rest.
Yeah. All right.
I didn't think we'd be talking about positive messages painted on your nails.
Yeah, man, this is crazy. I don't know, man. I was weirded out. He had a bad year at SC last year. Not a bad year, but he didn't have an outstanding year at SC last year. And then there was questions about him balling on the field after they lost to UCLA and all that stuff. But he's off to a good start in Chicago. It's really funny. He has a funny story. Last Saturday, on that play where he spun out of the pocket and threw the ball on the run that just was burning up Twitter all Saturday, that beautiful ball he threw. I actually said out loud, I said, I learned this in Psych 10. Cognitive dissonance is when you see something that your brain can't understand. You're like, that's like where it just doesn't make sense. A Bears quarterback making that throw, I was experiencing cognitive dissonance. I said, I've never seen that uniform make that good of a throw. I'm like, I'm confused right now. I can't handle it.
You never saw that from a smoking Jay Cutler?
No, did not. Or Jimmy Mack, or even Justin Fields, who could run the ball a little bit. But anyway, if the Bears quarterback starts going off and throwing for 400 and five, if it starts going like C.J. Stroud, I'm going to have cognitive dissonance.
I mean, we mentioned the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions earlier this morning. I think the Bears might be a sneaky team to watch out for, depending on how Caleb Williams plays. But they got an underrated defense, and they got a lot of talent surrounding Caleb Williams.
Who's your skill position? I mean,
they drafted Roma Duze, brought in Keenan Allen.
Duzne.
They also have DJ Moore.
Are you a DJ Moore guy?
I don't think he's like an elite wide receiver, but he's the number one.
Who's their bell cow back?
This year they brought in somebody off the top of my head.
DeAndre Swift.
That's it. They're bringing Swift this offseason. I don't think he's a bell cow back, but that's some talent on that offense.
It's a tough division. I think the Lions are going to be great. Yeah. I do.
The Packers are going to be really good.
Fantasy football draft coming soon, baby. Coming soon. All right. I just feel like we need some Jim Harbaugh. They've been bad. Chargers have had a bad camp because Justin Herbert's been out. They look bad with no Justin Herbert. I don't know if Harbaugh's going to turn it around right away. But anyway,
hope not.
Justin Herbert's back, and Jim Harbaugh is happy.
Felt like the music should be playing. I thought I heard music. Voices of Angels, maybe. It felt great. It felt great.
How much of just a morale boost or excitement is that for the entire team?
I was excited. I think they would be excited too. I don't know if they heard the Angels sing like I did, but they might have.
Because he's still as crazy as ever, man.
First we had Angels in the outfield. Now we have Angels at the practice field.
Have you seen him running around in the khakis and doing the push-ups and everything? And
same old Harbaugh.
At age 60. I don't know, man. What do you think? How does he ever get them to the promised land?
No, I hope not.
No, I mean, at your expense, right?
Yeah, and it's the San Diego/LA Super Chokers. This is what the Chargers do. Maybe Harbaugh vanishes that kind of rumor and kind of categorization of the Chargers, but I don't think so.
Last one is Deshaun Jackson. Shout out, go Cal, California Golden Bear, Long Beach kid.
D-Jax.
He was on something called the NFL Insider. He says he talked to Trent Williams.
No, I was riffing. Deshaun Jackson, NFL Insider. He was on Speak on FS1.
Okay, yeah. See, I didn't get that. You're riffing there. Well, he is an NFL Insider because he's reporting.
Yeah.
Speak on FS1. Deshaun Jackson on our very own Trent Williams.
I don't think we need to panic so quietly. I just was on a phone call with my boy Trent. We call him the big boy, man. You know, he's the gorilla, man. He's working out. And when I say he working out, he in that gym, man. So, and you know what, a little insight, you know, I don't want to talk too much, but I'm going to give y'all a little something, man. They working on something, man. I think they going to make it right for my boy to come in there, man. He might be showing up a little late. You know, he got some fines and some fees he might have to take care of. But he going to be there, man. So, you know, for the Niners fans, it's going to be all right. So y'all take it easy. But honestly, man, he'll be there shortly.
Wow.
Okay. It's pretty good.
That's some good info right there.
I was wondering but he did play with the Redskins. When they were the Redskins, not the Commanders.
And he does have ties to the Bay Area, obviously playing at Cal.
Yeah.
I don't know if that factors into it.
So Deshaun Jackson, how about that?
Everything's going to be all right.
We don't need to talk to John Lynch. Deshaun Jackson gave us the real deal.
Yeah, John Joe Curley, book us Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah, seriously.
Give us Action Jackson.
Yeah, all right, guys. Well, there's your cooler of content. Enjoyed it very much, from the Raider fan to Caleb Williams to Jim Harbaugh to Deshaun Jackson. Matty Mayoko, speaking of, if Deshaun Jackson's an insider, so is Matt Mayoko. Next on the Sports Leader.
But what is it going to take for the Raiders to have a successful season, you think?
Not to get arrested.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
All right, our weekly hit with our great friend Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR's 49ers insider. So we always thought that the beat writers, whenever John Lynch came on our show, just crouched down by the radio with a notepad and tweeted out everything, especially when Ayuk and Trent Williams are holding out and all that stuff. And we just found out from our buddy Young Tony that Mayoko did not listen to our John Lynch interview.
No way.
Which, I don't know. Is that poor form by Matt Mayoko? And by the way, he's proudly sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. So, Matty, I'm kind of tempted to not even tell you what he said because I'm hurt that you didn't listen. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, morning.
Good morning. Here's the great thing is that, you know, when someone's putting together a roster projection and time slips away, I can always go on the KNBR app and listen to John Lynch. I can go through and listen to everybody else. I can even, you know, listen if I'm really crunched for time. I can listen at 1.25 speed. So if you call me back in about 27 minutes, I will be caught up on everything. But also, I got to believe this hasn't exactly been the summer of news. So I'm guessing that he said he wishes the Brandon Ayuk situation had been solved months ago, and he anticipates and is optimistic with Trent Williams. Am I close?
Pretty darn close, Matty. You are some sharp cookie, buddy. You are sharp. We did ask him, though, is week one in jeopardy? And he said, not yet, but we're getting close. That's what he said.
For both players.
Yeah, well, mostly mostly Ayuk, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here's my take on Brandon Ayuk is that I think he needs the long-term extension now because he is certainly not doing the things necessary to put himself in position to have a strong 2024 season. I mean, I think that's just a fact. And I mean, coming off of a really good season in 2023 where he did everything, right? I mean, went through the off-season program. You know, I think I'm trying to think he had this incredible chemistry with Brock Purdy from the very first day of training camp where anybody watching was like, oh, wow, like Ayuk and Purdy, like they're working in sync, in unison, and that is Purdy's preferred target right there. And now none of that stuff. He didn't. I'm sure he's working hard behind the scenes, doing all that stuff, but he has not caught a pass in practice from Brock Purdy since they were on that horrendous turf in Las Vegas in early February. So I just don't see, you know, he's got to take care of himself and his family and future generations and all that. But if he doesn't have a drop off in production this season, then I think it should be a signal that like training camp and preseason should just go away altogether, because compared to what he did last year, you know, this summer he's doing absolutely nothing. I mean, in comparison, and I would think that would be reflected in his production on the field.
Matt, the thing that stood out to me about our conversation with John about Brandon Ayuk is when I asked him about the CeeDee Lamb situation with the Dallas Cowboys. Now, he said that is factoring into the decision and negotiations with Brandon Ayuk, so I'd love to get your take on what's going on with CeeDee Lamb with the Cowboys and how it could affect what's going on with the negotiations with BA.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds – I kind of have a little difficult time understanding that part of it because I just don't know how Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb – if it really fit together. I think Lamb's on, you know, production-wise, probably on a little bit of a different level. I would think that the contracts that have been done up to this point, like if Brandon Ayuk's waiting for CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase to get their deals done, I don't see it, you know, but I guess it all kind of fits together, and one agent trying to use another deal as a jumping off point for his deal and all that. So, the Cowboys have their own stuff going on. They have their own contract stuff going on. And there has to come a point. And I know that there's been frustration. I'm sure you can hear it. I heard it last week when John Lynch, when you guys asked him the question, what's been taking so long? And his answer was, kind of awkwardly, I wish I knew. Mm-hmm. I wish I knew. Mm-hmm. So, just based on that, it's easy to read into it what the 49ers believe. 49ers believe that they've done everything that they could do, that they're willing to do, to get Brandon Ayuk signed and in camp, on the field, practicing, and he's not been receptive. He and his agent have not been receptive to just putting together what the 49ers would deem a fair contract. And then it's just like, I know there are questions like, gosh, does he even want to play? And of course he does. I mean, he's a professional football player. He gets paid to play football, and he hasn't missed a game check yet, unlike Trent Williams. So I suspect it'll get done. My thought was, it'll be after the final preseason game. It'll probably be when the team comes back next week. So I'm thinking that, maybe the middle of next week, Monday or Wednesday, something like that next week would be kind of where you would expect something to get done with both Ayuk and Trent Williams.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Is a trade completely off the table?
I don't think it is, just because at this point, I don't think anything can be completely off the table. But, as I reported, gosh, I guess it's been 3 weeks now, the 49ers did have frameworks of trades, and I would go so far as to say they had it buttoned up what the trades would be with both the Browns and the Patriots. The Patriots have since said, well, obviously Brandon Ayuk doesn't want to be here, so we're moving on. The Browns haven't publicly done anything, so I guess that's still out there. I don't know that the 49ers and Steelers have, just completely agreed on what it would take to get it done. But I think just by the actions of Ayuk and the 49ers, it seems as if they've kind of been focused in on keeping that union together. And I don't know that anything is completely off the table, because things are still out there, hanging by a thread. But it's certainly the sense I get, the feel I get, is that the 49ers are kind of focused in on keeping Ayuk. And, I mean, could that change? I mean, I guess. Things have been so slow moving for months and months. I mean, there were months that went by where the 49ers, gave the contract offer and put a deadline on it, and that deadline came and gone, and the sides didn't speak about anything contract related. So it's just kind of been this very slow grind of what's happening. And, as much as the 49ers can say there's urgency to get it done, they haven't gotten it done. And, Ayuk, you watch him out there, and I haven't seen him in the last couple of days, but, he was at the game on Sunday night, sitting in a booth with, the other quote unquote injured players. And so there just doesn't seem to be an urgency to get it done. I suspect that whatever it ends up being with the 49ers or some other team is going to be basically the same deal he could have had last week or last month or 2 months ago. So I don't know. It's been a very odd situation. The only thing that I would say that, people, is this the strangest situation you've ever been around? It's kind of getting there, but I still put the Jimmy Garoppolo episode of a couple years ago at the top of the list with the trades, him or the suspected trade, and him saying goodbye to the fan base, and then practices are going on in training camp and he's throwing passes behind the bleachers. So that's still kind of odd, but the combination of Ayuk and Trent Williams is probably the biggest training camp crisis that the 49ers have faced in the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan regime.
And yeah, Matt, moving on to Trent Williams. We actually played a clip earlier this morning from Deshaun Jackson on Fox Sports 1 where he said he talked to Trent Williams personally and that he told him that he will be back soon. So I don't know if you read into these reports or if you have any updates on the status of Trent Williams.
No, I don't know if there was anything. I think that's kind of what everybody suspected, that he would be back. I mean, however we define soon, he's missed. Now he's missed, let's see, what is it? I think yesterday was the 19th practice. Today is going to be a walkthrough. So that's $50,000 a day for holding out. It's one game check for every preseason game he's missed. So that's $1.1 million as of tomorrow night times 3. So that's a lot of money. And, are the 49ers going to up his salary by $4 million or whatever that number ends up being, $4.5 million? I don't see it. What I do think is going to happen is that he'll be back on a contract that's, close to being fully guaranteed when he had no guaranteed money at the beginning of training camp or beginning of this off season. He does have kind of that one, I always kind of saw it as, kind of an artificially inflated final year of his contract, which is 2026. And that was kind of tacked on there in March of 2021 for the purpose of making him the highest paid player in the NFL, over average per year. So I could see the 49ers kind of dipping into that $32 million and basically keeping the total dollar amount the same, but maybe the guarantees are more. So I don't know that the 49ers are going to find a way to replace that $4.5 million, but giving him more guarantees and maybe in essence shortening the deal to 2 years, which I guess it already was, because I don't think anyone, when he signed that deal, expected the 2026 season to be a real year. A lot of times the final year is just kind of inflated for ego or whatever reasons. But I don't think, at this point, I think I wouldn't say obvious, because there's been a lot of twists and turns in both of these stories, especially the Ayuk story, because there's been more public information out there. But I just don't see much of a scenario where the 49ers line up September 9th without Ayuk or Trent Williams. I think those guys will be on the team. I think they will be in uniform, and we'll see exactly how it gets to that point, though.
Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider for KNBR and NBC Sports Bay Area. A few more minutes here. Niners, Raiders tomorrow night, Friday night in Las Vegas, 7 o'clock, final preseason game. Matt, you said Ayuk and Trent on the field. Will Ricky Pearsall, make a bold call right now, will Ricky Pearsall be in uniform and active week 1 for the Niners?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, watching him, and no one's told me this, but I would think that if they were playing a meaningful game, Sunday, that he would be out there. So I still see him as, one of the team's top 4 receivers. There was a guy last year, Darrell Luter, who made the team basically despite never even taking a snap in the preseason or in training camp. He had a knee injury and was activated later in the season. But in the very short period of time that we saw Pearsall in the offseason program and then in training camp, he's definitely looked the part. So, is he going to step in and be a guy who catches 4 or 5 passes a game? Probably not. The other part of this, there are some guys, some veteran guys who've really done everything in their power to win spots. And I'd put Chris Conley in that category. So, you put me on the spot there and you're thinking, okay, your top 4 receivers, they probably don't have to play special teams, but your 5th receiver does. And, right now, is that going to be Jacob Cowling? Is that going to be a guy that will be handling the punts for this team? Or, if Pearsall does have a lot of room to a lot of time to make up. Could they put Conley out there as the fourth and then also have him with a role on special teams? But my thought is with Ayuk probably not being the same Brandon Ayuk that we saw at the end of last season, and we might not see that guy until the second month of the season, just because of the all the time he's missed in training camp. I would think that Pearsall, who has some training camp experience under his belt, I would think that he would be out there and making some sort of contribution that Monday night game against the Jets.
Last couple minutes here with Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line ahead of the 49ers' final preseason game tomorrow night against the Las Vegas Raiders. And Matt, just kind of a broad question. What competitions or what kind of position battles are you keeping an eye on tomorrow night?
Well, I think there's the backup quarterback spot. I would think Brandon Allen is the guy right now. It just seems like he's more smooth and more decisive and gets rid of the ball and does more within Kyle Shanahan's system. I think, the offensive and defensive lines, a lot of bodies there, a lot of guys who are competing for spots, rotational spots on the defensive line, and then, basically primary backup spots with the offensive line both at center center/guard and tackle. The defensive backs, I think it might come down to like Darrell Luter and Samuel Womack, a couple of guys who have been recent draft picks for the team. But I think by and large, when you look at the 49ers roster, it really shakes out. There are who's the backup running back? Who's the backup quarterback? Those are the kinds of things that we're looking at as far as where the 49ers are going. The two really significant jobs that I think are still open for debate would be right guard. Right now, I think Dominic Pooney is the guy, especially with Feliciano probably spending a good portion of the season on injured reserve. Pooney has done everything to take that job. I think he's going to win that job over Spencer Burford, who has been out for most of training camp. And then how did the 49ers line up with their nickel defense? That was the number one area where last season they never figured it out, and it did cost them in the Super Bowl. So it looks like Diamador Lenore, who's a starting outside corner, will move inside, cover the slot as nickelback, and then it's up to Renardo Green or Isaac Yiadom, the rookie and the veteran, of who steps in there and plays cornerback. And right now, I think Renardo Green has done a lot to win that job. And so those two positions that I've talked about, it's been two rookies, and the second round pick and the third round pick, Green the second round pick, Pooney the third round pick, who have legitimate spots on this team and legitimate chances to be week one contributors. And it's kind of amazing considering what we thought the 49ers roster was entering the draft and how difficult it was going to be for draft picks to contribute with this team. And now it looks like, Pearsall can get on the field and stay on the field. And Renardo Green and Pooney, you're talking about three rookies who can step in and have an immediate impact on the fortunes of this team.
All right, Matty, finally, we're getting ever closer. One last preseason game. You're going to Vegas, right?
I am, yes.
All right, buddy. Do you like to, as like they say, feel the felt under your fingertips? Do you like to feel that?
It's just, Vegas is a little much. Like even Super Bowl week, I don't know that I even sat down at a table, or of course you're kind of busy on Super Bowl week when you're covering a team that's there. It's going to be a quick one for me. I'm going to be in and out. I'm flying in Friday afternoon, going to the game, probably getting back to the hotel pretty late, and then first flight out in the morning. So I'm not going to experience much of the Vegas scene at all.
All right, you're not like my guy Marcus Boucher here, who likes to get himself some Vegas.
Oh yeah, I'll go to the nightclub after the game, Matt.
Is that right? You just don't even go to sleep. Don't even go to your hotel room.
Oh,
I like that.
There's no time for sleep in Vegas, Matt. But you rest up tonight or tomorrow night.
Matty,
I will.
You're the man. Always love catching up. That roster projection, I heard you slip that in. You'll be publishing that soon?
Should be up soon. And by the way, on my drive to Santa Clara yesterday, I thoroughly enjoyed your guys' discussion about kind of the mindset of a coach and what coaching is all about. Those are the kind of topics that I love. So I did enjoy that in reference to the Tua Tagovailoa and Brian Flores discussion.
I love it. Matty feedback. It's the best kind of feedback. All right, bud. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate
Matt
it.
Mayoko. Listen to that P1, Matt Mayoko.
He's just not tuning into our John Lynch interviews.
But he says, it's a buddy of mine, Coach Mike, listens to us, the famous DePippa. He listens to us on 1.5 speed.
Oh, speed up a little bit.
Can you imagine the riff sounding?
Here we go, my popcorn coach. Made me do up downs. 100 up down today. Didn't matter if you have dirt. Didn't matter the cleats.
Giants are terrible. Farhan driving me crazy.
I almost sound like Chris Russo.
1.5. How many times can you say, is it Bob Melvin's front? 808 KNBR?
Uh-huh.
1.5.
John's that far for think. Gotta go.
Yeah, that is. Imagine Chris Russo on 1.5. All right. Well, listen, now we get, sentimental. Rick Barry talking to Al Attles next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you missed it, John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus earlier this morning to provide the latest update on Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize.
1 second remaining. Casey Jones telling his players to pressure the man who's going to throw it inbounds. Maybe we'll get a 5-second turnover. They'll go for the ball. Kozelko is on Beard. Mullins is out here. What a story this has been. Underdogs all the way. The Warriors have done it. The Golden State Warriors have just won the NBA championship.
Oh, man, Brent Musburger's call of the NBA Finals, bringing back the memories for Rick Barry, who, of course, was playing for that team, and for Al Attles, who we lost on Tuesday night at the age of 87, who was coaching that team but was in the locker room after having been ejected. So many memories, so many thoughts that we can talk about with our friend Rick Barry, of course, our longtime KNBR friend. Rick, it's great to have you back on the UMA guest line. It's sad we talked to you when Jerry West left us, and now we're talking to you when Al Attles leaving us. It's unfortunate. It's good to talk to you, but, man, it's getting sad. How are you, Rick?
Yeah, morning, Rick.
Yeah, well, trust me, when you get to be my age, it's hard for me to believe I'm an octogenarian. But, yeah, when you get older, this is the kind of stuff that happens on a regular basis. You know, you can throw Bill Walton, you can throw Chet Walker, you can throw so many people into that same equation. But in this case, it's not a surprise. The Bill Walton was a mind blower to me, and Jerry, in some respects, as I had spoken with him, I knew he had health issues. But in Al's case, we knew it was inevitable. We just didn't know when it was going to happen. And the only redeeming thing for me about him was it was very therapeutic for me to have the opportunity to spend some quality time with him recently, and to to say my goodbyes to him without actually saying goodbye. You know, I'll never see you again. But we had a great time together recently, and the nice thing about it is that he wasn't in the situation where you see happen later in life for a lot of people, that they suffer. So that was a redeeming part of it, and it was nice to see Wilhelmina, who's just such an incredible lady, and his son Al.
So touching, and so great that you were be able to be with him, and for the kids out there who don't know much about him, I mean, they're hearing he was drafted by the Warriors in 1960. He's with the organization until the day he died in 2024. But I'd love to talk to you about him as a player, because you're drafted in 65, and yep. He's as I read it, you guys became roommates.
Yeah, back in those days in the NBA, you roomed together. I mean, it was a whole different world back there. You rented cars. We drove ourselves around. We stayed in crummy hotels. My first year, I had $8 a day per diem to eat. I mean, it's a different world. So, so it was interesting, and I was fortunate enough to have such a quality person to be there as sort of my mentor in my exposure to the NBA as a professional player. And somebody with a great work ethic, a great attitude. It's always nice to be around people who are positive in what they're doing and approach things in a very professional manner. And so that was good for me. It was. And I joke about it all the time, that he also gave me incentive to want to play well and make sure I played well, because with the roommate situation, he's the veteran. Whatever shows he wanted to watch, I had to watch. He liked the hot room. I hated hot rooms to sleep in. So I played my ass off so that I could have a chance to negotiate a single room for the next year, which is exactly what I did.
and Rick, like, the cool thing is, not only were you roommates and teammates with Al, but you also played underneath him as the coach of the 75 Warriors. So talk to us about that relationship and how it might have changed or stayed the same with him as a coach versus him as a teammate.
Well, I've always felt, and it doesn't always work that way, but I think the majority of the time, a former player, especially somebody with the qualities that Al had, is a better coach because he's able to relate to the players in a much more personable way. He's been there. He knows what it's like. He doesn't do crazy things. Like I said, I've had a coach that was just the opposite way. You know, not going to make sure that you don't ever have a day off because you know that you need to have them occasionally. I've been with coaches who you never got a day off. But in Al's case, he related well to the players. The players respected him. And I think that's a critical element, having done some coaching in the minor leagues myself. You as a coach have to earn the respect of your players. And Al had that. I mean, all of the players, loved Al. Our team was it really was like an extended family. In fact, we probably spent more time together as a team and as our so-called family than we did with our own families because of the travel and all the time together and the practices and what have you. And it was very special. That team was incredibly special. I've been on a lot of teams with a lot of great players and enjoyed my experiences, but nothing quite like with the Warriors, especially in that championship year. It really was a miraculous kind of a season, and I'm so looking forward to seeing what they've done with Charles Dudley helping to put together and get a documentary being done for us, the Cardiac Kids, that will be coming out next year. I just wish that Al could have still been around to have seen that, because he was the conductor of the symphony, so to speak.
So good. Rick Barry, of course, lifelong friend of Al Attles, teammate, and, of course, coach-player relationship, and then friends all the way till the end. He's joining us on the UMA guest line to remember Al Attles, who died at 87 Tuesday night here in the Bay Area with his wife, beautiful wife, Wilhelmina, and his son by his side. Can you please give us the bird's eye view, or the Rick Barry eyes view of the Game 4 when Mike Reardon is doing that to you, really trying to bait you, and then Al comes charging onto the court to fight him? I need the Rick version of this.
Well, I knew from the tip-off what their strategy was, because Mike Reardon elbowed me on the jump ball. And so I said, okay, so he's trying to get me to get into a fight so that I could get thrown out of the game, because they desperately want to try to win a game being down 3-0. And so I said, okay, I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid. I'm not buying into that, okay? And then a little bit later into the game, I drove in front of our bench to the left of the basket, and Reardon comes up over the top of my back. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was a flagrant foul. He should have been thrown out of the freaking game, actually, for what he had especially been doing the whole time. And immediately, Al was off the bench after Reardon. Unsel jumps in to try to keep Al away from it, and Unsel and Al, and they're trying to get after one another, and so I just backed off because I wasn't buying into this. I wasn't going to get thrown out of the game. And Richie Powers, in his infinite wisdom, who is one of the lead officials, throws Al out of the game. Come on, you're in a championship series. You throw the coach out of the game. Come on, that's insane. And fortunately, Al had a great friend who was our assistant coach, Joe Roberts, who did a fabulous job of taking control of the situation. And we wound up coming back and winning the game. And Al, unfortunately, in the biggest game of his career, a chance to win the championship in that game, has to watch it from the locker room. So it was kind of crazy, but it was so nice as a player to know that you always had Al backing you up, because Al was a very gentle, kind person, but he also was a very tough guy, and everybody knew he had the quickest hands, and that he probably could have been a great prize fighter if he decided to do that, and that he would never back off to anybody. And I had seen some of that early in my career when we played together. I mean, I saw him hit Zelmo Beatty 2 times before Zelmo could blink. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, how fast his hands were. And so it was nice to know that Al was there backing you up all the time, and he wanted to make sure that I didn't get thrown out of the game. So that was kind of interesting. But I will say one other thing about Al. His greatest coaching decision, without question, in all the years that he was a coach, was benching me in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals in that season. Tell me how many coaches, when you're down and you're playing at home, and it's a Game 7, okay, chance to go to the championship. Your team's down double digits, and you take your leading scorer out of the game. Man, I mean, it was justified. I was like 2 for 14, I think, at the time. I was horrible. And, I mean, what a move on his part to do that. I really respected and admire that. And, yeah, it was a great move because I was able to sit there trying to recompose myself. I thought he put me back in at the end of the quarter. I thought he kept me out longer than he was going to keep me anyway, and he didn't put me in at the start of the fourth quarter. And Clifford Ray, our starting center, he and I are both there. We're cheering for our guys to play some defense, and our guys did a great job of containing the Bullets. And we went from a double-digit deficit to when he finally put me back into the fourth quarter that we were only down like 6 points. And so I just have such great respect for what he did. And I can relate to something where Pat Riley was in the playoff series. I think it was against Houston in the Eastern Conference years later. John Starks was kind of self-destructing like I was, and Riley didn't take him out of the game, and it was not a good move. He should have taken him out of the game like Al took me out. And so it turned out to be just an incredible move. I think I went 5 for 7 from the field and made a pass to George Johnson. That was one of my favorite passes ever. And we wound up winning the basketball game because it was a team effort. The defense helped get us there. And finally, I started to play the way I should have played. So it was just awesome. I mean, for him to have done that, I don't know if there's another coach that would have ever done that.
It's such a great detail and such a great, it was a huge moment. People know from back in the day, he sat Rick Barry, I think it was 9 straight minutes. So beautiful. Well, Rick, we have Clifford Ray coming on next segment. And just when I say that, does that just conjure up all the memories with Al and you?
First of all, we wouldn't have won the championship if it weren't for your next guest. It wasn't me. You know, I mean, I contributed, certainly. I had a hell of a year. And I played my ass off, and I took the responsibility of, for the first time ever, I was never, ever a captain on any team I ever played on until that season. And it meant a great deal to me. And so I felt that I had more responsibility than I ever had as a player, and I took it to heart. But it never would have worked, and it never would have come to fruition had it not been for your next guest, Clifford Ray, who is like my brother. We are such great friends, and please tell him I said hello and send him my love. We fish together. We hang together. When he had some issues with health and everything, he asked me if I would take care of his son, Everett, if anything ever happened to him, which, of course, I was willing to do, and thank God I didn't have to do it. But Clifford was the hub. Okay, he was the guy. Ask him to tell you the story that he did. Even without Al and without me, he called a meeting of the players before the season that I never even knew about. I mean, he was the guy that pulled everybody together. He was the glue. So Clifford Ray, to me, was the most valuable player on the Golden State Warriors in the championship season.
Man, Rick, so great. Love it. We sure do appreciate you sharing the memories, and I want to offer huge condolences on the loss of your great, great, great friend, Al Attles. And thank you, Rick.
Yeah, thanks, Rick.
Oh, always a pleasure. God bless everybody.
There it is, man. And what a perfect lead-in to Clifford Ray next on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
What a story this has been. Underdogs all the way. The Warriors have done it. The Golden State Warriors have just won the NBA championship. They have beaten the Washington Bullets in an incredible 4 straight.
I mean, he was the guy that pulled everybody together. He was the glue. So Clifford Ray, to me, was the most valuable player on the Golden State Warriors in the championship season.
Well, there you go. A nice intro for our next guest. We've had on before and came in studio a couple years ago. It's always great to see the great NBA champion Clifford Ray. And unfortunately, we're having him on to mourn the passing of his great, great friend Al Attles. But it is a time to celebrate also everything that Al Attles meant to the Bay Area and to the Warriors, and who better to talk about it than that man you just heard Rick Barry talk about, Clifford Ray. So, Clifford, you're back on KNBR in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, and just open by offering condolences on the loss of your great friend Al. How are you, Clifford?
How you doing, Brian?
Well,
and, you guys been, you're like an institution too, so it's great to talk to you. It's always great to talk to you, even though it's a kind of a celebration of life for a great man who made a great contribution to the community of the Bay Area. That includes Oakland, San Francisco, all the whole Bay Area.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Clifford. I jumped into his head. I was just going to ask you to just this man you just mentioned, that the contribution he made to the Bay Area, and it made me think, just when you describe, if you had to describe to somebody the kind of person Al Attles was, what do you say?
He embellished so many memorable qualities as an individual. His legacy will never never perish. I think he helped, even if a guy didn't make a team, he still reached out to them and tried to encourage them to continue on. because, you know, every year you have so many young players that come in. You know, I just saw a young player that was with the Warriors, Redmond, playing. He looked great, and it was, you know, and people like that, Al and I would always talk about the young players. You know, that was one of the things that, you know, when you love the game of basketball, it doesn't change because you get old. It's just that people in America, we don't utilize our wealth of knowledge as well as we should. And especially in basketball, it's been slower to get around to that, because a lot of the coaches that started out, they didn't play. Maybe they didn't play pro basketball. And I think sometimes people have a hard time when things that you do come so easy, but they come easy because you spent years and years and years and years doing it. And Al was one of those guys who was a student of the game. He went to a small college, which means that you can do anything if you set your mind to it. And I think Al was one of those guys who was very determined to find his way, and he did.
Clifford, we talk a lot about the Warriors championship culture, and Al was someone who's with the franchise for over 60 years. So how much would you say that he contributed overall to that Warriors championship culture?
I think that team, the Cardiac Kids, set the tone for the future of the franchise and the direction that it continued to grow toward, and all of a sudden it blossomed into Clay, Curry, Draymond, and all the cast of people that contributed to the championships that they put beside the one that we put. And so I just think that that's a great thing. That was part of everything that you do leads to the inevitable, which is to be a franchise, a storied franchise, something that people will always respect.
Clifford
and
Ray.
I think that he accomplished that.
Yeah, the man, the voice you hear, 1975 NBA champion. Rick was very positive about he said they only won the championship because of you, Clifford.
Well, I look at it like this. I was always brought up in a family that worked together. My dad said a family that works together stays together and can accomplish something. So I've always approached basketball as something that I cannot do alone. I knew that no matter how great I became as an individual, I needed a team to be able to win. And so whatever it was going to take for me to win, I was determined to do it, because first of all, I was always told more or less that I couldn't do something. It's probably the same way Al and I came from the same cut. He came from a small college. I came from a small town. I went to a Division I school, but I still was from a small town. And the people were always saying what you couldn't do. And I just didn't think that was ever any fairness to where another man can look at another man and not see his heart, don't know what his drive is, and then you can make a decision. We do that all the time in social media today, but I'm glad that I'm used to it, because it happened to me when there wasn't crazy social media, but there were Streets and Smith and all these different magazines that talk about who can help you win championship, who can't. And I can remember reading distinctly when I was in college that I was a center that you had no chance, because maybe they thought I had an attitude, but I didn't have an attitude. I was just a determined young man, and I had 5 sisters, and I knew that they needed to get a college education, and I knew that if I succeeded, I would be able to my sisters would have an opportunity to continue their education and not have to depend on a man to make it in life, or, have some independence as a woman. And so I was able to get that done. All my sisters went to college. 2 of my sisters got master's degree. One of them just finished retiring at the University of Oklahoma as assistant dean for all the athletes for 38 years. So all of this transpired. They say it transpired because of me, but I feel like that they did the work. I just happened to be the first one to go to college in our family, besides my dad. And so we were able to continue growing because my parents talked about education. and doing something with your life other than staying in a small town and getting married and have a parcel of babies. Not that that's a bad thing, but there's a lot of the world to see. And so I'm glad my parents brought that. And I think Al came up under the same regime. And so that's why I think we had a close relationship and our whole team, because I think all of us, Rick has struggled with his personality, which all the guys had things that they had to overcome. And when we all got together and I was able to let them all see that we all came up under similar circumstances, it pulled us all together. And I think from that point on, we were a team.
Clifford Ray is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line. And Clifford, we're going into the 2024-2025 season, which means we're approaching the 50th year anniversary of that 1975 title. So how do you reflect on that championship and that team and playing under Al nearly 50 years later?
Well, it just speaks for itself about what happens when you become a champion. You're always going to be relevant. There's something that's going to come along that's going to cause you to be put out front, to be set, to be given a shake, a handshake, or some kind of recognition for the positiveness that you left as a legacy. And that's one thing that I love about sports. Everybody has an opportunity to create a legacy as a team and as a player. Because if you win a championship and you were a part of it, you just seal your legacy. There will always be some point in time. Maybe it might not be always a happy occasion, like this is not a happy occasion. But at the same time, we all got to know we all going to pass down that road. All of us are going to catch that train. And I'm at peace with it. I'm sure you are. And people that have good mindset know that that is something that we all will visit. That will always visit our door at some point in our life. And I'm just happy. I'm happy to know that when that door, when somebody knocks at my door for that, I know I got some people that love me that I'm going to get to see again.
So great, Clifford. Yeah. Clifford, final one is his nickname was the Destroyer, and yet he was such a gentle. Like if you were around Al Attles, you would never think the word Destroyer. Yet that was the nickname. Can you put the two and two together?
Oh yeah, I think you're a different animal when you compete. You have a right to hold your ground, and that's what sports is about. It's about competition. And I think that a nice guy like him or myself, soft-spoken, quiet, when you get on the court, we have the opportunity now to express being a competitor. And Al was a destroyer because he would do anything or whatever it took to win the basketball game. And that's what it takes to win. You have to have that mentality. And that's why guys like him or guys, they always say, if a guy don't do a lot of talking, you better leave him alone. It's usually the guys who do a lot of huffing and puffing are the ones you need to mess with. But them ones that don't say a lot, you don't want to mess with them.
That's perfectly said. Perfectly said. The quiet destroyer. Listen, I'm glad we're laughing because, he was just such a great life. It's such a wonderful life and such a big part of the Bay Area sports
Yeah, I think everybody should be happy that they all had an opportunity to be around Coach Attles. I know I did. I know the best thing ever happened to me was getting traded from the Chicago Bulls to the Golden State Warriors, even though it was a scary time because one of the greatest players that I was replacing was Nate Thurman. Mm-hmm. But I also did my homework, and I knew that I was going to be playing alongside a guy whose stature should be on that new stadium. That's Rick Barry. Mm-hmm. And, because I don't care what nobody say, him and Curry, to me, are the greatest Warriors that have walked down that lane. Curry and Rick are the two. I would have to say you got to go 1-2 with those guys, and then you go on down with Clay and the rest of the crew. And I applaud all of them. I applaud the young guys for taking the torch and carrying it as far as they have been able to carry it. And now we're going to get a new group of young guys, and hopefully they'll be able to add on to the tradition, just like Boston did this year when they added on another championship.
Clifford, man, every time we talk to you, it's a wonderful conversation. You just bring so much to the table, and honestly, the condolences to you and all your teammates. But what a wonderful life experience you had being friends with Al Attles. So,
well, you'd be surprised. We all been talking all since yesterday because I got a call from Raymond that said they were going to release everything in 5 minutes. And so I was able to talk to all my teammates, and I called Rick and told Rick, I said, Al's going to the hospital. I had just saw him. So I said, you better go see him if you want to see him, So Rick went out to see him as he, Rick's always, no matter what people think about Rick Barry got a good heart. He may not be the most socially graceful person that we've all known, but he's my brother, and I've always felt like a brother to all of my teammates. That's every one of them that I played with. Pop, George, Derek Dickey, Charles Johnson, Butch Beard, every one of my teammates who I speak to them. They call me to check on me. I call them to check on them. And I think that's how you know you were a champion, because you were able to put yourself behind to be a part of a great team, and your ego. And I think we all were able to do that. I think that Joe and Al should will never be forgotten in our eyes, because those two guys were our coaches, and they were the guys who lifted us up when we got a little shaky, because you get shaky out there, in front of thousands and thousands of people every night, and you're trying to do a great job. You're trying to represent the city of the Bay. We just wanted to bring credibility to the Golden State Warriors, and I think we all got that done. I know Al did, and I know if Al got it done, that means we got it done. And I also think that we have to take our hat off to the ownership of the Warriors. This new regime, they have done a great job and putting together. And we also had a part of that, because I was over there when Curry and Clay first came, with Keith Smart and Dave Towns, all the people that have had an opportunity to work as a Warrior. I got a chance to be there, and win. And I also got a chance to be there and teach. And I would have stayed with them. Like Al Davis told me one time, he said, you and Rick Barry should never be out of work in the Bay Area.
I agree. So, Clifford, we'll let you go, and we appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clifford.
Yeah, you have a great day. Be good.
Clifford Ray, icon. And that all is sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. For young me, talking to Rick Barry and Clifford Ray back-to-back is pretty darn cool, man. So this job sometimes is amazing. And Al Attles, rest in peace. Next, we will hand it over on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
It's all about Bigelow Tea, baby. It's all about Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season, and that's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. One of the first things we do around here every day is reach for a mug full of English breakfast tea to get you going. I love all their different flavor options. Perfect for someone who makes their living behind a microphone. Soothe those vocal cords. So look no further than Bigelow Tea. I got the mug right here in my hand. Yeah. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, so we have some fun stuff to get to, but we got to squeeze it in. Rick Barry and Clifford Ray talking about Al Attles were fantastic guests. So we're short on time, though. Got to jump right into, and this is, by the way, this is again who, Young Tone?
Mac Miller.
Mac Miller, and we'll explain why in just a sec after you put on the coat.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, there were some questions about Bob Melvin's bullpen usage yesterday, but one thing we do know is that he's not able to use Randy Rodriguez right now. He was put on the IL with right elbow inflammation. Earlier this week, he was diagnosed with a flexor strain and is expected to be shut down for at least 2 weeks before being reevaluated, which could put the rest of his season in doubt. And that is our Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop pumping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Okay, that's great. Now, of course, Bigelow Tea loves to sponsor. They like to grab their tea. Well, Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Sponsor Young Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Okay, so this one came down to, first we had Ice Capades, because that was taking up Oakland Arena when the Warriors played at the Cow Palace during the NBA Finals. But the other one was we found out that Tony was a summer camp counselor. Not just a counselor, he was a camp attendee, and then a counselor, and then the director. I said, oh, then you must be a big Meatballs fan. He said, Meatballs? Marcus said Camp Nowhere, which triggered some people, but...
And also, shout out Heavyweights, great Disney movie with Ben Stiller.
But I said, you got to know Meatballs. He said he didn't. I said, come on, Bill Murray's screaming that it just doesn't matter. Come on, Bill Murray, here we go.
But it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I tell you, it just doesn't matter. 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 It doesn't matter. Even if we win, ha!
There it is. It was about them going against Camp Mohawk in the big showdown. And it's funny, in my high school basketball senior year, we made the championship game, but we were heavy underdogs against Drake. And they started to take us out in the fourth quarter, and our rowdy student section started chanting, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
That's awesome.
It's always been a fun...
It just doesn't matter.
By the way,
It just doesn't matter.
is that a chant at any Giants game for the month of September?
It just doesn't matter. Nothing like it, Murph. Nothing like it.
Fun day. And thanks again to Rick Barry and Clifford Ray and everybody who came on today. John Lynch was on. If you missed it, lots to catch up on. We can talk about that tomorrow, too. Hey, when it's time for a change, Papa and Lunch style, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and smog experts. You were listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Later on, someone began calling me the Destroyer. The nickname stuck, but I have no idea why.
I don't know if they heard the Angels sing. They might have.
But what is it going to take for the Raiders to have a successful season, you think?
Not to get arrested.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lynch.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lynch
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Oh, so much has changed. No, I'm just joking. No new updates. I'm sorry to keep being boring with that, but I wish I was saying something different, but nothing's changed yet.
Yeah, I'd love to make some good radio, but unfortunately, guys, it's, I think Kyle said it yesterday. There's really not a lot of updates. I can tell you that we've continued to be in communication, just haven't nothing to report there. So just going to leave it at that, and we'll continue to work on it. And the same thing with Trent Williams. No updates there. Good communication with both the players and their representatives, but just haven't made any breakthroughs. And so we'll leave it at that and focus on the other 90 guys that are here and doing really great things on the field.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. That was John Lynch. Kyle Shanahan was on yesterday with the boys. We will play some things back. He didn't say nothing. He had some interesting things to say. Did the general manager of the 49ers. Logan Webb was really good yesterday. The bullpen, not so much. We'll get into that situation. Return to the scene of the crime. That's what you and I are doing today, tonight, tomorrow during the show. We must discuss that as well. More on Attles when Monty Poole joins us. Krug's going to join us to talk some Niners. We had tons of stuff to do on a Thursday. And you, my friend, I'm very jealous as I look at you. I should have went down there with you today because I will see you in Vegas over the weekend.
When are you going?
I'm leaving right after the show. I'm leaving at, I think I have a flight. I might have to go like a bat out of hell across the bridge. But I'm flying out of Oakland for something.
So you're down by happy hour? You're leaving by 5 or 6? Text me when you land. We'll be there. And we're not staying in Hendo this time.
I heard
on
about
the strip.
this.
So it's going to be good.
Oh, boy.
And I may be able to get your field passes after all. I'm doing it under an assumed name.
You know what? Maybe I shouldn't.
You know what? I tried the name. I figured my name wouldn't work with the Raiders, so I tried Pete Rozelle, number one.
That probably
then I went
work
Marcus Allen, but that worked.
Probably not.
And then I went Mike Shanahan. So we'll see if.
Clearly, my friends are not going to be on the field for this game. I'll be waving at them from the stand.
I figured by then it softened me up for me. I may be able to slide in there.
Good call.
How many? It's hard to believe we're getting on an airplane and it's totally different to play a preseason game.
Yeah,
the Raiders are not playing anybody.
Yeah, what's up with that?
They're not going to play Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. We're going to see Carter Bradley and Peterman. We'll see what they're going to. The 49ers going to have a walkthrough here in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we're going to idea.
Are you leaving me during that time?
No, I'd like to. Would you mind? Would you mind?
Look how upset you. Oh, I feel so bad.
Well, no,
I feel like a third wheel. You're like
that.
No?
I mean, that would be nice. If I went out there. It's right out there. We'll discuss. We'll see how we get along in the first hour.
Who do we have? What time did you say?
They're going to do the walkthrough at 11:15. 11, something like that anyway. We'll figure it out. I'm leaving you at 1 to fly down there.
Because we have a couple of guests in Monty Poole, Larry Krueger, but then we've got a couple of TBAs today, not to get people overly excited, but our good friend Mike Pereira, who made his debut again, he was there, and we're trying to get bags today because a lot's going to be about the Niners tomorrow. So anyway, we have a lot of people, so we may be able to do that.
Tim, when we go to walkthrough, usually I watch the offense. I watch them both. I stand in the middle and I walk back and forth, but I really concentrate on the offense. And Tim watches the defense. So I already texted him. Give me an idea of the rotation at quarterback. Obviously, I think Garendo may play in this game. He was back on the practice field. And remember Elijah Mitchell. It was a preseason game against the Raiders, and I believe it was the game where Trey Lance hurt his finger on a Raider defender's helmet, and it kind of screwed up his entire time here, but directly his rookie season. And remember, Elijah Mitchell didn't play that preseason. He ran down and covered a kick. And what number was he wearing? Number 49. What number is Isaac Garendo?
49.
49. So if we can get Garendo going in this game, I think he has time to make up. Mason's a little bit over the hip. He's back to practice. So Krueger's been watching every single practice and videoing it and asking all the questions at the podium. So we'll get an idea there. But, the running back rotation may be a little bit different. You may have them all up in this game if you want to give them a tote. Mason looked good in Nashville. Do you want to give Elijah Mitchell a little something? And Garendo, would you keep all four of those guys? Then 3 would be up on game day. Would you make Mitchell available for trade either now or, closer to the deadline in November? But these are the things for this preseason game, John. And then just getting back to going to Vegas, how weird it's going to be. So we were there for the last game of the Chain 1, not the last game, but a late season game on New Year's Day, 22.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Then last year we went there to play him in a preseason game, but we also went there for joint practices. We were there like half a week. And then obviously the Super Bowl was there February the 11th, and now we're going back there for a game on August 23rd. So 4 times we have been there since the calendar turned from 21 to 22. That's unbelievable.
Plus, I've been there 2 more times since then. I've already ripped the Band-Aid.
You went there for your birthday.
The next week.
The Sphere has no concerts this weekend, but they have a Sphere tour. Yeah. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I was talking.
Is that worthwhile doing?
Well, it's funny you would ask that because I'm going. One of the reasons I'm going is because my nephew, he's only 8, but he's a huge Raiders fan, and my sister's taking him down, all this stuff.
Oh, he's the one that wants to go on the field.
And with my sister and her husband. So
he's a huge Raider fan at age 8?
Loves Max Crosby.
How many playoff wins has he been alive for?
Yeah, 8 years. Playoff games? 1?
One. How many wins?
None.
Was that Cincinnati? The Cincinnati game where since then, but Derek did play in a playoff game, and there was a couple of bad calls at the end.
Oh, against Cincinnati. They lost
the playoff game in Cincinnati.
Right. Okay.
That was the end of Drew Brees' broadcasting career.
That's right. Man.
Anyway, he's an 8-year-old Raider fan?
Yeah. I don't know how to explain it. He took a fancy to Max Crosby, likes the way Max Crosby
He likes tattoos?
Yeah.
No, Max is a good player. That guy plays hard.
Yeah, he's
when we were there for the joint practices, the highlight was him against Trent Williams for a couple of snaps.
Who is this Trent Williams you speak of?
This may be a good day if we get him on the field to meet Mad Max, because Max is not playing in this game.
No, that's a bummer.
Although we did play in the first one against the Vikings. It's weird how coaches play him early in the preseason and then they don't play him later, because the fourth preseason game is no longer. We don't have that.
Right.
And the guys didn't play in that one anyway, even in the old days. The old days, 5 years ago. Now they don't even schedule it. So there's a long time off. Like, we'll get into the Brandon Ayuk and the Trent Williams thing and what the calendar. And I listened to John this morning and Kyle yesterday. But you still got 2.5 weeks till you kick off. I mean, so it's almost like there's a bye here. You play this game on Friday. Some teams are playing their last preseason game on Sunday because it's 2 full weeks to the first Sunday of the year. So it's just a little odd to me. And I think Kyle's going to play his guys. He told Tolbert and Copes that. We'll see, how many play. But I mean, the Raiders and Antonio Pierce played Max Crosby in that Viking game, the first preseason game, but he's not going to play anybody in this game. I'm not even going to play his second stringers. He's going to play guys they're largely going to cut or try to evaluate the backside of his roster. And being a former player and a linebacker and a tough guy, you think he would treat it more like Sean Payton does, where you actually play guys and Dennis Allen. But the Raiders are playing nobody in this game.
Yeah, I think that's weird. And we had a setup when we had the 4. Nobody played in the first one. You might play some guys in the second one. The third one was the dress rehearsal, and nobody played in the fourth one. But now it seems like everybody kind of does something different. Like there is no consensus to the 3 preseason games. Whereas with 4, there kind of was.
Yeah, the Raiders, like the Niners, I think there are 3 teams. Who was it? Raiders, Chiefs, and Niners that don't have any joint practices at all.
Right, this year, yeah.
Obviously we're going to have the one in New Orleans, but it got canceled. The Raiders and the Chiefs didn't schedule any. Do you think they thought? You think Mark called Clark Hunt and said, "We'd like to come and scrimmage you guys"? How would that be? Raiders and Chiefs scrimmage.
Yeah, that would work.
The Raiders
out well,
and Cowboys are brawling in the alleys of Oxnard. Could you imagine a Raiders and Chiefs joint practice?
No,
wow,
never.
Raiders would be smoking cigars when they sack Mahomes in a way to walk through.
Again, I don't know how many times Al has got to roll over in his grave, but my God, there's another one.
Could you imagine making the phone call to Lamar Hunt?
Yeah, right.
Or remember Carl Peterson? Carl.
Oh, that story is amazing.
Do you want to come to El Segunda and scrimmage us? Yeah.
What's the story you always tell?
Find our trench coats.
What is it? Not now, Carl.
Not now, Carl.
That's an amazing story. All right, we got a ton to get to today. Monty Poole is going to kick off the guests at 10:30. In about 20 minutes, we'll talk about Al Attles, the Destroyer, at the bottom of the hour. Monty wrote a great piece. That's what Monty does. Larry Krueger is going to join us. He's been down at all the camp practices. He's got his thoughts on what's going on, not only with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, but all the other things and what we should actually be looking for in this game, camp battles, those kind of things. We'll get into that. And we're waiting. Could be, just letting you know, Mike Pereira on his return. And we're trying to get to extra bags as well because we're going to spend a ton of time, obviously, on the final preseason game tomorrow when Papa and I are both in Las Vegas. And, oh, by the way.
The wind. We're going back to Jeremiah
But we're not going to be in the back room. We're actually going to get the big screens this time, I hear.
Oh, we got to go back to it's going to bring back. The last time we were there was the Monday after the Super Bowl.
It was so depressing.
The Niners lost when they scored first in overtime.
Yeah, that was depressing. Plus, they put us in it's going to be better because we're in the big screens. Because remember that time you did it and I was back here and you were like, go to this angle, go to this angle.
I know.
That's kind of going to be
cool. It's all settling in that we're going back to Las Vegas. Are we done with it? This is the last time we have to go there? The Super Bowl's in New Orleans.
Right.
Next year we're here at home, right where I am in Santa Clara. When's the next time for the Raiders? We'll probably play them in the preseason next year.
Yeah.
But it seems like a lot, doesn't it? We've been down there.
Yeah. Yeah, believe me, I've been down there, I think, 4 times. This will be my 4th time in a year. That's too much.
Well, you've been down more because you didn't go for the preseason game.
Right, I didn't.
Yeah.
But I went to the one on the
like
first.
A month after the Super Bowl.
It was the next week. Because I went the next week, and I'd been there 10 days. I was like, what am I mean, seriously, I was like, what am I doing back here?
The only time I empathized with Nicolas Cage was leaving Las Vegas. to get the hell out of there.
You mean John Madden? My God, what is that? All right, we'll get to all of it coming up next. Thanks for joining us on a Wednesday or Thursday. We're all kind of all over the place as we're heading off. Tomorrow we'll be doing the show live from Vegas in this really cool studio that you need to see. We'll do all those things coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on the Esports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch, he's the 49ers GM. Didn't know if you knew that. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the latest news surrounding Brandon Ayuk. Check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Swinging a line drive up the middle. Base hit. Came back with a fastball right down the heart of the plate. One run is in. Here comes the throw to third, and that hits the batter in the foot and ricochets away and is picked up by Bibbins over near the Giants on deck circle. Over to second base goes the man who hit the ball, Lee. That was a sinker right down the middle of the plate with a 2-strike count. Just a bad mistake. And now the White Sox have a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, anytime. A deep outing like that, offensively we got to do a little bit more. Yeah, we just got to do a little bit more. It puts a lot of pressure on him when he has to go, keeps going back out there in a tie game. But again, we're also one pitch away in the next inning, getting to the ninth, and obviously that didn't go well for us either. So frustrating game.
It's always something for the Giants. This time it's the bullpen. Logan Webb gives them 8, as he often does, gives them a great outing. Eric Miller struggles. And then we talk all about Garrett Crochet. He gives the White Sox just 4, like we were talking about yesterday he was going to do. He gives up 2 earned, and then the worst bullpen in baseball shuts the Giants down. White Sox score 4 in the ninth, so we'll quickly give you an update on the Giants. Then Monty Poole is going to join us coming up next, and then we'll get into a lot of 49ers talk. But as Bob Melvin has said far too many times this year, another frustrating outing for the Giants, and these games against the Mariners should be very scintillating. 2 teams that can't score runs against 2 pretty good pitching staffs, so they'll go like 0-0 into the ninth every game for this next few up in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I was watching them last night against the Dodgers, and they've added Justin Turner. Randy Arozarena got in it last night with the new Dodger pitchers, so it'll be feisty. But this game yesterday, and I was tempted, Al Attles passed away just before the show yesterday. We'll talk to Monty about it at 10:30, so it wasn't the right time for a lot of fun, but I was going to break out the broom at the end of the show yesterday, and I decided not to because they're having a hard time sweeping. They've been in that position over and over and over again where they put themselves in a position to win the last game of a series to complete a sweep, and they haven't been able to do it. They've been in those positions 10 times, and they've only been able to follow through twice, and both against the Rockies. And that game, with Garrett Crochet going, John, for the White Sox, looked like the one that could be problematic. Now, his last start, Logan Webb was able to outpitch Max Fried. But Crochet's special. He's just this stage of his season. He's on a pitch limit, innings limit. And he wasn't going to go deep into the game. But, man, is he powerful. But their bullpen came in. And the Giants scored a couple of runs off of him. And it was their bullpen that shut the game down all the way to the bearded former Giant right-hander, John Brebbia. So that was disappointing, obviously. And then the usage of the Giant bullpen yesterday was the story. Logan Webb pitched well, but he's not feeling well. He couldn't start the ninth inning, and, Bob had to move some pieces around. He didn't have Ryan Walker available to pitch yesterday. Jordan Hicks, where he's at, the problem in his comeback right now is that, as he builds up his arm, is he can't pitch back-to-back days. It's going to be hard for him. So to be a closer, you need to be able to do that. So Eric Miller wound up loading the bases, then Bivens gave it up, and you wound up losing a game. I mean, it was a 2-2 game going to the ninth inning, and they put a 4 spot on you, and it's obviously disappointing. There were some chances to score earlier in the game. So it was just, Walker had been used earlier in the series, and they just weren't available, which leads to what are they going to do with Camilo Doval? And Zach Beirudi, the voice of the River Cats, has been watching him pitch, and he's been sending me reports right after the outing last night. Camilo Doval was 1 2/3 perfect innings last night in Tacoma. First time he's gone over an inning here. So when you do bring him back, and he may come back as early as Saturday, John, he could go into a 7th, 8th inning role and have Ryan Walker close. I don't know what he did there to tighten up his mechanics, but he's retired 15 straight batters going back-to-back the last out of his first game with us. So, he had that immaculate inning. He was good, and then he kind of lost it there at the end. So he appears to have locked back in. You'd like to have him, pitch for the Giants yesterday and not for the River Cats. May have been able to win you a game. And will he acclimate to the role of being a setup guy and not a closer? Will his mentality be there? But you lost the game yesterday because you are one arm short. There's a domino there in how you use the bullpen. So tough loss. I mean, just, the Mets have a walk-off last night. Philadelphia did beat the Braves last night, but it was a tight game. They're not going away. We think Atlanta's just going to collapse. They had a rough stretch there, but they've had so many injuries. It's kind of who they are in 2024. The chance to really make up ground with them was last week when they came here and won the first 3 games and the first 2 in extra innings with the placed runner at second base to bunt or not to bunt, and Chris Sale and Blake. What an outing. That's just disappointing. So the more you watch the Giants, John, they got to get out of this funk. And we'll talk about the Niners and Ayuk and Trent Williams and running out of time. The Giants are just they don't separate from teams enough offensively. They strike out way too much. The runners in scoring position. You're going to have to win high 80s, I think, this year to make the playoffs as a wild card, at least mid 80s to high 80s, John. Unlike last year when Arizona snuck in with 84, you're not doing that this year. Probably not. And I just, overall, it just seems like they're a 500 team. They take 2 steps forward, they take 2 steps back, 3 forward, 3 back. And yesterday was disappointing. A lot of factors why they lost that game, though.
Yeah, same old, 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position, so they struggle with that. And the numbers are starting to look stark, as you said. 65 and 64, they're 5 back in the loss to the Braves. 129 down, 33 to go, and the Braves are on an 87 win pace. So if you want to win 87, you got to go 22 and 11. That's 545 over your last 33. And against this schedule, it's just going to be very tough. I mean, can you do it? Sure, you could, but they haven't shown that ability all season long. And now it's Seattle, the Brewers. You get the break with the Marlins, Diamondbacks, Padres, Brewers again, Padres, Orioles, Royals, Diamondbacks. That's just a really tough schedule. It can be done. I mean, you have the White Sox. You should have swept them. The Mariners are 2-8 in their last 10, and they've lost 3, and they don't score runs. So the opportunity is there. But this thing of win 2 of 3, which is a great thing during the season, but you're at the point really where you need to sweep the Mariners, you need to sweep the Marlins, you need to win 2 of 3 against the Diamondbacks. I mean, you have to have a miraculous run here of something that you haven't done all season long. And yesterday it's the bullpen. Many times it's runners in scoring position or situational hitting. All these different things. It's Robbie Ray coming back from Tommy John, where he's great and he's bad and he's great. There's not a lot of consistencies in this team to suggest that they could go 22 and 11 and get on an 87 win pace, which is where the Braves are. It's not looking great. It could happen, but yesterday was just another example of, like you said, they didn't have the right arms available. The White Sox aren't very good. The White Sox have the worst pen in baseball, but yet after Garrett Crochet gave up 2 in 4 innings, that bullpen somehow shut you out.
Including John Brebbia.
Yeah, exactly.
I missed that beard. It's
He's
not
a
as
good
lush.
dude,
When he was a Giant, I mean, it would be down to, ZZ Top length with the beard. Dan Haggerty.
Right.
I mean, 22 out of 33 is literally 2 out of 3.
Right.
So and Sean Estes figured this out before the Braves series. I think even going back before that, if they won every series the rest of the year, they were going to win 90 games. But you got, the 2-gamer with the A's. You didn't win both. You split, so throw that one out. But I hate to keep harping on the Braves series, and there's time to overcome it. But that Braves series was so humongous. To lose the first 3, if you would have just split that series, you would have won the season series and the tiebreaker with them. You lost the first 3. Now they win the tiebreaker, and they picked up 2 games on you. They came in reeling in that. They had lost 7 of 8, 17 of 27. They coughed up an 8-2 lead the game before. And then you happen to draw Chris Sale, and he didn't outpitch Blake Snell. He got deeper into the game. They went pitch for pitch, and you wound up losing it, with a placed runner at second base. So I hate to keep bringing that series up, but I think that's going to haunt them the rest of the year. They have time to overcome it, but still it's hard to sweep teams. Even the White Sox, maybe not because they're so historically bad. But you knew with Crochet going, it was the bullpen, though. But now right now, just take 2 out of 3 in Seattle. That would be a major accomplishment. Take 2 out of 3 from Milwaukee. Milwaukee's good, John. I mean, Milwaukee's right there. They may wind up with the best record in the National League. They've had 53 losses. The mighty Dodgers and Phillies have 52. And they've been playing better in the second half of the year. So, right now, what would you take on this road trip? 3-3? You win both these series and go 2 out of 3 in Seattle, in Milwaukee? You'd take that right now. That's going to be hard to do.
All right, let's talk Al Attles coming up next. Go back to the Giants a little bit. We had a ton of 49ers news with Kyle Shanahan on the station yesterday and John Lynch this morning, so we'll get into all those things. And we did pay homage to Al Attles yesterday. If you missed it, Chris Mullen was tremendous. So was Jim Barnett. Go to KNBR.com and you can listen to those. But Monty Poole has a great perspective as well, and he's got a great piece at NBC Sports Bay Area that you need to check out. We'll talk to Monty about it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Next it is Attles. Scores on the layup. It's 84-82 Warriors.
Swings it back to Attles. Top of the key. Down the lane, right to left. Shoots a bullet to Lee, who lays it in. Out to Attles on the right. Melvin comes into the forecourt. Top of the key. Dishes to Lewis. A running jump pass to Al. Al goes under. Hits a layup.
That's good stuff. Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Thursday edition of the show. Always great to be joined by Monty Poole, even under the circumstances. The destroyer, Al Attles, passes away on Tuesday at the age of 87. Monty's got a great piece on it that you need to read. Make sure you're following him at Monty Poole, NBCS. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're all right, man. One of the best pieces I've read on Al is by you. Just a great piece. The thing that caught me right away is when you talked about Al, when he got done with college, he wanted to be a gym teacher. Now, this almost didn't happen, right?
Monte.
We lose him?
What's going on?
We lost you,
I lost
Monte.
you for a minute there, John.
Oh,
I lost you for about 5 seconds.
No, it's okay. What I was saying is in your piece, I didn't realize that when Al finished up in college, this almost didn't come to be. There's 60-plus years of the Warriors. He wanted to be a gym teacher.
Yeah. I mean, he was able to. I mean, he had a credential, and so he initially thought I wanted to just teach gym, and the Warriors drafted him, and he basically said, nah, I'd rather do this. I'd rather be teaching gym in Jersey somewhere. And the Warriors persisted, thankfully, and said, no, we really want you to do this. And also, from what I understand, there was a draft situation where Al was being the Army. I think one of the military services were looking at Al, and the Warriors said, "Come on, Al, just come play basketball." And so he chose basketball and became a Warrior for life, basically.
You know, we talked about him as a coach yesterday. Obviously, Jim came out and we talked about him as a player and what a great defender he was, and then Mully joined us and we talked about him being a GM. But I thought he was an underrated coach, the way he was able to guide that team with the depth, the TWO deep Warriors of 74-75 to a championship. One thing that is not, I want to get your clarification on this. So Bill Russell was the first black man to be a coach in American sport, but he was a player coach. And then Al became an assistant player coach and then a player coach for a year. But when Al took over the Warriors in 71-72 and he wasn't playing anymore, Monty, was he not the first black man to coach or manage in American sports history solely as a coach and not a player? Lenny Wilkins did it as a player coach, but I think Al was later Frank Robinson, a player manager with the Indians from Cleveland Indians, obviously from Oakland. But he doesn't get a lot of notoriety. He was the first, was he not?
Well, from what I understand, and again, I could be wrong here, but Bill Russell, his last season was a coach. Now, again, I have to check the history books, but he began as a player coach, as did Al, but became the head coach only in his last season. From what I understand,
after they won the championship over Boston? He coached in a year? Okay.
So what I will say this about Al, though, we talk about all of his accomplishments, all the things he did, but we talk about them because we know about them. We've read about them. We've experienced some of them. But in the conversation with Al, you would think that he was just a guy who had a job, and everybody else carried him. And I talked to Jamal Wilk yesterday, and he was saying that, we played 10 deep and a 75 team. And he said that was unheard of. He said Al decided he wanted everybody to be involved. And so he wanted to keep everybody active and gave everybody a role. And he said Al's selflessness really kind of gravitated to the team, the whole roster, is that this is not about one of us, it's about all of us. And so Rick Barry was the star, obviously, but after Rick Barry, most of the rest of the guys were young guys like Phil Smith and Jamal and guys who just filled a role. It's an amazing accomplishment that team won a championship. Not only won a championship, but swept somebody as the underdog.
Yeah.
Rick Barry said it's the biggest upset in American sports history, and it's up there. It's definitely up there, and a lot of the credit should go to Al Attles, but he would never tell you that. He never said about it.
Monty Poole is joining us. Al Attles passes away at the age of 87 on Tuesday. Let me go along on that theme as you wrote in your piece, because everybody that you talk to, it's about humility. And in today's day and age where everybody's social media and everything makes it about themselves and everybody's as selfish and people are putting crowns on their own head, Monty, Al Attles was not that. Like you said, humility is the word that comes out when everybody talks about Al Attles.
Yeah, well, here's Al Attles. You know, I'm a sports writer most of my life, and whenever I would see Al, he would come up and he would say something along the lines of, "Wow, I'm honored to be in your company. You know, I'm just happy to be next to you." And I say, "No, Al, come on now. Your list is way longer than mine." No. Those guys carried me. I had some good guys on those teams. They carried me. But you, so he was so self-deprecating, and so he was humble, and it was genuine. That's how he was. I never heard him once say, "I did this, I said that." It was always we and they. And like you said, in today's world, that's really, really, really rare. But that was Al from the time I met him until the last time I saw him. That's how he was every single day of his life.
And 64 years with the Warrior organization is just amazing. And he went through, with obviously the Wilt Chamberlain, the Rick Barrys of the early days and coaching Rick, and then as the GM that drafted Chris Mullin, and, his role just being around Don Nelson's teams, and the Steve Kerr teams, and Steph in particular, and Draymond. Because Al just had a quiet presence, such a dignity about him always, where if he didn't approve of what you were doing, he'd give you a look, and you were like, I better walk the line now. I know how much he was involved with Mully and Nelly's teams. How much would he be around Steve Kerr's teams and Steph Curry in this current group, Monty?
Not as much. Obviously, he was getting older and had kind of moved into more of an ambassador role by then. And so he was around to counsel anybody who wanted to talk to him, including Steve or the players. But in terms of day-to-day and decision-making, there was a lot less of that at that time. And again, you look at the time he spent with Nelly and Mully, and he was there for Mully, during the We Believe years and stuff like that. So he was there all the time. And but by the time he, by 2013, 14, 15, things had changed. Jerry West, for example, had a much greater voice in what the Warriors were doing day to day than Al did by that time. So it's a little different, but everybody in that building, including Jerry, respected the hell out of Al because they knew who he was and what he'd done.
Absolutely. I mean, to be with this organization, with all the things, you've been around this team a long time that have happened, and ownership changes and everything, and he's been here 64 years. I mean, obviously every group said it'd be great to have this guy around. So that tells you a heck of a lot. It'd be a lot easier to be around the Lakers or a bunch of teams that are winning for that long a period of time. But the Warriors for 64 years, that's amazing in and of itself.
Yeah, well, I mentioned this the other day on X, and I said that there are a bunch of us, there's probably 5 or 6 of us local sports writers. We were in Florida for a game, and we were having lunch, and the Warriors were in really bad shape at that time. This was before Steph. And we were like, yeah, should they just start all over again, just tear it down and start over again? And then the question came up, well, who would be there? Who should stay? Who would you keep if you were running the Warriors? And the only unanimous person was Al Attles. Everybody was like, well, maybe this guy, that guy. But Al was like, oh, yeah, you got to keep Al. He's a treasure. And that speaks volumes about who he is and what he was and what he meant to the franchise. But more than that, what he was as a human being.
Mr. Warrior in every way. And when we lost Nate did leave.
Yeah.
He went to Chicago in the deal that brought Clifford Ray, but Nate was always a Warrior. And you look up in the rafters and, you see Mully's number and the more contemporary guys, but it starts with Nate Thurman and Rick Barry, obviously, but also Al. As you look at our summer, Monty, and you've been covering sports here forever, not just basketball and the Warriors. They say that they come in 3, so I'm hoping it's done. But this has been a hell of a summer, losing Willie Mays, first of all, losing Orlando Cepeda, and now losing Al Attles. I mean, you're looking at guys that have had their numbers retired, have statues. Al is Mr. Warrior. Let's just hope, Monty, we're done. And it is 3, because we lost 3 absolute members of Mount Rushmore in Bay Area sports.
No doubt, 3 legends, man, and they don't get any bigger than obviously Willie Mays. But yeah, let's hope this is we get a break now, because Al's been he was in hospice for a while, so we knew that it wasn't going to be much longer. But still, when you hear it, it's like, man, I'll never hear that voice again. That deep rumbling bass voice. So
it's awesome. He made Barry White sound like Michael Jackson.
Right.
You got a little of himself in there. And look it up. I was looking up Russell because I wasn't sure. Now, Russell, he coached them the year before they won the last 2 when they lost to Wilt's great team in Philly. But he only coached the Celtics those 2 years they won the championship. So he never coached the Celtics and was not a player. So I think Al needs to have that. Anybody else we're missing? John or Monty? Al's got to be the first in the history of American sport to have a black man coach only and not be a player coach. He's the first one, right?
Well, it's possible, because before I started writing this story that I wrote, I was thinking, okay, was Al second? Was he third? And I was looking for something that would tell me that Al was the second, and nothing I could find identified him as the second. So I thought, okay, who was second if he wasn't? Was it K.C. Jones? I mean, who came? I'm not sure. All I know is that Al was the first to win a championship as only a coach.
Right.
That much I'm pretty certain about.
And he coached against K.C. Jones in the finals that year.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so you look at that, and again, we talk about Al and what he meant to all of us and what he meant to the Warriors, but I don't think we could say anything that really truly sort of captures just how much he meant to the Warriors and to the world at large, because as great a basketball man as he was an even better human.
Well said. Mighty, great piece as always. It's always our pleasure to have you on and get your insights. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care, guys.
Thank you,
Take care. That is the great Monty Poole. He's got the piece up right now at NBC Sports Bay Area. Al Attles, Warriors' most enduring, selfless legend, dies at 87. Make sure that you check it out. That happened on Tuesday. And by the way, if you missed any other perspective, we had a tremendous perspective yesterday. Chris Mullen from a man's standpoint, and Jim Barnett played with and against Al Attles, so he has great perspective on that as well. So make sure you go to KNBR.com and check those out. All right, John Lynch was on the morning show this morning with Murph and Marcus. Interesting insight. Nothing new technically, but some concerns with week 1 on the holdout of Brandon Ayuk, and the latest on Trent Williams. We'll play those cuts for you from the 49ers GM next, exclusively here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Thursday edition of the show. Pop and I are just mailing it in because tomorrow we're going to be in Vegas. And the Niners are staying on the Strip. Oh, boy. Not in Henderson.
I wonder how many guys are coming on the airplane today. This would be one trip. You're not coming. Are they going to bring Kittle will come? Well, he may play. I don't know. George may play. He played in the final preseason game last year against the Chargers. So Brock and Debo. So if he ain't playing, you ain't going to Vegas. Is that the rule?
I guess. I'd want to go to Vegas.
Play. No
Mr.
play.
Gray.
No play, no play.
No play for Mr. Gray.
No play, no play.
That'd be one of the few that guys would go, hey, I know I'm not playing, but
how
gosh,
many
I might
guys
as well
are
just go.
staying after the game?
That's what I'm
they're
saying.
They're going to give him the weekend off.
Yeah. You might as well fly to Vegas on the Niners dime. Not that it's overly
I could just see Nick Bosa at the walkthrough today raising his hand. I volunteer to play. It's a preseason game. Nick, you don't play. I know, but is it in Vegas?
You know, I'd like to play for like three snaps. Yeah, that'd be good. That's what I would do if I was a player. I'd be like, I could probably play for a few snaps. You know, what's the big deal? By the way, before we get into Niners, a little bit of breaking news. The team that the Giants are playing, that's the Seattle Mariners, are firing their manager, Scott Service.
Right now?
Yeah, with like 30 games left in the season.
The team they just lost to, they fired their manager.
Wow. All right. There you go. 30 games left, and they're firing their manager.
So who's going to be there? Who's going to be their interim manager?
Ichiro. No, I don't know. I have no idea who is. Bob Melvin used to be their manager. I can't have him.
Ichiro.
But anyway, Jay Buhner.
Well, they've who's on their staff that could do it? I mean, they're a 500 team at 64-64. How many games were they ahead of the Houston Astros by like what, Memorial Day?
Crushing them.
That they're 5 back of Houston now. The division is wide open. Texas, they're not firing Boch, but they're 59-69. Angels and A's. The division is wide open. So Jerry DiPoto don't play. Huh? He keeps his job, but he fired the manager.
Well, I mean, it's when you have the best pitching in baseball and you're barely a 500 team. You're hitting. My God, they fired their hitting guy Brant Brown, the former Cub, like months ago. That didn't work. They brought in Randy Arozarena. They brought in Justin Turner. They clearly didn't do enough. They still can't hit. My God, man. That's a mess. Anyway, all right.
Are they playing the Dodgers tonight or are they off?
Good question. I don't know. I have to look. I didn't check their thing. I just saw that they haven't done it yet, but they said the Mariners are preparing to fire Scott Service. So that's
off
the report.
Today. They're off today.
Okay. So they're firing him on their off day.
Well, that makes sense to do it on an off day. Then go home and after losing to the Dodgers game. That game got spicy a little bit.
Well, they're 2-8 in their last 10, and they've lost, I think, 4 in a row. So the problem is that you hope they don't get that little burst of energy that teams sometimes get when they fire their manager or coach. You know, they get that little thing that gets going, and the clubhouse gets a little bit of energy, and then it fades.
They got a hit. DiPoto added some hitters. He brought in Justin Turner. He brought in Randy Arozarena. He's hitting cleanup now. Arozarena.
You and I would hit cleanup on that team. That is
what happened to Rodriguez? Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah, he fell off the cliff. Yeah,
he's only DHing. He's not playing center.
He's been hurt, but even before that, he wasn't very good. So
he was a star of the All-Star game last year when they hosted it up in Seattle. I mean, he was. Baseball's a funny sport, isn't it?
Yep,
you just drop off completely, go up and down.
All right, we'll keep you updated on that, Giants and the other stuff. But John Lynch was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, and Kyle Shanahan was on yesterday with Tolbert and Cope. So we're going to play some best of, and of course, there's some Brandon Ayuk stuff, but there's different angles on it. It's not so much has there been any progress. Both men said no. Well, not so much with Trent Williams. There's a little bit different stuff on that, but we'll get into that. But here is John Lynch this morning asking now for both players if week 1 is in jeopardy with Ayuk and Williams.
No, we're not there yet, but we're getting close. I mean, it's right around the corner. So we're going to continue to try to work things out. And, we'll see where these things go.
August 22nd is today. So what are we, 2 weeks from the opener? Right?
2.5 weeks.
2.5
so
weeks?
Today is a Thursday.
Right.
and
I guess the NFL kicks off, right? 2
Yeah,
weeks?
so today, 2 weeks from today is installation day.
Yep.
And I don't know how he's going to treat, the Monday after Labor Day. When you're playing on a Sunday and you come back from Labor Day weekend, you sneak in a bonus practice on Monday, take Tuesday off, and then Wednesday's the beginning of the week for Sunday, but they're playing on Monday, the 9th. So will he give them actually Labor Day off or bring them back on Tuesday, Wednesday off, and then practice Thursday? I don't know what he could do. That'll be, you may want to give him an extra day on Labor Day or bring him back on Monday and give him, Tuesday or Monday and Tuesday, give him Wednesday off. So in any event, 2 weeks from today is installation day. So, that's when you start getting ready. It's the week of the Jets. Kyle will probably started ahead of time, and Brock's probably looking at it a little bit. After they get rid of the Raider game, you start looking at it. But that's go time. That's when installation day, they get up and they say, this is our plan, how we're going to beat the Jets, and they go practice. So that's 2 weeks from today. So you're getting there. And with Nick, he walked in that Thursday before, we flew the next day to Pittsburgh, and he played. With what he does, it's doable. It's not a perfect world when you're meshing stunt games with tackles inside. And I think they're going to be a much better stunting team this year. Just watching the big guys inside, Malik Collins in particular, Jordan Elliott, they're low to the ground. Javon Hargrave's in better shape this year. So anyway, there is teamwork involved with a defensive end, but not as much as wide receiver. So right away, would Brandon Ayuk be on a snap count, even if he came in right now? And not going to go to Vegas, but come back and practice with you next week and then be ready for installation day. Would he be on a snap count of some kind where he's not able to play the entire game? Would he be your starting X or rotate in? Or,
He'd have to be on a snap. Wouldn't he have to be on a snap count at this point?
It depends on what kind of shape he is. He's not like a brand new player. He's been here before. He has great synchronicity with Brock, but that would be, let's just see how he looks on the practice field and get ready. And the performance staff will tell you how he's running with the GPS and the catapult system. They do all that stuff. So the one thing that was brought up that I thought was interesting, I forget which insider mentioned it yesterday, but they may want to adjust the contract. And I don't know if this insider thought of it themselves or it's something from the team, that we don't expect you to be you right away. So we're not going to pay you like you're you right away.
I'll extend the holdout.
Who knows how it'll work? I don't know. There's ways to deal with it, and we may not be at that critical stage, but it's like Blake Snell. If you didn't think, and they didn't have any way of knowing, but they kind of did. We talked about it. If he doesn't sign right now on March 19th and he wound up signing, how's he going to be ready for the opener? He's going to miss starts, and so it's just going to be diminished returns early in the year to some degree, or literally snap count. So do you think of that ahead of time? You just pay him anyway and then take the fallout from him and protect him? But 2 weeks from today, they are on the field here, and it's Jets week. It is time to go.
That would tangle the web even more, and they don't seem to be able to come to an agreement. So I don't know if I would add that if I were them. The other thing is that, to me, among all the things, you got NBA training camp, you got spring training for baseball, and we saw what happened to Blake Snell. They can spin it all they want. Brandon Ayuk early in the season is not going to be regular Brandon Ayuk. Trent Williams has an opportunity to be Trent Williams, but there's continuity among the offensive line, and I don't even know if Aaron Banks is going to be his left guard or not, and at least Pooney is going to be the starting right guard, so you got to play in continuity. So these guys are not going to be themselves for at least a couple of weeks, and you're playing the Jets in week one.
How much is Saleh playing his guys to get ready in the training? Right. I know they're at training camp.
But like you said, the difference between spring training and NBA training camp, the hardest one is training camp. So people can't tell me that you don't need training camp. And with Brandon Ayuk, he hasn't done anything. I know he's running around. I know he's doing different things. But, he wasn't in OTAs. He wasn't in anything. So he can't come in and have it not affect things for at least, a month?
That's up to the athlete.
That's just being realistic.
I don't know that. He's been here before. We don't want he's doing later. You would think that that's a possibility, but you don't know that to be certain. I think the performance staff may just limit his snaps for the Jet game, and then you're also playing in Minnesota in a short week on the following week. So the point is, it's time to get him in if you want him fully effective. The one thing I would say was, and a little bit of a different scenario last year because everybody was in except for Nick, but McCaffrey doesn't play in preseason games. But I remember going into that first game in Pittsburgh, and the Steelers are tackling to the ground. Kenny Pickett looks like Terry Bradshaw, later in his career when he was winning Super Bowls, and they didn't punt. And when he was on the field, they were 5 for 5, and they looked like they were going to be difficult to deal with. And the Niners went right down the field the first series of the year, and Ayuk scored a touchdown, and they ran him out by halftime. The game was effectively over. So I hear all the August angst, the bummer summer is what Murph's saying. How many guys do the Rams play in the preseason? Their coach doesn't even coach in the preseason.
But at least they're in camp.
We're dwelling on two guys. This is a loaded roster. McCaffrey could play tomorrow if he had to play. You're getting these guys back. I think just too much because you can't see it with your own eyes. They see it and they know what they're doing. We'll see. You never know. Every year's a new year. But these are the Niners. They had 9 Pro Bowlers last year. They had 5 All-Pro players last year. Anybody in football would swap rosters with this team right now. And so I think we're kind of building up the anxiety and talking too much about the guys that aren't here. I know why it's done. It's the nature of the world we live in. But they got plenty to beat the New York Jets. Even if Trent and Ayuk don't play, they've got enough on this roster to win. So we'll see, how they incorporate them in. But it's time to get them in. 2 weeks from today is Jets week. You need to prepare. You can't just show up here on that Thursday and roll. You can, but it may not be advisable to be at your best on Monday night, and the whole country's watching. And for Ayuk in particular, if he does not play well in that first game, they're going to beat him up for it. So he doesn't drop passes. He makes himself get open. So we'll see. But I think a little bit overall is just too much on this. And the team is fine, but you would like to get those guys in camp ASAP so they can start rolling right in week 1.
We haven't talked anything, very little about, when is the time. But now I think 2 weeks from today, the actual NFL season starts. And like you said, install day is 2 weeks from today. And if these guys weren't overly important, they wouldn't be making, in Ayuk's case, close to 30, and Trent's the best left tackle in football. So I'm not really overly concerned because the 49ers have gotten off to slow starts before. I'm concerned about the entire season. So how is this going to affect Brandon Ayuk? I think that Trent Williams will get up to speed very, very quickly because that's just what he does, and he doesn't practice a lot anyway. My concern would be in a season like this where so much is riding on it and everybody's saying that this is the last run for the Niners, which I don't agree with and have never said because I don't think that's the case. But I think Brandon Ayuk is very, very important. I think there are other guys who could step up. It would be nice if Ricky Pearsall had been practicing or something like that. I would like to see that. So that concerns me a little bit. But is this going to linger in terms of, okay, let's say just for the sake of conversation, he signs tomorrow. Is this going to be a month till he's Brandon Ayuk? And in that month, how do they play?
I have no idea. After OJ broke the record in 73 and in 2003 yards, he signed his contract. He held out he signed it the day of the Monday night opener against the Raiders. He didn't have a great game that night. They did win the game. Ahmad Rashad caught one late, and they beat a couple of them, and they beat the Raiders. Only first time the Raiders ever lost on Monday Night Football. OJ had a good 74. It wasn't as good as 73. So, it's not like Brandon Ayuk's a rookie and he doesn't know Brock Purdy. You have a new quarterback. Once they get Ayuk and Trent Williams in here, they will bring back their entire offense from last year, assuming Aaron Banks makes left guard. The one change would be, and it may be an upgrade to have Dominic Thuney at right guard, then Burford to start the year, and then Feliciano took over. Everywhere else, you're hearty and whole and even stronger. And this offense, they were third leading offense in football last year. They averaged about a little under 30 a game, but they had that 3-week stretch where they scored 17 in every game and lost all 3. So this is a loaded offense. Christian McCaffrey still on this team. George Kittle, Debo looks better than ever. So as far as Ayuk, I don't know. He's been here a lot. He's been taking the offseason seriously the last couple of years. I hope he's still preparing to play the year. When I heard that note, and it was Tom Pelissero that said it yesterday, Derek sent me a text, he suggested that, and Tom does hear things, that could be just a motivating factor to you The offer we're making and the contract we're trying to negotiate is subject to you signing now so we can get you ready for installation day in 2 weeks. If you drag this out a few more days and our performance staff has to say, we can't play him. Even 80% of the snaps, whatever it is that first game, then do we pay you 100% of your salary that first game? So that's just a motivating factor to get this deal done ASAP.
All right, one more with John Lynch, and then next segment, in about 5 minutes, we'll play what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday. Here is John Lynch. When is the deadline on getting these guys in?
Do you guys have a deadline date of when you like to get these contracts worked out with both Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams?
Last month, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is.
You can kind of hear you can hear the frustration in his voice, just like, because we got to ask him.
So what? I mean, a deadline? If he doesn't sign by what time's the Monday night game? 5:15 against the Jets. You're pulling that you're not going to negotiate with him. Chris Jones, if you remember last year, Chris Jones, and they won the Super Bowl the year before. He sat in the luxury suite at Arrowhead, their opener on Thursday Night Football, when they were doing the banner, and he sat between his two agents, and they lost that game. It was a tight game. He didn't play in that game. Kelsey was out due to injury, and they lost. And you think Clark Hunt was thinking, we're done with him, and we're going to pass the deadline? They wound up signing him right after that game, and they rolled. And how dominant he was, in the Super Bowl. So, I don't know, Marcus, is there a deadline? If he doesn't sign and he misses the first game, then I guess he doesn't get paid for the first game. Well, he technically is under a rookie deal. I don't even know how that would work. He's still under contract, so maybe they'd have to move him. I think the other issue, John, is what do they do with him on Tuesday when it's cut-down day? Trent is on the did not report list, so I think you can stash him over there. Ayuk's not on any list. So what do you do with him? He's going to take up a roster spot. Somebody's going to get cut. If he's not signed by Tuesday at 1 o'clock when you got to cut down to 53 and put your team together, I assume there's no list to put him on. What would you do with him? Otherwise, you got to cut a player off the roster because he's in limbo.
Yeah, it's not good. The other thing is that, like you said, it costs. If the Chiefs win that game, do they keep negotiating with Chris Jones? Do they not give him a deal? The Chiefs, for the first time, and give them the credit, they had to go on the road. They had won all their games to get to the Super Bowl at home. They had to go through Baltimore, and they did it. Give them a ton of credit, but you'd like to have those games at home and not on the road. You don't want to be playing that game in Detroit. You want to be playing it here, but that may be the case if these guys don't get the deal done. So, again, 2 weeks from today, the NFL starts, and install day for the 49ers for that game against the Jets is 2 weeks from today as well. We'll give you a little bit of Kyle Shanahan on the other side. He was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. One on the receivers who could step up if there is no Brandon Ayuk, and one is an issue that everybody's been talking about with Brock Purdy, and Kyle set the record straight on that. So we'll give you those two cuts, and then Larry Krueger is going to join us. I think this is because we've had him on a pre- and post-game in the first couple of games, but we haven't had him on our show, right? Haven't had Krueger on? I didn't believe so.
Long time.
Yeah, so we'll have him on about 40.
You remember Dan Wilson?
The old catcher for the Mariners.
He is the new manager. The manager.
I was not that far off because I did say Jay Buhner. He was on that same team.
You named them all.
Yeah, except I didn't name Dan Wilson.
What is Dan Wilson doing now? Is he a broadcaster?
I thought he was
on the coaching staff?
I thought he was a broadcaster. It's always those damn catchers. I should have just named off old Mariners catchers, and then I would have got it. Catchers. Bochy, Melvin.
And the thing about Dan Wilson was a good catch and throw guy, but he couldn't hit.
Could not.
There was a deal one year, FX McCrory's, the brewery up there.
Of course.
They charged you for a draft beer, whatever Dan Wilson was hitting.
That is a great promotion.
It was below the Mendoza line.
I was going to say, what was Mario Mendoza?
So it was Mario Mendoza. It was on the interstate. So you were hitting, you'd go and get a beer. He was hitting like 175, so you get a beer for $1.75. That was the deal. Whatever Dan Wilson was hitting was the price of a beer.
That's what we need to do around here, because then you wouldn't be so pissed off that the Giants could hit with runners in scoring position. They should have like whatever the Giants are hitting with runners in scoring position. Like last night, they were 2 for 10. So it was like $2 for a beer.
$2 for 10 beers?
Yeah, maybe $2 for 10 beers. They'd fix that fast. They'd get Farhan on that fast. Farhan fixed this runners in scoring position thing.
FX McCrory's, a place called Sneakers up there. Wasn't there a bar called Sneakers?
In Pittsburgh, there was a place called Sneakers.
What was the other one in Seattle? FX McCrory's one, the way they'd stack up the bottles all the way to the ceiling.
Yeah, that's a good
still
call
there?
on your part. I don't know. We'll have to ask. I got to text my friend now. Man, that's
Dan Wilson.
What a great promotion that is. My
He didn't
gosh.
like it, Dan. He didn't.
I know, but that's a pretty good promotion. I mean,
He
hell,
said, you know what? If I go 4 for 4 tonight, drinks are on me.
God, who would we choose on the Giants on that one? Jeez. Casey Schmidt? What's Casey Schmidt hitting right now? Man, we got to get
He's
somebody.
got the lowest batting average on the team.
Yeah, it was nice knowing you, Grant McCray. That was really cool for a minute until you struck out 6 times in 2 games. What's his batting average now?
FX McCrary's.
Well done. Well done. You said about $2.40. I'd take $2.40 beer. All right. The rest of Kyle, we got diverted there. Dan Wilson, huh?
Wilson against Bob Melvin.
Yeah.
Wow.
A couple of catchers again.
Got to go out with shin guards to bring out the lineup card.
All right. Kyle speaks next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Nelly. Don Nelson, dude, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday and gave his thoughts not on Nelly Kush, but on the passing of Warriors legend Al Attles. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Thursday. Tomorrow, we will come to you from the glitz and glamour of Vegas, although it's the scene of the crime from last year. But we're going to be in the fancy studio tomorrow, and we're going to have all sorts of, I was going to say pyrotechnics. We won't have pyrotechnics, but we'll have cool screens.
We might.
Yeah, who knows?
We have pole dancers.
Oh, that would be
It's Vegas,
terrible.
baby.
That would be terrible.
From the win.
That's true. By the way, we've already got, I was going to say this, Walter is already fielding calls from people like, where are we going to be? So if you want to come by and knock on the glass, but not be creepy about it, we'll be at the Wynn tomorrow, the Wynn Hotel, and we'll be behind. It's, bulletproof glass and everything, so don't get any ideas. But we will be down at the Wynn tomorrow, so stop on by and say hello to us. Broadcasting live. Continuing today, live.
We're dead today.
Yes. Continuing today through Friday, August 23rd. That is this Friday, so that's tomorrow, actually. 3 chances a day. It's coming down to it. Murph and Marcus, Pop and Lund, Tolbert and Copus qualify for 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. And each person who qualifies automatically wins a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for the chance to win the grand prize. So not right now, but when you hear the cue to call from Tim Ryan, you know it by now. It's going to be the 1 o'clock hour today. So 415-896-KNBR, not now, but in the 1 o'clock hour when you hear the Tim Ryan sounder. So 1 o'clock hour is our hour today to listen. Good luck. Good luck. Are you ready for Kyle Shanahan?
Yes, I heard Kyle Shanahan, but I want to hear what snippets you have dissected.
Yes, here are some good snippets. Number one, if Brandon Ayuk is not around week 1, who could the 49ers turn to? Here's Kyle.
Well, that's what we got everyone competing for right now. We have Juwan, who's done a lot of good stuff for us here over the years. He's kind of, when guys are healthy, he's always majored as our slot receiver. But we've used him outside too. He's always been capable of being outside, and he's a guy that we'd like to, he's probably the first we would look to because, he has been our number 3 receiver since we've been here. And at times in some big moments, we've used him like a number 1 guy. Juwan's had, he's battling some, hip soreness and some ankle soreness right now, so he wasn't able to go last week. Chris Conley's had a hell of a camp. He came on strong for us last year, did a hell of a job for last year, and made a number of plays going into the playoffs, and in the Super Bowl. And, he's been on a lot of teams, too, where he's done it for a while. And then we got these rookies who are all pushing that I know will be there eventually, but they're a little behind the 8 ball with their injuries, but they're guys we believe in, guys who are made of the right stuff. And then we got a lot of depth here with just guys we brought in from other teams who have made other teams before. We have guys that have been on the back part of our roster that are trying still to do that again with Danny and Ronnie Bell and things like that. So we'll see how it plays out. We usually get 5 up for game day, and if BA's not there, we'll plan on using all of them.
He pretty much mentioned everybody. The one thing why I wanted to play that is we're starting to get into a little bit of mini trade season. Jahan Dotson got traded by Washington, former first-round pick wide receiver. I don't know if the 49ers...
Went to Philadelphia.
Yeah, went to Philadelphia, which, geez, they must think he stinks because they traded him in division. And then the Seahawks traded Michael Jackson to Carolina. He's a nice corner. So guys are looking at their roster saying, boy, we're overloaded in these certain spots. We're going to trade guys. I don't know. I mean, Dotson doesn't seem like size-wise the type of receiver that the Niners would use, but he is a former first-round pick who's kind of underachieved there in Washington, and they know Adam Peters, so they might have made the call to the Niners. They probably said no thanks, but he goes in division. So I don't know if the Niners would do that. He mentioned about everybody. He didn't mention Pearsall, but he kind of did. He said guys have been injured. So he, at least on the surface, doesn't sound like he's overly panicked.
So, I mean, the question was, if Ayuk can't make it, who's your ex, basically? And that's what I've been wondering, because there are guys in the roster that I think, and the two guys that he mentioned, Chris Conley and Juwan, I spoke to them. First day I went to training camp, I got in both of their ears, and I said, give me your background on playing X wide receiver. And they said, well, they both said the same thing. And the reason I thought about them, they're both 6'3", over 200 pounds, X-wide receivers on the split end side away from the tight end. You're up on the line, so there's nobody else on your side. You're up on the line, so they can press you. It's just a more demanding position to win. That's what Brandon Ayuk is. They cross-train them all. They can move them all around. But in just, as far as volume of snaps, BA's your X. They both said quietly they prefer to play X. And with Conley, first of all, they played it in college. Juwan was an X in Tennessee and Conley at Georgia. But I think at their role now, they're not ones or twos in an offense. If you're a 3 or a 4 and a special team guy like Conley, you got to load them all. Somebody goes down, Debo's down, get in and play Z. Ayuk's down, get in and play X. Juwan's down, go play slot. You're the F. So they've been cross-trained to play it all. But I immediately sought both of them off, and I got almost the exact same answer. Very different. Chris Conley was speaking in the King's English in paragraphs, and third and Juwan was, I can play X, just throw me the damn ball. So they have been playing more X. Conley right now I think if you had to play a game right now, John, Conley's your starting X wide receiver, Debo's your Z, and you keep Jennings there. What Kyle's talking about is Juwan's, managed some injuries here with the hip and ankle, so they haven't seen him a lot. But if you had to go into a season right now, I think Jennings and Conley would be your 2X candidates. Pearsall, I'm not sure he has the body for that, but they've trained him to do that. So those would be the guys. Debo's more of a Z, and obviously, Cowing would be more of a Z or an F wide receiver. Just one other note, and I know it's unrelated, but I do remember, like in history, and it's a different position, but even guys that have changed teams. Historically in football, we're like, you can't make a trade right before a season starts and do that. Remember when Al traded for Richard Seymour in 2009?
Yeah.
And he wanted Vince Wilfork, but Belichick, was one or the other, and Al was pitching for Wilfork, but he got Seymour. Al let Seymour, take more than 48 hours, 72 hours to report. He got in, right before that first Monday night game against the Chargers. And if you do get Mike Pereira on when I'm gone, John, that was the Lewis Murphy game where they took away his touchdown. And I remember talking to Mike on the phone probably 27 different times for 27 hours the next day to go over that play. But the bottom line, Seymour showed up that day, played on Monday Night Football. The Raiders lost the game, but he wound up sacking Phillip Rivers twice in that game. And arguably it was his best game as a Raider. He wasn't as good after that, but he just showed up right before his first game as a Raider, and that was his best game.
Here is Kyle Shanahan on the big question. Like you said, the Raiders aren't going to be playing much of anybody, but here is a Kyle Shanahan and how much he's going to play his starters.
To not get much out of this game, I think, would be a risk. This guy's getting too much off. So the goal is to play our starters. I always tell them to be ready to play a whole half. Hopefully we get more plays and in some good situations, things go well. So, it only ends up being like a quarter and a half, but each guy's different. But I don't talk to them all individually about it. I kind of know the plan. I tell them my reasoning for it. And everything I try to do is I try to say I don't do anything just to do it. I do it because I believe that's what we need as a team, or I believe it's what you need as an individual. And this is the decision I've made. And if anyone sees it differently, my door's always open, and I'd love to hear your opinion. I'm doing this for a reason. And so that's usually how I roll with it. And not many guys disagree, but some guys can sometimes make good points, and we just deal with that when it happens.
Okay, let me clarify something. Kyle Shanahan's door is not open to you. He's saying it's open to anyone within the organization. You can't just go down to 49-49 and say, Kyle, I'd like to speak to you about how long the Stars should play.
I can't even get in this door to do the radio show. I got to go through like 9,000 doors now.
I just want to clarify that because I could see listeners driving down south today.
I just
going,
had a couple of them banging
by.
at the glass, by the way, looking for. They thought you would be here today.
I know. That's what makes me scared about tomorrow. Is this guy calls Walter, and he would. Let's be honest. I could hear him. I'm standing in the room over there. I could hear him. He's yelling so loudly, so he's a little off kilter. So any of those types, keep on going past.
We'll be fine. Tomorrow. We're going to the Hard Rock right after that. we got a Niners party. Gold Bar Whiskey is sponsoring at the Hard Rock.
Where's
right
my
2 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah, right after we get off the air. It's a 7 o'clock kick. Of course we can get you.
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding?
Well, I'm just.
You're
whiskey,
Jack London.
Me?
We'll get you in easily.
My goodness, man, that's beautiful. By the way, when you were, we're not going to have time to play this other one. I did
play
get
it while I'm gone.
I did
because everything Kyle was saying.
Yeah, that's true.
He's going to tell this team right now that the walkthrough of how they're playing.
I'll read a short Kyle quote here in a second. But I did get this morning. I did, as we've been talking here. I did get something from the Raiders.
You got a text?
I got a text that said they're going to contact me.
All right.
So maybe that alias you used worked.
All right.
Here's Kyle. Talking about Trent Williams. This sounds optimistic.
You play this, and I'm going to take off because I got about a minute walk.
Are you leaving right now?
Yeah, I want to see who's playing this football game.
Okay.
I'll come back.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Bye.
Here's the deal. I've had some contact with him, Shanahan said. Be good talking to him. We're negotiating hard. Hopefully it's getting close. Are you like me? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Text line. That sounds optimistic to me. I think Trent Williams is going to be there week 1, and I'm not overly worried about Trent Williams being effective in week 1 against the Jets. I think he'll be fine. Ayuk, I'm getting nervous about. Pearsall's injury makes me nervous. I know that we have a little bit of time, but in listening to John, the one thing that we didn't get into is John is Mr. Optimism of the two, right? Kyle is more pessimistic or realist, however you want to look at it, and John is more, I woke up today, the sun is shining, it's a good day kind of a guy, which is great to have a yin and yang kind of like that. Shanahan sounds optimistic about Trent Williams. That means I think they are getting close. And Deshaun Jackson did say on one of the Fox shows the other day that he just talked to Trent Williams, their former teammates with them, the Redskins, and he sounds good. So everything is trending in the right direction, it sounds like, for Trent Williams. This Brandon Ayuk thing, especially the thing that Pop brought up, that you think now that the Niners are going to bring up, oh, by the way, you're not going to be effective early in the season, so we're going to pay you less. You want to start that web? No. Let's just get the deal done. Anyway, give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Larry Krueger is going to join us about 11:50. He's been at camp all throughout, so we'll get his thoughts on what he's looking for on Friday against the Raiders, how long they should start, all those kind of things. That in about 20 minutes. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. I'm sorry, I didn't hear Danny's laser thing, so now thank you very much. I appreciate it. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That's what I'm talking about because my vision is awesome. I can see near, I can see far, and for me, it was all about finding my readers. Where are my readers? I can't see anything. Those days are gone, long gone. Now, look, I had CLR, custom lens replacement. There's all sorts of procedures that the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley do. But here's the one thing that concerned me first and foremost, and it probably concerns you as well. Tens of thousands of vision correction procedures. That's what Dr. Bindi and the team down there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has done. So that was the first thing on my mind. Am I like your first patient? Am I your guinea pig? No. Thousands and thousands of successful procedures where people can now ditch their glasses. It is absolutely great and has been life-changing for me. I say this all the time. So to get that free consultation, yeah, I said free. Free. LaserEyeCLR.com. They're going to talk to you about what you want, your expectations. They're going to come through. Short few minutes for the procedure. It's absolutely great. No reading glasses, any of that kind of stuff. Permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll have to ask them about this because I'm no professional here, but you're never going to develop cataracts as well. So do it right now. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, LaserEyeCLR.com, or simply call 877-GET-2020. That's 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Now a smash into left field, a base hit. And now they just busted it open here. That was another fastball, all two-hittable. And since Vivens has come into the game, he's faced two hitters and 4 runs have scored. 6-2 White Sox.
And the White Sox would win 6-2. We'll do a little Giants here, and then we'll talk to Krug. It's the first time that the Krug Show is going to be on with us. We had him on pre- and post-game the last couple of weeks. It's been good to catch up with our good friend Larry Krueger, but he's going to join us at 11:50, so about 15 minutes or a little bit less to tell us what he's going to be looking for in Las Vegas. And do remember, you can tune in to Pop and I before we get to some Giants there and the great John Miller there. Before we get to all of that, remember, we're going to be at the Wynn, Pop and I, and we've got this cool little studio. One of our former bosses here, Crow, is setting us up in this big studio. And so just like last year, we're in the same place actually after the Super Bowl, so we're going to have to pour one out for that. But we are going back to Vegas, Pop and I, tomorrow from Vegas for the show starting at 10, so make sure that you tune in. Should be a good time. And if you're down there, check us out in the Wynn. It's real easy. Just go into the Wynn, ask them where the studios, the radio TV studios are. They will direct you, and you can come on by and say hello to Pop and I. Maybe bring a few chips, a couple of drinks. I don't know, something for the cause. Anyway, do that. And then one other quick thing, 1 o'clock is the hour. 1 o'clock is the hour. We're coming down to it tomorrow, Friday, August 23rd, during Tolbert and Copes. Is the last time you can qualify. So you can qualify with us today, qualify with Tolbert and Copes, then all 3 shows tomorrow, and then that's it. The winner will be announced on August 26th for what, you say? Tickets, a pair of tickets to every 49ers home game this season, and the qualifier wins a $50 gift card to the Niners team store. So our Tim Ryan sounder will be in the 1 o'clock hour today, so make sure that's when you listen. 1 o'clock hour, please stay here, but 1 o'clock hour, if you're going to miss anything, is the time that we're going to play that sounder. As far as the Giants are concerned, disappointing loss yesterday, and I realize, and I'll do the math for you in just a second, you're not going to sweep everybody, but the White Sox, I wouldn't call him historically bad, but if you look at the lineup, it's terrible. Logan Webb goes through 8 innings and is very solid. The bullpen for the White Sox is the worst bullpen in baseball, and yet after Garrett Crochet only goes 4 innings, they shut the Giants completely out, and the Giants, Eric Miller especially, you heard Bivens there, they don't do the job, and you lose to the White Sox. We've said this over and over and over again, and I don't think this is going to be the one game that's going to be remembered because there's so many that the Giants have blown this year. They can't seem to get on an extended long run. They've had a couple of small ones this year. But essentially, this is what we're down to. 65 and 64, 5 back in the loss column to the Braves, 129 down, 33 to go, and the Braves are on an 87-win pace. So I don't know if you like this game or not, but this is what I did. 22 and 11 or 545 baseball over the last 33. Are you of the belief that the Giants can go 22 and 11? And the schedule is, and this is interesting because a lot of times we say this all the time in every single sport, it's when you get a team. Well, the Mariners just fired, or are going to, according to reports this morning, they're going to fire Scott Servais, their manager, because while this is the best starting rotation in baseball statistically, this is the worst offense, and they just haven't been able to get it going. So they're going to try, as they're still in the race down the stretch here with this great pitching, they're going to try to turn that around with a little bit of a burst from somebody else. Dan Wilson, a former catcher of the Mariners, is going to take over on an interim basis, but they're 3-7 in their last 10, and they've lost 3 in a row. They can't score runs, so maybe that's a good thing to go up to Seattle right now. But against this pitching, it's not great for a team who doesn't score with runners in scoring position. You know that. The Brewers are in first place in the Central after that. The Marlins, you got to sweep. The Diamondbacks are not as hot as they were, but they're still 7-3 in their last 10. Then at the Padres, you don't play well on the road, and they're still hot. Then the Brewers again, Padres again, at the Orioles, who are not as good as they were early in the season, but that's a road game, and we know what the Giants do on the road, not very well. At the Royals, playoff team. At Diamondbacks, again, playoff team. And then the not Brandon Crawford St. Louis Cardinals for the last 3 of the season. So I ask you again, can they go 22 and 11? I mean, I like to be optimistic. To pull back the curtain a little bit, we carry the Giants, so it would be great if they were good because there's more interest, and more interest means more people are going to listen. But from a realistic standpoint, and yeah, it's been done. Teams have been, the A's ran down the Rangers. That was cool. The Mets ran down the Cubs. I mean, there's been the Yankees ran down the White Sox, Bucky Dent's home run, all that kind of stuff. You can pick out those incidents through the history of baseball that have happened, but the reason that I can remember them off the top of my head is because they're rare. Not because they don't happen, but because they're rare. And every time I get into a conversation with somebody, I ask this very question to somebody, which is, and again, if you want to be optimistic, that's great. And I'm not trying to be a pessimist. I look at it more as realism. My question to you is this, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. What gives you the belief that a team that has been woefully inconsistent can all of a sudden go 22 and 11 against a schedule like that? It could happen, no question. I'd probably put it at 5%. What is their playoff chances this morning? Like 10% maybe on Fangraphs or whatever. I'd put it like 5%. Because outside of the Marlins, Seattle might get a bit of a burst because that's what happens when you get a new coach or a new manager. Oh, okay, we can blame it all on that guy, and then we're going to play good baseball. Now, that's a short-term thing because if you're bad, you're bad. And this offense that the Mariners has is bad. And if you like high-scoring baseball, the next 3 games are not for you. It's not going to be good. But Brewers, Diamondbacks, at Padres, Brewers, Padres, at Orioles, at Royals, at Diamondbacks, that's a tough schedule, and I don't care what your team is. And as Pop pointed out, 22-11 is 2 out of 3. So just take 2 out of 3 every single time. It doesn't work like that. You got to get on a run because you're going to struggle. A pitcher's not going to be good. When Farhan said this is the best rotation in baseball, he said it with 2 very young pitchers in Birdsong and Harrison who are going to be inconsistent. That's just the way it is. And then a guy like Robbie Ray, who we're going to see the Robbie Ray from the other night, which was very, very good. And then we're going to see Robbie Ray the start before, not very good because he's coming back from Tommy John surgery. He's not the guy that has won a couple of Cy Young Awards. He's just not. In name, he is, not in action. So you got 2 guys really pitching well at the top of the rotation, but the same problems exist. You've heard them a million times this year. Runners in scoring position, situational hitting. At this point in the season, and as I said, 129 down, 33 to go, you are who you are. Do you think over 33 games they're all of a sudden going to become proficient in those areas? Not likely. And not likely against teams like this. So I don't want to be pessimistic. I think I'm being realistic. I'm not putting them in a box. I'm not nailing it shut. Can they do it? Yeah. Will they do it? They haven't shown those signs. I can see the pitching being great down the stretch, but this is the ultimate. You're taking on the Mariners, the best rotation in baseball. It's going to be 1-0, 2-1. Watch, it'll be 8-7 tonight. Or excuse me, not tonight, this weekend, off today. So it's going to be really, really tough the rest of the way. And then I was having a conversation with somebody right before the show, and they were talking about, well, Farhan's going to keep his job because this is going to be the whole debate in the offseason. Well, Farhan's going to keep his job because he's developed all this talent. I was looking at, and I put these in categories, and maybe I'll do this a little bit later on in the show because I don't have enough time because crew's coming up, but I'll tell you this much. I put them into categories of we think they're good, we know they're good, we're not sure, we've seen enough, and I'd trade them. I don't know if there's enough we know. Just bringing up Matos and saying, well, you developed that guy, no. Just bringing up Luciano, no. We can go on and on and on and on and on. McRae was a great story. Grant McRae was really cool. Oh, my God, we got a defensive center fielder. We've been shuffling through these guys since Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt. He struck out 6 times in the last 2 games, and his minor league numbers suggest he's not a hitter. They've got enough guys who can defend and not hit. And I like the kid, and he's got speed, and he's the athleticism that I've been screaming for all season long for the Giants to go in a different direction and be more athletic. He fits that, except for the fact is you can't steal first base. And he can't get on first base, it doesn't look like. So we shall see. We'll get into that a little bit later on in the show. But that's the way that it looks for the Giants right now going into the Seattle series. You do have the Marlins. Outside of that, you have teams either in the playoffs or fighting for the playoffs. That's the majority of the schedule. And in the Padres and the Diamondbacks case, a couple of the hottest teams in baseball. Doesn't look great. All right, give me your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You're in for a treat because not only do we have Krug and the Krug Show, but I'm just looking at my screen, and this is something you can't see. I see Larry Krueger right now. I might even see his son right there. But we're going to have the Krug on coming up next. And if you have to listen to him, that's fine. You can stay in your car and listen on one of the many platforms. But if you are near YouTube or Twitch, you will actually see Larry Krueger, and he's a damn fine, good-looking man. So we'll talk some Niners. He's been to every camp practice, what he's looking for heading into this whole thing. And, of course, we must mention Ayuk and Trent Williams. Is he optimistic, pessimistic that we'll see them in week 1? Not this game, obviously, against the Raiders. That's no. But in week 1, which install day is 2 weeks from today, will we see either of those guys, both, neither, one against the Jets on Monday Night Football? We'll ask Krug about that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Big man.
Alien.
Hey there, it's your old friend John Lynch. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years? They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Another beautiful day in the Bay Area and in San Francisco as I look out the window right now. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay is a safer place. Feel confident that you're in great hands. With the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, that's the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured more than $1 billion.
Billion.
That's right, Dr. Evil. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. No early rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. No funny business here. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I passed out in a bush.
Do we have more Krug drops? That's the way to welcome Krug back. So we've had Krug on our sister station, 810 The Spread, for pre- and post-game shows. And it's been great. And for those who don't know, I'm just going to Krug. I'm just going to do this really quick. It is the great Larry Krueger, and of course, the host, proprietor of the Krug Show on YouTube and Spotify. And so I want to bring it back. But if people don't know this about Krug and I've known you for just about. I got here like 2010, and I've known you almost from day one. We lived across from each other, basically across the street in Walnut Creek. You coached my son, who's now 20, going into his junior year in college. You coached him in one of his first years playing baseball. He was like 7 or 8 or something like that. So, I mean, Krug and I go way, way back. We did a national ESPN show together on Sundays to wrap up the NFL. Not only our stuff that we've done at KNBR and done tons of pre- and post games for the 49ers. So, it's, we're not strangers. I've been on your show many times, which I really appreciate. And so to welcome you back officially on KNBR, not just 810 The Spread, nothing against 810 The Spread, of course, but to welcome you back on the airwaves of KNBR, a station you helped build through many, many years and iterations. I am honored. It is great to have you back, and I'm incredibly proud of you for what you have done when you were away from KNBR for a little bit, of what you've done to build the show that you've built. So not only is Krug on the radio and whatever platform you're listening to, but he's also, you can check him out on YouTube and Twitch, because that's your background that you use for the Krug Show. So welcome once again, my friend.
Well, first of all, Johnny, you're a pro's pro. We go way, way back.
Yeah.
I did coach George when George was maybe even too little to play on our team. Like he might have been like a year and a half younger than some of the other kids on the team. And
he was just starting out, and that was on, by the way, the Dodgers. You coached the Dodgers for people. That was a long time ago, but you had to wear a Dodgers hat. And I think I threatened you. I'm like, I will take a picture of you in that Dodgers hat. And you're like, no. Might have blackmailed you. But yeah, he was he got put into like the wrong league, and it was like his first or second year ever in baseball. And I took him out and put him on like a minor league team. I don't even remember, but I mean, seriously, he was like 7. I think he was.
He was so small, and I remember I saw a fastball like whiz by his face, and he didn't react, and I was like, "Oh my God, this kid is too young."
Yeah, he can't play. And he ended up playing high school up there.
He played varsity ball. I mean,
he ended up being a good player, but yeah, that was like his first year.
Varsity baseball at Northgate High School, and I'll say this, Johnny. I never said this to you, but when I would watch him on the field, I did take a little pride in being part of the tutelage that got him there, man. Because he was a good player, really good player.
No, and your kids were too, and they were roughly the same age, so we've known each other a long time, so it's great. And I speak for everybody, and I speak for a lot of the listeners. You've just done a tremendous job. You've had a tremendous career. You continue it, both here again, which is great, and we're going to have more and more of you on all of the shows. Oh, I got to have that. Hang on, Krug. Hang on. Can we get this? Can we get that? Oh, look at that. Look at that, Krug. Yeah.
Wait a second. Am I seeing it? I'm not seeing it.
Oh, Krug doesn't see it?
I'm only seeing myself.
I've got the Krug cutout right next to me. He can't see it. All right, I'll bring it up later. Those people in the on the thing can see it though, right? YouTube and Twitch. All right.
Just don't bring up that Warrior jersey.
No, I don't. That's not the one I have. It's just this is the cutout from the pandemic that we have. We have the cutout from the pandemic, but we don't have the green shirt. All right, let's get to the 49ers. You do a tremendous job down there, and you're down there for all the camps and all these kind of things. So let's get to that before we'll end with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. But what are you expecting to see? Kyle said yesterday with Tolbert and Copes that he is going to play the starters a little bit. There's this, when we had 4 preseason games, we kind of knew how things were going to go. Nobody played in the first one, a little bit in the second one. Dress rehearsal was the third one. Nobody played in the fourth one. So it's kind of open to interpretation. The Raiders aren't playing anybody. but the Niners are going to start a lot of guys and guys who haven't seen any preseason action. What are you looking for, and do you like this approach by Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I kind of do, because I just think that, it's easy to say shut it down. And in reality, you know what's going to happen here? The same thing's going to happen here as happened last year. They're going to suit up everybody for the warm-up. They're going to have the guys warm up on the field. And then, like, right before the anthem, they'll be like in the press box, "Oh, the 49ers have announced that the following players will not be playing today." And there'll be like 5 guys who are all really good, and those guys won't play. So even though it's all – so I think this is the best way to do it in-house, right? If you say only this guy's going to play, that guy's going to play, then you got guys coming in. Maybe, should I play? Should I not play? And then it becomes this gigantic debate. So you'd say everybody, all the starters are going to play. You warm them up, and then you consult with your, before your coaches, and you say, okay, let's take these 5 or 7 guys and just not play them. They did it last year with Greenlaw and a few other guys. They'll do it again before this Raider game. As far as what I'm looking for, I think the starters are going to play maybe a couple series at most. Shanahan said maybe he told them get ready to play the whole first half. I think he'd rather play them like a quarter or a quarter and a half. But I think it's maybe a series or 2. That would be my guess for the number one offense and defense. I think what they'd like to see is just clean football, mistake-free football, some clean tackling, no busted plays. The quarterback, get them into the right play at the line of scrimmage, play some clean football, and most importantly, try to get out of that thing without getting guys hurt.
Absolutely. Larry Krueger is joining us. Krueger's going to join us all throughout the season on all the shows, on the pre and the post-game shows. And, of course, you can check out his show on YouTube. Make sure that you check it out. He does a tremendous job. In fact, I just saw that you had JT O'Sullivan on. He is tremendous. So make sure that you're checking out Krueger's stuff on YouTube. All right, some of the specific battles. What have you seen behind Brock Purdy out of the quarterback situation? And just to explain this to people, if Brock gets hurt long-term, it greatly alters the season. What a backup needs to be able to do is, let's say it's a sprained ankle or a concussion or, it's a couple of games, 2-3 games. Can your quarterback go in a certain stretch, your backup quarterback, and keep you competitive or win those 2 or 3 games? So it looks like Josh Dobbs is a gamer, and we've seen that from his stints on other teams, and he's played against the 49ers. He can run a little bit. He's not going to look great in practice, but he's going to be a gamer during the game. And then you got Brandon Allen, who's looked a little bit smoother. So which quarterback, and there's a couple of things here. There's which quarterback could be the second quarterback, and if they have to release a quarterback, I don't hear a lot of people talking about this, who could they slip through? Because I think if Josh Dobbs is cut, Minnesota's picking him up in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, because they lost the rookie for the year, and they had Dobbs last year, and they liked him, and they have Darnold, but they don't really have a backup. Yeah, so that is the question. I mean, there's a couple questions. First of all, we know the QB1 is Brock. So then the question number 2 is who's QB2? Is it Dobbs or is it Allen? If it was based on camp, I'd say it's Allen. If it was based on the games, I would give the nod to Dobbs. But my guess is it will be Allen. And then the question is do you keep 3 quarterbacks on your 53, or is your third quarterback going to be on your practice squad? And the only reason I even bring that up is because the Niners are so incredibly deep at corner with so many good players that it would be a real shame to have to cut loose Sam Womack or Luter or Ambry or, guys who can really play corner in the NFL. I mean, they did this last year with Deshaun Jameson, and then they spent the rest of the season signing, corners off the street. So, and they missed Deshaun Jameson. So I don't know what they're going to do with all the extra corners they have. It does make the roster spots at a premium. It does make you wonder if they will ask that third quarterback to be a practice squad guy. And then I agree with you. I think that if you put Allen through waivers, let's say maybe there's a 85% chance he gets through. If you put Dobbs through waivers, it's maybe more like a 60% chance he gets through. And then Mordecai played really, really well in this last preseason game. He had the play of practice yesterday, a perfect out corner route to Jacob Cowing, and it was just an absolute laser, about 35 yards. Put it right on the hand, so he looks good. So, and then the question is, if you put Dobbs and Mordecai, let's say Allen's number 2, and you put Dobbs and Mordecai through waivers, you may wind up with Mordecai as your third guy because Dobbs may get picked off, and he'll just be on the practice squad. So even though they like all four guys, there's a lot of different routes that can go behind Brock.
Larry Krueger is joining us. He's going to do it throughout the season, not only on all the shows, but pre- and post-game as well. It's great to have Krug back on KNBR. You mentioned the DBs. Since you did, I want to bring this up because Matty Mayoko was on this morning with the morning show and said the way he's seeing it, and like you said, all this depth on these teams, with these guys and a lot of good young players. But he's seeing, obviously, Ward on one side, Demo on the other, and then they go to the nickel. He says he thinks Demo is going to go inside, and he thinks Renardo Green over Yadam for the outside spot when Demo goes inside. Is that the way you see it with all this depth here of Green beating out Yadam for that spot when they go to the nickel?
Well, if you'd asked this question 10 days ago, I probably would have said Yadam. But Yadam's missed a couple weeks now with some injuries, so I think that's kind of put him back. And Renardo Green, John, is just, what you're seeing in the preseason games is what you're seeing in practice every day. He shows up at the ball. He's very competitive at the catch point, whether it be off the turf or in the air. I mean, he's really, really competitive corner. And I do agree with Mayoko. I think it's Mooney and Lenore with Renardo, who's been playing outside a lot in this camp, starting on the outside and Lenore starting in the nickel. I think Lenore is such a good tackler that I think Lenore is going to be rewarded, by the way, before, let's say, 6 weeks into the season with a new contract. In addition to, once they get beyond Trent and Ayuk and those issues, I think Lenore is the first guy in line and they'll extend him. He has been awesome this summer. I mean, he has taken it to another level. He's going to be a fantastic Pro Bowl corner for years.
Larry Krueger is joining us talking Niners, looking ahead to the game tomorrow night, which, by the way, you can hear on 810 The Spread, and Larry will join us as well as the game is in Las Vegas. All right, we've made the people wait long enough. John Lynch was on this morning, did not sound overly optimistic on Ayuk. Kyle was on yesterday about Trent Williams, and he did sound optimistic for not tomorrow, obviously they're not playing, but for week one, in which 2 weeks from now the NFL season starts. 2 weeks from now, the 49ers will be putting in the game plan on a Thursday for the Monday night. That Monday nighter at Levi's Stadium against the Jets, do you expect one, both, neither? Who do you expect to be in the huddle to open the game against the Jets among Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk?
I'm hoping for both, but I'm expecting Trent and not Brandon. I think the Brandon thing is literally very volatile. It's day to day. He has not been at practice the last couple of days. It makes you wonder if the negotiations hit a snag. All options are still on the table. The guy, Andrew Filipponi from Pittsburgh, the station there, I had him on the show this week. He's like, hey, I'm predicting Ayuk to the Steelers on the eve of the season for a second and a third. So he's holding to his prediction that Ayuk's going to be a Steeler. I'll predict that I think Ayuk's going to be a Niner, just because I can't imagine that John Lynch is going to get rid of a player for 2025 draft capital solely, and that's going to hurt their chances of winning the Super Bowl in their window. I mean, it makes so little sense that I don't even know where to go with it. It's just, to me, Ayuk's almost got to be here. If he's not here, there's going to be a lot of criticism from media, from fans. There's going to be guys chirping in the locker room about it. There's going to be a lot of unhappiness, and a lot of pressure is going to drop on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's lap, I think, if he's not here.
And the other question that was asked Kyle yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, and this is starting to be the question that you have to start asking yourself, because even if he does get signed, how effective can he be? He wasn't in any of the OTAs. It's going to have an effect on his season. I think it would take him a month. There's a reason for training camp. You know it. You've been down there. You've been in the league. You know the business. You've scouted. Spring training, we saw what happened with Blake Snell. NBA isn't as difficult of a preseason. A guy could jump in, but you don't just jump in. I think that Trent Williams can, given what he does. I think it's going to take a while for Brandon Ayuk. So if he's not there against the Jets on that first Monday night, and you got Debo, you got Kittle, you got McCaffrey, all that kind of stuff, what do they do in Ayuk's space?
Well, I mean, there's also a very good chance, and I would say a high likelihood at this point, that Ricky Pearsall is not going to be there either. Mm-hmm. So Pearsall has been dinged up all summer. He's got a shoulder. He's not practicing this week. Shanahan said it would probably be another week before he practices. So there's a chance that they could be without Pearsall too. I mean, they have great depth at wide receiver. I mean, Jennings is a starter. He's their third. Debo's having a great camp. Cowing for the last week since he overcame the hamstring pull has just been a revelation. I mean, he is every day he's dominating in practice. And then they have other guys that they like. I mean, Chris Conley, Tay Martin, Trent Taylor, Ronnie Bell, Danny Gray. I mean, how many of these guys, it will probably just mean that somebody like a Tay Martin gets another week to kind of prove what he's got. But that, I don't anticipate. I mean, today you saw Jahan Dotson got traded from the Commanders to the Eagles. I don't anticipate the Niners bringing a veteran receiver in. If they don't have enough week one, I think they'll go with the contingent of backups that they have right now in camp.
Yeah, and plus I just think because John again was asked this question, well, when's the drop dead date? He said a month ago. There's training camp for a reason. And a lot of guys, a lot of teams, Sean McVay is one of them. They don't play guys in the regular season. Andy Reid does. Whatever you do, but at least you're on the field and you're in camp and you're there every single day. And I know Ayuk knows Purdy really, really well and knows the offense, but there's changes every single season. And the one thing I want to reiterate to people, and because again, you were down there for these too, we're talking no OTAs. No training camp. He can't just walk onto the field and be like, yeah, nothing's happened. We still have our continuity. We're good to go. There's a lot of new guys, a lot of new receivers. There's new offensive linemen. There's new wrinkles every year in a Kyle Shanahan offense. He didn't just sit around all offseason and go, yeah, offense is good. He tweaks everything. So there's little things that Brandon Ayuk, and he can sit in meetings all he wants. He's got to go out and do it. He hasn't gone out since he left that field in Las Vegas. He has not played organized football. He's run routes. He's stayed in shape. He's worked out. He has not played organized football since he left the field in Las Vegas last February. That has to show.
Herm Edwards, who has a million great lines, said the other day, the turf knows when your cleats have not been on it. I was like, what? But it's a funny way of saying it. But it's, it's totally true. It's like nothing replaces actual reps. Nothing replaces actual practice reps or football. You can't replicate football. You can do a million drills. You could be the most, drilled player. You could have this incredible regimen. It doesn't replace getting on the field with NFL caliber athletes and competing. So the big fear here is, soft tissue injuries for Trent or for Brandon. So I think, you gotta have a slow build warm up. You can't, a lot of guys, they're late, and all of a sudden it's like, I want to catch up. I want to do everything. I want to put 5 days into one day. Well, that's how you pull a quad or a hammy or a calf or, God forbid, tear one of those muscles. And if you do that, if you're talking about 6, 7, 8 weeks, maybe a season-long injury. So they got to be very, very careful when these guys ultimately get back on the field.
Krueger, John Lynch was joking kind of when he said, what's the absolute drop dead that they could play Monday? And he's like, a month ago. But next week, if they don't come in, and I know Nick did it against the Steelers last year, and he came in week of, and even he said the first month of the season he wasn't himself. We all kind of held his breath when he would go down on the field early in that. I remember in the Steelers game he went down one time. But you got to think, especially in Ayuk's case, if it's not done, I don't know, we're 2 weeks away from the league opener. We're 2.5 weeks away from the Monday night opener. It's got to be sometime next week, doesn't it? Especially in Ayuk's case, or even if he gets signed, he can't play or wouldn't play much.
Yeah, I would say you want this thing done by game day, Friday, and even then you're not going to have any preseason at all. So you're going to have to be very, very careful. But, the Niners are in a unique situation because anybody who's taken a perusal of this schedule sees that, from the bye week on, or I should say from, late October on, this stuff gets real. I mean, you got Kansas City, Dallas, road games against Tampa, Green Bay, Buffalo, Seattle, at Miami. You get Detroit at the end of the year. I mean, you better bank some wins early against the New Englands of the league in the first month of the year. You better get off to a hot start. So, and the Jets, Jets are a physical football team. It should be advantage Niners, Jets, Rodgers flying across country, Jets with 3/5 of a new offensive line, taking on a physical team like the Niners. It should be major advantage Niners, but Niners need to get off to a fast start in September because the schedule in October and November gets a lot more daunting.
Krug, before I let you go, the other thing, we were talking about Chris Jones last year, and remember that opener against the Lions on the Thursday night, and he was up in a box, and they lost that game, and then they said, oh, my God, we need Chris Jones back. What people don't realize is, and look, give it up to Patrick Mahomes and that whole team, they had to go on the road for the first time because they did lose some games while Chris Jones was kind of getting up to speed. So it wasn't like Chris Jones came back and he was Chris Jones. Now, he was awesome in the Super Bowl, as he's been against the 49ers a couple of times, that key play that could have won the game for the 49ers. He got in the way of that whole thing. But it took him a while, and conversely, the Chiefs, and they did it, but they had to go on the road for the first time in the playoffs. And to me, if that's the difference, because when the 49ers have gone to the Super Bowl under Kyle Shanahan, they were home. Anytime they've had to go on the road, they haven't been able to do it. They lost in the NFC Championship game to the Rams. They lost in the NFC Championship game at Philadelphia. Kyle has always said home field advantage at Levi's Stadium is massive, and my fear is that by these guys holding out, they do lose some early season games, and it costs them in a tight NFC home field advantage in that key game.
And it could be, all the difference in the world because the margin between the Niners and the Lions, the Niners and the Packers, the Niners and the Eagles is not massive. And if you put that game and make it a road game, it becomes a lot more challenging. I'll say this too, one guy to watch for in this Raider game, and they've featured him all week, is Isaac Guerendo. This is going to be the Guerendo game, Johnny. He's been getting tons of carries in practice. I think he's going to get a lot of run. I think this is his opportunity. I think Cody Schrader maybe had a little bit of an edge at some point, but Schrader just looked not quite NFL. And I think if Guerendo has a big game against the Raiders, I think he takes that final running back job from Schrader probably.
All right, one more. I told you one more, but one more. You're great at all this kind of stuff with the rookies and everything. You've been at every day of camp. Purcell's been hurt, so it's not really fair to talk about him. But, I mean, between Green and Pooney, and I know Guerendo has been hurt, but he's coming back, like you said, and he's looked pretty good. And Bethune led him in tackles with 8 in that first game. And it's looked pretty good as far as this rookie class. You mentioned Cowing. How good do you think this rookie class can be? And people, again, have got to realize that when you're under a financial crunch like the 49ers are going to be, you better hit those mid-rounders again like John and Kyle have done. And it looks like, at least early, outside of Purcell, who hasn't played, but we liked a lot of things that we saw to him in OTAs and things like that when he was healthy. This looks like it could be another one of those classes, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's an exciting class. I mean, it really is. I mean, to me, Malik Mustafa as a fourth-round pick. I mean, John, this guy's made some plays in this camp that are just ridiculous. He's a hitter, but he can cover. And, if you're a hitter and you can cover, you can play. I mean, he is big time. So I love what I see from him. I mean, he is just really, really special. And then I kind of think that the Niners got some good offensive linemen in this draft. Kingston's looked good. Nugent graded out really highly in this last game. Pooney has been fantastic. And then, there's some other guys beneath the radar that I think can play as well. This kid Klein, the tight end, the 6'8" tight end is definitely a really good young player. Love what I've seen out of Bethune. I mean, Bethune is he didn't make any plays in the first 10 days of camp. And then since that point, he's shows up at the football on every single play. He's got 18 tackles in 2 games, and he doesn't even have a defined roster spot. So I mean, it's they had a nice draft haul this year. We'll see in time, of course, but it looks good on paper.
All right, Krug. It is always our pleasure. We're looking forward to talking to you about the Niners throughout the season. I know you're going to be on all the shows. You're going to be on all the pre and the post. So again, for tomorrow night's game, that is on our sister station 810 The Spread, and then we'll get it back to KNBR. But it's awesome. Tell us again, at Sports Larry K. Make sure that you're following Larry and the Krug Show, which is often. And by the way, JT O'Sullivan loved it.
Yeah, JT O'Sullivan just taped that this morning. I did a live stream about an hour ago with JT talking about Purdy. He did a video on Purdy. He's got another one coming out on Dobbs. We talked about the 2 of those guys. So good stuff there. And man, I'm fired up to be back with you guys on game day and the pre and post. And I'm really excited about the year ahead, man.
Can't wait, Krug. It's great to have you back, man, brother. Look forward to talking to a lot of Niners. We did it for many years, so it's great to have you back on, and continued success with the show, man. It's awesome. I check it all the time, of course.
Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate you, man. We'll see you soon.
All right, see you, Krug. All right, there is Larry Krueger. He's been at every day of camp, and he'll give us great insight. And again, tomorrow night during the pre and the post-game show from Vegas. Pop and I'll be down there in Vegas, and we'll have Krueger on the pre and post, and that'll be on 8:10. The Spread. We'll discuss some of the things that Krug said about the 49ers looking ahead, and, of course, the latest on Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. One is optimistic, one is not, according to Kyle Shanahan. We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's pimping. Big Daddy pimping.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You seem like a Pinot guy.
Kyle Shanahan joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed how he'll play the starters in the preseason finale against the Raiders on Friday. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Papa and Lund. Greg Papa and John Lund on the Sports Leader.
I'll take a sixer at Old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
I'll tell you this, too. We're going to be in Vegas tomorrow, noon schmoon.
How many people are starting
9
now
a.m.
to get ready for Vegas? How many Bay Area
waiting at noon
fans are going down on either side, silver and black or red and gold?
Unless you're a weirdo, stop by the Wynn and say hello to us.
No, we'd like the
Bring a
weirdos,
cocktail.
John. I'll
No
handle
weirdos.
them. You hang with the straights.
There's some people that go by Levi's Stadium and are not exactly 100% there. Just stray by and look into a window.
We love them all.
Hey,
we'll have a pint with all of them.
When's the break? I want to talk to you. I'm like, never. And now I know the back way out of that place, so now I'm good to go right through the museum.
Those are my people. I'll hang with you.
You know what? You
No
are
such thing as
you
a
are
weirdo.
right. That is true because I'll go back, speaking of the Raiders, some of those times that I would meet you over the place that Al used to live, and we would go after Raider games in the Coliseum.
The Hilton's no longer.
I know it.
They
That's
closed
crazy,
the
isn't it?
whole hotel?
But that's where they...
oh, my God.
We would go see your
no
people.
Francesco's and no Hilton?
Nothing.
The hell? What's on Hagenberger now?
We would go see your people.
My people.
After those games, and man...
My people, the Annihilator,
Yeah.
the Violator,
Well,
the Terminator.
Just any random person
I liked
hanging out.
with the Gladiator. That was my favorite guy to hang out with.
There was only one time that I was truly nervous, and it was you went to get gas before you had Tessie, of course.
Yeah.
You went to get gas, and there was a couple of guys walking towards us, and I thought,
they were all
this is
set-
how it ends.
They were all set to carjack me. And then they went, Pappas, it's you.
You had I think it was a Mercedes, like a nice black Mercedes. I thought,
Now,
it's
you know
over.
what the worst night was? We were in New Orleans with JT the Brick.
Oh, yeah, that was the worst.
It was you weren't even there then. It was years ago. And
it wasn't the time we went?
honorary, I don't know if you were there or not.
Man.
They made me an honorary member of one of the fan clubs.
Uh-huh.
And they gave me like a T-shirt or something. And you know me with carrying things, especially in a bar.
Lost.
So I
gone.
carried it. No, I gave it away.
Yeah, that's what you do. You
They
give
saw
things
that I
away.
gave it to somebody else, and they started to surround me. And I'm like, time to go. They turned on me fast. The Annihilator, the Violator, the Terminator, and the Gladiator. Anyway, no, it's going to be, we just said goodbye to the Bay Bridge series on Sunday, and now it's I don't know, the duel in the desert. It's just not the same.
No, it's not.
When they get on
definitely
the
not.
field, though, and those uniforms come out, and it's the silver and black against the red and gold, to me, it's touchdown Timmy Brown, the out and up in overtime to beat him at Candlestick. It's Kaepernick's December the 7th. That was really the end of his run with the Niners when the 49ers beat him. Raiders beat him, intercepted him on the first play of the game. So much. It's fun. And I think a lot of Bay Area fans will be there on both sides. I mean, I think this one will feel a little different than a preseason game. Maybe pre-gaming and post-gaming, but the actual game, and the Niners are going to play their guys. You're going to see some of the stars in this game, but the Raiders aren't playing anybody.
Yeah.
Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell, they're not going to play either one of their quarterbacks. So we'll see how it goes. I'm glad we play them once a preseason. There's no doubt, but it is a little weird. I'm going to leave here in about a half hour and get on that plane again, and we're going back down to Vegas. And we're not staying out in Henderson, so maybe the vibes won't come back till we go in the stadium, but it'll bring up February the 11th and the Chiefs celebrating in that stadium.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. To me, it was weird. I went to that Jan 1 game, and I didn't know what to expect, but getting out and walking and seeing all the girls in the big, long boots and all that kind of stuff, and then they have a nightclub on that one end, and they Vegasized the Raiders. And so it is silver and black, and I get it, but it didn't feel the same to me. And it's a preseason game, so it won't feel the same. I always go back to, what year was that, the preseason, like 2011, Candlestick? That thing.
Bonfire of the Vanities.
Fight. I mean, you had binoculars, and it was
People
like
got killed. People got killed.
Yeah, there was a shooting. I mean, that was crazy. And they wouldn't play each other for a long time. So I'm glad it's evolved to the point where they can play in the preseason. But maybe for some people it feels that way, but they have become Vegasized. There's no question about it. This the way that they do things and the way the stadium is and everything else. I know I'm not going to enjoy walking in there because it's going to come right back. Are they putting this in the same booth? I hope it's a different booth. Yeesh.
The radio booth will be the same.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was not fun. That was not fun, man. But we're professionals, you and I. And we'll just start drinking at 9 and then.
I'm not even thinking of it, to be honest with you. I mean, I've been in that stadium for Pro Bowls and the last official tackle Pro Bowl and a lot of games, and they just go in there the whole week, and the week of the Super Bowl was weird. But in any event, it is the Raiders.
No practicing on that weird turf field, right? None of that.
No, at UNLV?
Yeah,
we still got players that are hurt and coaches that are hurt because of that field. So
that thing. What a mess. All right, Pop was just out on the field. We'll get a little report about what's going on. We'll get you ready for that game as well. Still got some Giants to discuss with you. And in about a half hour, we'll get the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear, as John Lynch was on with the morning show this morning and Kyle Shanahan was on with the guys in the afternoon. So we got that plus more. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. I'm sorry, I didn't hear Danny's laser thing, so now thank you very much. I appreciate it. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That's what I'm talking about because my vision is awesome. I can see near, I can see far, and for me, it was all about finding my readers. Where are my readers? I can't see anything. Those days are gone, long gone. Now, look, I had CLR, custom lens replacement. There's all sorts of procedures that the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley do. But here's the one thing that concerned me first and foremost, and it probably concerns you as well. Tens of thousands of vision correction procedures. That's what Dr. Bindi and the team down there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has done. So that was the first thing on my mind. Am I like your first patient? Am I your guinea pig? No. Thousands and thousands of successful procedures where people can now ditch their glasses. It is absolutely great and has been life-changing for me. I say this all the time. So to get that free consultation, I said free. Free. LaserEyeCLR.com. They're going to talk to you about what you want, your expectations. They're going to come through. Short few minutes for the procedure. It's absolutely great. No reading glasses, any of that kind of stuff. Permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll have to ask them about this because I'm no professional here, but you're never going to develop cataracts as well. So do it right now. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, LaserEyeCLR.com, or simply call 877-GET-2020. That's 877-GET-2020.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop is going to take off here in a minute, jump on the plane, and we'll be live from Vegas tomorrow. Pop and Lund, so make sure you tune in. If you're in Vegas and you're heading down to the preseason game with the Niners with the win, you can stop on by and say hello during the show from 10 to 2. So get you ready for the finale in the preseason. Before you get out of here, did you learn anything jumping out there?
Yeah, you could just see some guys tomorrow night. They're going to play. So, I think the running back room right now, Christian McCaffrey's obviously not going to play. But I heard Larry talking about Isaac Guerrero. And I go back, and I told you this earlier, back in 2022, Elijah Mitchell was out to injury the first few preseason games. And then that third one, which was at home against the Raiders, is the game that Trey Lance, they were alternating Jimmy and Trey, remember, snap to snap.
Right.
Running out Bison personnel. Then Trey got hurt in the follow-through in the third quarter, hurt his finger, and that set off a cheer.
That was against the Raiders, too, yeah.
Against the Raiders. Against Gruden didn't bring anybody that game. And anyway, John was still the coach of the Raiders then. And then it set off a series of events with Trey and the injured finger, which derailed his rookie year and really his run here. Anyway, the opening kickoff of that game, a guy wearing number 49 came down and made a tackle, and it was Elijah Mitchell. And he hadn't played that preseason, but he got a job, and then he wound up not only being the 49ers' leading rusher that year with 963 yards, he set a franchise record for most rushing yards by a rookie, more than Vic Washington back in the early 70s. So Isaac Guerrero and Elijah came down, and I was kind of startled by it. Who's 49? Because you got multiple 49s on the team, and they got two 49s on the team as well. There's a safety named Mahoney, Jalen Mahoney, who wears 49. But Isaac Guerrero in this game is going to wear 49. So, first of all, does he run back a kickoff? I think that job is wide open right now. Debo's lobbying for it. They've been using a lot of Trent Taylor. Last game, it was Cody Schrader. This guy was a good kickoff returner both at Wisconsin, 24 yards a kickoff return, and Louisville where he was, but he was more of a scrimmage runner at Louisville, 19.2. He's got the big body at 221 pounds, and then the tremendous speed. I mean, how many guys run a 4.33 on a 220-plus pound frame? DK Metcalf? I mean, who else does it in the NFL? And it's not just the 4.33. He's quick, short area like Jacob Cowing. He ran his first 10 yards at 1.54. So he's quick, he's fast, he's big. So I think we're going to see, and Larry was talking about Guerrero, and they were featuring him in practice. I think we're going to see Patrick Taylor in this game. First snaps of practice the other day, John, they gave one to Guerrero, a toss going one way, one to Patrick Taylor going the other way, the former Packer. I think you'll see them both. But with Guerrero and, just where he is, a round 4 pick, and they traded up to get him at pick 129, I haven't seen him much. I saw him in the spring of the OTAs. He literally got hurt the first day of training camp with the hamstring, so we haven't seen him. So like Elijah Mitchell in 2022, or actually that was 2021, going back to Trey's rookie year with Elijah, can Guerrero, that third preseason game wearing number 49, make an impression, force his way on this roster here in the running back room?
And the one thing I do remember from him in watching his college tape was, and Kyle loves this, and it's one of the reasons why Elijah Mitchell, I think, made the team over Trey Sermon back then. They were both drafted the same year, is he's one cut and go. He gets up the field north and south, and that's what Kyle wants. He doesn't want you dancing, and that's the same thing with kick returners. You don't want you dancing around back there. You want to make a cut, a decisive move, decision, and get up the field, especially with that kind of speed.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Trey Sermon just couldn't figure out the outside zone. And Elijah Mitchell did it in college, Louisiana. He was made for it. Some guys, Darren McFadden with the Raiders, he could not figure out the ZBS, the zone blocking scheme. He's a great toss sweep and just read it, but he could not find it. Frankly, watching Guerrero on the practice field in the OTAs and the mini camps, I thought he was searching to figure out the outside zone. It wasn't as natural to him. In college, it's different, but he was a one-cut downhill guy, but he was so fast and he was so big and strong. He didn't play a lot in college. He had the one big game. I thought Cody Schrader is much more of a natural runner with the zone scheme. Cody just finds the open hole. The nickname for Elijah Mitchell is Drano because he always finds the right hole. Cody Schrader doesn't run like Garendo. He runs a 4.61 versus a 4.33, and that is dramatically different. But Schrader, I think, naturally finds the right hole. Kyle was talking about it with Tolbert and Copes. He's an interesting guy because when you watch him in OTAs and when they don't have pads on and even in training camp or they're not tackling to the ground, he looks, wow, he's low to the ground. He's 5'8". He's impressive. He's able to find the hole. But then in the games, he had the first play of the game against New Orleans, that outside zone going left. He cut back beautifully off Jalen Moore, and it was, wow, he feels how to run it. And it's all based on landmarks. A lot of guys like Aaron Jones in Green Bay for years was 3 steps and then downhill. Arian Foster was one of the best at it. In Houston was Schaub, and obviously Gary Kubiak there, just like he was surfing. I thought Schrader did it more naturally. Garendo, there were times he was kind of banging into holes and walls. It was like he doesn't quite fit it. So I want to see him in the game actually take carries and see if he can find it. I thought about making him a fullback at 220 pounds because he's so damn big. But he's going to play tailback, and I think because he's now over the hamstring, John, that's one of the main things to look at is will number 49 on offense return kicks, play tailback, and will number 49 find a way on the 53?
All right, Pop, I know you got to run, get to the plane. I don't want to make you rush and go OJ through the airport. So,
I got a few more minutes here.
Oh, okay.
I
wasn't sure what you had going, but want to make sure.
The buses are pulling away at 1:15.
Oh, okay.
I got to get my deli bag from the Via. And then a Chick-fil-A. That's the big thing, Jam. You
get both this year. I got to eat. You get the bag.
Well, they do bring us a bag of the deli food, which is incredible. So.
Yeah, that's why Holder left so early. Like Holder left a long time ago. He's a Chick-fil-A guy.
He likes the Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, so he goes crazy.
Yeah, I'm like Dion with the pepperoni or sausage pizza or 15, 20 million, football or baseball, both. I want both.
Yeah,
I want the deli sandwiches there are so good, and then the Chick-fil-A. You got to get the Chick-fil-A.
All right, man. We'll see you down in Vegas.
So you're landing
I'll
tonight.
text you.
Shoot me a text when you land.
Yeah.
And then we'll reconvene tomorrow morning, and we'll get you a coffee at that one place where it costs like $27 for
I know, it's
espresso.
amazing.
And then we'll do the show tomorrow. Fun.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll continue with your tradition of Jamesons and all that kind of stuff.
I love Scott.
Killed the half
Vegas?
the media last year. Yeah,
that'll be post-game.
Yeah, that'll be post-game. All right, man. All right, we'll see you down there.
Take care, Johnny.
All right, Pop is heading off to the plane for the 49ers. A couple of things to get you caught up on here in about 17 minutes. We'll give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. But one thing I failed to mention when Larry Krueger was on, and Krueger's going to join all the shows throughout the week. He's going to be, as you've heard, on the pre and the post, and he's done that on 8-10 the spread. Once Giants season is over, we'll be back here on the leader. So that game against the Raiders will be on 8-10 the spread if you're looking for it tomorrow. Obviously, the Giants going to be in here taking on the Mariners. So 8-10 the spread for the Niners throughout the Giants season. Then we'll be back over here. But he's also going to do a show called Niners Nightly. Niners Nightly, which is going to be 6 to 7 p.m. So after all the shows, Krug's going to do that. And it will be on when there's no Giants games. If there is a Giants game, then kind of like our off-air show, he's going to be doing that on YouTube. Both his own and KNBR. So Niners Nightly, 6 to 7 p.m. when there are no Giants games throughout the Giants season. Then it's going to be year-round outside of that. And then it's going to be on our YouTube channel.
Big man.
And his YouTube channel, Niners Nightly, when we do have Giants. So make sure that you stay tuned for that. And then one more thing, not to overload you or anything like that, but remember, August 23rd, that is tomorrow. And not only is it Niners Raiders, but it's your final chance to have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets to every home 49ers game. So you're going to qualify today during the 1 o'clock hour. You'll hear that Tim Ryan sounder. Then Tolbert and Copes they're going to do it as well. And then 3 times during the shows tomorrow, and that is it. And the winner will be announced August 26th, next Monday during Murph and Marcus. So the 1 o'clock hour is when to listen. So if you just tuned in, you go, I miss it. No, you didn't miss it. So the 1 o'clock hour is the way to do it today. You'll hear the Tim Ryan sounder. You'll be the 10th caller. Then when you hear it in the 1 o'clock hour at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627, and you can qualify. When you qualify, you'll qualify with that and a $50 gift card to the Niners team store. So that, again, during the 1 o'clock hour. All right, foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. A little bit of wide receiver news that could be making this Brandon Ayuk thing draw out even longer. We'll give you that. And then your foreplay. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Eater.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch, he's the 49ers GM. Didn't know if you knew that. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed the latest news surrounding Brandon Ayuk. Check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Hope you're well. John Lynch with you. Pop is soon to be on the plane with a hoagie or a hero or whatever you like to call a sub and Chick-fil-A, both. And he's going to go to Vegas. Probably gain 10 pounds. The show will be in Vegas tomorrow. The show will be in Vegas tomorrow at the Wynn. If you're heading down there, you can stop by. We'll be there from 10 to 2 if you're staying at the Wynn or you want to stop on by. We're in actually a pretty cool radio studio there, and you can see us through glass. I hear it's bulletproof, so don't get any ideas. We'll be hanging around down there before we go to the game. So we'll give you live coverage tomorrow, Raiders and 49ers. Give you the foreplay at the top of the hour. We've got Bob Melvin, Logan Webb, who pitched great yesterday, deserved a better fate. How many times have we said that? John Lynch was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, and Kyle Shanahan was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. So those will be the four that you shall hear. And make sure that you remember, pair of tickets to each Niners home game, 1 o'clock hour for that Tim Ryan sounder. So about 8 minutes, and then at any point during that time, you'll have an opportunity to qualify and win that $50 gift card to the 49ers team store. So I was listening to, speaking of John Lynch this morning, and I didn't think much of the thought not of the question, of just the thought surrounding it. I'll play it for you in just a second, but it was, does CeeDee Lamb's contract and what he's waiting for from Jerry Jones have anything to do with Brandon Ayuk? And I first thought to myself, there are 3 wide receivers, if we're being honest, in order. Justin Jefferson being one, and he's getting an average of $35 million. Second one being Jamar Chase. Third one being CeeDee Lamb. To me, who are clearly better than Brandon Ayuk and are the 3, to me, most elite wide receivers in the league. And maybe CeeDee Lamb's not. It's just the way that he's used by the Cowboys. He has a ton of numbers, so you put him up there. But to me, Chase and Jefferson, the 2 LSU guys, are absolutely the best 2 wide receivers. I like Devontae Adams, a little bit older. But I think if we did a consensus, those 2 guys, and they're going to get paid the most. So let me play this for you, and I'll explain, because I thought, well, CeeDee Lamb's contract doesn't have to do with Brandon Ayuk's contract because Ayuk's like 10th. But if this is something that's holding things up and John Lynch didn't dismiss it, then we have a whole new set of issues. So here's what John said when asked about whether CeeDee Lamb's holdout is affecting Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I think everything factors into the situation, and so that's the market in general. That's the market at his specific position, and so it's fluid, and that's what sometimes makes these things difficult. And our own constraints, because we've rewarded so many of our players, what we can do, how we value people, and things of that nature. So everything is a factor, and that's what makes it a difficult solve, is that there's so many variables. But we've done a great job of that in the past, and we'll continue to. And it's frustrating that we haven't had that breakthrough yet, but we'll remain encouraged and remain focused on our players that are here and doing really, really good things.
All right, we are not obsessed like we are with the players that are there than the players that are not. That's what we are obsessed about. So that happened, and CeeDee Lamb reportedly, I don't know if this is true, but the Cowboys reportedly have gone as high as 33. CeeDee Lamb saying Jefferson got 35. I'm not taking a cent less. And then it came out this morning that Jamar Chase of Cincinnati, and that's the cheapest owner in at least the NFL, Mike Brown, he's got 2 years left on his deal, and he's holding out. And the word is that he wants a 4-year, $160 million deal with 120 guaranteed. So Jefferson's at 35 AAV, average annual value, which I'm sure you're sick of hearing that word or that term. And now Chase is looking for 40. So the reason why that could affect Brandon Ayuk, and I know that you're sick of all this, is that his agent could be saying, wait a minute, not only is the market that has already happened affecting Brandon Ayuk and how much he's asking for, and we're hearing it's the $30 million AAV, even though that's not as important as the guaranteed money and all those other kind of things, which we don't know of. But also now the future, because his agent, Ryan Williams, who could be sitting there saying, well, wait a minute. If you do sign the $30 million and then Jefferson's already signed the 35, and CeeDee Lamb's looking for 35 plus. And now Jamar Chase is saying he wants 40 a year. Doesn't mean he's going to get it, especially from the cheap Bengals. That your contract is already going to be, I'm not going to say obsolete because that's silly, but already behind a little bit, and you haven't even signed it yet. So I hope that's not the case, because as John Lynch, frustratingly, and you can hear it in his voice every time we talk about it, you think you're sick of Brandon Ayuk discussion? Imagine what it's like in that building. But we have heard that the Niners have gotten to a certain point, and then the cheese has been moved. Well, that happened because they didn't get the deal done early and didn't anticipate clearly what the market was going to do, because had they gotten the deal done early, and this, if you want to criticize one thing about this situation with the 49ers, is that maybe they should have read that the whole thing was going to explode. Basically, at the beginning of this, Papa and I were discussing deals like Deebo Samuels and DK Metcalf's and Terry McLaurin's, which were 3-year deals for $75-80 million with like $30 to $40 million guaranteed. And then the minute all these guys started signing, it all went crazy. And then the one that really did in the 49ers to make this thing last so long, if you're mad at somebody, be mad at Amon-Ra St. Brown. Because once he got an average annual value of $30 million, they looked at that and said, we won't take a dime less. If Brandon Ayuk was in this offense, he could do the same thing or more. And therein lies one of the complicated problems, and maybe the most complicated problem of this web, which is, well, Brandon Ayuk's the, I don't know, 4th, 5th, whatever option he is with the 49ers. And if he was Amon-Ra St. Brown in that offense, or CeeDee Lamb in that offense, he could do the same things. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. You know, this whole thing goes back a long way to receivers in the history of the NFL who were number 2s and said, oh, yeah, I can be a number 1. Okay, Alvin Harper. Go look it up, kids. You know, he was Michael Irvin's number 2 in Dallas, tried to be a number 1 in Tampa, didn't quite work out. We all assume that guys who are really, really good in a certain role, well, just, in the NBA, give him a few more minutes. He'll be just as good. No, he won't, because his role is perfect. So certain guys, and I'm not saying that Brandon Ayuk is a role player, because he's not. But I don't know if Brandon Ayuk went to Detroit if he'd be Amon-Ra St. Brown, and went to Dallas and got all those targets that CeeDee Lamb gets if he would be that. Being a number 1 wide receiver is not easy. It's all of a sudden all the eyes are on you. And as great as Brandon Ayuk is, and I'm not here to rip him, and I'm not against him getting as much money as he can, the issue is now all the eyes are on you. Well, they're not on him. They're on Deebo, and they're on Christian McCaffrey, and they're on George Kittle. And I'm not saying they're not on Ayuk. They are to a certain extent, but you can't put your best guy on Brandon Ayuk every play. Now, herein lies the problem in week number 1 against the Jets. Sauce Gardner is going to be then on Deebo, not on Ayuk. They help each other out, all these kind of things. But if you're in Dallas, what do they have on their team? Who's their tight end? Name it off the top of your head. I think it's Jake Ferguson. Who's their running back? It's Zeke. Ooh. Who's their 2nd or 3rd wide receiver? Who's their, he doesn't have that. And so all of a sudden, if you're Brandon Ayuk in Dallas, all eyes are on you. Double coverage is on you. Bracket coverage is on you. Can he do it? Now, Amon-Ra St. Brown has Laporta. He has Gibbs as a nice young running back. I mean, he's got a little bit more to work with. They do things a little bit differently. He is clearly their number 1 wide receiver. And we saw in that game, Reynolds and guys like that, they're not nearly what he is. So, again, there's more pressure on a guy. Maybe he could do that. And I'm sure that that's what his agent is saying the whole time. If he were here, he would be doing X. If he were in Dallas, he'd be CD. If he was in Detroit, he'd be Amon-Ra. If he was... all these different things are being said, but being a number 1 is not the easiest thing in the world, and probably the Niners in the nicest way possible, and this is where fights arise in this, or disagreements, and the Niners in a nice way have to say to him, you're not Justin Jefferson. You're not CeeDee Lamb. You're not Jamar Chase. But we love you, and here's what we're willing to offer you. So, look, at this point, I don't know what the holdup is. We were told by Mike Silver months ago that it was a $26 million offer. We were told recently that it was a $28 million offer. The Steelers didn't offer much more. So, again, we are in the same place. But my point in playing these things is the pessimism that John has. And John Lynch is the positive of the two. And he's starting to wear down. Now, on the other side, Trent Williams is a little bit more optimistic, and I do expect him to play in week 1. So that's what we'll do as part of the foreplay. We'll get some Giants in there for you, get some Niners in there for you, and we'd love to hear what you have to say. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line conveniently for you the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station for playtime.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Giants do not sweep the White Sox. They lose 6-2, waste a Logan Webb 8-inning solid performance, and lose because the White Sox bullpen, which is the worst in baseball, doesn't give up anything after Garrett Crochet only pitched 4 innings, and yet the Giants bullpen, which some of the main characters were tired so they couldn't pitch, they give it up to the White Sox. Yeah, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and 22-11, that is exactly 2-3. That is what it would take down the stretch to get 87 wins, which is the pace that the Braves are on, but that one hurts. We've said that many times throughout. Needed to, I think, sweep the White Sox. Got a tough series against the Mariners. They don't score, but they pitch exceedingly well. And then other than the Marlins, the schedule is very difficult for the Giants. So easy games against bad teams. You don't need to win 2 or 3. I mean, it's nice. Didn't Meatloaf say that? 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But I think you need to sweep teams like the White Sox if you have any chance. Here's Bob Melvin on all the close games, wearing on their bullpen. Where have we heard that before?
Yeah, it certainly is a product of that. It feels like every game's kind of close for us. So, it would be nice to be able to score a bunch of runs and not have to use some of these guys. I mean, the 2 of them are, tops in the league in appearances. So there are going to be days that they're not available. But we felt like we were in a good spot today to get through it. I felt good about Bivens. He's come in and done a nice job for us. He gets 0-2 and, just couldn't get the final strike on him. I guess the last pitch was probably a little bit more middle than he wanted it.
We'll be talking a ton of Niners, so we'll get into the Giants coming up at about 1:15, and I'll look not only at what is realistic moving forward, but also a couple of things, because there is going to be that discussion if the Giants don't make the playoffs of whether Farhan is safe or not, or should he be safe or not. So we'll get a little bit into that at 1:15. But here's the hard luck loser, Logan Webb, who has saved the bullpen many times with his eating up innings ability. Here's what he talks about the schedule the rest of the way.
Yeah, we just got to try to bring it every day. That's all we can really do. But I think the effort that we had today was not great. So we fixed that, and that's me too, right? I gave up a leadoff triple. So we all just have to put our heads down and try to. We have to win every game. It's not. I know that's kind of hard to say, right? You can't win 30-something straight. I don't know how many teams no teams have done that, but you got to think that way. And there's games you should win. Today was one of them. The other teams are winning. They're not losing. So you got to keep winning to stay in it.
There's an ability, and I don't know if I could do this. I respect guys like this, and Logan Webb has matured into this kind of a guy, kind of fun and goofy and everything like that. Now he's matured into a team leader because he's had to. But when you pitch the amount of innings he pitches, and you give up 2 runs over 8 innings, like a quality start to me is a dumb statistic. But 8, when you give up 2 runs over 8 to anybody, it's the White Sox this time, but anybody, you've earned probably the right, especially at this point in the season when you've saved the bullpen so many times and gone 7 or 8 innings and been really the only guy who could do it. And Blake Snell was struggling early in the season, and Hicks could only go 5, and Harrison could only go 5, and a lot of these guys only going 5 out of necessity or less. And it's like, hey, Logan, we really need you to go 7 because the arms in the bullpen are going to fall off. So please. And he's done it again and again and again and again. You could sit there at this point of the season with 34 games left in the year and just go, yeah, it'd be really cool if every once in a while we could win one of these or whatever. And he just says, look, I gave up a leadoff triple. It basically puts himself in the scrum of, yeah, we weren't very good. Also, when you hear not effort, very rarely will you ever hear me say, because I don't know what's in somebody's head, but one of the worst things you can do is question an athlete's effort, and he just questioned his team's effort. With 34 games left, say, yeah, we didn't have great effort. He went 8 and gave up 2. He had good effort, and he was still putting himself in there. I admire that because I don't know at this point in the season or if any point that most could do it. I don't know that I could do it, where I just pitched 8. And when, yeah, we weren't very good. We didn't give really good effort. I gave up a triple. I could have done better. It's like, well, probably not. But okay, you said it. That's nice. That's a leader. That's Logan Webb, and that's the Giants situation. And again, we'll get back to that at about 15 past the hour. All right, let's get back to the Niners. Here is John Lynch. If you didn't hear him this morning, go to KNBR.com and you can hear the entire interview. It was good, even though the information about Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams really hasn't changed. It's always with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. It's the tone of their voice. So John Lynch is always optimistic, always.
We're not there yet, but we're getting close. I mean, it's right around the corner. So we're going to continue to try to work things out, and we'll see where these things go.
All right, the question he was asked there was, is week one now in jeopardy in terms of missing Ayuk or Trent Williams? And throughout the entire interview, there were times when John, very optimistic, kind of slipped in the tone of his voice. Not what he said, but in the tone of his voice, and so you can kind of tell. With Kyle, Kyle is not a pessimist. He's more of a realist. So we'll play Kyle Shanahan in just a second on the wide receivers who could step in. But you start looking at week one now. Thursday is install day, so we are 2 weeks away from install day for the 49ers. So when you're putting in the game plan against the Jets. We are 2 weeks away from the start of the NFL season, which should get you excited. The Thursday night game, the NFL Super Bowl champion, Chiefs, are going to play on that Thursday. And 2.5 weeks from now is when Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams are needed on the field. If I had to lay odds right now, I would say that I think Trent Williams, just based on the fact that we're getting stuff from Deshaun Jackson, the former Cal receiver that played with then the Redskins and Trent Williams together. And he said on a Fox show a couple of days ago that he was optimistic, that he had talked to Trent. All things are good. You keep hearing optimistic thoughts from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch that we have played you today from both the morning show and yesterday during Tolbert and Copes. It sounds like, again, it's not always what they say, it's how they say it. There's optimism for Trent Williams, which is good, because if I had to choose amongst the two who I'd rather have on week one, it's not even close. Trent Williams to protect Brock Purdy's blind side against the Jets, who are going to be aggressive, Robert Saleh, and that's a good defense. I don't know how good the Jets are going to be. What they were supposed to be last year, they're supposed to be this year with a healthy Aaron Rodgers, so we shall see, but he's another year older. He's coming off a big Achilles injury, so that's going to be an issue. But defensively, they were good last year, and I think they'll be good this year. They don't have Hassan Reddick. They have their issues going forward, but they do have Sauce Gardner, and they do have Quinnen Williams, and they have good quality linebackers. Robert Saleh, we know, is a great defensive coordinator. That's going to be a challenge with or without Trent Williams. Nothing against Jalen Moore. You are no Trent Williams. So that's huge. And everybody complaining, how can Brock Purdy be in there against – they only have 3 offensive linemen. Well, that may be the case as it is. He's going to have to play at some point. So if you gave me a choice, easily I'd say Trent Williams, not even close. I'm not devaluing Brandon Ayuk. I'm not upset with Brandon Ayuk. I think he's going to eventually sign, get through these. We're going to find out what the saga was all about, but it's Trent Williams by far. And I think he's going to be able to come in, and I think he'll be able to play effectively and fine. Maybe not as good, but Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer. He's one of the best of all time. He's going to make it work. Brandon Ayuk, speaking about a timetable, let's say he signed. He's not going to. They're off to Vegas, so he's not going to sign this weekend. Let's say he's, just for the sake of conversation, he signs on Monday. Didn't have OTAs. Hasn't been working with Brock Purdy. There's always wrinkles in a new offense. Always new players to be playing with. All these different things. So it's not like this is your perspective for Brandon Ayuk. He has not played in a competitive football game or in training camp or anything. He has competitively not touched a football since they walked off the field in Las Vegas in February. And we're midway or almost to September. So he can be the greatest wide receiver of all time. There's a reason for training camp. If Brandon Ayuk can walk on the field and be as good as Brandon Ayuk was for the majority of last season, then training camp is over. Then guys are going, see what Brandon Ayuk did? I don't need to go to camp ever. Now, Trent Williams can do that because he doesn't practice a lot anyway. He's going to be fine. He's in a confined space. He's going to maul you. Maybe Brandon Ayuk, there's a lot of intricacies to what he's going to do, and he's got to be on the same page as a lot of other people. Can he do it within probably the first month? Yeah. Can he do it if he just, again, overly optimistically speaking, they get through this thing, he signs on Monday. He's on the field on Monday or Tuesday, whatever. And he's 10 days away from the opener against the Jets. Now, he would start and he would be Brandon Ayuk, and he would be wearing number 11, and you'd see it, and if he dropped the pass, you'd be like, what the hell? He can't possibly be as good as if he were in OTAs and all through camp. He just couldn't be. Or else they're just going to – the Players Association, we have an announcement to make, no more training camp. Did you see what Brandon Ayuk did with no OTAs and no training camp? He was as good as ever. Caught every pass, was awesome, made all the blocks. He played as well as he did against Pittsburgh, in week 1 last year where he had the block that unleashed McCaffrey for the touchdown. We don't need training camp anymore. So it's not realistic that he can be as good as he could be. And the Jets are pretty good. And you say to yourself, okay, he's not good the first month. What could it cost him? Well, it could cost him home field advantage in the playoffs. And the times they have home field advantage in the playoffs under Kyle Shanahan, they go to the Super Bowl. In the times that they don't go to the Super Bowl. Not a big deal, unless you like going to the Super Bowl, which you probably do. Anyway, I digress. You know what? Let's hold the Kyle Shanahan one. We'll hold the Kyle Shanahan coming up next on which wide receivers could step in if Ayuk is not available in week number 1, because that's a fascinating conversation as well. So we'll do that. Then we'll get to some Giants. I promised you some Giants stuff because I got some left over as they get ready to take on the Mariners. Still some more on the bone as far as the White Sox situation is concerned. So we'll get to that. We'll play the last Kyle Shanahan. We'll do it all coming up next. And remember, we have still not played the Tim Ryan Sounder. That's here in the 1 o'clock hour at some point. One of the final times that you can qualify. Are people calling already because they're trying to anticipate? It has not been played yet. Today, and then Tolbert and Copes today, and then 3 shows tomorrow, and that's it. Those are the qualifiers, and we announce the winner on Monday. So keep listening. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. It is always great. It makes my day to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all of your tax issues, including this one that's keeping you up at night. Steve, what do people do when they can't pay their taxes?
They should call us. This really does keep people up at night. They're either laying in bed looking at the ceiling or arguing with the spouse or pacing the floor, and it doesn't have to be. I know you feel frustrated. I know you feel like there's no way out. You're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. But folks, there's a lot of good ways out. The first thing is we check the bill the IRS sends you. A lot of times it's wrong. If that's the case, we get it corrected. But what if you really do owe them money? That happens plenty of times too. And you say, Steve, I just don't have the money to pay. No problem. One of the things we can ask for is to just pay part and let them forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven, or have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet. And if we make monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS person says you can afford, what you can afford, or a lot of other things too. The bottom line is don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Talk to us. We have a free consultation. We'll listen to you. We'll explain everything to you. And with your go-ahead, we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, have anything to do with them. We want to do the whole job, take this problem right off of you, and let you move forward and enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation.
Did you hear what Steve said there? Free consultation. So all you do is you call 888-TAX-DEAL. You got nothing to lose. Free consultation. Free. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Nelly, Don Nelson, dude, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday and gave his thoughts not on Nelly Cush, but on the passing of Warriors legend Al Attles. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund pop off to Vegas today with the team. I will be right after the show racing. So if you see a vehicle on the Bay Bridge driving like a bat out of hell, that would be me. I'll try to make the flight. That would be nice. And we'll be live tomorrow from the Wynn. They got a beautiful radio booth there. So we'll be there with all sorts of bells and whistles and stuff like that. We'll do that. And, of course, that's the same place we were there right after Super Bowl loss on Monday, right after the game. So, anyway, yeah, we'll be having flashbacks. So if you hear that during the show tomorrow where just one of us just kind of yells out, "Ah!" That's probably what it is, because we're going back. Although I think I've been back like 2 or 3 times. I was actually back the next week, which was the weirdest thing ever. So maybe I'll tell that story at some point before 2 o'clock. All right, let's get the final one in from the foreplay. Here's Kyle Shanahan yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. Interesting question on the wide receivers who could step in if Brandon Ayuk is not available week 1 against the Jets.
Well, that's what we got everyone competing for right now. We have Juwan, who's done a lot of good stuff for us here over the years. He's kind of, when guys are healthy, he's always majored as our slot receiver. But we've used him outside too. He's always been capable of being outside, and he's a guy that we'd like to, he's probably the first we would look to because, he has been our number 3 receiver since we've been here. And at times in some big moments, we've used him like a number 1 guy. Juwan's had, he's battling some, hip soreness and some ankle soreness right now, so he wasn't able to go last week. Chris Conley's had a hell of a camp. He came on strong for us last year, did a hell of a job for last year, and made a number of plays going into the playoffs, and in the Super Bowl. And he's been on a lot of teams too where he's done it for a while. And then we got these rookies who are all pushing that I know will be there eventually, but they're a little behind the 8 ball with their injuries, but they're guys we believe in, guys who are made of the right stuff. And then we got a lot of depth here with just guys we brought in from other teams who have made other teams before. We have guys that have been on the back part of our roster that are trying still to do that again with Danny and Ronnie Bell and things like that. So we'll see how it plays out. We usually get 5 up for game day, and if BA's not there, we'll plan on using all of them.
All right, so he answered that question in a smart way, which he's basically referenced every wide receiver on the roster. So without Brandon Ayuk, he mentioned Juwan Jennings. He mentioned rookies who have had injuries. That's Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing. At the end, you heard him talk about Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell. He talked about Chris Conley saying how he had a hell of a camp, which I'm a big Chris Conley guy, not only because of the way he plays special teams, but in a couple of playoff games, including Green Bay. He was very, very good. He was great on special teams in the Super Bowl, and Papa and I caught up with him on the opening Monday night crazy media thing at the stadium, and he was absolutely great to talk to. And I think he mentioned Tay Martin in a certain way. I think he mentioned everybody. Robbie Chosen he mentioned in a certain way because he said veterans who had made other teams. So he essentially said, and he mentioned Trent Taylor as a veteran who had made other teams. So he mentioned every single wide receiver on the roster right now who could replace Brandon Ayuk. The one you'd want to replace him, and they're cross-training him and all that kind of stuff, is Ricky Pearsall. The thing that makes you nervous is that Ricky Pearsall is dealing with a shoulder injury. And I was listening to Murph and Marcus this morning, and Murph was saying that he wasn't calling Pearsall a bust, and he wasn't saying it was going to be. He just said you get that needle kind of up the middle, and you start to think to yourself, is he leaning that way? And you get frustrated with guys who are injury or have injuries. People start labeling guys injury prone. Ricky Pearsall was not injury prone in college or anything like that. It's just this thing is lingering. Now, having said that, Matt Mayoko then came on a little bit later on in their show and said he expects not only Ayuk, but he said he also expects Trent Williams, which I do too. Trent Williams, I am with him on that one. And he did say that if Ricky Pearsall had to play, that he probably could. The thing that makes me nervous about Ricky Pearsall is, and all rookies, you should play them a little bit in the preseason to just kind of get their feet wet. And I know that you're going through camp and all this kind of stuff, but they didn't have any joint practices because of all the injuries, so they didn't have those joint practices against the Saints. So to me, if, let's say, again, go back to my premise of Ayuk comes in Monday. Can he play? How effective can he be? If Pearsall starts just practicing, Pearsall to me is in the same boat as Brandon Ayuk, because Ayuk knows the offense, knows Purdy, all those kind of things. Pearsall would probably take more time, so I wouldn't think Pearsall would be the guy to replace him. It might be Conley because he's a veteran. I don't know that Robbie Chosen is going to make this team, but he might if Brandon Ayuk is out because he's a veteran. That's what Kyle Shanahan would kind of lean towards is, okay, I'm playing on Monday Night Football against the Jets. All the lights are on. Let's just use brains here for just a second. Pearsall's a rookie? No. Ronnie Bell is not going to be in that position? No. I don't know that Trent Taylor's going to make the initial roster. I think Taylor's going to be a guy that you can slip through waivers and get back. That's part of this process too, by the way, of who makes the team and who doesn't originally make the team. Josh Dobbs, for example. Dobbs is not making it through waivers. Brandon Allen probably will, to me. So when you see Allen not make it and you scratch your head, it's because they probably won all three and they don't think Dobbs is going to get through. Chris Conley last year was on the practice squad a lot. And I know we like him and we saw what he did on special teams and everything else, but Conley could get cut because they think they can get him through, and there might be another receiver that they don't think they can get through, like a Ronnie Bell. Bell's a young player. Teams would take a chance more on that kind of a situation. Cowing's not getting through. A fourth-round pick's not getting through. Same with the running back room. You look at the running back room, I don't know how everybody's going to fit in the running back room. I think that you're not getting Isaac Gruendo, a guy who runs a 4.3 340 and was a fourth-round pick, he's not getting through. Cody Schrader would get through. Matt Breida would get through. Elijah Mitchell to me is really interesting. I didn't get into this with Pop when he was talking about who he had seen. We're starting to see trades now as teams are starting to realize, okay, this is what our roster is going to look like. Maybe there's a few guys that we've got to look at in the final preseason game. But Elijah Mitchell, what do the 49ers like the least? Injuries, right? If you're not available, they'll pay you and all these kind of things. But if you're not available, they don't like that. Well, Elijah Mitchell gets hurt a lot. And so we saw today, Michael Jackson, who's a former starting corner for the Seahawks, get traded. Jahan Dotson, who's a disappointing first-round pick wide receiver for Washington, he got traded today. I could see Elijah Mitchell getting traded and the 49ers saying, hey, this was a guy that as a rookie went for over 900 yards rushing. Dallas needs a running back. I don't know that I would trade him to Dallas. They're going to start Zeke Elliott. I mean, there's a team that needs a running back, so I wouldn't be surprised if in the running back room, Christian McCaffrey's going to be fine. Jordan Mason's making this team. Isaac Gruendo is making this team. Schrader, I think, is going to be a guy that's going to be on the practice squad, maybe because of, as I just talked about, being a veteran. Matt Breida could make this team, go to the practice squad, something like that. I guess he could get picked up, but we sit here and we get obsessed over, well, this guy's got to get picked up. Well, a lot of teams like to go with a couple of veterans now in that expanded practice squad, but they like young guys most of all. So younger guys who are recently drafted in decent rounds, like third, fourth, fifth round, something like that, somebody say, well, we like that guy coming out. They still remember. A lot of times they don't pick up the veterans. So just a point of thought as we get down to this thing, that's kind of what generally happens. So anyway, back to the original premise. He mentioned every single wide receiver did Kyle Shanahan in that clip. We don't know what he would do. I'm just assuming that you're playing the Jets on Monday Night Football. You're going to put Purcell out there. You're going to put Bell out there. You're going to put Tay Martin out there. No. You're not putting Danny Gray out there. He's not going to make this team finally. That's a disappointing third-round pick from 22. You're going to probably go veteran route. You're probably going to go Conley or Chosen or somebody like that. Or they just might go with Jawan Jennings, and they might move a guy like Cowing, who's been very impressive in the slot. Maybe you go Jawan Jennings outside, Cowing in the slot. So what his answer was, we could do a lot of different things. And they're lucky that they do have a little depth on this team. They're lucky that the practice squad has been expanded because guys like Conley and Chosen have played a lot of games and can make plays. Trent Taylor, but none of those guys are Brandon Ayuk. And there is going to be an effect, especially in even if, like I said, even if he reported on Monday and he started going, he's not going to be the Brandon Ayuk who left the field in Las Vegas in February. It's going to take him a while, and it could cost him a couple of early season games. So there's some thoughts on the 49ers. And again, we'll be in Las Vegas tomorrow for the show, so make sure you tune in. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Any questions, comments, thoughts? I know you don't, probably on Williams and Ayuk, but on any of the things that could happen tomorrow, we'll talk more about it tomorrow as well, so you can jump on the line and do that. All right, I promised you Giants, a thing that I did not finish up. We kind of got into this conversation before the top of the hour, and we'll finish it up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Andrew Baggerly expected to join us, so as we're waiting for Bags, I wanted to finish a conversation we were having. I'm sure you were here earlier. All I have to do is find it. Where I was just giving you the numbers on, and you know what they are. They're pretty stark. It's pretty difficult. The Braves are on about an 87-win pace, and what I was saying is that the Giants would have to go 22-11 from this point forward to win 87 games. Had a conversation with a friend of mine about it, and I said, what would give you the impression that this team, who has been consistently inconsistent all season long, could do that? They're 65-64. They're 5 back in the loss of the Braves, plus the tiebreaker, so let's make that 6. 129 down, 33 to go. The Braves on an 87-win pace, so that's 22-11 over the last 33. Now, it is when you play teams. The Mariners are 2-8 in their last 10. They lost 3. They have the best starting pitching in baseball, but the worst offense by far. So you're catching them at the right time. They're not playing good ball. And I don't know if it's become official. I'll ask Bags when he joins us, but they've apparently fired their manager, longtime manager, Scott Service, in looking for that kind of spark that you get when you fire a coach or a manager or whatever. So I guess catching the Mariners at the right time, but then they went 2-3 against the White Sox, which is fine during the season, but it's a critical time. And you heard Logan Webb say it. If you don't believe me, they needed to sweep them. And then it's Brewers, then Marlins for your only break, then D-backs at Padres, Brewers, Padres again, at Orioles, at Royals, at Diamondbacks. And then you finish with the Cardinals. So all those teams are either in the playoffs, well above 500, or they're fighting for the playoffs. It's going to be difficult. It's difficult to go 22-11 against a favorable schedule, let alone one like that. So I've been asked, I've heard this a lot, not asked this, but I've heard this a lot, because now the conversation is going to start shortly about whether Farhan continues on as the builder of the Giants, president of baseball operations. And what I hear the most is, well, he's going to be able to save his job because he's going to be able to say that he has developed a lot of young talent. Well, there's a difference between developing talent and bringing talent up to see if they're any good. They've brought up a lot of talent to see if it's any good. I don't know how much you would say is in the bank. So I said this before. I wrote these down, and this is non-scientific clearly. But I wrote this down into, we think they're good about the young players. We know they're good. We're not sure. We've seen enough, and I'd trade that guy. So we think they're good. Ramos, Harrison, Birdsong, Fitzgerald, Jung-Hoo Lee. Now, I put Jung-Hoo Lee in there. He's established in the KBO and all that kind of stuff, and he looked good. But his numbers weren't awesome. Now, he did have a pretty decent hard hit rate and exit velocity and all those kind of things. But he is by no means a sure thing. But we think they're good. So I put Ramos, Harrison, Birdsong, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Tyler Fitzgerald in that category. That's pretty good. We know they're good. Now, Bailey's not hitting. He's tired for the second consecutive season. He's worn down. But defensively, there's no question. So I put Bailey under we know. Now, under not sure, Matos is a not sure. Wisely is a not sure. McRae has struck out 6 times in his last 2 games. So, and I'm almost ready to put him in seen enough, but it hasn't. You obviously haven't seen enough. But his minor league numbers suggest that he's a really good defensive player, really good athlete, who's not going to hit at this level. I've seen enough of Casey Schmidt, and I'd trade Luciano. So I see Bags is calling, so we'll get more into some different things. But I want to finish this conversation up why I say I would trade him. And I'm talking about the offseason. Obviously, you can't trade right now. So we'll get more into this in a little bit. But the Giants take on the Mariners after taking 2 of 3 from the White Sox. It looks like the Mariners have fired their manager at this point, looking for a spark. Dan Wilson, former Mariners catcher. Every manager is like former catcher. No, they're not. But Dan Wilson is going to take over in the interim for Scott Service, who was a catcher as well. And we'll see if they can, can give the Mariners a spark. Get ready for a lot of 1-0 2-1s. A lot of pitching duels because neither team can hit. It is Andrew Baggerly at Extra Bags. Make sure you're reading his great stuff, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
Hey, this weekend just got a little more interesting, didn't
it? Wow. It's like, yeah, we need a spark. We can't hit. Scott Service is out. Dan Wilson is in. One catcher out, one catcher in. But do you expect this to give Seattle some sort of a spark? Because I guess that's what you're looking for, right? They had the lead, then Houston overtook them, and the pitching is great, but they can't hit.
Yeah, the Mariners have been in this weird mode, and I know that Jerry DiPoto said something, maybe it was last off season, where it was kind of like the goal is to win 54% of your games or something like that. And it sounded really bad. I think I maybe his message kind of got muddled a little bit, but basically what a lot of people took that to mean is, hey, we're fine just being kind of okay to mediocre every year, and then every year you've got a shot to maybe get in and do something. And I don't think that's quite what he meant by it, but it does seem like the Mariners have been kind of stuck in that mode of having a good team that's just not quite good enough for a while now. And it's frustrating when you have a team that doesn't hit. They look flatter than they are, and I've covered my share of them, both in San Francisco, obviously, and maybe the best example I can think of is going back to when I covered the Dodgers, and in 2003, I believe it was. They had just a tremendous pitching staff, and from top to bottom. Kevin Brown, Nomo on his second tour, Ishii was tough to hit, Odalis Perez was good, and then you had Gagne, who was just impenetrable in the ninth inning, and Paul Shuey, Quantrill, Tom Martin came out of nowhere, and these guys all had 1 ERAs, and they didn't make the playoffs, and it felt like there was just a weight over the whole team, and they seemed a lot less lifeless than they really were, because that's just how teams kind of the air they put off when they don't hit. And they've tried. They got Randy Arozarena, they got some Justin Turner. They went out and tried to fill some deficiencies, and the Giants tried too. They spent over $400 million when you count the Robbie Ray money this offseason. They got Chapman, they got Soler, they got even Tom Murphy. They thought could give them some pop off the bench, and some of those moves obviously just have not worked out. So it's tough. You want to blame somebody, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, and you don't get the production. But it sure is fun to watch teams that can hit day in and day out. They can frustrate you if they blow a lead, but it seems like those teams are just more fun to watch on a day-to-day basis, and you can understand why both these fan bases are pretty frustrated with where their teams are right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And plus in Seattle, a long playoff drought, and they thought they had something, and they were leading the division for a long time, and then, like you said, hitting just never came around, and so now they're going to relieve Scott Service of his duties, and Dan Wilson is going to be in, and tomorrow night, Birdsong versus Castillo. Just to go back to the Giants, and 2 of 3 is nice and everything like that, but it's the White Sox, and at this point of the season, they really need to pile a bunch of wins together. And to have Logan go the 8 innings and have the bullpen explode, especially when you look at Chicago, where because they're trying to limit his innings, Crochet goes 4, gives up a couple, and then the worst bullpen in baseball shuts the Giants down. That's got to be frustrating and to lose in that fashion.
Oh, yeah. And, the folks are upset. No, Webb should have gone out for the 9th. He's going to get an extra day. He was under 100 pitches. Why Eric Miller there, not Taylor Rogers? He's a guy with closing experience. There's a whole bunch of questions that are being asked. And I think that the focus really should be on what you just said. I mean, they got Garrett Crochet out of the game. They put 2 runs on him, too, which is pretty good because he's the one guy who can really pitch in that rotation. He's got the highest strikeout rate of any pitcher in starting pitcher in the major leagues. But you knew that he was only going to throw about 65 pitches because they're throttling his innings. So, you lick your chops and you know that that's where you got to do damage in, the 3, 4, 5 innings you have against that bullpen. And it just didn't happen. And that's where the failures were. That's I think, where they lost that game. Webb has got a couple physical things going on. He didn't really want to disclose what they were. We know he's been sick too. If you're saying that the Giants lost because Logan Webb couldn't pitch in the 9th inning, then I think you're kind of maybe focusing on the wrong thing. I mean, if the team isn't strong enough to win around a pitcher giving you that kind of input, then the team just isn't flat out strong enough to win. And that's just the bottom line. And then Eric Miller is a guy who's held lefties to a 140 average and hasn't given up a homer to one all year. And the White Sox had 3 out of 5 batters were lefties coming up. So he's been better than Taylor Rogers against lefties. Taylor's got a reverse split this year. So that really wasn't a bad move either. Luis Roberts stealing second base, then you pitch carefully to Benintendi and walk them with a base open. Maybe that's where you went awry. You got to pitch carefully to Robert. He's the one guy who can really beat you in that lineup. But once he's on base, you got to try to keep him from stealing seconds. So that's an area that they could have tightened up. But overall, you got to blow out this team on Monday. You got to blow out this team on Tuesday. That way you don't have to use Ryan Walker. You don't have to use Tyler Rogers.
Exactly.
And you have those guys available for the close games. And that's been the problem with the Giants is they haven't put teams away. They haven't been good enough to put teams away. And so too many games come down to a coin flip at the end. And guess what? You flip a coin, it can go one way or the other. And, that's how you end up being a 500 team and not being able to really gather momentum. And that's kind of where they are. And now they're through that softest pocket of the schedule. And they're going to have to try to, be that team they haven't been all year against really good opponents. And that's going to be a tough ask.
And since you brought it up, I don't know if you like playing this game, but where we are right now, as you said, the Braves all of a sudden, and they have another injury to Riley now, but they're on a pace to win about 87 games. And so for the Giants to do that over the last 33, that's like 22-11. I ask myself, what have I seen from the Giants that would lead me to believe that on their best, run that they could go 22-11, win 2/3 of the games? That's 2 out of every 3, which they just did against the White Sox. But as you said, after the Marlins, there is no easy game the rest of the way. These are their playoff teams, or in the Cardinals' case, a team still trying to get to the playoffs. They get no breaks after the Marlins. And I say to myself, what would lead me to believe? Because like you said, what they did yesterday was they didn't score after the 4th inning. How many times have they done that this year where they get off, they score a few runs, and then the offense is dormant the whole rest of the game? They just keep doing the same things over and over again.
Yeah, I think I actually kind of see it the opposite way. I think they've taken too long to get going a lot of times, and then they've had really good at-bats against other teams' bullpens and either had some comeback wins or they've come up just short. I think that they need to get on the board earlier in general. But either way, whether it's early or late, they got to score more runs than they have. And you look at something like Casey Schmidt DHing yesterday, and I know that can pop out, and you're like, well, why is that happening? And I think that was sort of geared toward that exact circumstance, which is you knew Crochet was not long for that game. You're going to maybe get an at-bat or 2 out of Schmidt against the lefty, and then you bring in Conforto, which is what they did. But, maybe the better move would have been to have Conforto and just have the left-on-left matchup and have a guy that isn't going to swing at sliders in the opposite batter's box and will give you a tougher at-bat. Maybe that's just what they have to do. And but, either way, I think you look at where this team is and you look at ways that they've fallen short. And I think ultimately you're going to go back to that Braves series that they had at home. They had to win 2 out of 4 at least. And that way they would have at least held the tiebreaker. And if you finish tied with them, then you get on through. Now they got to finish not only not tied with the Braves, but a game better than the Braves. And so losing those 2 games in the 10th inning in that series, I think that's probably where, if in fact they do not pull a miracle, that's where you can say I think the season was kind of officially lost with those 2 games. But the one thing I will say, when you're looking for signs of how can this team possibly go 22-11 or whatever it is, the one thing they do have is they've got the rotation in order, which they haven't really had at any other point this season. But even then, you've seen that Robbie Ray's going to have starts where he'll blow up and doesn't know where it's going. He's coming back from a long layoff. You've got Birdsong and Harrison, and young pitchers are the epitome of inconsistency. And, I think Giants have a lot to feel good about with both those guys, but to ask them to be nails every time out with this many innings on them is probably asking a lot. So once again, you're relying on Logan Webb, you're relying on Blake Snell, and those guys can't pitch for you every day. So yeah, it is going to be, anything can happen. And I think baseball is if anything makes fools out of people who are way too sure of themselves with a month to go. But it would take something we haven't really seen. It would take a kind of team that we haven't seen so far this season for them to do what they'd have to do.
Real quick, and I'm not jumping to next year yet, but since Matt Chapman came out and said basically that he'd like to be here, but it's Scott Boras we're talking about. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. You probably know. Has Scott Boras in season ever made deals, or is everything, it seems to me that he wants everybody to get to free agency, because Chapman would sure, it looks like, make a whole heck of a lot of sense to nail down.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally he doesn't like to make those kinds of deals because you want the open market to be you want the free agency to be free. Anything that makes free agency less free is generally not good for an agent or for a player. But you also have to listen to the wishes of your player. And, I think the guys that are with Scott Boras are with him because they put a lot of faith and trust in him. And they trust that he's going to get a contract for him on March 18th when it hasn't materialized, all winter. I think when it comes to, a Robbie Ray, he signed his big contract after he won the Cy Young Award, and that's what he's on right now. And so I think that, I would be very surprised if he were to opt out of $50 million. But, Blake Snell got his second Cy Young Award, was looking for that 6-year, $200 million contract. It wasn't there. He hasn't gotten the big capital C contract yet, and neither has Matt Chapman. I mean, they had to sign these deals with the opt-outs to try to platform themselves to have, another chance at it. And obviously you're 1 year older and you can see the sand sort of going through the hourglass. So, I think that they probably owe it to themselves, both those guys, to get the kind of capital C contract that, they're probably in line for. And that is probably more likely to happen, on the open market. So, look, the Giants should be motivated to bring Matt Chapman back. He's probably been their best free agent success under Farhan Zaidi, except for maybe Carlos Rodon, and Chapman should be motivated to come back. It's the Bay Area. It's Bob Melvin. I saw him. He walked into Melvin's office after the final game in Oakland, and he said, "Well, Bill Mel," and they started to have a little moment, and we were ushered out, because we just finished our session with him. But you could tell how much it meant to both those guys to play that series, to win that last game, and just how tight they are and how much mutual admiration there is. And I think that does take you a long way. But we're talking about major league players, we're talking about free agency, we're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars. And so the money has to make sense. I mean, everything else aside, all those things are factors, but they're all secondary factors because the money's got to make sense.
Bags, you're the best, man. Thanks for moving the schedule around. We usually have you on Fridays, but great to talk some baseball with you today, and we'll talk to you next week. Thanks.
All right. Sounds good. Have a good one.
You too. That is the great Andrew Baggerly at Extra Bags, and he always writes great stuff in the Athletics, so make sure that you're checking that as well. All right, we got some remnants before the top of the hour, and then we'll get you ready for tomorrow, in which Pop and I will be live from Vegas for the final preseason game of the Niners and the Raiders. We'll do all that stuff next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nothing wrong with that groin. Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize. Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Thursday edition of the show. Got a few more minutes. Tolbert and Copes coming up at the top of the hour. Pop and I will be live from Vegas, the Win at the studio there tomorrow. So tune in. Final preseason game. The Raiders play no one.
Is Papa gone?
Yeah.
You bet your ass I am.
He's on the plane right now eating Chick-fil-A.
I'll be.
But he's like Gabe Kapler. He takes the skin off.
Kyle, pass me one of those Polynesian sauces if you have it.
Exactly. You know that's
he takes
going on.
the skin off? No. Does he really?
Remember when they said that Gabe Kapler was like they were in the middle of nowhere and he was riding a bus or something and he got a 40-piece McNugget, but then he by hand took off every bit of breading and
just like
ate the chicken.
It's like, that's not even what? Come on, bro.
And dude, like, don't they? They've got it. Does McDonald's not have like chicken breast they put on a salad that is not breaded that he could have gotten?
I don't like that. I like the nugget without the skin. I like to do the nug without the skin.
Real quick, Michael Perez, Santa Clara, won the $50 gift card to the Niners team store, qualifies for the chance to win 2 tickets to each regular season home Niners game. And
bye-bye.
The grand prize will be the 26th. The one time during Tolbert and Copes today, then all 3 shows will give out one more winner, and then that's it. And then Murph and Marcus will give you the wiener on Monday.
We'll be at every regular season 49ers home game.
Yeah, we don't have to pay for it. Ow! We have to work.
And we get to be there like triple the time, too, of the game. So suck it, everybody.
Tim is always in a very good mood after those.
Oh, yeah. Especially like an hour and a half after the game. Tim's in a great mood. Did you hear what we're doing today?
What did Curtis Robinson for 11 minutes?
3.5 tackles, John. We've got to get to the bottom of it. What led to the success?
What were you going to say? Sorry. Tim, he knows. Inside jokes are the best. Sorry. Last one for me, big dog.
One more from me.
Yes.
We're doing this is a Derek Papa production. So for those who know our show, a lot of times at the end of the show we do the soup du jour.
Yeah.
Like the wacky stories of the day.
I heard about this.
Not sports related.
People are gonna have to. You got to hear this.
So Derek decided we should get spicy with the soup, and I was like, well, the soup stories are usually pretty ridiculous anyway. And Derek said we should be doing like a hot ones type thing, where we've got to eat some like unbelievably hot sauces off of a chicken wing, and then try to do the story from the soup du jour. So we've got 3 different hot sauces here.
Hold those up.
I got one here. This is the Last Dab Apollo. Heat level is out of 10 ratings.
Was it Scoville or whatever?
Yeah. Well, this one's just
Scoville.
This gives you the out of 10 rating. 10 out of 10.
Really?
10 out of 10 on this one.
You guys are gonna put that on a wing?
I guess so.
Do you like hot food?
I do like hot food, but as I was saying to these guys, like, I know this is the first one that Derek brought in. We're only going to do one. Pepper X. It's called the Last Dab Experience. I think this is one of them. This is an 11 out of 10 heat. I'm like, then why even have this one? But this one goes to 11. Why don't you just make it go to 11 then? It's as hot as it goes. This is an 11 out of 10, 3.6 million Scovilles. But at some point, things are just too, like, what's the difference to me if it's 2 million or 3.6? You know what I mean? Like, am I going to feel it?
Do you guys have milk or anything that you're going to use?
Derek
or
got
nothing?
milk. He gets some, like, blue cheese.
Tom just wants beer, doesn't he?
I don't know how Tim's going to survive this.
Tim's doing it too?
Mayonnaise Tim Webb. Just look at him. He looks like a guy who can handle some hot sauce.
He's shaking his head already.
He's more Curtis Robinson. I'm a hot sauce guy. I like hot sauce, but I like to enjoy a little heat. This is going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, like
sure.
I like it. Like, let's say you make a breakfast, right? And it's got eggs and all the stuff.
Did today have some hot sauce on it.
Yeah, you got to have
Tapatio or whatever you go with.
Oh, do we have the Tom drop? What was your famous hot sauce that you made up?
Dude, you see these things?
I can't believe you're doing this.
Dude, this rating has an 11 out of 10 on it.
Dude, do we have is there like an ambulance standing by?
I was surprised. I asked Tom yesterday, is he still going to wear shorts to the show?
What's the hot sauce you made up that one time? Chupatopo.
Chopatupo.
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 It was so amazing. we did that.
Never made it.
We made that drop forever. Chopatupo? That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know. This is gonna suck,
dude.
I was gonna ruin our whole night.
Yeah, I'll put some.
Is it really? You think so?
I'll put like a little chalupa on the eggs and hash browns, all that stuff. I mean, I don't mind. I'm not super hot guy, but I like to have decent. A little bit. It's not bad.
I'd literally rather have somebody stick a gravel stick at my ass just for a couple seconds.
We have that.
I don't want to leave it.
So that would be great
if we say, up there.
This is 11 out of 10, or you could have a gravel stick stuck up your ass.
Chopatupo?
Could somebody get a gravel stick, please?
See this popsicle stick right here? It looks kind of sharp.
Yeah. That is gross.
I'll sit on that the last segment.
Did you just eat an Ike sandwich? Because those are the kind of suckers they give away.
No, this one's been in my car for a while now. It was melted.
The caramel was all soft and
melted, yeah.
So Gina, like, this has been here a while, man.
I used to get these all the time because
this is in my Honda Pilot, so I better.
So I can incorporate that into the spot.
Oh, you probably should have saved it because like anything's better than hot. Like, what are you going to drink milk or eat?
I don't know. So hopefully somebody brought some milk.
Derek brought milk, yeah.
Did he? Okay.
Did you bring some kind of milk stout? Maybe that would help.
I didn't bring milk stout. No, I did bring some beers though.
Yeah, I know you.
I brought one a broccoli cheddar beer. I have no idea how this thing's gonna taste. I did. All you gotta do is look in the fridge in there.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's from Cellar Maker.
By the way, did you hear John Lynch shout out your boy, Barry? Yeah.
Did he?
He said fieldwork.
Yeah, he shouted out fieldwork today because he said he was getting like something along the lines of he's getting so frustrated with all this stuff. It's like every once in a while, I need to reach in and have a fieldwork brew. You got to send that to them.
At least he's drinking the good stuff. He's drinking the good stuff. He's drinking the good stuff.
Yeah.
Of course, Lund getting on me because I was doing non-alcoholic.
I heard in the post game, not to get anybody in trouble.
I was just trying to help Barry out. I mean, look, people like non-alcoholic. I don't, but people do, and it's good. It is good for non-alcoholic beer, but I don't get into
I got a non-alcoholic beer right here. This is one of these.
You do?
Yes,
you get a Coke.
It's a Diet Coke, yeah.
I just remember one time I came in, and anybody who does this knows this about you. Like, if you go in and it's raining, it could be raining like hell, and if you bring in a umbrella, you get pissed at people. That's the equivalent.
We had this last night.
Soft.
Like, that's just a non-alcoholic beer.
Well, there are people out there that the alcohol doesn't treat them well, and they want to have the taste of a beer. I mean, you can't have alcohol, so, and some people don't want to get buzzed. Look, I don't mind beer that's like I drink pale ales all the time now, just because it's lighter in ABV.
Right.
So I'm okay. I'm good with that. Like it's not my thing. It is good, and if you like non-alcoholic beer, then they probably I think they have the best.
Yeah.
Because you want to talk about a market that's been trying to be cornered for a long, long time. They've done a pretty good job of it. Yeah, absolutely. So
thanks to the.
But I'll stick with the pulp, and they got a new
nice
watermelon pulp coming out too.
Yeah,
Danny's playing the thing, but you don't have it.
I don't have headsets on. I'm too worried about. The whole show. I'm going to be thinking about 3.5 hours from now.
When are you guys doing it?
5:30. We're doing the spicy soup, which is perfect for Tom's drive home.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. I can't wait.
Do you have adult diapers on?
I thought about wearing Depends.
Because driving home, it's going to be like, you can't pull over on the bridge.
So he's asking
if you put them on and you don't need them, you can just take them off and throw them away.
Exactly.
Yeah. I get the Tony Saragusa model, R.I.P., of course.
So I said to him,
R.I.P.
John, I said shorts were ambitious
I think
today.
he passed away. Didn't Tony Saragusa?
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he's with us anymore, no.
I mean, I've done that before where I've killed people before they're dead. And you hate doing that.
Worst. They call you. Hey, dude, I'm not dead. I'm not dead yet.
I always tell them, well, you will be at some point.
Well, I had you in the pool. You let me down.
We're all walking that plank.
Lamont and Tonelli do a death pool, I think, every year. They draw names. Like somebody had OJ for years. Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, and then once you get him, you win the money in the pot. It's like, that's a hell of a pool, dude.
I like it. I like that
Pick a
pool.
celeb.
I think that's bad karma. Like, you start wishing for,
Show's been on 35 years, Lamont.
Eating wings that are 11 out of 10.
Dude.
And we got like Safeway wings too.
We got them from the old ship. We got some naked wings from the old ship. We got some better ones.
God, I was gonna say, if you ate, that's like gas station sushi. Like,
That's what
You would not wear, if you guys were doing gas station sushi, you wouldn't be wearing shorts today.
No, I wouldn't be getting in a car for 2 days. You kidding me? Not a chance. Dude, gas station
That's a new
sushi.
thing you can say about your pilot.
Gas station
my
sushi,
pilot,
if you buy it, by the
seats
time
are
you
so
actually
good.
bring it to the car, there's probably a piece that's already moved in there.
Oh, no.
It's like crawling through.
It's gnarly. Gas station sushi, dude.
Be talking to you. What's up, Tom? Eat me last, man. I'm not even dead yet.
You can get gas station sushi, and then I'm an idiot trucker hat at the gas station.
And a bag of Funyuns.
I'm not stupid. I am stupid.
Exactly. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah,
I am definitely going to be watching YouTube during that time.
I think I'm underestimating. Like, I'm not really stressed about it because I think I'm too ignorant to how bad this is going to be.
All I know is the last time I had something this hot was many years ago. You can find it on YouTube. B&B Smith did it. And
we have the audio.
Literally stayed in my stomach the entire night.
The pain did?
Not the pain, just the heat. Just that uncomfortable kind of hot feeling that you have in your stomach. It just.
But we're just doing what? You only did one wing then, too, or what?
Yeah, I ate one wing.
Oh, damn.
That was it.
This is going to be bad.
And then I brought him over to a poker. We were playing poker with and they all ate them. My buddy Bergie's actually like, "Oh, this tastes good." I'm like, "No, it doesn't. Shut up. It doesn't taste good at all. There's nothing good about this. It's just hot." It's like when people try to tell me what notes I'm tasting in whiskey. It's like, it's just fire. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just whiskey.
It's like somebody
vanilla and coffee bean.
Yeah, orange rind.
Orange rind, dude. Great call,
Orange
yeah.
rind, dude. That's fire going down my
Hints
throat.
of citrus?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. No.
I mean, come on.
Plus, it's going to get caught like your beard and your mustache.
It tastes like
stuff.
Dead dude's tendon. Is what, I mean,
So how much?
Be able to pick that out.
How much sauce did you put on it that this hurt your? Was it like a doused wing?
No. This one's already made. This
So
was
was it
already. This was
tossed in
from
it?
Smoke Eaters down in San Jose.
Oh,
yeah, they tossed it in it. It was the same one that Adam Richmond did in Man vs. Food, where he did the challenge, which is like 12 wings.
That's too much.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to tell anybody how hot it is. They'll be able to see me, and I'll take my beanie off. Within a minute, my head will be just like pouring. It'll be sweating. I'll be dripping.
What's the worst part of it? Is like if your lips gets on your lips,
Catch
it's
your
bad.
lip, that's bad.
Throat is bad.
All.
Going down is bad.
All is the worst
Coming out
part.
is even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all is the worst part.
Why did you agree to this? Like, what are you getting out
I
of it?
didn't agree.
Well, I heard you did.
No, I didn't agree. I got bullied.
Get out of here.
I got bullied by
6'8"
bullied by
Tolbert got
Derek.
bullied.
If we had HR around here, I'd be giving them a visit, but we don't have one.
Yeah, I got cut. No,
I thought we had
the
HR.
budget
We don't have a payroll. We don't have an HR.
I don't even think we have an H or an R. We definitely don't have an H and an R. That's just a given.
We have H. We have humans. We just don't have the resources for them.
Oh, okay,
Right.
so we do have the H's. We don't have the R's.
Yeah, right.
Is what we have.
Wow.
No, I just found out yesterday that we were going to be doing this, and on the air. What are you going to do on the air? I got to say yeah, and then of course Derek goes, "Well, I'm going to bring some sauce that's not as hot you can eat." I was like, "Well, now you're just saying, oh, okay, I'll bring the really hot stuff." But if you want to go with
it's like pitching. It's like doing the first pitch from halfway down.
Yeah, exactly.
But if everybody does the hottest one and Tom does the second hottest one,
that doesn't work.
Nobody remembers the second guy on the moon.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
So I know the quick guy. The best way to do it is just quick.
Yeah,
just eat it.
But then it just lingers. That's the difference of like if you eat something that you don't like, you just swallow it down. You whatever. Like hot stays with you.
I know. I just want it in my stomach before it actually hits me. Like I want to try to eat it. That's the problem though. Sometimes you try to eat it and you get stopped.
Right.
Like it mutumbos you. You're like, no, you're not going to just be able to swallow this. You can't do it.
Not with my heat.
Yeah,
No.
not gonna.
Like Steph was on that show. Durant was on that show. I just want a lot of. I mean,
yeah,
that is. Whew.
Yeah, and all the reactions are the same.
Same.
This really.
Now, these are 3 different heats. Like, we're just going to taste one. We're not going to do the ramp up like in hot
We're
ones.
going to do the
No.
11 out of 10 one?
I just want the hottest, and that's it. Just move on.
That's why I think at some point fire is hot. You know what I mean? Like I don't care if it's like 2 million degrees or if it's I don't care.
Scoville of it,
It's burning at
Scoville, whatever.
it's burning at Kelvin or whatever. I don't care. It's just it's burning houses.
Yeah,
It's hot.
It's hot. It's gonna be hot. So whatever.
This is like the old days. Blew this whole segment.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
We most certainly did.
It's great.
I'd like to blow them all and leave. And sneak out of here around 5:20. Where'd Tom go? You'll see me down there on the street, just like hightailing it toward the parking garage.
I know somebody who wouldn't do this.
If you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen, John.
Oh, he couldn't do it. The hair would be dripping. You couldn't do it. It'd be so hot. You're like Giuliani.
I'm melting down my face.
All right, let's go.
All right. What's that, 5:30 you said? 5:30? Look, you're walking it off. Good night, everybody. All right. Tolbert goes right now. Do I even need to say this, KNBR? But if sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Take it away, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch, he's the 49ers GM. Didn't know if you knew that. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed the latest news surrounding Brandon Ayuk. Check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
We're supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let him get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shagging? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're going to be with you right up until 5:28, where I'll be saying goodbye. And then these guys will be eating. No, I'll be with you till 6. Well, I'll be with you till 6. JT Snow going to join us today. Mike Silver, a little basketball, a little football. And then Larry Bear will join us at 4:50. And then at 5:30, we'll attempt to eat these ridiculous wings and read stories. Read soup stories. So I have to find a good story to get me through it. I'm sure there'll be one in there somewhere. What's up?
What's up? By the way, I had a guy, somebody yesterday on Twitter last night tagged me in a story like for spicy soup, and it actually was a good soup story. I sent it to. I think it's in the pile.
Was it? Nice.
Yeah. So we do appreciate any and all submissions to the soup du jour. Any wacky story that's out there, you can shoot it to us. Myself at Adam Copes or Tim or Derek on Twitter. Off day for the Giants today after the loss yesterday. I saw a video this guy put out on Twitter where he was like he's like one of the national baseball guys, I guess, but he's like a podcast dude, talking baseball's the account, and he was making a case for the Giants being the lone team on the outside looking in. He goes, "This is the one team that wouldn't surprise me with that rotation. That at the end of the next month, we're sitting here going, man, they had an 18-6 run in the GD San Francisco Giants." Like he's thinking they could be a thing, and I go, they've had an 18-6 run all year. I was like, tell me you haven't watched Giants baseball without telling me. There's nothing that suggests that, but I think almost wholeheartedly turning our sights to football now. And Mike Silver joining us. I saw, by the way, he posted a photo the other day, him and Aaron Rodgers sitting together. Mm-hmm. So he got to sit down with Rodgers, and he said the story's coming soon. We'll talk to him about that.
Okay.
Rodgers coming to town opening night. Yeah, I sat down with A-Raj. Had a lot to say.
Yeah, look with the Giants, it's easy to say, when you don't watch them play all the time, it's easy to look at the rotation and go, yeah.
Why not?
I could possibly see them getting on a roll. But we've said that forever. I thought of Giant fans today because I know how Giant fans feel about Farhan, a lot of them. I don't necessarily feel the same way, although it is about put up or shut up time. If it's not passed, I just think he's really smart. But if you said, well, why? I'd be like, well, I'm basically I'd have to go by other people in the industry that I respect. But anyway, be that as it may, be an Angel fan. Perry Manassian just got extended today to 2026.
No, he did not. The Angels extended Perry Manassian?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Now,
for what?
I should have looked to make sure that it wasn't a one of those bogus accounts, but I'm like, the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, who's gonna throw that out there and try to fool everybody? Like, is that like a big deal? Like, they're gonna feel like they
3 hours ago per ESPN, Angels GM Manassian Angels signed Manassian a 2-year extension.
Yeah. I didn't look at it, but it is the Angels' official account. So I should have figured. If I'd have looked closer, I would have been like, oh, yeah. So there you go. You want to tell me someone that's really, I mean, you got to take that one on the thumb? Like, okay, I guess. Okay. You say he's good. I'll believe it. But I think that's what Giant fans are doing. It's like, well, look at the record. What's the record? And that's what I do. I look at the record, like, what? Why? What do they got going down there? Pitching? No. Hitting? No. Not much.
The Giants one is a little bit different in that the Angels had a 10-year window with 4 different full-time GMs.
Yes.
So they were, and so to me, this is just another bad Artie Moreno situation where instead of admitting fault and saying we got to find somebody else who's the right person, he's just looking for stability, which is not necessarily the right thing to do. But since he went all in on a couple of different rebuild things, they didn't keep Shohei Ohtani. I think he just feels like I may as well just stick with the guy who's here and try to follow some of what he's tried to build. I don't agree with it. I don't think the extension is warranted or necessary at that point. That said, they're in 2 different situations. The Giants did not want to go into a rebuild. The Angels just don't know how to do it.
They do not know how to do it at all. No, I agree. It's not completely apples to apples.
But you're right in that fans probably feel similarly in their frustration for why somebody would be extended without little to show success-wise.
How about my guy Cueto? What do you do? 6 1/3, 3 earned.
How about that?
1 walk, 1 K.
It's a quality start.
Shimmied his way through 6.
Looking for a deal.
6 1/3. I mean, they didn't score, so it didn't matter. But
you take the loss,
okay. Well, he had to, unless they scored. Yeah, he had to because he was charged with 3 earned.
How about Cueto taking that L?
Yeah, 0-1 on the year.
Bummer.
There you go.
Bummer for Johnny Cueto.
Oh man.
By the way, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say. I know it's funny because you start looking at the schedule and go, oh, it's really tough. It's a tough part of the schedule. Once they get done with the White Sox, it's tough. Nobody's quite in a free fall like the Mariners. I mean, the Mariners, I know they lost 3 in a row, but it's to the Dodgers. They were 10 games up at one point. They're now 5. I think it's 5 games behind the Astros. It's unbelievable. You want to talk about it? And they apparently they're going to fire Service if they haven't. Oh, they already did. Okay.
Today, yeah.
So he's gone.
Giants getting ready to take on the Mariners, and they just canned their manager.
Yeah, they're 5 games back. They were 10 games up at one point, 5 games back, and they're similar to the Giants in that pitching kind of leads the way. Although their pitching has really led the way. The Giants has kind of led the way. You know, Snell and Webb, and Ray's been kind of hit or miss so far, but their pitching has been dominant. But boy, they can't hit. Like the Giants look like the 27 Yankees compared to that team. That team really scuffles scoring runs. So, you know, as tough as it looked going up there and playing a team like that, they're not rolling either. Of course, the Braves were rolling, and they won 3 out of 4 against the Giants. Although the more I looked at it, and that kind of colored my opinion a little bit after that, because it was just frustrating to watch them lose 3 out of 4 when all they needed was two wins to keep the tiebreaker on the Braves. I mean, they won 1 game handily, they lost 1 game handily, and then lost 2 games in extras. They could have easily won both those games. Sure. I mean, extras are kind of a coin flip. You flip the coin, and sometimes you're going to win. So you would expect if a team...
That's the bunt series, the bunt gate, the throw at third of Bailey. Yeah, they had opportunities.
Like, I would expect if a team goes 10 games, extra innings in a year, 6-4, 4-6, maybe 5-5. But that's about it. Just because it really is, I won't say lucky, but there's a lot of randomness that goes into it. And they lost both of them. So it wasn't like they got beat 3 games in a row and you thought, oh, the Braves are clearly better. And they're without Riley now. But they had him then. But They weren't clearly better. They were clearly better one game. The Giants were clearly better one game. And they had 2 toss-up games. And they just happened to lose both toss-up games. So, and look, I'm not saying that makes me feel like if they'd have won both those, they'd be a lot better. They'd just be in better position. And again, I'll say it. If they happen to make the playoffs, which I find very improbable, it won't be as much to do with what the Giants do. It's what the teams ahead of them don't do, which
handle business.
Yeah, which is a distinct possibility.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. We are going to catch up later with JT Snow. We're going to talk to Mike Silver of the Chronicle at 3:50, Larry Bear at 4:50, and then Steve Kerr in his usual time spot. Spicy Soup coming your way at 5:30, where we'll do our version of Hot Ones, eating a hot sauce with 3.6 million Scovilles, Pepper X. Hot sauce by the Heatonist.
Comes up with that stuff.
By the way, last couple of days here for our 49er ticket giveaway, continuing today and tomorrow, your last opportunity. Our shows, you got 4 chances left. Our show today and then all 3 shows tomorrow to qualify for a chance to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies is going to win a $50 gift card to the Niner team store and entered for a chance to win the grand prize. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. Tune in today during the 5 o'clock hour to hear us in Spicy Soup and for your chance to qualify. When we come on back, John Lynch, 49ers general manager, joined Murph and Marcus this morning. Talked a little bit in depth about Brandon Ayuk, the situation that they're facing with CeeDee Lamb also holding out until he gets a contract. Is it a game of chicken right now between CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk? We'll hear what Lynch said next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Oh, so much has changed. No, I'm just joking. No new updates. I'm sorry to keep being boring with that, but I wish I was saying something different, but nothing's changed yet.
That was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan with Tom and I yesterday. You can hear the full podcast. It's up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. He joins us weekly throughout the 49er season. Also, the general manager, John Lynch, the Hall of Famer, joins Murph and Marcus every week throughout the 49er season, and he did so today. So, Kyle, yesterday, no updates on Ayuk. Tom, let me ask you yes or no. Do you think there's an update from John Lynch on Ayuk today?
No.
Let's see what he says. Here's the update on Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I'd love to make some good radio, but unfortunately, guys, it's I think Kyle said it yesterday. There's really not a lot of updates. I can tell you that we've continued to be in communication. Just haven't nothing to report there. So just going to leave it at that, and we'll continue to work on it. And the same thing with Trent Williams. No updates there. Good communication with both the players and their representatives, but just haven't made any breakthroughs, and so we'll leave it at that and focus on the other 90 guys that are here and doing really great things on the field.
Good guess by you. You've been doing this for a while. You knew. I love that you undercut Murph. He's like, don't even ask about Trent because there's nothing there either.
Yeah, I got you.
Nothing. Don't even worry about it. It's not happening yet.
I'll beat you to the punch.
It does feel like there's more confidence after talking to Kyle yesterday in Trent. Like he had more of a different.
Yeah, I got that feeling too.
Did you get? Yeah,
yeah, I did.
Plus, Deshaun Jackson told us.
Yeah,
I talked to Trent. He's gonna be there. Niner fans, don't worry, he's gonna be there. That's what Deshaun Jackson told us, or the world. Yes. More on Ayuk. Then Murph asked if he can play on his fifth-year option. Like, is that something that's still out there? Here's what John Lynch said.
I'm not going to get in all the details. I think we're in a tenuous and time where everything that is said can be examined and all that. So we're just going to leave it at that. No updates and continue to work. I know fans are eagerly awaiting, and the season's right around the corner. I can tell everybody this. We feel the urgency to get all our players back. We're very excited about our team, and those are two guys that have been a big part of us, a huge part of our success. So we'd like to have them both back in the fold.
Feels like it's like a game of chicken with the Niners and Ayuk still, where will the Niners feel the pressure? As he said, we're feeling the pressure as we get close to the start of the season. But also he's right in that this thing seems so delicate that you don't want to say something that gets misconstrued or turns you off or makes another team change what they're thinking about Brandon Ayuk in terms of what your contingency plan could be in trading him.
Yeah.
But also the CeeDee Lamb holdout is a factor right now, is what people think. And we watched this market explode. DJ Moore was one of the last ones to get paid by the Chicago Bears, and he got more guaranteed money than some of the other guys who got paid this offseason. Here's what John Lynch said when Murph asked him whether or not the CeeDee Lamb holdout is affecting the Brandon Ayuk contract negotiations.
Well, I think everything factors into the situation, and so that's the market in general. That's the market at his specific position, and so it's fluid, and that's what sometimes makes these things difficult. And our own constraints, because we've rewarded so many of our players, what we can do, how we value people, and things of that nature. So everything is a factor, and that's what makes it a difficult solve, is that there's so many variables. But we've done a great job of that in the past, and we'll continue to. And it's frustrating that we haven't had that breakthrough yet, but we'll remain encouraged and remain focused on our players that are here and doing really, really good things.
We'll see if this ends up going old school. This was a vet thing to do. They'd hold out until the end of training camp, then they'd sign. It's like, I don't want to do training camp. I'll just sign at the end of training camp. So
versus just about the money. I mean, This is it's multi-pronged, but you're right. It could just be
We'll see if he signs Monday. Like, okay, cool. We're done. We're done with preseason. Yeah, let's go ahead and sign. We're good to go. Let's move on. But again, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
In terms of the CeeDee Lamb thing, once he started holding out, does that feel like maybe that's a factor here?
Good. I mean, I don't know.
Lynch said it's all of it. He said everything's a factor.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if CeeDee Lamb wants to see what Ayuk's going to get. If Ayuk wants to see what CeeDee's going to get, to me, they're in two separate categories.
Agreed.
Like, to me, CeeDee Lamb,
a class above.
It should be kind of basing what he wants off of what Justin Jefferson got. And Ayuk, to me, should be looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, Waddle, DJ Moore, like those type of contracts, and like, okay, this is where I think I fit in. A.J. Brown's in there as well, maybe kind of in the middle, but I would almost put him in there as well. But that's kind of that group. So I don't know. Like, I don't know that if Ayuk signs, that's going to have any impact whatsoever on what Lamb gets, because he's not going to go.
Agreed.
He's not going to Jefferson territory, so that doesn't really even affect Lamb. Now, if you're Ayuk, you want to see what Lamb gets because you feel like. But then if I'm the Niners, I'm like, well, come on, let's come back down.
How many guys do you have to wait to see?
Let's come back down to planet Earth here. Like that's not the category you're in. That just isn't it. You know, I think we have a pretty good idea of where he should be. Is that where they're at? Don't know. But I like we could probably sit down, numbers-wise, and put together a contract. Okay, give me Amon-Ra St. Brown's, give me Waddles, give me DJ Moore, and let's just kind of put them all together, see what the total package was, see what the guaranteed money was, and kind of, okay, he kind of fits right in there. Boom. And you're done. Boom. Fast acting to acting. But again, I have no idea where they are.
Fast acting contract.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the comp here, if you're going to go apples to apples or similar to that, is the Jordan Love and Tua Tagovailoa contracts, where Tua waited for the Jordan Love contract to sign, and then he went like right below that, right? Like guys are, I understand the slotting of seeing where guys go. I guess my question and issue is, it seems like they just keep popping up whack-a-mole for Brandon Ayuk and the comp, right? Like the DJ Moore one got done, and then it's like, okay, now that's a factor. Well, Amon-Ra got done, that's a factor. Jalen Waddle, it was like, how many guys do we go until you're like, okay, now I've seen what the market is? To your point, CeeDee Lamb, I think to most everybody, we'd agree he's above, a class above where Brandon Ayuk is. Yeah. So, again, nobody really knows what the holdout is or what the holdout is, or the hold-in. And you said it the other day when John Lynch was asked last week about by Murph and Marcus about what's taking so long, and he said, I wish I knew. Like you said today or just now about the veteran holdout. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's just waiting for this thing to wrap up. So he's like, I'll be good. My back will be fine Tuesday. I'll be back out there.
Oh, yeah. Took some Dones. The Dones medicated pills. Back feels better. Feel good now. Let's go.
There is one, what'd you say, Tim? We need some Dones later. What, for the spicy soup? There was one thing that went on today, a trade in the NFL. You see this? Jahan Dotson got traded from the Commanders. Trade. Jahan Dotson gets traded from the Commanders. He was a 2022 first-round pick. They got a 5th and a 2025 third and 2 7th-round picks to trade to Philadelphia in division.
Yeah.
Don't know if that does anything to make them a potential landing spot for the Niners, or Brandon Ayuk, excuse me. But that was a team that was mentioned because of Jaden Daniels all offseason and his relationship with him. I wonder if they get back involved in any of these negotiations, or if that's any factor in this at all. I mean, Lynch says everything's kind of a factor. I'd imagine that when stuff like that happens, it can play a role. But this late in this process, this feels like a mess.
Yeah, it was a bizarre.
What are they navigating here is the question.
Exactly. And again, who could the Commanders give up player wise? Like that's what you wonder. Like, do they have? Because the Niners want a receiver. It's like, well, we're getting a receiver. What do we want to give a receiver away? We need receivers. That's why we want to bring him to our squad. What makes you think we have a receiver to give you back in this transaction? That makes no sense whatsoever. So the only thing that ever made any sense was getting the draft picks, then finding somebody else to trade him to. But, man, it's awfully late in the game to start doing that kind of stuff. So,
Again, he's under contract for this year.
Yes.
So while John Lynch said, we do feel the pressures, we get close to the start of the season, the game of chicken ends, in my mind, by like week 3 or week 4 with the 49ers either victorious, but you don't want to just be right. You want him to be out there. You don't want to bank on the fact that he's not willing to hold out for the season, though I still feel like that's the least likely of scenarios.
I would think so.
He's got to, I mean, you want to keep your service time intact. You want to have all that. They can still franchise tag you and then figure out a trade later if they want to do that. But your options right now are limited still if you're Brandon Ayuk.
And I looked this up a couple days ago, so I hope I'm getting it right, because I mentioned the Le'Veon Bell situation, how he stayed out.
And was never good, never the same.
But he never signed the, it got to a point where his franchise tag, he never signed a franchise tag.
No.
And then just sat out. and then came back later in the season.
They tried to tag him, didn't want to sign him.
Yeah, different situation.
He came back the next season.
Than sitting out. Than if Ayuk were to sit out. And I think Matt Mayoko has said this many times. Like that doesn't do him any good to sit out, because if this is the last year of your contract, you want to go out there and kill it, and then you get paid, right? You're going to absolutely get paid, and it would be much easier too to go out there, play really well, Niners tag you, and then they could trade you. And maybe they'd be more than willing to trade you at that point. Like, okay, look, we'll try to find you the money you want. But now we're going to be able to get draft picks. We'll be able to kind of maybe more people will be in the mix here. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think one way or the other, it would surprise me a little bit if he wasn't in uniform for the Niners this year. But I won't be too surprised, because this whole thing's been goofy.
Yeah, I don't know that anything's on the table. I think there are a few things on the table. I don't think the Commanders are an option anymore because, again, you'd need a receiver in return, I think, if you were going to do a deal there. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'll switch gears. Former Giants first baseman, 6-time Gold Glover JT Snow is going to join us for his weekly conversation. Giants getting ready to take on the Seattle Mariners tomorrow in Seattle after an off day today, and then they go to Milwaukee. And then Miami comes here to wrap up the month. JT Snow next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he does feel the urgency to get something done with Trent Williams and Brendan Ayuk. You can listen to that podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Winter is coming.
They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no. It's gone! Snow has hovered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, time for our weekly conversation with JT Snow. JT, what's going on?
What's up, bro?
No, nothing. Just moved up a day to give your guest. I hope your guest tomorrow at 2:50 is really good.
Oh yeah, they're going to be. I think you're going to be impressed.
It's Aurelia. We got Richie on.
I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, it's Bill Miller. Bill Miller's joining.
Okay, enough said. Enjoy.
I have no idea who's coming on tomorrow. You know what it is, JT? It's 49er pregame.
Yeah, the Niners play tomorrow. So
the Niners play tomorrow.
Of course, like a pregame that no one's going to play. They're playing in Vegas.
No, the starters are playing. The starters are playing tomorrow.
Kyle Shanahan, I'm a Rams fan. Kyle Shanahan is panicking right now. He doesn't have his receiver. He doesn't have his tackle. He's panicking, and he's a control freak. He's panicking.
Let's go. Dude, so I got to ask you then, JT, because growing up in the Bay Area, the Rams, I didn't like them as a kid, of course, being a Niner fan, but for me, it was St. Louis Rams. It was all Kurt Warner and Isaac Bruce and all that, right? And they were so dangerous. Then, by the way, Warner jumps to the Cardinals. I'm I thought I was done with this guy. Starts running the division again. But we've got back a little bit of that San Francisco, Los Angeles, at least when it comes to on the field. You go down to L.A., I mean, it is, I don't know if you've been to a game at SoFi. It is unbelievable when they play the Niners. It's like so many L.A. fans, I think, from my generation, latched onto the Niners as their team.
Right. Well, the Rams have won a Super Bowl before the Niners have, right, in the last whatever years.
Yeah.
So we're doing fine.
We're doing fine.
My dad played for the Rams. I was a Rams guy. I'm still a Rams guy. It's all good. The Niners, they need to step up and win a Super Bowl. They have way better talent. Let's go. Kyle Shanahan has fumbled the last 2 or 3 Super Bowls. If you want to get into it, we could talk about it. But
all right, JT.
I was a Rams fan. I was a Rams fan growing up, JT. And then I kicked the Rams to the curb as soon as they got rid of Eric Dickerson. I go, how dare you get rid of one of the best running backs ever in the NFL? Georgia Frontier, I believe, was the owner of the team at the time. I was so disgusted at that point. I don't even think I've had a favorite team since then. But I don't even know
Chargers?
if Chargers were way back, way back. And I don't even know if the Rams were my favorite team, but I liked them. I liked the Rams, and I rooted for them, playoffs and all that stuff. Could never beat the Cowboys in the playoffs. But when they got rid of Eric Dickerson, JT, I was like, all right, I'm out. Done. See ya.
so I just tell people in Bay Area, I'm like, when's the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl? And they're like, oh, 94. I'm like, yeah, the Rams just won a couple years ago. So just pipe down. Hey, you know what? When you win a Super Bowl, then you can boast. But they had a chance last year. They've had plenty of chances. They can't get it done. So it's all good.
Look at JT.
That's all good.
Putting his Rams hat on. I love it.
By the way, didn't the Rams beat the Cowboys in Heaven Can Wait? Didn't they take them down?
Yeah, I don't know.
Come on, dude. Come on. You know, right, JT? That's what made Tom a fan.
Yeah. Warren Beatty.
My dad was actually in that movie, and I went with him when I was a kid to the set at the Coliseum, and I met Warren Beatty, and I met all these people, and it was actually pretty cool. I was probably 10 years old.
Sweet.
And watched a film of Heaven Can Wait, and that's a great movie, and Warren Beatty was in it,
yep.
All these guys. So, and if you watch the credits, the last credit that goes up is my dad's name, Jack Snow, wide receiver. So
nice.
That's pretty cool. That's
nice.
very cool.
It was Roman Gabriel his quarterback?
For most of his career he was, but he played with John Hadel.
Oh, Hadel.
And then, some other guys. But yeah, so Gabriel was like the first big stud quarterback that stood in the pocket. But back then they threw the ball like 20 times a game. And when my dad retired, he was like a future Hall of Famer. And then he retired in 76. And then in the 80s, you know, all that run and shoot came in. And he was like he was blown away. But yeah, it was watch those videos and watch the way the guys tackled and hit guys. And now we're talking about like the kickoff thing. And then it's weak.
Yeah, it's different. It's definitely a different sport. Do you feel like, since we've taken 5 minutes to get to the Giants, pretty much because I feel like we've said the same thing that we're about to say now.
For weeks,
it's like I feel like we're talking about the same team over the last like 2-3 months, JT. Do you feel the same way?
I do, and you know, now it's going to get real, right? These next 6 weeks, like this is going to get real. They're going to play good teams. I saw where the Mariners just fired Scott Service today, and I played with Scott. I always knew he was going to be a big league manager, GM someday. He had that mindset. It was him and Torey Lavello that I played with. But I know the GM up there, Jerry DiPoto, and he's very he doesn't stand for anything, so he's not afraid to get rid of guys. But the Giants, like, this is going to get real the next 6 weeks. I mean, the schedule is brutal. The Mariners are first in the league in pitching, last in hitting. But it's like there's not a lot of teams that can hit nowadays. It's kind of embarrassing to watch. Like, nobody can hit. Like, they can't drive in runs. And that's been the Giants thing all year. Like, we've been waiting. I don't know how much longer you can wait, but I don't know what they're telling these guys or teaching these guys, the coaches. They scored 5 runs, 4 runs, and 1 run or 2 runs off the White Sox, who are one of the worst teams in MLB history. And yesterday I watched the game and I was like, oh God, this is like not good. So whatever.
It wasn't. That was bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually terrible. And like these next 6 weeks are going to be really interesting. And I was looking at the schedule today. Every series is a 3-game series. So you got to win 2 out of 3. And if you win 1 out of 3, then the next series you got to sweep them or win 2 out of 3 to make up ground. So this is not going to be easy. That road trip they go on to play Baltimore,
Kansas City. Yep.
Yeah, like we're going to see, like, this is going to be good baseball because it's fun to watch good teams that can hit and pitch and play defense. And it's the same old thing with the Giants, like the whole year. Like, they just can't hit with guys in scoring position. They strike out too much. So if they do it, tip of the cap, but I don't really think it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, neither do I. I think they are who they are. I mean, they're not a bad team. They're not a good team. They're 500, which is exactly what the record says they are. Let me ask you this. If they do go on a run, what would have to happen? Like, in your mind, what's feasible for this team? We could say, hey, score 6 runs a game, but that's not who this team is. That's not going to happen. Like, what could happen in your mind? Like, what's within the realm of possibilities that this team could do to get them going on a run in late August, September?
Well, it's going to be tough because they're going to face some good pitching, but the guys that are in RBI situations or in the middle of that lineup, Ramos, Chapman, Conforto, Yastrzemski, if they're in there, these guys got to drive and run. You can't strike out. You can't hit double plays. It's just kind of awkward how when the situation comes up, they don't come through. It's like you got to hit a fly ball, they hit a ground ball and double play. They just strike out too much. And I don't know if it's going to change. What, they got 30-something games left. It's like we've been through this whole season.
Yeah.
I don't know if it can change. So, but the middle of that lineup, I don't know. It's like they got to produce.
I guess that's the frustrating part for me, JT, and I'm sure it is for you as well, is that that's just not the way the game is being taught right now in that if you get a guy on third with less than 2 outs, okay, change your approach. Just you don't need to drive the ball. Just get the ball up into the air. If you do drive into the gap, perfect. That's great. But let's make sure we get this run home. If you need to get the ball to the right side, let's look for something, or let's do inside-out swing if you're right-handed. Let's try to work on that. But they don't. I think they're almost handcuffed, JT, in that this is our approach. This is what it's going to be. Nobody wants us to do this, so this is the way we're going to be. So, us who grew up, you played, I watched, watching a different style of ball and thinking, God, it'd be nice if a guy could look at the situation and adjust his swing or adjust his approach. But they just don't. Nobody does that anymore. Not just the Giants. It's baseball doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's like sometimes you have to give in and hit a ground ball to get a guy in. But we've seen the evolution. So it started with the analytics, 10 years ago. And it's like a strikeout is the same as a fly ball. No, you got to put the ball in play. And I don't think the guys nowadays coming up. And I would attribute it to the coaching in the minor leagues or when they get to the big leagues. I think the coaching is a big part of it. And it's something that people don't really realize. I think, these guys are big leaguers. They should know what to do. But I played, Tom, you played, and there was nothing better than a coach to explain to you how to get something done. And I just think that's been lost. And I think I don't think it matters or they care. But you're seeing it in the end results in the game. And the Giants play a lot of one-run games, right? They lose 5-4. They win 4-3. Yesterday, Logan Webb, why in the hell do you take him out?
Yeah.
That was unbelievable. And that falls on the coaches. When I played, the starter was like, you know what? I'm going back out there. I'm going to shut the door down. But nowadays, it's like you're coming out but, these guys make a lot of money. Logan Webb's made $90 million, and they may just agree with the coaching. But back in the day, the pitcher would be like, I'm going to go out there and win this game and shut it down. And then you go to the bullpen, they give it up. And, they lost to one of the worst teams.
Yeah, that was tough. But I would say this though. Melvin did say that there was some sort of physical limitation with Webb or something. I
don't know if I believe that.
Really?
He said the same thing the other day when Fitzgerald bunted. I think he took it. I don't know if Fitzgerald bunted against the Braves, and a manager will take stuff off the players, but come on, go out and finish the game.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm gonna give Webb the benefit of the doubt.
Because I think Webb wants to be out there.
He is the guy. He's the one guy on the team that I think, you know what, if he can go 9, he will go 9. I think he's got that old school in him. He wants to go 9, because I thought the same thing you did. 93 pitches. Why are they taking him out? And of course they come in and Miller walks 2 guys. But I thought because it was Webb, I got to give him the benefit of the doubt, just because he's one of the only pitchers maybe in the game today that says, give me the ball, I'll try to get you 9 innings if I can.
Leads the league in innings again. Yeah. Right now.
So I don't know what happened. So what happened?
That's a good question.
That's where I'm is it a bad decision or is it
Yeah, but I think it's the players nowadays. It's you know what? You suck it up and tighten your belt up and go out there. I'm going to get the next 3 outs. We're going to win the game and keep us in the wild card race. I don't know what Webb said with the Melvin, but Melvin's got to step up as a manager and go, you know what, you're going back out there. And, it's okay to put pressure on kids and on people to go out there and perform. It's okay. We're in a society now where we pull back and, their pitch count, this.
Yeah.
So, if you push through, that might be better for you down the road in the next 2 or 3 starts. So, I don't know. If I was Brandon Webb, I'd be like, this is my game. I'm going out there. I'm going to shut him down. And then they end up losing to the White Sox. So, I don't know.
No, I'm for the most part, I'm with you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what? I wanted to ask you this. Since I just watched this, I'd had it on my DVR for months and months and months and months, and I finally watched it. the George Brett. He was my favorite player growing up. I loved George Brett. Him and Rod Carew. But George Brett was like my guy. Too bad he played in Kansas City, and you didn't have like extra inning packages back in the 70s and 80s.
We're catching a lot of games at Kauffman back there.
Yeah, you weren't catching a lot of. Although I did go to Kauffman.
Beautiful
when we went to the Final Four.
Yeah.
Did you know him? Did you get a chance to meet him? I mean, you guys were in the same division when you played for the Angels in the AL West. I'm just curious. You met him. What kind of guy was he? He seems like a really cool dude.
So I played golf with George Brett before, and he's amazing. He's awesome. And I don't know if you guys or the listeners, if you've ever seen, I watched it a couple nights ago. It's called The Uncivil War. It's like
yes,
the Yankees.
very good.
Yeah, good doc.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And so there's a play where someone slides in the third, and George Brett and the guy just start pounding on.
Oh, it's
each other,
Nettles.
fighting.
Yeah,
right. Greg Nettles. I mean, that is one of the, like, if you haven't seen it, watch the Uncivil War, Yankees versus Dodgers, because I grew up in Southern Cal.
Yep.
So did Utah. But no, I played golf with George Brett before. And he's a great dude. And he was the guy, right, back in the day, right? He was like, that's how we all try to hit, flat bat.
Yep.
Just like get started and hit the ball to left center, pull it. Yeah, he's.
So what's the theory? Maybe for the people that, because I've always wondered this myself. When you hit the ball, the bat is flat. Like George Brett, Rod Carew, they had the bat flat, and then they just rake it through the zone, and it seemingly would stay in the zone a long time because they just had a flat bat. Right. It wasn't like straight down.
And Carew had his hands back, and he had like the flat angle to it. Yeah, he was just sort of slap through. Right.
What's the theory with guys now? They cock their hands and the bat goes straight up in the air and then they get it through. Because to me, I always thought it'd just be easier if I have a flat bat. I'll just like load and then I'll drop my elbow down in and keep the bat flat as long as I can. What's the theory behind having the bat not being flat?
Right. So the longer the bat is flat, and it like when I came up, people were like, they got a long swing. I'm like, it's not long, but the bat stays in the hitting zone a long time. So that gives you a better chance to square the ball up. And nowadays, and I watch a lot of the Giants hitters, and the guys stand up with, if you look at Lamont Wade or McRae, these guys bat straight up, elbows in. Like, that bat is not going to stay in the strike zone a long time. But they got away from it because they're like, oh, you got a long swing, but it's not a long swing. Look at Buster Posey's swing.
Yeah.
Buster Posey, his bat stayed in the zone a long time, like Rod Carew, like George Brett, and that's why these guys hit 300. It's very comparable to golf. If you can keep that
club face, right.
Yeah, in the zone a long time, you got a better chance to square the ball up and make better contact. So there's a lot of I don't like guys that just stand there with their elbows together and the bat under their ear, because that's like a long swing, and pitchers can pitch to that. They can go up in the zone, down in the zone, and get you out. So I don't know. The game's evolving, and but if you watch the best hitters, watch Ted Williams. Bring up videos of Ted Williams. He kind of dropped it in the slot, and then his bat was flat. The longer that bat stays flat in the zone, you have a better chance to square it up.
Well, the Buster Posey comp that you made, we're talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. By the way, I should remind you that JT Snow is sponsored by the Hayward Police Department. Join haywardpd.com today to learn more about how you could be the difference. Like, Buster Posey had his hands behind his ear, but what they would say is he was quick hands through the zone. There was no extra pullback or uppercut or anything. He was straight down into the zone. And I remember hearing Gary Sheffield talk about this years ago when I was a kid, because they always try to eliminate bat waggles from kids because you try to do a funky batting stance. And I heard one time Gary Sheffield said it was a timing mechanism for him, to where he could get his bat flat. His hands were so fast that when he was waggling the bat, he created extra torque in whipping it back through the zone. Same thing with Julio Franco. I heard him talking hitting one time. So some guys have that weird stance, but there's a method to the madness. It's not, I'm going to look cool. It's how can I keep my bat in the zone if you have fast enough hands?
Right. So every hitter is different. Some guys can do that. Some guys can't. It's to figure out what is best for you. some guys can waggle their bat. Like I tried that. Like I wasn't a good waggler because I never got the bat set. So I try to keep my hands. I try to keep my hands set. But some guys, it's just all about how you deliver the bat through the hitting zone, and it's all timing. And if you can get that thing flat in that zone, and I don't care what pitch it is, if it's a fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, if you can get that bat in the zone a long time, and I had a hitting coach once tell me, like, I don't care if you stand on your head and hit, but if you can get that bat in that zone for a long time, then I'm not going to complain. So everybody's different. It doesn't work. And there's no one way to coach hitting. You have to take a guy and see what he has based on his height.
Yeah.
The way he stands, his arms. Does he have long arms? Does he have short arms? And then that's what you have to work with to get that bat through that zone to be able to square the ball up at the point of contact. And the main thing is to hit the ball out front. Like, you got to hit the ball out front with your hands to give you a chance.
Right.
And so it's I love talking about hitting, and I was like okay at it, right? 270 career hitter. But when you talk, like, we could talk about hitting all day, and everyone's different. You got to work with what they have and try and get them the best position. You know, I'm sure, Tom, it's like shooting a shot or a jump shot. You got to get in the best position to deliver the ball or deliver the bat to give you the best chance of success.
Yeah, it's interesting because with shooting, you just, right, there's a couple things you want to have. Feet square, shoulders square. And then, you know, everybody's going to have, I mean, hell, look what Jamal Wilkes used to do. Now, nobody would teach a shot like that, but the shoulders were square, the feet were square. You know, guys like Steph and guys that are just incredibly out of this world, they can get away with not doing it the way you would do it. But you look at a guy like Klay Thompson, like that's
he's the prototype.
That's the jump shot. Like, if you could have a jump shot, that's the jump shot you would want. But not everybody's body works the same. So you try to get feet set, shoulders square, and then you kind of work from there, try to get your elbow down underneath and the gooseneck and all that kind of stuff.
It's like, could you imagine if there was a Craig Counsell version of a jump shot? You'd be like, what the hell is that guy? You'd be like, what the hell is that guy doing?
That's Jamal Wilkes.
What is he doing?
That's Jamal Wilkes.
How does he do that?
Like, that goes to the approach of coaching. Like, everyone's different. And, like, one guy's body might move different than another guy's body, but if he gets it in the right spot, like Steph can throw it from his hip. We saw in the Olympics, like boom, and other Klay Thompson, and same with hitters. And so that's the art of coaching, is working with these guys and knowing where do you deliver the jump shot, even like on the mound, like the pitch. Like guys have different arm slots and guys have different bat slots. Where do you deliver the best chance to have success? And you got to be, you got to work with it. You got to be open to work with different guys, and it's not robotic. There's no everybody's body moves different. So
I would say this, like, and this is golf, this is football, throwing the ball, this is hitting, this is pitching, this is shooting. Even though your mechanics aren't the best, there's a couple of things you got to make sure you have. But other than that, can you repeat it?
Yeah.
Is it repeatable? And the thing is, the better form you have, the easier it is to repeat it. When you kind of have a funky form, then it can get a little wonky on you, and it's hard to repeat. But even if you don't have great form, if I know where the jump shot is going, or I know where my pitch is going every single time without great form, that's fine. I don't have a great golf swing, but if I know I'm gonna hit a fade, it's gonna be right side of then that's great. I can work with that. What you can't work with is you have no idea which way you're going, which way the shot's going. So now I could talk about this. Yeah, go ahead, JT.
No, it's like I watch a lot of golf. I love golf. It make you watch Scotty Scheffler. Like, his feet are moving all over.
Oh, man.
Like, a coach wouldn't teach that.
No.
It works for him. So that's a good coach to, like, okay, we're going to take what you do, and we're going to work with what you got, and then we're going to develop it and make you – and now he's, you know, the best golfer in the world. Like, you wouldn't teach a kid to, like, oh, yeah, slide your feet out. And, like – but it's just – that's a great thing we love about sports it can be done in a bunch of different ways. But like you said, Tom, you got to repeat it and be consistent. And you know what? When the game gets on the line and you need to produce, can you do it?
JT, have a great weekend. Enjoy the Niner game tomorrow.
Oh, man.
I love it. Yeah.
Talk to you next week. Talk to you next week, JT. All right, man.
JT Snow, you missed any of that. Some good Niner, and JT's still a big Rams fan, of course. His dad played there for many years. Give us some flack for the Niners not winning at the top of the segment there. By the way, he knows something about approach to hitting. Man, led the league in sacrifice flies in 2000. How about that? I could use a few sack flies from JT. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Ready for this? Steph Curry removed the Warriors from his Instagram account. Guys going Hollywood. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan told us yesterday that the starters will play maybe as much as a half come tomorrow night's game in Las Vegas. You can hear the full podcast interview, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Guess we're back. My bad. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. I'll be with you tomorrow, by the way, 2 to 4, Tom. Is anybody coming in with Tom after that? Is Kerry hanging out with you from 4 to 6 tomorrow? So Tolbert and Copes still 2 to 6 tomorrow, but I'm leaving you at 4 to start Niner pregame over on 810 The Bread. We just caught up with JT Snow. Fun conversation with him. Available KNBR.com and the app. We are still going to talk to Mike Silver at 3:50. He's going to be guest hosting with me, by the way, September the 5th, while Tom is on his Week 1 football trip.
That's
which will be a good time.
The sojourn.
And then we'll talk to Larry Barrett at 4:50, and then Steve Curd as usual time before we do Spicy Soup, our KNBR version of the show Hot Ones, where we're going to eat some insane hot sauce. I'm holding them up here on the YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader stream. I don't know which way to go on this. This one's ranked 11 out of 10 for heat, and I think it's the Pepper X 3.6 million Scovilles. Derek, I need whatever the Apollo Peppers Scoville count.
Let me see that last dab one.
The last dab, that's this one. Oh, they're both called last dab. This
Okay, give me the 11 out of 10. It's not even opened yet. I'm gonna open it up.
Well,
I'm gonna open it up and smell it.
Derek said he was gonna taste it the other day, and I was like, you don't gotta check this first. Acting like it was a good thing to do it first.
I'll go first before anybody when we do this thing.
Well, you know Derek is like a braggadocious hot sauce guy. Do you know that, Tom? Like, he's like, nothing's too hot for me. He's like one of those dudes.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It definitely could be too hot for me, but I'm willing to do it.
That's not what you said off air. You're like, nothing's too hot. I can handle this.
All right, cool. So why don't you start the segment on time?
Look how thick it is. Oh, just like caked in there.
Yeah. How's it smell?
I mean, it doesn't like
stings the nostrils.
It doesn't sting the nostrils,
quite pungent.
But it's. I mean, you can tell there's some heat in there, but yeah, it's not. All
right, this one.
Let me shake it up a little bit and see.
This one smells hot. This Apollo pepper one smells pretty hot. Oof, God, that's really hot.
That's warm.
These go to 11.
Yeah, 11 out of 10 is what they put on the rating. These go to 11. This one's 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10?
Yeah, the Apollo pepper. I need those Scovilles.
Easy one then.
I don't know which.
These go to 11.
Is this the Bomb Evolution that has a little cartoon drawing of a nuclear warhead on it? Is that a
nuclear warhead?
It says caution on the warhead, by the way. Is it a
0 calories though?
0 calories.
Yeah, I like that. Is
this the lightest one, Derek? The nuclear warhead is the coolest of the hot sauces.
Yep.
What do we know? What pepper it is?
I'm not sure about the other two, but I know the last one, the Last Dab Experience, that's made with Pepper X, which is now the world's hottest pepper.
Yes.
Made by Pucker Butts.
Gotta love Pucker Butts. I love Pucker Butts.
It's a trustworthy brand.
Well, they say Pepper X has a rating of 2.693 million Scovilles, making it the hottest pepper, setting the Guinness World Record. Previously, the hottest pepper was at 2.2 million. So that's the hottest one in the world, Tom.
My God.
And then I just got to get you the Apollo pepper Scoville count. The Apollo pepper, I don't know how that's the hottest at 2.6 when it says the Apollo's 2.523 million. So I guess more inconsistent, but this thing's going to suck. It's going to hurt.
Welcome to the experience, Spice Lords. Are we Spice Lords now? We'll
Derek,
be Spice Lords.
Derek, are you a Spice Lord?
I consider myself a Spice Lord.
It's like a Sith Lord. How about this quickly here? Steph Curry removed the Warriors from his Instagram bio. It used to say Warriors point guard, which I love when people do that. Like, that's his job, just on Instagram. That's what I do, guys. I'm the Warriors point guard. Removed that and put up Olympic gold medalist. What he did not include in his bio was that he's an aspiring actor. His new sitcom that he co-produced and stars in, Mr. Throwback, is now streaming on Peacock. Here's a little taste of it.
What are you doing? Are you having margaritas? Don't you have a game tonight?
No, these are placentaritas. You want one?
Don't worry, it's not human, it's horse.
Yeah,
I like the pig more. The pig went crazy. Remember that?
He called it the Oinkberry Breeze.
Oh, that was a good thing, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, that was good.
No, man,
Thank you.
appreciate you.
I'm good on the placenta.
I can do it smooth or chunky.
Missing out.
I don't know how to quite tell you this, but
You can tell me anything, man. You know we're boys. This might be the placenta talking, but you're kind of like my only real friend. Everybody else around me is on the payroll.
Yo, I was the best man in your wedding. I had a 3-piece suit, had to strap my down like Mulan, but that's your only friend.
know what
Okay,
I mean?
yeah, all right.
You both can be my only real friends.
Like Mulan.
Do you know the premise of the show?
I have no idea.
So Steph's playing himself, but as a character in this show, where his best friend from like 6th grade, who was a baller, also was like him and this guy were best friends. He's now like a memorabilia salesman, and I think there's some other hidden stuff. Like, he's fallen on hard times, but he was a legend in Steph's mind. Because he was like the other best player on their 6th grade basketball team. So he like resurfaces in Steph's life and becomes his buddy. But it's a comedy, and I don't know. It's apparently getting pretty good reviews.
Are you watching it?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay.
I didn't even know it was out yet. I knew it was coming out.
Okay.
But
This might be the placenta talking, but
we'll see. It's got some
I
good
gotta
actors
finish
in it.
up. I was watching the Wyatt Earp show on Netflix, 6-parter. Interesting. I like that stuff. Wyatt Earp against the Cowboys. Good stuff. And so
Tim
I
says you
do.
get the facial hair for
I
it.
could be. I could have played Wyatt Earp. Although I don't know if I don't know if people will buy a 6'8" Wyatt Earp back in Tombstone in the 1870s. And that just I'm big now.
I'm gonna send you a
but
Giants
I'd be a
blood.
monster, yeah.
You got Giants blood.
Cowboys are finished. You understand me?
Hell's coming with me. You hear me? Hell's coming with me.
Well.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, there is. So, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people have seen Tombstone.
Great lines.
I didn't know Ike Clanton. Remember Ike Clanton in Tombstone was a little weasel?
Yeah.
Like, he's the leader. He was the actual leader of the Cowboys. Yeah. There is no Johnny Ringo. Curly Bill, I think Curly Bill was like the sheriff or something. Or who did the guy? Yeah, who's that?
Curly Bill.
That was his name, Curly. Oh, he was Curly Bill. Okay, Curly Bill in this one was not the leader. Oh, God, where did he figure in? Because he's in there for a little bit.
Now, in the story that they say in the movie, Curly Bill shoots the sheriff, and then they deputize themselves, remember?
Yeah, that never happened. So I did look in like this didn't happen in Tombstone either, but the Earps actually are on trial for killing the Cowboys. No, it didn't. They didn't go to jail. Remember, Behan tried to arrest him, and he goes, "I'm not going to let you arrest me today, Behan." And actually, that was part of this thing. Behan was an elected official. He was the sheriff. And what happened was he gets elected, but there's a lot of Cowboys there, so he's in the Cowboys' pocket. So he was going to side with the Earps, I believe, in the shootout at the OK Corral until he found out, Wyatt was sleeping with his girl.
Oh.
And then he decided to turn on Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday, put them in prison.
Always comes back to that.
Yeah, Morgan and Virgil couldn't go to prison because, well, they were shot.
OPP,
and they
that's
were
what they say.
Exactly. They were in their house convalescing.
Run! Tell all the other curs the line's coming! You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me.
You hear me?
That's the hot sauce. I'm coming, and hell's coming with me.
But it's very, very interesting how I guess it affected the country at the time, because Tombstone was a massive silver town, and the Cowboys were robbing the stagecoaches, and the silver was super important part of America being able to pay back
Arizona.
Their debt, their Civil War debt, because during the Civil War they borrowed a bunch of money from Europe. They were trying to pay that back, and the silver was part of the way they were able to pay that back. And the silver is getting jacked by the Cowboys. So yeah, it just became like I'm in the last episode, but it's really, really cool. I would recommend that if you like that kind of stuff.
Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood?
I'm your Huckleberry.
I'm your Huckleberry.
And then the other one I was watching when I got sidetracked by the Wyatt Earp one was, have you seen this thing called The Program on Netflix? It's
Wait, I think I maybe have.
Like, it is just wild. Like, kind of for troubled teens, they have those schools for troubled teens.
Oh, dude, I watched this documentary where they take them in the middle of the night.
Oh, you've seen it?
I've watched it.
Oh,
Wild.
I'm like halfway through it now. It's wild. They like handcuff them and like take them in the middle of the night, put them in there, and then you can't leave. Oh, it's.
By the way, the worst part is most of those kids probably shouldn't even be
exactly.
There. The parents are like, there's a couple where it's like literally evil stepmom Disney stuff where they're like, yeah, my dad got remarried. And this one was like, get this kid out of my life.
Well, when I texted it to my buddy, I put the troubled in quotations.
Yeah,
like
right.
Troubled use. Like, some of them probably were.
Dude, the place is wild.
But holy cow.
You get to the riot yet?
Yeah. Yes. Dude, I got to the riot.
The kids,
that's how
take it over.
Yeah. If you haven't heard of it, I would watch. And then there's this whole cottage industry of schools around the world that cater to troubled youths being sent.
You trying to get involved in the business?
No. Well, it's a pretty good business model. I got to admit.
Actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah. I think you could probably double your money in a couple of years.
Get some cuffs in an empty building.
Yeah, exactly.
Just have the parents sign away the rights.
But it is, I got kind of sucked into that one, so I got a little bit of that to go. Like, and then who knows? Maybe I'll watch Turning Point again.
Why, Johnny Ringo. You look like somebody just walked over your grave.
I gotta watch Wishbone.
Oh, how about this scene? So I got to tell you this scene. So for those that don't know,
got to tell you,
Doc Holliday, actual doctor. He was a dentist.
Okay.
Back on the East Coast, and the reason he moved to
unlike Doc Holliday.
The reason not
he was
the
not
picture.
A real doctor. No.
So the reason he moved west because he had tuberculosis, and they said the weather would be good for him, the dry weather. And
suggesting stuff in the 1800s.
I don't know if this ever happened, but they showed a scene. He was like, and I guess he was a good dentist too. A lot of people used to yank teeth, and they showed this scene of like him looking at a girl's like inside her mouth and the tooth. He goes, I think I can fix that. I think I can fix that. He's got the equipment, stuff like that, and she's got her mouth open and everything. And he spits up blood because he has tuberculosis, and it's like all over her.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I guess you got to leave. I guess you can't be a dentist anymore when you're spitting up blood on people who have their mouths open. That's probably not good dentistry. I'm assuming. That's just a guess. And another little fun fact for you that Tim will enjoy.
That was more of an opinion.
When Morgan and Virgil were being operated on after being shot the first time, they were able to save Virgil's life, and Morgan lived, and then he got shot later in the saloon. But they said that when you were shot, no matter if the bullet went through or not, because of infection, your chances of living were almost 0%. And the reason this doctor was able to save them and was considered one of the better doctors at the time, he had a novel idea. He actually washed his hands before he did surgery. They said that's how so many people died, all the dirty hands that were getting stuck into people's bodies, that infection just killed them. Like, it seems so obvious now. Well, I don't know. It's an open wound. Maybe we should wash our hands, sterilize a little. Nah, we're good. Larry, hold on a second. Let me take out my chew before I get in there and get the blood. Oh, okay, good to go. Let's get in there and get that thing.
Next up, the healthcare of the Pilgrims when Tolbert and Copes rolls on here. Thursday afternoon, Mike Silver going to join us at 3:50, and he sat down with Aaron Rodgers. I mentioned this earlier, a photo of him and Aaron Rodgers, just me and my guy, Raj. Couple of cow guys hanging out. He's going to join us at 3:50, but Aaron Rodgers, after 4 snaps in front of Tom Tolbert and company last year on opening night, returns. He's not going to play at all in the preseason, they say. Does he have more to prove this year than any quarterback in the NFL? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
You're no Daisy. You're no Daisy at all.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, reminding you that the Good Guys 37th West Coast Nationals returns to Pleasanton at the Alameda County Fairgrounds this weekend with a jam-packed weekend of cool cars, cool people, and good times. Also, the Bay Area's biggest hot rodding party of the year. It's the Good Guys 37th West Coast Nationals, and it's all happening August 23rd this weekend through the 25th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Check out over 3,500 of the West Coast coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. You don't want to miss the auto racing action that goes down all weekend long. There's a huge swap meet and cars for sale corral. You can meet aftermarket automotive industry top manufacturers. It's going to be a really cool event. Plus, there's something for everybody. Bring the kids, bring the family, enjoy live music, a kids-free zone. It's going to be a free kids zone featuring the Auto World Model Car Make and Take on Saturday and Sunday. It's while supplies last, of course. Check out the Pinster's Brush Bash and the Hard Park Drift Remote Control Park Open. On Sunday, you can see which rides take home the top awards of the weekend. Also on Sunday, bring out those late model American-made and powered show cars and trucks for the All-American Sunday. You can get the complete details of the event or register your car if you want to bring it out. Get the tickets. It's all at www.good-guys.com/WCN. That's www.good-guys.com/WCN.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Silver of the Chronicle joins us in about 10 minutes or so. Talk a little bit 49er football tomorrow and some NFL stuff as we head into the season. By the way, he's going to fill in for Tom with me September the 5th. So week 1 of the season, we'll get some Mike Silver here in studio. So we caught up with Aaron Rodgers earlier this week, ahead of the Niners playing the Jets in Week 1. Among the quarterbacks that have, there's pressure on every quarterback, right? I mean, it's the highest pressure position in all of sports. Among the quarterbacks that have the most pressure on them this year in terms of expectations, where does Rodgers rank?
Hey, check New York Bozo! New York Bozo!
Oh, man.
There are big expectations there for him, especially after last year.
I would say, let me look. I'll just get the list of all the teams. In terms of pressure.
Well, I got a list here of some top
Okay.
ones. Kirk Cousins with the Falcons.
Yeah.
Yeah, big pressure after getting another big guaranteed contract. Geno Smith.
Yeah. I mean, although I think the ceiling on Geno is kind of limited, so.
I don't know how much people expect from him.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he going to change the fortunes? Deshaun Watson.
Yes, that was one I was going to mention. Absolutely. They got a good defense. The weapons are good, not great. I don't know when Chubb's coming back. Probably maybe October, November, somewhere around there. But the offensive line's really good. And look, they went. I wonder with him too. I just wonder if any of this plays a part in him not playing great while he's there, not being the quarterback he was in Houston. Remember, he said he didn't want to go there. And then they paid him all that guaranteed money. It was like
$240 or whatever.
I got to go now. Like I got to go to Cleveland. Like I don't know that he ever wanted to be there, and I wonder how much, even though he didn't have to do any time or get convicted of all the allegations that he faced in the Houston area with the massage therapist, I wonder how much that's taken a toll on him mentally. Because people don't forget. Like, I haven't forgot.
I try to remind people as often as I can.
Yeah. I always say, I don't root for injury, except for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
He gets injured. It's like,
actually the show motto. Tolbert and Copes, we don't root for injury, except Deshaun Watson.
That's exactly right.
Like, if we were doing a list of quarterbacks who have the most pressure on them this year to keep their hands to themselves, it's him.
Oh,
he's
definitely
the
him.
list.
Yes.
He's the guy.
He is the list.
But as long as the thing is, he's in Cleveland. I mean, I don't know what their expectations are, but again, they've got a good team. I mean, they went to the playoffs last year with Joe Flacco with quarterback.
Like 4 quarterbacks.
Yeah, 3 or 4 different guys won games.
So, yes, I definitely put him on the list.
Madam P.J. Walker beat the Niners.
Exactly. I'll put him high on the list. High on the list.
That joke's still not landing with anybody, huh? Once again, got to get me some black friends. Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I'll put him on there, like lower end, because Justin Fields is there, and they'll just replace him like that if he can't get it done. But I'll put him on the list, low end of the list, but on the list. Like top of the list is Rodgers and Watson so far.
What about the higher end guys like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow? Like the guys who have expectations that they are Super Bowl caliber quarterbacks, and like Allen's the one who's come so close.
Yeah, I think all those guys. Who'd you say it was? Allen, Jackson,
and Burrow.
Yeah, Burrow not as much. I think for him it's just can you stay healthy?
He's legit. He's just
can
so
you
like
stay healthy?
You know what he's capable of. Yeah.
I think for the other two, it's all that starts in the playoffs. Like all the pressure, all that stuff starts in the playoffs because they've proven how good they are. I don't think they have to prove to anybody how good they are, how valuable they are. What they have to prove to people, to the extent that they got to prove anything to people, but I think what people want to see is, okay, Lamar Jackson, you've been an MVP. You've been great during the regular season. You guys were awesome last year. Win some playoff games. And I think that's the same thing for Josh Allen. Like, look, you've carried this team on your back for years now. But can you do it during the playoffs? Like, I almost feel like for him, I don't know if it feels sorry for him per se. That's not the right term I'm looking for, but it's like, I mean, Steve Young says it all the time. Get this guy some help. And then you got to accept the help. Like, you can't always try to put the cape on and do it all,
and they got rid of
yourself. Yeah. So I want to see those two guys. Those two guys, like, I don't know that there's any pressure / expectations or whatever during the regular season, but for those two, to me anyway, it starts during the postseason.
Yeah, so the same question, I think, and a fair question can be asked, I guess, about Brock. He falls into that boat as well. He's won in the playoffs. He's gotten to the Super Bowl. I mean, he's done basically, it's kind of like where Burrow is almost. It's not even about staying healthy. More or less pressure on Brock with the potential Super Bowl window and this team closing than last year? Because last year he had a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any pressure on him just because what he's been able to accomplish early in his career. I think there's always going to be a certain amount of pressure when you're the quarterback of the 49ers.
Of course.
And the expectations aren't just on you, they're on the whole team. Like Super Bowl or bust, basically. That's what it is. Super Bowl or bust. Everybody around here has seen everything else. Yeah, it's great if you get to the playoffs. It's great if you win the division again. It's great if you get to the NFC Championship game. It's great if you win that and go to the Super Bowl. Seen it. Seen it all. There, I would think maybe if you were to do okay, and again, I don't like the term pressure, but expectations I think is a good term. Like whose expectations are highest to win a Super Bowl? Niners are number one. Chiefs are probably number two because that's what they always do, but they just won, and they'll continue to win. So it's not like, oh, my gosh, they lost. Everyone has that has those expectations, but for a team that's been there, done that a couple times, lost to the same team, been to NFC Championship games, has all these guys back.
They're made men. Yeah,
paying a boatload of money for maybe the best roster in all of the NFL. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not get to the Super Bowl, and that doesn't mean you can't lose one game. Of course you could lose the Super Bowl again. You're against a really good team, and it's one game. But to me, I won't say it's a failure because that's a strong word, but it is a big disappointment if they don't win a Super Bowl. I think those are the expectations anyway going into this year. I don't think anybody else has those expectations. I think if any other team in the NFL made the Super Bowl and lost, it'd be like, you know what? Hey, tough break. We got to the Super Bowl, but what are you going to do? That doesn't work anymore for the Niners, even though it's still the case. Now it's like, hey, Niner fans are probably like, look, we've seen that before. We've watched it. Get number 6. It's about time.
Seriously, I think if the Chiefs get it done again, it's like that's 3 in a row. Andy Reid up there already is one of the all-time greats, and that's kind of where Kyle's, in my mind, not as many, more Super Bowl appearances, but kind of in the same boat Andy Reid was in before he won a few.
And Kansas City, I think, is better than they were last year.
Yeah,
their offense is better than they were last year. Look at the receivers they got now. They went out and got Xavier Worthy. They got Hollywood
Brown.
I want to say Hollywood Henderson. I'm going back to the 70s Cowboys. Hollywood Brown, even though he's going to be out a little bit. But, I mean, they are better.
Hollywood Hogan.
Yeah, thank you. That's the NWO Hogan. They're better than they were last year offensively. They may take a little step back defensively, but last year was the year to get them. Last year seemed to be the year to get him, and nobody could get him. Nobody could get him on the road against Baltimore. No big deal. We'll go ahead and win that one. Super Bowl, got that one too. So, yeah, the expectations for the Niners are as big as I think bigger than anybody else this year.
Noted Rams fan JT Snow said to us, Kyle fumbled that Super Bowl. It was actually Christian McCaffrey on the opening drive. We'll talk to Mike Silver about the Niners' final preseason tune-up. Talk to him about his conversation with Aaron Rodgers as well. Mike Silver of the Chronicle next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan joined Tom and myself yesterday to discuss the contingency plans if Brandon Ayuk is not back by week 1. Listen to the podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Always a pleasure. We can catch up with one of our favorite guys, Mike Silver, who covers the 49ers among the NFL for the San Francisco Chronicle. Mike joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. I got my dates mixed up. I said he was going to be with me September 5th. He'll be with me in studio September 6th. On the 6th of September, in for Tom. He joins us on the Yuma guest line. What's up, Mike? How are you?
It would have been awkward if I showed up the wrong day and then there were like three of us, and it would be weird.
We'd have sent you home.
We'd have made it work.
Yeah.
We'd have made it work.
Yeah, exactly.
We wouldn't have paid you, but we'd have made it work.
That's right. Absolutely.
What do you mean? Tom would have paid me out of his pocket, out of his deep pocket. It would have been awesome.
You like getting paid in beer?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
Yes, he does.
I would definitely accept payment in hops.
That I can do.
Hops.
Not be the first time.
That I can arrange. You know I can arrange that, and you'll be getting the good stuff. So if you want to, swing on by.
All right, I'm filing it away. Well, it'll be a game time decision.
To see on the 5th and the 6th. So I was telling the guys earlier, I saw your photo you put out yesterday with I think it was yesterday with Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, I put it out yesterday. The photo was from the day before, but I was at the Jets for a couple days talking to Aaron Rodgers, among others, and then I got to watch him work yesterday because they had joint workouts with the Giants, and it was kind of weird, but he's capable of making throws that are unbelievable. Like, no, it was seriously, stupidly impressive and a good in-person reminder of how ridiculously talented his arm is. And by the way, Garrett Wilson looked pretty great too. So cool to see.
No, he's certainly one of the greatest throwers of the football.
And the touch he can put on balls is insane.
He does some stuff that not many people can do. How is that whole thing? What's the feel you got there? Because I said during the offseason, the three noisiest teams have been the Niners, the Jets, and the Cowboys. And the Cowboys have actually been noisy without even doing anything. They just kind of been in the news the whole time. But what's the vibe like there?
It's interesting, and I'll be writing about this over the coming weeks, so I don't want to reveal too much. But I would say, Robert Saleh is mindful of how much noise there's been and how New York is, and he's trying to do things a little differently right now and kind of close ranks. There is a lot of excitement there because of what, I told you about Aaron and how I think he's looked every day coming off the Achilles. And how's this for a segue? They also have their nightmare contract situation with Hassan Reddick, which it was kind of weird. They lost their edge rusher to the Eagles in free agency. Then they traded a 3 to get Hassan Reddick from the Eagles with some sort of cross communication because he wanted a new deal. They kind of were like, yeah, I think we'll pay him or maybe not. He showed up on literally April Fool's Day, did a press conference, went to the facility, was like, it's all good, and hasn't been seen since.
Oh.
So he wants to be traded. They aren't trading him. They don't have the other edge rusher they need, and there's no sense of how and when that's going to resolve. So there's your segue. That's the Jets' problem. I think the Niners might have other issues.
Yeah, well, let's get into that because you and I thought your article brought up a lot of really good points in terms of, hey, it's time to say we want you out there. And Shanahan pointed this out, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it because I thought the same thing Shanahan did as a person who's come down with a back injury a time or two. I didn't even know, Mike, I didn't even know about it. They just said, hey, how's your back feeling? Not good? I go, no, it doesn't feel good.
We need the minutes, yeah.
Now that you mention it, it's kind of bothering me.
I like to think that if you and I went out the night before, you might need a back injury.
No, I've got many back injuries without actually having back injuries, which was interesting. How do you think that whole thing would work itself out? Because I agree with you. It's getting about time where it's like, hey, either you practice or you don't. But if he's going to say I got a bad back, which he doesn't, if he signed today, he would practice tomorrow. I can almost guarantee you that. But how do you think that whole thing, would it upset him if you tried to do that? Would it upset the Niners if he said, oh, my back still hurt, I'm not going to practice? That almost seems like it's more hassle than it's worth. But I'm curious to get your thoughts on it because it was an interesting, got me thinking article.
Well, it's all about leverage and nerve and will. So I don't really care about feelings. I care about outcome. Jalen Ramsey a few years back wanted out of Jacksonville during the season, came down with a mysterious back injury, sat out 3 games. They ended up getting a bunch from the Rams and made a trade before the trade deadline. Yeah. I think on a Tuesday, he miraculously healed in time to play that Sunday and every other Sunday, I think until the last one when they didn't need him to. And it was a crazy recovery. So that's your blueprint. But Jalen Ramsey had a level of nerve that I think a lot of players think they have, but might not. And Ayuk, I think, we've seen him be all over the map with the skit with Jaden Daniels and the going on the podcast and looking really happy and huggy at practice sometimes and sometimes being nowhere to be found and seemingly bummed out. Look, I get it. It's a big thing they're going through. But my point was this, because I asked Kyle specifically, are you saying you think he would basically do the Jalen Ramsey thing? And Kyle essentially said yes. And this is my point. It's not in a great place. You've tried to indulge him. You worked out 2 trades with teams that were going to pay him a lot, the Patriots and Browns, that he didn't want to go to. You tried to work out a third thing where you got picks from the Steelers because they wouldn't give a player, and then you flipped a pick to go get a player. It was complicated. It didn't work. And now I think at some point you can say, dude, it's time to play. You're under contract. And even if he says, oh, my back hurts, it's still a way of applying pressure. And one of the things that could result from the application of pressure is, you know what? That reported $32 million a year that the Patriots or Browns were offering me, that doesn't sound that terrible now that I'm staring at 14-1 fines and having to fake a back injury. So maybe he reconsiders and then you reopen that. That's what I was saying. And yeah. I do have some updated information since I haven't written about it.
Love to hear it.
And my updated information is that everything is still on the table, including all the trades you've heard about. And I know the Patriots have said, that's over. But, maybe they're less likely. But I think that Steelers scenario where you get picks, flip a pick, get a player from someone else is on the table. I wouldn't rule out Washington. And I know there have been reports that the Commanders are out, but they just traded a receiver today. Adam Peters and John Lynch obviously can communicate very easily on this. That's the other team besides the Steelers that Ayuk has, honed in on as where he wants to go. And I know people think because something gets reported that it's closed, but I don't think it's ever really closed, right? So I would keep an eye on that. And then, of course, there's a scenario where they do agree to a deal and, hopefully for both parties in time for his back to get in shape for the opener. So, I mean, look, I just think there have been some drastically strong and ridiculous reports on this. And there's been good reporting on it. Matt Mayoko's done some great work. Mike Garafolo from my old place, NFL Network, has done some good work. I don't want to put every one of my fellow journalists in this bucket, but there have been some faux journalists and even a couple of real ones who have taken massive swings on this. It's done. Even Garafolo's like, hey, they're only working out the fourth year. I love Mike G. I would never question his reporting, but that seems crazy. They've got everything in place except the fourth year, which we all think is going to be some bogus number to drive up the annual average. So there's that. It's getting done, mark my words. Then there have been reports. He's traded to Pittsburgh. It's already done, mark my words. Like, I can understand why consumers are sick of it, and I can really understand why consumers who just go on social media and don't appreciate the difference between, Rando Casino or whatever someone's name might be on Twitter, and Matt Mayoko, who's a real dude. So consume your news carefully, and understand that the people who are really good at this have not taken big swings for the most part.
I think my favorite of those fake accounts is Black Adam Schefter. We're talking to Mike Silver, real account on the Uber
God, I wish there were a Black Mike Silver account. Could someone do that?
Stand by. Yeah. I'd take a white Adam Copeland, too, which would make me really laugh. So, I mean, you're saying everything's on the table potentially. When you see a deal like that from Washington that seems confusing, I think a lot of us are like, what a weird time to do that in division. They acquired some picks back. Does that feel like they're setting up for something? Does that do anything to the landscape of this?
Again, my reporting suggests that is not dead, so I stand by that. In terms of just how I perceive that trade, my first thought was it doesn't have to be related, right? Like, that's a guy that the prior regime drafted in the first round. Dan Quinn said the other day he's not guaranteed to even be the number 2 receiver. So I'm like, I think that's a signal to other teams like, hey, we could play ball. And, it was in the division. But, yeah, sure, that to me was like and independently made sense. But, yeah, then you start to put it together and go, well, maybe they want, like, Terry McLaurin to be the co-number 1 receiver with Brandon Ayuk. I do believe they could pay him. He and Jaden Daniels played together at Arizona State, as we all know, and like to do FaceTime skits on social media. And presumably they would pay him, although, again, that's the other part of the equation. Would they pay him as much as the Patriots and Browns were purported to be willing to? Probably not. Would they pay as much as the Steelers? Probably if a trade were going to get done, it would take that. There have been reports that the 49ers have offered $30 million a year. Depends how you factor in what will end up being a phony last year to jack up the average, but it doesn't feel to me like the 49ers have come crazy up from where they were in May when they stopped talking to him. I'm sure they've come up some because getting it done is a good outcome, but I don't really feel like the 49ers are, all right, man, we're just going to go big and pay this guy and commit to him. It feels like the 49ers are kind of like, I guess we could sign him, but we don't really love the way this has gone down. And it feels like Ayuk is like, I didn't want those 2 trades, but I sure would take those Steelers trade or a Commanders trade, and I guess if I have to take this crappy Niner deal, maybe my back would get better in time for the opener, or who knows. So that's how I feel about it. It could obviously change at any second, and I do think the fact that it has gone this long and has been this weird should tell you something beyond the outcome. You know, the outcome may be like, hey, we signed him, we love him, this was always going to be the outcome. That will not be true. They may do a deal and he may the team, and that may be the best business move for both sides, but clearly he has been willing to be gone, and clearly they have been very close to trading him pending his consent. So let's keep an eye on it.
Don't you get the feeling, maybe you don't get the feeling, but I get the feeling Ayuk wants to be here. Like he wants to figure out a way to stay here. Really? Okay.
If you want to be there that bad, and the reporting is right about what the Steelers were going to pay him, it's not that much different than what the 49ers are, talking about. Like, I don't think maybe, and I could go back. I'm going to go back and try to figure out, where the money was when. So maybe I'm off, but it doesn't seem to me. It's not about the money, because if it was about the money, you would take the Patriots or Browns deal. But I don't feel like it's about, I just want to be here, because, it feels to me like, maybe it's just a good old fashioned stare down. And, once this exhibition game is over and it's time to really start prepping, there'll be some movement and it'll all be fine. I just think it's been in weird places a lot on both sides. It hasn't felt good. And here's the other part of it. Like, Deebo Samuel showed up and balled, and you can't pretend that giving Brandon Ayuk a massive deal doesn't impact Deebo Samuel. If you do that, which is cool, you're basically saying probably Deebo's gone after this year. It's kind of a weird thing to say, the way things have played out with Deebo looking the best he ever has and, really being locked in. And then the other component of that is Pearsall, who looked amazing the 1.5 practices he was actually healthy since they drafted him, but has a shoulder thing that is now recurring and I think worrying over the long haul, something they knew about before they drafted him and were hoping wouldn't be a thing. He had a hamstring thing pretty early. So if you knew Pearsall was going to be out there and looking like he looked in practice, that would also factor in. So, you're basically either going to end up with Brandon Ayuk is the second highest paid person on this team of stars, pending what happens with Trent, or he's gone and they tried to replace him for this year, or maybe they couldn't, but they're moving on and, they'll figure it out after the season. I don't know which outcome is healthier for them long term. I understand why fans want them loaded up for the short term, but clearly this hasn't been easy. And, the Trent Williams thing to me feels like, well, they probably have some sort of vague understanding that he doesn't really want to be at camp that much. Yeah. They don't really care if he's at camp that much. He's underpaid. They know it. They can push some money forward to make him right. And they probably, once they get through this preseason game, will lock it in, I would argue, both sides over the weekend. And I think if Trent Williams showed up Monday, that would probably feel about right. Ayuk could happen at any point. It just doesn't feel to me like there's just some, dance being done that will inevitably end up. And again, there's been reporting on this, that the fallback reporting on this is, well, I mean, he wants to be here and they don't want to trade him. They're just, they're going to get it done. That may be the outcome. I question the certainty with which people are projecting that.
Yeah.
Mike Silver, the voice you hear, covers the Niners and the NFL for the San Francisco Chronicle. Always fun catching up, Mike. We'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me.
See you, Mike.
Good deal. The great Mike Silver. You missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I guess the biggest takeaway from Mike there is that he says, from my reporting in the last couple of days or what he's heard and been told, everything is still on the table in terms of a trade or Brandon Ayuk signing back, and that even though it's been reported that the Commanders are out on Brandon Ayuk, he said, I wouldn't say that out means out. I would say that everything there is potentially still on the table, and he's not so sure that Brandon Ayuk absolutely wants to be here. Tolbert and Copes Thursday afternoon. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. Larry Bear's going to join us at 4:50. Steve Kerr, his usual time in the 5 o'clock hour, and some spicy soup. We're doing the KNBR version of Hot Ones coming up at 5:30. We'll do our soup du jour, read through some funny stories after we try a hot sauce on some wings. One of these 3 hot sauces over like 2.5 million Scovilles is what we're looking at here. Not going to be fun. Maybe for you, though, as you're streaming twitch.tv/esportsleader, YouTube, and the KNBR app. When we come on back, a little sound soiree. You got to hear what this kid in Vegas had to say about this season's Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe the most realistic Raider fan you've ever heard. That's next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he does feel the urgency to get something done with Trent Williams and Brendan Ayuk. You can listen to that podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. You know why? Because the best time of the year is right around the corner, football season, and that means fantasy football season. Over 1 million fans last year got in on the game by making picks on Underdog Fantasy, and you can too. You can join in and make up to 325 times your money simply by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite players' stats. A lot of the starters for the Niners going to play tomorrow. Brock could go with potentially a guy like Debo. Hopefully he's going to be out there. All you got to do is download the Underdog Fantasy app. Super easy to make the picks. Or go to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up. And when you do, use the promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick of entry. Plus, they'll give you a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. How about that? Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim that new customer offer of a gimme first pick. Plus, they'll give you that first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Tolbert and Copes Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes for the Thursday afternoon. We just caught up with Mike Silver. People starting to get upset about the Ayuk thing if they weren't already. I just was looking at Twitter, and some of our digital guys were tweeting out live quotes and stuff of things that Mike was saying. People are like, thanks for nothing. Thanks. Somebody just posted a GIF of a gorilla throwing poop at the camera itself. Like,
okay.
Just made me laugh. Mike Silver told us, and this is, I wouldn't say it's like earth-shattering news, but I was of the belief that there was stuff that was less likely on the table, and apparently, according to Mike, all trades still very much on the table. It's just everything is still out there potentially for the Niners and Ayuk. And when you said, I imagine he wants to be here, Mike was like, I'm not so sure. Not so positive that's the case. If you want to be, why haven't you signed the deal yet?
Again,
we don't know. But
I trust Mike when he writes something.
I do too.
But in this case, I will say I'm not even sure Ayuk knows what Ayuk wants. Like I think he still wants to be here, but that's just a guess. Mike's way more plugged in than I am, so I would pay more attention to what he says and what I say. But I don't even know if this guy knows what he wants. I really don't. I don't know if Ayuk knows what he wants. So I'll still stand by through all of it. I'll stand by he'll be here. He'll be wearing a Niner uniform this year. How much stock should you put in that? Not a lot. Not a lot.
You haven't talked to him personally.
I haven't talked to him. I don't know.
Or pundits.
All I know is I've been staring at this hot sauce for half an hour now.
It's staring us down now. Yeah, coming up at 5:30.
Closing in on an hour.
Just over an hour till one more hour for your butt to feel the way it does right now.
I probably got a couple hours on that.
Water.
It's probably about an hour and a half. Probably take about an hour. It'll be raging through my digestive system in an hour.
You better hope the roads are clear on the way back, because what you don't need is like an accident on the bridge or a side show.
I thought you were going to say the roads are clear in my intestines.
Well, they will be.
This is going to clear everything out.
Scorch earth.
We're going. We don't need roads.
This one's going to be like a fire engine.
Hold on to your butt.
Going on to your butt.
I'm going to gun it to 88.
Oh God.
Hold on to your butt.
So 5:30, we're going to do our version of Hot Ones. So some spicy soup du jour. We'll get into some wacky stories, and we'll eat some very hot from Hot Ones hot sauces on some wings. Let's get you a little sound soiree here on a Thursday afternoon. So I saw this one yesterday. It's like, I think there's a Raider preseason game going on this last weekend, potentially. Maybe it's just out of practice. They're in the stadium. So they're having like an open thing at Allegiant Stadium yesterday. And it's an ABC station, local Vegas station. It's just talking to fans or whatever. And this guy goes up to a young Raider fan. Kid's maybe 11 or 12 years old. He's standing there with his dad. And look, I've lived in the Bay Area my entire life. I grew up in San Leandro with mostly Raider fans. And as you know, Tom, Raider fans are unrealistic.
Yes.
Just absolute ridiculous expectations. And it's like an addiction for them. This kid, though, maybe the most logical and reasonable Raider fan I've ever heard. Here you go.
You're so into the NFL. You know your Raiders. I can tell right here. How are you feeling with the team this year?
We're not going to the Super Bowl. I already know it.
We got a realistic Raiders fan here. This is odd. This is the first interview I've ever had like this. The Super Bowl chances are not good, but what is it going to take for the Raiders to have a successful season, you think?
Not to get arrested.
Okay, that's definitely an interesting one. I would agree with that. Yeah, getting someone in prison, that's going to hurt the chances.
That's going to hurt the chances.
The guy did not know his kid was stone-faced, too, and his dad's like, yeah, he's right. We got to keep our guys in the field and out of the clink.
Not to get arrested.
He thought about it, too. He's like, what's it going to take?
Oh, my gosh. I like that. That's good.
That's the bar, Derek, now? That's the bar for Raider fans?
You got to learn young.
Not to get arrested.
Moving on here in the sound soiree. Let's go to a little college football. Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs, he's just standing in front of his locker doing some media, and they asked him how confident he is. Do you know who they're playing in their first game, Derek? Michigan State?
I don't, but I'll find out.
All right, they asked him about their first game. How confident is he in their first game.
Next Friday is not only going to be your first game, but it's going to set the tone for the rest of the season. How important is that to make a statement, not only for the team, but to just the rest of the conference, the rest of college football?
Like I said before, if you bet, take the over.
If you bet, take the over, says Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs. Who do they play? You figured that out yet?
Michigan?
Yeah, Michigan State.
Michigan State, I don't know.
Florida Atlantic.
Florida Atlantic.
Go Owls.
It's an exciting time to be an Owls fan.
What an exciting time.
Florida Atlantic,
wow,
baby.
FAU.
Come on,
Tim. You got to have that on a short leash.
How do we not have that? How do we not have Lane Kiffin?
You don't have Michigan
right
State's,
there.
You didn't know who they played either. Why would I?
Well, you're still talking to me and not playing the sound.
Oh, we're not expecting you to know who they played. We're expecting you to have the sound once they know who they played.
You got one job. It's
That's what we want. That's what we want.
Oh, now it's the computer's fault. See,
God, I should go in there and relabel that stuff.
Yeah, I'll go. Let us take care of the backlog of that, Tim. Well, we got it.
Tom's going to go back here and relabel everything on the computer.
Hey, Owl Nation. This is Coach Kiffin. What an exciting time. Go Owls.
Dude, that like the stock 90s music under it from like a video you'd watch at school is the funniest.
God, so bad.
The funniest element to that music.
I can tell you who Michigan's going to play.
Hey, Owl Nation. This is Coach Kiffin. What an exciting time. Go Owls.
Who does Michigan play?
Texas.
Ooh, how you feeling about that?
I'm not sure when, but I'll be there. I'll be reporting live.
That's right, Derek's Longhorns.
On Derek's Longhorns.
Yeah, let me know, Tom, because I'm feeling a little more Arch Manning than Quinn Ewers this year.
Are you?
It's yours. It's still Ewers' job, isn't it?
That'll be, yes.
It is, but it shouldn't be.
That'll be on the 7th. 7th of September. So
Go
out.
Owls.
Sure, but yeah, that first time ever in the big house. So that's going to be
Not to get arrested.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to going to those
Got your
games.
tickets?
Got our tickets. We're still looking.
So give us the rundown real quick. What are you seeing?
So we fly into Detroit on Friday the 6th. Got an Airbnb between Detroit and Ann Arbor. So it's about 15 minutes to Detroit, about 25 to Ann Arbor. And then Saturday, big noon kickoff. So we got the noon game in the big house, Texas and Michigan. And then we come back and then stay at the Airbnb, of course.
You going to a Lions game?
And then the next night,
Sunday.
we still need to get tickets. We're still working on tickets for the Lions. I think we have a couple good leads for the Lions and the Rams.
Ooh.
Yeah, so Stafford coming back again.
JT Snow's Rams.
Yep, exactly. So then we get done with that game. This was the debate. Do we want to drive from Detroit to Minneapolis, about 10 hours?
Go Owls.
Or do you want to go back to the airport and fly? Airport a lot shorter. Got to go to the airport, though. That sucks. But driving.
I'm not driving to the airport.
So we decided to drive. We're like, what else are we doing? We got nothing else to do. Swing by through Chicago, see what's going on, maybe do something there.
See what's going on.
Yeah, and then...
What's up, Chicago? What's going on?
What's up, Chicago?
What are you guys doing?
And then slingshot up into Minnesota. And got some Twins-Angels games that week.
So you're going to see
They happen to be in town.
Twins and Halos.
Yep, and Twins and Reds. We might go to one of those, too, while we're there. And then my buddy Jim Peterson, who you know well, on the show a few times.
So the show open.
Going to take us golfing a couple times at his club, so we'll go golfing twice, and then Saturday morning we'll get up early. Kind of sucks. Got to get up early, and then drive back to Camp.
It's early. It's like 11.
Drive to Camp Randall. No, we got to get up at like 6:30. 3.5 hour drive to Camp Randall from Minneapolis.
What battleground are you going to this year?
What do you mean? No.
To Gettysburg.
No. That's Alabama at Wisconsin.
Yeah, Bama, Wisconsin.
So we're going Bama, Wisconsin on Saturday, and then we come back Sunday, Niners, Vikings, and then leave on Monday.
Is that will they play a game before that? They will.
I think
it won't be their first game.
Yeah, I think so.
It won't be their first without Saban, is my point.
I don't think
they
so.
Will have played before that.
I don't think so. So yeah, looking forward to that one, and yeah, so probably go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably a couple of Twins games. So, yeah, 6 sporting events in 10 days is what we're looking at. 2 college football games, 2 NFL games, and a couple baseball games.
Solid. What a trip.
And then a little golf in there.
Good deal.
So it'll be a good deal.
Last piece of sound here in the Sound Soiree. So 2 nights ago, last 3 days prior to today, Giants were playing the White Sox, and we were joking with Dave Fleming on the pregame on Monday night. We're like, we only got 2 more of them after this, Dave, to call the Giants and the White Sox. Then Tuesday, Dave got so bored during the game, he talked about the last thing you might have thought Dave Fleming would talk about during a Giants broadcast.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, 2-1. We're talking about Tim Webb. It's his trivia night. DC and I were just speaking about it in between innings. Tim's like the trivia master over it. It's the bitter end right on Clement Street. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
2-1 pitch.
So if you're ever looking for something to do on Tuesday, go watch our KNBR producer, Tim Webb. He hosts the Tuesday trivia nights at the bitter end. And it's always packed. DC and I this offseason, we went on a Tuesday and competed. And we learned a few things about our knowledge or lack thereof. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider. Lee retired, and Robbie Ray has another 1-2-3 inning. Let's just say this. If anybody out there has good current music knowledge and wants to team up with Darren Chan and me on a trivia night, we could use your help. On to the bottom of the second, no score on the KNBR Northern California Honda Dealers Radio Network.
How about that? Pretty cool. Tim got a plug on. And by the way, Tim's trivia night at the bitter end on Clement is fantastic. It's like a lot of people will tell you best trivia in the city. The irony is this, Tim. How was it turn out Tuesday when Dave was talking about it?
It was a little light.
Tim said it wasn't quite as busy, but he's right. Like a group of the guys here at the station and I went, what was it, about 3 weeks ago, Tim, a month ago? And we were like upstairs. We were like playing on the pool table with our trivia. It was so packed, but it's a fun trivia night.
Oh, nice.
Good. Yeah, Tim does a great job with it. And one of the best elements is everybody's got a team name, and more than half the team names just rip Tim. Like that's you come up with names that mock Tim. So
I got a lot of Tim Jong-uns and stuff like that.
Tim Jong-un.
To be serious, it's pretty surreal to be walking down the street, listening to the game as you're walking to this thing, and them riffing on you. It's pretty surreal.
That's hilarious. Well done. Well done.
I don't know that I'll ever call you anything besides Tim Jong-un. Tim's our little rocket man. All right, you know we love him. Tolbert and Cozy on a Thursday afternoon. We got the spicy soup du jour. We're doing our version of hot ones. We're gonna eat some insanely hot sauce, and then talk about some wacky stories coming your way at 5:30. When we come on back, more people are starting to criticize Bob Melvin. JT Snow was one of them. He talked to us earlier. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Lot of devices in your house, more than you think. If someone were to ask you how many devices you have in your house connected to Wi-Fi, you'd be under. You don't account for everything. Like yesterday when I was doing it, I was like, it's a printer. Printer's connected to the Wi-Fi. I didn't even think about the printer connected to the Wi-Fi. There's so many things. Look at you have appliances that could be connected to the Wi-Fi. There's just so many things that are connected to the Wi-Fi. What this is leading to is me telling you need Xfinity to be able to handle all of the devices. 20, 25, maybe 30 devices in your house. Don't worry about it. They've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. So you could have a massive party over there. Everyone could be on their devices. Be rude, but they could be. Everyone would have the same connectivity. Everyone would be good to go. Don't have to worry about it. So when you're at home, people are working, streaming, downloading, gaming, maybe even going to school. Everyone's taken care of. No one has to worry about it. And now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium as $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, fees, extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def. You love having all your devices connected all the time? You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swinging a line drive up the middle. Base hit. Came back with a fastball right down the heart of the plate. One run is in. Here comes the throw to third, and that hits the batter in the foot and ricochets away and is picked up by Bibbins over near the Giants on deck circle. Over to second base goes the man who hit the ball, Lee. That was a sinker right down the middle of the plate with a 2-strike count. Just a bad mistake. And now the White Sox have a 4-2 lead. Now a smash into left field, a base hit. And now they just busted it open here. That was another fastball, all two-hittable. And since Bibbins has come into the game, he's faced 2 hitters and 4 runs have scored. 6-2 White Sox.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday. Those great sounds were from the Giants' 9th inning yesterday as Logan Webb yanked after 93 pitches. He's leading the league, by the way, in all of baseball. 8 innings pitched this year with 172 and 2/3 or something like that, 172 and a third. Far and away the innings leader right now for baseball. And it's funny, we talked to Logan earlier this year, and one of my favorite things, I think about it all the time when I see him out there just cruising into the 7th or into the 8th, which he's done multiple times. He's thrown a complete game in like his last 4 starts. I want to say he's gone 7 plus in 3 of his last 5 or 4 of his last 6, something like that. But when we had him on, you asked him about throwing hard and the velocity, and you said, I love seeing a guy like you pitches with movement. You're throwing 92, 93, sometimes a little bit lower, but you're mixing speeds. And you said, is that something you add that's important to you in your game? And he said, I'd love to throw harder. It's just I'm throwing as hard as I can.
That's what he said. He goes, I throw as hard as I can.
I wish I threw 99. Yeah, he's like, if I could throw harder, I would. Yeah. I'm trying to. So some guys, take stuff off is one thing, but he's pitching to contact a lot. He does get strikeouts, and he works quickly and keeps guys out in front, and they're hammering balls into the ground. We had JT Snow on earlier, who had the same gripe we did, that Logan Webb wasn't out there. But JT kind of bounced back and forth on that. He said, I feel like it was similar to the bunt last week with Fitzgerald. Now, my thought was I wasn't upset about the bunt. I was upset it didn't get down against the Braves. That's really everybody's problem. It's an okay situation, and we talked about it. But then after the game, Melvin kind of took some pressure away from Fitzgerald, a young player. JT seemed to think that, he was maybe doing the same here to protect Logan Webb, in that Logan's got to fight to go back out there. And again, we don't know what happened behind the scenes. I don't know exactly what the conversations were, of course. But I just find it hard to believe that unless there's something wrong, Logan Webb doesn't want to go back out there.
Well,
that's just based on who he is.
I think Melvin said that. I think, and I only listened to it once.
We have it. We'll play it for you.
Okay, yeah, because I'd like to hear exactly what he said, because I had the same reaction as you. I was like, God, why are you taking him out? 93? He can get 110, 115. And then when Melvin said, look, we talked to him going into the 8th inning that this was going to be his last inning. Like, we had talked to him about maybe taking him out in the 8th.
But why?
But it was something. It was a physical thing. I don't think it was, hey, we're saving you, because they know how important those games are. But do we have the?
Here's Bob Melvin.
I want to hear what he says.
This is his explanation as to why he pulled Logan Webb for Eric Miller's when he came in, and all he did was proceed to walk the first two guys.
Yeah.
Here's Bob Melvin on pulling Webb.
Any consideration to keeping Webb out for the 9th?
No. I think that was it.
Was there a conversation, or was he willing, or was it just...
Yeah, well, after the 7th, we were considering taking him out, and we said one more, so he knew that was it. Yeah, anytime. A deep outing like that, offensively, we got to do a little bit more. Yeah, we just got to do a little bit more. It puts a lot of pressure on him when he has to go, keeps going back out there in a tie game. But again, we're also one pitch away in the next inning, getting to the 9th, and, obviously that didn't go well for us either, so frustrating game. Look, we felt like we were in a good spot today to get through it. I felt good about Bivens. He's come in and done a nice job for us. He gets 0-2 and, just couldn't get the final strike on him. I guess the last pitch was probably a little bit more middle than he wanted it.
It was up.
I did hear it wrong, because there was no... he didn't say anything about physical limitations.
That's why I was like, it's weird to announce that and then not have anything be out there, because I think we'd be talking more about Webb if he was hurt, and I hadn't heard that either.
Yeah.
I was going off what you'd said, but... To me, what the funny thing there is, too, is he goes, I thought Bivens was good. There's but he's not the guy who started the inning.
Yeah, exactly.
You're that confident in Bivens. Why isn't he pitching the 9th?
So it's interesting, because I would be curious to see what Webb had to say about it, because that's why I give him the benefit of the doubt, because he will go in the 9th inning, 93 pitches, and he will finish games. And this was an important game. They're all important now. But I'm curious. It got me, I was thinking, okay, why? Because I don't know how many pitches he had in the 8th inning. But I was like, why would they think about taking him out after the 7th inning? Because he probably only had 80 pitches at that point, or right around there. So that made I was the one that was kind of projecting. Maybe there was something going on there.
They told him before
wanted
the
to get
inning,
him out of the game.
Which I never understand why you say that. And he's like, there's a lot of pressure on him in a tie game. I'm like, but isn't that the guy you want out there with pressure on him in a tie game? They're not hitting him.
Yeah.
Dance with the girl that brought you. It's kind of where I'm at there. I didn't like the move anyway. I didn't like Bivens coming in. And when the bases were loaded, he entered, I said to Tim in the studio, I go, you like Bivens in here? I said, is this the move? I didn't like the move of Miller, and it didn't work out. So I don't know if this is just a manager who's got to wear one, but saying we told them beforehand, I'm like, yeah, but things change. It's a baseball game. It's a live sporting event. So to decide, it's one thing when we're going hitter to hitter here with a guy who's maybe been at a high pitch count, and you're working your way through an inning. But to say this is your last inning, not knowing what the result of the inning is so are you telling me if they had scored a run, well, I guess you'd probably go to the bullpen then and let them try to lock up the save if they had scored a run in the bottom of the 8th. But it's not like he was laboring. He wasn't striking a ton of guys out. He wasn't going deep into counts. I'm sort of at a loss for what that decision was.
I'd be curious why they told him 8th inning was the last inning before.
Before the 8th.
What happened after the 7th inning that you were going to get him out of there? Because the pitch count wasn't out of hand. I don't know. And I'm glad you guys played that, because again, that's exactly what I heard. I just for some reason heard that there was something that was going on with him, but apparently there wasn't anything that was going on with him, or nothing that they said. But it just, that seems odd. We told him after the 7th this was going to be his last inning. Like, yeah, why? Why'd you tell him that? What if he had a 3-pitch inning?
People on the text are saying he is dealing with a sickness. So maybe that's what you heard about Logan Webb?
Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. I just can't. I'm just staring at this hot sauce, so I'm kind of losing my track of my.
You're starting to think about the sauce.
Yeah, I'm starting to think of the sauce. Sauce is in my head, totally in my head. And it's going to be in my ass.
I'll take sick Logan Webb with 93 pitches under his belt over like most anybody else.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine.
That's a bullet I'd fire. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Giants CEO Larry Bear going to join us when we come on back for his bi-weekly conversation, and then we are right around the corner from our spicy soup du jour today. It's KNBR's version of Hot Ones.
Crazy.
We got 3 hot sauces, over
crazy.
millions of Scovilles each. I'm going to have a wing with some. Tim is, Derek is, and Tom is. And then we'll try to get through a segment and do some funny stories. Won't be that funny for us. Tolbert and Copes.
Super pumped.
Larry Bear next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan joined Tom and myself yesterday to discuss the contingency plans if Brandon Ayuk is not back by week 1. Listen to the podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. Tax, crypto, estate planning with a helpful text. Damn. They do all the. I don't mention. I'm going to have to start mentioning estate planning a little bit more. I mean, it kind of gets short shrift, but estate planning is kind of estate planning is kind of a big deal. So you may want to look into that. I need to do that. What am I doing talking to you? I need to call Alex Kugelman. I need to get my estate planned. Hell with you guys. I'm going to go right now. Call Alex Kugelman. I'm going to set up my consultation. Find out what's going on with my estate. But if you have any troubles, if you have late filings, if you have crypto issues where you're not sure exactly what to do with the crypto, how to file it, all that, or if they're criminal charges, give Alex Kugelman a call. Him and his fine people over at the Alex Kugelman Law Firm can help you out. They can set you up with a game plan. They're going to let you know exactly how much it's going to cost, too. So everything's up front. You decide what you want to do. But they'll give you a game plan on how to stay out of trouble. If you just want to get your taxes done, get them done right, get them done the first time, keep Uncle Sammy off the scent. Or if Uncle Sammy has already picked up the scent. Oh, you want to get Uncle Sammy off the scent? That's when you set up the consultations. Hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to handle it. And now you're free and clear. You're moving on. You don't got to worry about that bag of stress any longer. Any tax issues whatsoever or estate planning, sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giant CEO Larry Baer. Larry Baer on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We've not yet made the connection with Larry Baer, but I will let you know the Giants Executive Show is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com and by Redwood Credit Union. Auto loans with affordable rates and personal service. Tolbert and Copes with you. We will make the connection with Larry Baer shortly for our bi-weekly conversation. Giants getting ready for a 3-game series with the Seattle Mariners, who are now 5 games out of the American League West. They were 10 games up at one point. Astros were one of the worst teams in baseball for like the first month and a half of the season, and then completely flipped the script on that. Picked up Yusei Kikuchi at the trade deadline and bolstered their pitching a little bit. You mentioned this earlier. You said the Giants and the Mariners fans are probably... I think this is going to be a series of mediocrity. It's kind of where I'm at. Mariners 64-64, right at 500. They fired their manager, Scott Service, today. I didn't see who was named the interim manager. I did see that...
I saw it, but I can't.
I'll pull it up for you.
Me now.
I did see that Edgar Martinez is going to be offered a job on the coaching staff.
Really?
Yeah.
I like it.
I was like, he didn't even have a glove. Yeah, I like him too.
He's a Hall of Famer, right?
He is.
Yeah, he made it, yeah.
When is a DH? I think he's the first one of the first DHs to go in, if not the first.
How many DHs have won MVPs?
Did Poppy win one?
He was the first one I thought of. I don't know if he won one though, but he could have.
I've just hated the DH for so long that I wonder, because I know where you're going, is we talked briefly about it yesterday with Shohei. Like, that's what Paul Molitor was the one I was thinking too, because he got into the Hall also, but he might have gone in as a third baseman.
Matsui won an MVP?
Matsui played it. No way he won an MVP.
No way. Matsui won an MVP.
93, Paul Molitor.
World Series MVP.
Paul Molitor became the first player to win the World. He's World Series MVP also.
Okay.
But
I don't know if he was a DH when he won the MVP.
I don't think a DH has one.
Remember, he was a position player for a while.
Nobody's ever done it. Nobody has ever won the MVP solely playing DH.
Wow.
So Shohei would be the first.
That'll be another first to go ahead and throw on the mantle. Oh, my gosh.
Don Baylor was the closest to do so when he was with the Angels.
Yeah.
40% of his games, he DH'd in 40% of his games when he won the MVP in 79, but he didn't do it primarily as a DH. So 40 games is a lot.
Yeah.
But I wonder, like, it's like when, because I don't know if a reliever's won the Cy Young. I don't think so, since Eric Gagne did. Mm-hmm. And Jason Schmidt, I think, finished 2 that year and should have been the Cy Young Award winner. And I was like, there was an award at the time for relievers.
Yeah, exactly.
We had the relief award, and I was never a fan of that. I'm not a fan of pitchers winning the MVP.
Yeah, neither am I. I'm not a huge fan. I can live with that, though, but I'm less of a fan of a reliever winning MVP. It's like, get out of here. You know how much help you need just to get in the game?
Yeah. In a favorable situation.
Oh, man.
We made the connection with Giants CEO Larry Baer for his bi-weekly conversation. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. I'll ask you up front then, Larry. More egregious in a reliever winning Cy Young or a DH winning MVP?
Oh, my goodness. You hit me right between the eyeballs right away. Hi, guys.
Hey, what's going on, man? How are you?
It's the DH thing. The relievers have been around for a long time. DHs haven't. And so for me, this is a personal opinion. I still, for most valuable player, I like the notion of 5 tools, 4 tools, 6 tools, however many tools. When we lost Willie this year, we were talking about 5-tool players, and we talked about how Willie was his 6th tool was his amazing joy and inspiration and passion and zest for the game. So I don't know. To me, all-around players, most valuable player, guys that can contribute. So most egregious, I would say that would be more egregious in my mind. A DH. Now, I'm not being critical of the DH society out there, community of DH supporters. Really good DHs are valuable to teams, obviously, but it's hard for me to envision them being most valuable because they're not throwing out runners at the plate or making fantastic catches.
Well, I think the interesting part, to me anyway, Larry, is that defense has taken a back seat to offense. And look, it always has to a certain extent. You look at the Hall of Fame and you look at things like that. Most guys make it, if not everybody, on their offense. So it stands to reason that the awards are going to go to offensive guys. I mean, we saw Rafael Palmeiro win a Gold Glove and played like 20 games at first base, which was absurd. But people just like Rafael Palmeiro, give him a Gold Glove. But I think now, I mean, even the Giants dealt with this a couple years ago. I mean, you had guys playing left field that never should have been in left field, but it was trying to get the matchups offensively. And I'm wondering, as a league, is it starting to go back the other way a little bit with the change in rules, with the no shifting? Now you got to have better defenders that have more range, because for a while there it was like, hey, let the card take care of it. We'll put you in the proper position. Let's just make sure we get the best matchups offensively and not worry so much about defense. And it seems to be swinging back around a little bit the other way.
I think it is. I think it is. I mean, I think you look at a lot's been made of, for instance, Matt Chapman's overall adjusted WAR, whatever it's called, the WAR that factors in defense, and it puts him, kind of toward the top of baseball in that, and or just other players being elevated because of their defense. I mean, I think all the front offices are looking at that, especially if there's super high value in everyday players that can be strong defensively, and that maybe the hitting gets adjusted as not the full picture when you have a player that's playing every day and is a gem defensively. So no, I think that it's a kind of a more well-rounded. I mean, the shift, to your point, when you've got a guy playing in short right field, say your second baseman in the days of the shifts, it's just the athleticism can relate more to hitting the offensive side and not much on the defensive side at all.
In terms of guys like that, and we've asked Farhan about it and talked about it as the back half of the season has progressed, and Matt Chapman is putting together the year that he is, 20 homers, 30 doubles, 10 triples, first San Francisco Giants third baseman to ever do that. And then the second half that Blake Snell's having, both those guys with opt-outs in their contracts. I'm wondering, at what point in the season, if you want a guy back like that, is it the right time to approach him or his representation about extensions?
I mean, I think it's just case by case. We've had some good success over the years doing it, right? Whether it's in season or just as the season's starting early on. Remember back in the day, we had a couple of announcements. Remember at the play ball lunch, right? I think we announced Buster's extension. So while the season we weren't in the middle of the season, we were past spring training and coming upon a contract year or whatever. Buster, Matt Cain, there've been a few of those. So I think it's player by player, but I mean it's a really it's great where it's got a two-way love for the team and wanting to be where you are, and we've had good success. So I think in the right situations we'll be go. We're certainly not going to stop doing it now. It's kind of who we are.
Talking to Larry Baird, nice enough to join us every couple weeks here on The Sports Leader. What are you seeing from Patrick Bailey? Because he's so good. I was just looking at WAR, and Bailey has been, I mean, he's fallen off a cliff as far as hitting, and he still is a 3.7 WAR for the season, which is pretty amazing. He's in the top 30 in baseball because of his defense. I mean, that stunned me. And to your point, Larry, Chapman was like 17th in terms of WAR with a 4.1. But when you look at Bailey, I mean, he's so good defensively, it's hard to take him out. But does he need, do you think in your mind, like a right-handed help, more rest? Because it's a couple years in a row now where I don't want to say he's worn down, but the numbers certainly are heading the wrong direction from an offensive standpoint at the end of the season. How do you look at that for a guy that's so important to the defense?
Yeah, he's been going hard. And, I know you talk to guys who are catchers, I mean, they're almost like mini coaches, right? Because they got to have a strategy for each of the pitchers, and it's just really a lot. It's very taxing mentally and physically. And look, I think his obliques can be tricky, and we said that, but hopefully it's just a chance for a reset. And thankfully, Kurt's done a heck of a job. And you look at the pitching performances we've had, as well with Kurt behind the plate these last games where Patty's been out. What we love is Patty comes back in September. Here he's coming back, I think, in a few days, eligible to come back. And knock on wood, I haven't heard the latest medical, but knock on wood, he's okay to come back. Maybe you just need that kind of a reset. And I think that's the way we would look at it. It's a reset. And then, you got to go hard in the whatever 30 games you have left. Kurt's now, getting the reps. So, I don't know what Bowmel will do, but maybe it'll be a little bit of a lighter load for Patty after the reset. I don't know, but he's so solid defensively, and we've been having our offensive troubles, but if in a normal environment, you're not counting on the catcher to be to power you offensively. Now we had a huge exception to that in Buster, who, among other things, that made him a kind of outlier in that, in Hall of Fame worthy. But in most cases, even with teams that go on to championships, the catcher isn't usually where the offense comes from. There's exceptions beyond Buster, obviously Johnny Bench or Joe Mauer, etc. You can go through Carlton Fisk, but
Thurman Munson.
They're hard to Thurman Munson. And they're hard to find. I mean, really, you go through. We're going back 30, 40 years. Yeah. Right? They're hard to find those exceptions, and you'll have some teams that are doing it with catchers that are hitting in the low 200s.
Talking to Larry Berry, a few more minutes on the UMA guest line. In terms of, there's been some funny stuff thrown out in the last week and a half or 2 weeks or so, Larry, about changes to the game. I mean, we're looking batting average right now being close to the lowest it's been in 50 years even. I know it's at like 243 or something right now across the league, one of the lowest it's ever been, and it continues to go that way. There's been talk about use of starting pitchers. What's your thought on the starting pitcher minimum that's been proposed? Minimum innings pitched?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's hard to weigh in on some of these rules. I think like all the rules, they just have to be tested. I think that one of the reasons that we've had success in the rules that we've implemented, by and large, I think that's been viewed as a big success is they were tested in the minor leagues. So and I think there's got to be a fair. There hasn't been. I mean, it's been floated, but I haven't heard any real discussion at the ownership level about that rule. Whether sixth inning starting pitchers or you get penalized in some way, and you've got to think about player health and all that. So I think test it as they did the pitch clock and the shifts and other things. And I do think we need to be open-minded about it. And, you think just the value of a guy like Logan Webb and what he's done. Being at the game yesterday, and it was not a good outcome for us, but the fans really got into it when I don't know if you were here or saw it, when he walked off the mound after the eighth inning. It's just a great part of the game that I think people miss. So I know the problem you're trying to solve. I'm not sure if I've heard it in personal opinion. I'm not sure I've heard all the right answers to solving the problem. But
here you go, Larry. I'm going to give you the right answer right here. You take
What's
this.
The right answer,
you
Tom?
take this one to Manfred, and he'll look at you and go, "How did I not think of this before?" That's exactly what he's going to say. So you have 12 guys on a staff, maybe 13, 12. So here's what you do for each series. You take those 12 guys on the staff, and you designate 8 of them active.
For the series.
For the series. You're only going to need 3 starters for the series. That leaves you 5 relievers. And the idea behind only having 5 relievers for the series is that you're more likely going to leave your starters in a little bit longer, knowing that you only have 5 relievers in each series. And you go to another series, and you look at your strengths and weaknesses of your bullpen, who's rested, who can't go anyway. And then you decide, okay, these are the best 5 guys in the bullpen for this series. And then you go on and on and on. Everyone gets paid, whatever. They're just not active for that series. And I think to me anyway, that's the best way to go about it, because it incentivizes you to leave your starters in a little bit longer, because you only have so many innings out of those 5 relievers per series.
You know what? I think that's pretty interesting, actually.
I do like that, yeah.
I mean, coming from Tom, I was nervous.
I stopped paying attention. I assumed it wasn't going to be a real suggestion. I was like, what's he doing now?
He was going to come out with, what was that rock group you were talking about?
Gwar. We love Gwar.
Yeah,
Let's go. National anthem.
Gwar, whoever they are. But no, I mean, you know what it reminds me of a little bit? This is just a tiny bit, but I know we did this as we were going through playoff series in the, in the 10, 12, 14, 16, et cetera, 21. It was, you measured who you were going to make active. Now, it wasn't a pitcher restraint thing, but, the 25 that you did, that were active for, say, the 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers wouldn't be necessarily the 25 that would be active for the 3 out of 5, and you kind of do. So I think it's also strategic, and I think you'll get some good traffic from the fans about recommendations and all that. I mean, I think like with this whole thing with the golden batter rule, that was floated out there. That the thing about that's interesting is the fan engagement. If you had that, I don't know if the listeners aware of this.
Explain that one to us, because I haven't heard that one.
Well, it's just been floated. It's nobody officially floating it. It came out a bunch of stories about it, which basically is, in some sports, in football, the very best player, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, on the field driving your team. At the climax of the game, at the end of the game, Steph is with the ball shooting threes at the buzzer to try to get you to win the game. In baseball, you have a situation often where if 7, 8, 9 are up, you're down 1 run, and it doesn't create as much of a climactic ending, right? This is just talk right now. Nothing is anywhere near moving in this direction. So the thought would be the manager could have maybe 1, 2, maybe let's call it 1 option to go to to anybody on his roster. So it could be, if you have 7, 8, 9 coming up, you go back to your number 4 hitter and have him lead off, have him hit third, put him wherever, and bring him up in the 9th inning, 8th inning, 7th inning, however you set it up, with the thought that you're getting the best matchups, because you're getting potentially the other team's best closer, and he's not facing 7, 8, 9. He might be facing your best hitter.
That's a little that's a little too hokey for me, because it just that completely changes the whole dynamics of the game, taking somebody that shouldn't be up and you can just drop him in. Now, I get what they're going. I get where they're going. They're trying to make it more exciting, trying to give you the best versus the best matchup, which, I mean, look, let's face it, we all love it. Everybody remembers Gagne versus Bonds when that happened. And it wasn't always a given that Barry was going to be batting in the 9th inning, but when it happened, it was like magic. It was like, oh man, we get the best versus the best. Remember the home run he hit off Gagne? Incredible stuff. I don't know if I like it to be manufactured in that way.
You'd have to, you have to rejigger. Everybody'd have to be at peace with statistics changing, right? Because potentially your best hitter could get 100 more at bats.
Yeah, exactly.
In the season. And is that fair? Is that right statistically? Is that right, for the game? I think there are a lot of traps you'd have to run before you did something like that. But that is one thing that's been, just floated. There have been writers floating it, and there have been some people in baseball floating it.
No, there's nothing wrong with floating ideas and see how they
good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Larry, as always, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Can I just mention one?
Yes.
Can I just mention one thing real
please
quickly?
Go ahead.
It's been a really tough year. I mean, we've lost some of the great. I'm sure you've been talking about some of the great people in sports, especially here in the Bay Area. And Al Attles, such a personal favorite of not just mine, but of the Giants family. Al came to a lot of baseball games through the years, was friends with many of the people in the Giants family. He was close with Dusty and close with, big Giants fan, and just want to give our condolences to his wife and his family. And we loved Al. and may he rest in peace. And, with Willie and Orlando and the greats that we've lost this year that we think about. We're thinking about Orlando, and we're doing a retrospective on Orlando, service for him September 15th. So, but Al really hit us hard because of how much love we all have for him.
Bay Area legend, no doubt
Absolutely.
about it. No, thanks, Larry. I appreciate that, and we'll talk to you again in a couple weeks.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks,
All right,
Adam.
you got it.
Thanks, Larry. Larry Bear, the CEO.
Is it a good thing, by the way? Is it like a good thing? Like, I feel almost slighted when I come up with a good idea and people are like, "Oh, wow, hey, didn't expect that from you." Like,
well, it's kind of like when you suggested.
I don't know. Maybe it's me. I've set the bar so low.
Was it Brandon Schneider, president of the Warriors? Is that his name?
Yes.
When they were making the announcement about the WNBA team coming, the Valkyrie.
Yeah,
They're gonna be
Valkyries.
here. And you said that first day we had him on, you were like, I got a suggestion for a name.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't think you had something real at all. Then you did. And that's the name.
I got one.
I'm giving credit to Tom for that one. Tolbert and Cope's Thursday afternoon.
Thank you, Tim.
So
Appreciate it.
in 2010, 14 years ago,
I thought they were going to say 20 minutes.
Tom, pull about. Tom did a hot sauce challenge here on the show. Turkey. June 29th, 2010. Tom ate Smoke Eater's wings from San Jose on the show, and they were tossed like insanely hot wings.
Yeah.
I think the thought is that the hot sauce we're going to have today is going to be hotter.
Yeah, I think so. It won't be slathered in it, though. We have that going for us, but I don't know if it's going to matter. This might be one of those, you know how when you see a movie and they have the graphics on screen and they show like one person with like Ebola, and then they show it like just like red, just like spreading.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
I remember COVID.
Yeah, like kills everybody.
Right.
I think that's what this is going to be like. It's going to be real hot. So it's just going to be a drop. It's not going to be over the whole wing, but it's going to get inside your mouth, and then it's going to spread.
Expand.
Like a virus. It's going to be like
a contagion.
Oh, it's going to be awful.
Well, we're going to do that.
18 minutes.
A spicy soup du jour in about 18 minutes. We'll get into some goofy stories, and we'll do our version of hot ones. We've got a couple of hot sauces here. One over 2.5 million Scovilles, one pushing 3. They give the rating out of 10 on the bottom.
One is pushing 3?
It's an 11, yeah.
Oh, is that this one?
I think so. One of them, like I said, just has a nuclear warhead with a caution logo on it.
These go to 11.
We'll take a walk down memory lane and try to grease the skids for Tom as we remember his 2010 hot sauce challenge before the 2024 version. Everybody's on fire next to the sports leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he does feel the urgency to get something done with Trent Williams and Brendan Ayuk. You can listen to that podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, this is a common problem. We've talked about it many times. People get their bill. They don't know how to pay it. What do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us and we cut you a deal. Here's the bottom line. So many people think they're the only one that can't pay their taxes. They get frustrated. They feel like they're drowning in 100 feet of water. They don't know what to do. They just give up. They stick their head in the sand. Don't do that. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Turn your problems over to us. We have a free consultation. We're going to explain all the things that we want to do for you. And then if you give us the go-ahead, we'll go ahead and do it for you. We don't want you to have to talk to the IRS and deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll do the whole job. And when we're done, we take the problem away from you, and you just move forward and enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is call us up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Steve can help you. Ask him, what can he do for you? Give him a call, 1-88-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize. Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are getting ready to defile ourselves and eat this hot stuff. I'm looking for some hot stuff, baby. No, Tom. No, Tom. This, in case you're thinking whether you should stay or go, as the Clash once asked. I'm trying to read some of these stories, by the way, too, just to. So if my mind goes a little wonky, I'll have them in my data bank, and I can spit them back out while my face is on fire. I'm in the middle of reading about sex in space. Possible, they say, but may not be as pleasurable as you would have thought.
That's coming your way in the spicy soup.
That is coming your way.
Let me ask you this.
No, nobody's cared about the stories, though. I don't even care about the stories right now.
Well, let me ask you. Well, I'll have them in front of me, too, so we can try to get through them together. But when you did this before, because I was just in the bathroom, and Michael, one of our digital guys, was asking me, is this one of the hottest sauces, on the show? And I would assume so. This is a Pepper X sauce from Hot Ones, the Last Dab Experience. It's an 11 out of 10. It's got 2.5 to 3 million Scovilles, they say, which is the heat index for a pepper. Like a bell pepper has 0. Pepper sprays even up in the thousands, 10,000, maybe higher. But they do a whole scale of it. And now that botanists are trying to grow the hottest pepper. You know what I mean? They're putting stuff together and trying to make them. Do you remember when you did it before with the wings?
Yes.
14 years ago. Yes, you do.
Yes.
From Smoke Eaters in San Jose.
Yep.
Based on how you felt, could you have read a story?
Yeah. No, I could have read a story. I'll be able to read a story, but it's uncomfortable. It was very, very uncomfortable, and it hurt. The milk helped, but it was smoking hot. It was hard to chew and swallow it quickly. Because look, it's hard to chew and swallow chicken anyway quickly. It's not meant to be just thrown down the flume.
It's chicken.
And gone. You got to chew it up some, which in this case isn't your friend. Usually chewing's your friend. In this case, chewing not your friend. You just want to get it down as quickly as possible. But yeah, that was, I believe, didn't you say you have some audio of 2010?
Well, it's called the Hellfire Wing Challenge.
Yes, exactly what it is.
They boast that it involves eating 12 wings covered in the sauce with a heat level of
that was 12.
They say it's 9 million Scoville units in 20 minutes or less. But does that have to do with how many you're eating? Because supposedly the Pepper X is the hottest pepper.
It could be an accumulation of Scoville units, possibly. I don't know. I will tell you, once I've had this, I'll tell you how it compares. It's all going to be hot, so I'm just assuming it's going to be like that. It could be to a degree, a little bit hotter, maybe not quite as, but it's not going to matter. If it's hot, it's hot. It's going to be hot. It's
I think it is an accumulation, that one, because it says they use a 2.76 million Scoville pepper, and so I think it builds as they make it. Anyway,
that was brutal.
You got to be 18 or older to participate in this and sign a waiver and prove valid.
Yeah, you wear gloves. People wear gloves when they're eating the wings.
And if you win, you can't compete for 6 months.
Yeah. Why would you want to?
Well, they wear gloves. You're not allowed to lick your fingers clean.
You've just wrecked. You can't. Yeah, that challenge, if I remember correctly, you had to lick your fingers clean, and you couldn't drink milk for 5 minutes. There was a cooling off period, so to speak.
It's 10 minutes for 12 wings smothered in the Hellfire sauce.
Yep.
No drinks, no napkins. You must lick your fingers clean.
Yep.
And then after you finish, then you've got 5 minutes to feel the afterburn.
That's what it was. The afterburn. Yeah. Oh, it's so bad. So bad. I can't imagine. That's just, man, that's sick. Making somebody wait 5 minutes. But that's the thing with that sauce that was so bad. It was caked on.
Yeah, it's
it wasn't just your regular wing sauce.
Throw it back on the grill and it gets smoky. It's gooey. It gets a sticky caramelization.
That was rough.
So we are going to stream this, of course, twitch.tv/thesports.
Of course we are. It's the only reason we're doing it.
YouTube, KNBR.com at the app.
Come watch our pain. Schadenfreude, baby. It's the only way to go through life.
I want Derek to feel it the worst. But I know it's Tim.
Yeah, Tim's going to feel it the worst.
Tim's been wilting since we brought this up.
Because this is what Derek does. Right? Derek loves hot stuff.
Talks a big game.
Yeah. No, eats hot stuff.
I want some hot stuff.
Thank you. Tim already nullified me on that one.
Did he?
Yeah, he said no.
Oh, come on, Tim.
No. So we're not doing that.
How about something from the band Hot Hot Heat?
I don't think it's going to matter in about 10 minutes.
By the way, we're going to throw up the crap cam so you can see the boys in the studio.
Oh, the crap cam.
The crap cam.
Yeah.
We've turned that off late. What was the after
How about
effects?
Kiss, Hotter Than Hell? Hot.
So you had
Hotter than hell.
You had one wing.
One wing.
Time. How, like, what was the after feeling like?
Told you.
I'm getting
my stomach was hot the rest of the evening. Like, I'm already prepared for this to ruin my evening.
Damn,
I'm already prepared for it to ruin.
I had some things I wanted to do this weekend.
My evening. That my stomach's going to be hot. And just, So if it's not, then I'm going to be pleasantly surprised. I'm setting the bar really, really low. Like, it's going to suck.
For how you're going to feel, yeah.
And my stomach is going to hurt. It's going to be hot. And I'm just going to have to deal with it. If it's not that, I'll be pumped. I'll be like, oh, sweet, wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad, but I'm expecting it to be bad.
People checking in here on the YouTube chat. Danny Golding says, I've seen that video on YouTube from 2010 with Tom and Ralph and the Wings.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Pain.
Yeah. We got one more here.
Pain.
D-Shot 316, my favorite name on the YouTube chat. D-Shot 316 says, he goes on and he says, I completed the Hellfire Challenge. It hurt for hours.
Wow. You completed it. 12 of those things? That's, man.
No, God!
That's good.
No, God, please, no!
Godlike.
No!
Alex says Ring of Fire. Johnny Cash.
Oh, Ring of Fire. There you go.
This is tough.
Ring of Fire. I go down, down, down.
Yeah, let's hear it. We have audio of
Yeah, go
Tom
ahead.
doing the Wing Challenge 14 years ago. Here
And
you go.
then Ralph riffing Brian.
Brian, eat it. Come on.
Okay. Oh.
No, I'm not eating it. Oh man. Oh, look at Brian. You can see why he's on the other side of the glass.
Oh, that milk could be good.
Do we have paramedics and does the milk help?
Not yet. Not yet.
Brian, come on, what the hell are you doing? Brian, he just refused. Why do you even say you were going to do this if you're going to wimp out like this? Come on.
It's so damn hot.
Milk was a good choice.
Your reputation will follow you forever if you don't eat any of this. Come on, Brian.
My tongue's quivering.
You've drunk all your milk.
My tongue's quivering.
Let's go. Let's go.
Look at he's holding it. He's afraid of his wing. He's afraid of his wing. The wing is intimidated.
Oh, my tongue feels like it's this.
Brian's holding it up and.
Let's go. Leave you take a bite, for God's sakes. My
Come on,
tongue feels
take a
like it's
bite.
been in between the devil's butt cheeks. Good Lord.
Your manhood is in question here. Come on.
Let's go. Come on. One big bite. Come on. Get it done. There you go. There you go. One big
Finally,
bite.
a bite at least. 2 bites for Brian. All right.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That is hot.
Brian's done.
That is so hot. I mean, oh, God.
Yeah, but how can you how are you going to describe how hot?
You can't really describe. When is my head's on? My head's sweating a little bit.
Can't really describe.
I mean, no, it won't go away.
You got sweat coming out of your nostril. You're
that one
dripping
bite?
out of your right nostril. Wipe it up, will you please? It's disgusting.
I feel like one of those zombies in 28 days later.
Wipe it. Ralph, wipe it up.
Mike Val says it's like the melting face from Indiana Jones. Just melt off your fucking just melt off your skull. Well, soup du jour, some of the wackiest stories, not the
Wipe
sports
it
world,
up, will you please?
from across the globe.
Wipe it up, will you please?
Are coming your way next. And Tom, Tim, Derek, and I are going to dive into some of the hottest hot sauces on the planet as a spicy soup du jour. This is not going to be fun. Comes your way next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Lot of devices in your house, more than you think. If someone were to ask you how many devices you have in your house connected to Wi-Fi, you'd be under. You don't account for everything. Like yesterday when I was doing it, I was like, it's a printer. Printer's connected to the Wi-Fi. I didn't even think about the printer connected to the Wi-Fi. There's so many things. Look at you have appliances that can be connected to the Wi-Fi. There's just so many things that are connected to the Wi-Fi. What this is leading to is me telling you need Xfinity to be able to handle all of the devices. 20, 25, maybe 30 devices in your house. Don't worry about it. They've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices, hundreds. So you could have a massive party over there. Everyone could be on their devices. Be rude, but they could be. Everyone would have the same connectivity. Everyone would be good to go. Don't have to worry about it. So when you're at home, people are working, streaming, downloading, gaming, even going to school. Everyone's taken care of. No one has to worry about it. And now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium as $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, fees, extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def. You love having all your devices connected all the time. You will love Xfinity.
Open wide. It's time for Mr. T.
All right, so you guys know what time it is. It's 5:34, which means it's time to get going with this ridiculous stunt that Derek decided to throw at us on the air, by the way. So we could you couldn't say no. So this is the soup segment where we're going to read some crazy stories. Got a couple good ones for you if we can make it through. Now, why wouldn't we be able to make it through? Well, because sitting in front of us, we have some of the hottest sauce known to mankind. One of them's rated 11 out of 10. The hottest pepper in the world, Pepper X. And we're going to put some of it on a wing. I have it in front of me. I'm going to put a little bit on. I hope a little bit. I'm going to try. I'll show you when I pour it out, but I'm hoping just a little bit comes out. It looked pretty thick.
You've heard of the Carolina Reaper?
Yeah, it's hotter than that.
Pepper X is 3 times hotter than the Carolina Reaper,
yeah.
they say. 2.6 0.93 million Scovilles.
No, God!
Yeah. So I'm going to pour it on
we're
there.
We're going to do the hottest one, right?
Kind of the game plan for me anyway is get this thing down as quickly as possible. I got milk in front of me. I got a beer in front of me. I got water in front of me. I got chunky blue cheese. I'm not going chunky blue cheese. If I'm doing this, I'm going to do it.
I got water.
I'm not going chunky blue cheese.
I got milk, and I also have I have white bread here. I assume Tim brought it in. Mayonnaise Tim Webb with the white bread.
I absolutely did.
So we both got milk. I don't know that I have a strategy. I'm like a dude trying to make the team in preseason. I just want to prove the lights aren't too big.
Yeah.
You know?
I think the only problem, I wish I already touched this wing.
Can I have that?
I should pick a smaller wing, but I'm going to just throw it on there.
Tim and Derek,
geez. Okay, that's probably...
Why don't you hand me some of that? Tim and Derek, what's your guys' plan here? What's the move?
Well, so I'll go first since this was my idea. And while you guys are doing this, you can apply the wing and everything and the sauce to the wing, and I'll go first. By the way, Tom.
Yes.
This is your last chance.
Yes.
You can back out of this if we talk Ayuk all day tomorrow.
I'm not going to show up then. I won't show up.
By the way, the hot sauces say keep out of reach of children. Use eat one
that's
drop
bad for all of us.
Eat one drop at a time.
Yeah, I would keep out of reach of the elderly too.
Yeah.
Now, is this Derek? You've seen this before. Is that enough? Is that enough of a? I'm guessing that is enough.
How about you show me
whatever you applied is fine. Yeah, that's more than good. Yeah,
I didn't need more than good.
How about me? Am I good?
Yeah,
that's good.
I think that's good.
Hey,
I think that's more than good too.
More than good? What?
To make you guys feel better on the show, Hot Ones, they get celebrities to do this every week.
Yep.
They eat this sauce, like ranging from pop singers to TikTok people.
Yep.
We all can handle this.
Okay.
All right.
Well, let's just do it then.
All right. I'll go first, and I'll read a story right after. Okay, here we go.
Okay,
I
you
got
do it first.
Okay, I got a wing back here. I got the Pepper X, the last dab experienced on this wing, and I'm going to read a story right after. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
That was a big bite.
Big bite.
I'm trying to get some extra chicken in my bite. Yeah.
All right, here we go. So, guys, you familiar with the? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, jeez, dude.
All right. You guys familiar with the former offensive lineman, Goster Cherilus?
No.
Well,
I'm not.
He was accused of disorderly behavior on board a Delta Airlines flight from Boston to Dublin on Sunday.
I'm your huckleberry.
Cherilus was consuming alcohol. Hold on, let me swallow this thing.
That's what. Oh.
Hold on to your butt.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy. All right, it's getting hot. Cherilus was consuming alcohol and was intoxicated prior to the flight, which was delayed by 3.5 hours. The ex-NFL player initially fussed over the seating arrangement. Oh, God. And about an hour into the flight, got up, walked around to a seat where an elderly lady was sitting and began urinating on her.
No, Kelly Clarkson!
Fully exposing his genitals, court documents said, adding he continued the act for 20 seconds, emptying his empty bladder.
Jesus. Oh, no. Is he okay?
When he went back to the seat, he woke up an elderly man and argued with him over the seating arrangement before hitting him with his right hand. Cherilus refused to get off the plane. I'm powering through, Tom.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm scraping sauce off the wing now.
So then Cherilus, you know what his explanation was?
What?
The flight was, this is his quote, the flight was unexpectedly delayed for approximately 4 hours. In preparation for the expected overnight flight, I took a sleeping medication that I don't normally use.
Yeah.
Which resulted in behavior that does not represent my character. Do you give the guy a pass for taking an Ambien and then urinating all over an elderly woman?
No, absolutely not.
All right.
No.
Oh, I'm going to eat the spread now.
Yeah, you urinate on somebody. I'm sorry.
You took some. I want to see what you took off, Tom.
I still got like a pretty decent little.
You got less than me? Is that right?
I do definitely have less than you.
Oh, man.
If I'm you.
If you're me, you taking some of this off?
I would take a little bit off.
Dude, Derek is the hot sauce guy, he claimed.
I would take a little bit.
I'll just take a little bit off. I think I'm still good. Are we just going to go together, me and you at the same time?
Well, we got to read the stories too, but yeah, let's go ahead and eat at the same time.
All right.
Then we'll do our stories. I don't know if I should start on the hot sauce side or the.
I'm just biting into the hot sauce like now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going with you guys too. Okay, let's just
we're
get
all
it
going
over.
together.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, let's just do it.
Okay, now, Tim, which one did you do?
Oh, this is such a bad idea.
Tim, did you do the hottest one?
Oh, I did the medium.
Oh, Tim.
Oh, I hate myself already. Don't worry.
All right, Copes, Tom, how we feeling?
I'm okay right now.
Okay right now.
It's hot.
Well, you guys haven't swallowed yet.
I did.
All right, here we go.
More tingly than
All right,
hot.
Copes, you got a story? Let's go here.
Yeah. This one comes to you. Oh boy.
Oh God.
This one's crazy. A Thai man, a man from Thailand was sitting on a toilet. Said he felt something bite him right in his junk. As it turns out, it was a 12-foot python that had come up through the hole of the toilet. He said he felt something hit him in his nads, and then he stood up and he was bleeding everywhere. 12-foot python is coming out. Felt a sharp pain after he took a seat on Tuesday, so he reached out and grabbed the snake by the neck to pull it and rip it off of his privates.
We gotta bleed it!
Tim's got audio. I don't really have much else for this story. The photos were crazy, but the heat's really hot. Yeah. I got nothing else.
Mine's starting to build a little bit, but
Yeah,
mine's not bad right now.
Mine's building.
I was able to hide the heat in the chicken.
So did I, but then
somehow.
now it's released and it's like in my mouth.
Boy. Now it's starting to come back.
Oh, boy.
Now it's starting to come back, but not.
Here to snake your drain.
Yeah, I'm not dying yet. Okay, this is a story about sex in space. And is sex in space possible? It is, but they say if you go up space, maybe go SpaceX, you get the space station, you hang out, you're like, hey.
Sexy.
Oh my gosh.
What are you doing tonight? It may sound cool, like having sex in space. And look, don't get me wrong, great story, right? How many people have had sex in space? But they say it may not be as sexy or as easy as you think. Here are some of the problems. We all know when you go to space, you throw something, and all of a sudden it's gone. It just vanishes out into space.
There's no gravity in space.
You jump a little bit, boom, you just boom, you're gone. So, if you're going at it with somebody,
Watch your eyes, Copes. Watch your eyes.
Let's say
I didn't touch it with the left hand.
Let's say you're going at it with somebody.
Oh my God.
And because you're in space, you smack them in the ass, like one of those. That could send them halfway across the universe.
Yeah, you get the ripple.
Smack someone in the ass, it's like boom, they're gone. They're gone. There's also another problem that you're probably not thinking about either. Sweat. I'm just going to read this because it's part of the story, and Tim decided to give me this story. Sweat, vaginal wetness, and semen could be floating around
It's
the
a
cabin,
problem. Yeah,
too.
I was thinking the same thing.
So that's a problem.
You got to watch out for that.
There's stuff everywhere. So you got those two issues. You got to be careful. They said
put it in.
They said if you get a jungle gym up there, you can position yourself, hold yourself in there, kind of wedge yourself in there and get it. Then at that point, you'll probably be good to go. Other than that, it's going to sound a lot better than it actually is.
Tom, you're handling this pretty well.
I'm actually, I might have to have another one.
I don't think Tom got it enough.
I think I got. I mean, I can feel it. It's really hot. It's really hot, but I'm not. I'm not dying.
You can handle it. Okay.
I'm not dying right now.
Copes, you all right?
I'm hurting. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see. You're sweating. Like
my eyes are watering.
sweating,
Like my nose is running.
Yeah, that got you.
Oof.
That definitely got you.
Get some milk.
I'm not happy.
You're not happy?
Not at all.
All right, Michael Connell's going to do it in the back here with us.
I'm not unhappy. I'm just uncomfortable.
Nice.
All right, Michael's chewing it.
This is brutal.
He's slowly realizing this was a terrible mistake.
Rockin' do air assist on the YouTube chat. No glove love for Tim Webb. Tim was wearing gloves.
I didn't want the sauce to get on the board. Also, I wear contacts, and anybody who's had that experience.
Tim, stop being it. Stop it.
Also, I suck at this.
Well, also, let's keep in mind, Tim took the medium sauce, and all of us took the hot sauce, the hottest one.
Let's whack Tim.
All right, I'll do a little hot sauce.
I'd say that's weak. I'd say that's weak sauce.
Do a little hot sauce.
Oof.
Copes, you got one? We got one more you can read?
I was like, you can ask me to eat another wing?
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
You'll allow it. We had one that a guy sent into us yesterday. I don't even remember what the story was.
I'll give you one. I got you.
My mind's,
I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up. And this is a subreddit reader, which originally posted. They're kind of tired of the boss, aren't we all? But this boss has a weird habit. Not only does he pass gas, he does the lift off. You know, the one cheek lift off?
Yeah, it's a good move.
Where you lift off and...
you let it out when you press it down like that. Yeah. You should have something leather, you can get some explosion.
Exactly. But depending if you have people around you, coworkers around you, probably not the greatest thing to do. But what he says before he actually does the lift off, I guess is part of the problem. He says, toot toot, and then lift...
And then lets it fly.
And then lifts off.
Billy
And lets it go. Like toot. I mean, come on. If you're going to do that, I'm not going to say what you should say. But the dumb said toot toot doesn't work. Like, who are you? Henry the Tank Engine or Thomas the Tank Engine? Toot toot. I know there's a Henry in there somewhere, but it's Thomas the Tank Engine. I think Henry is in there. I had the whole damn thing. It cost me like $700 to get the whole Thomas the Tank set. For Weston when he was younger.
Toot it and boot it.
Look at you guys. You guys are Tim's now really scuffling.
All right, if we had to rank,
scuffling now.
If we had to rank who did best, Tom wins this challenge.
Hands down.
I don't know how much Derek had on. I know Tom had less than I did.
Quite a bit.
I'm happy to take fourth place in this. Tim's not feeling good, but Tim also had the medium sauce and was like...
No, he went in for seconds.
I don't know if he qualified.
No, I went in for the super hot one, and I hate myself for it.
Yeah, he went in for the super hot one.
I'm cooling down, but it still hurts.
Yeah, you were sweating pretty good there.
I was sweating good. Yeah, my nose was running.
Oh, this sucks so much.
It was like Blair Witch Project. Yeah.
Like I felt like I put enough on.
I'll go in again.
It was a decent drop.
Derek's going back in for number 2.
You're going Dos Ekis?
He hasn't proven anything to anybody.
Wow.
You know what's coming.
I'm just that glad I escaped. Now, see the difference between this one and the one I did 14 years ago was that one you couldn't apply. It was already applied.
It was already on. It was doused.
And it was everywhere.
It
was every tooth, all over your tongue, is swimming around your mouth. You just couldn't get rid of it. Like this one, I thought I was very strategic in biting they
tackle very well.
The drop of hot sauce, and then quickly biting all the other chicken around it. Kind of like I don't know. It's like a ball of chicken around a little bit of dab of hot sauce. And I tried to get that thing down my throat as quickly as possible.
That's what she said.
Exactly. So worked out okay for me.
Yeah, the real battle is tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's still lingering. I mean, it's still there.
It was a hiccup. That was good. I'm surprised I haven't hiccuped yet. I'll say this, too. I've only gone a couple of sips of beer. I've got no real suppressant outside of the beer. I want to feel some
milk?
No.
Nice.
I'm still closed on the milk. I haven't touched the bread.
Yeah, I haven't even opened my milk.
Derek went straight to bread. Tim was like drinking the milk with his hot sauce.
No.
Tim's eating spoonfuls of mayonnaise.
I mean, whoever got the milk, thanks. I'm taking this home. I'm going to use it for cereal later tonight.
I'm going to make some chocolate in it.
Absolutely.
Some chocolate milk.
Yeah.
Tolbert and Cobes, that sucks.
My milk.
That sucks. Mouth hurts.
Oh, by the way, guys, I saw you signed while we were doing that.
Stop it.
That would be funny.
That's Tolbert and Cobes. That's the, how's Michael doing? Michael's blowing his nose. I looked up and he was blowing his nose. Tolbert and Cobes, that's your spicy soup. Who's on Crosstalk with us? Who we got next?
John Dickinson.
JD.
John Dickinson is next on the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said he does feel the urgency to get something done with Trent Williams and Brendan Ayuk. You can listen to that podcast up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.